The future of the universe is inexorably drifting towards death, gradually succumbing to the cold, while interstellar conflicts rage with unprecedented ferocity. As intelligent life grapples with the chilling cosmos, the pace of scientific inquiry accelerates, seeking Earth-like planets suitable for humanity and advanced extraterrestrial beings. In a parallel cosmic expanse, various factions vie for supremacy. Here, Earth's inhabitants engage in collaboration and competition with higher forms of life, igniting a new war that pivots around the notions of justice and malevolence. Chapter 1. Celestial Visitors. In early June, as the sun approaches the Tropic of Cancer, the northern hemisphere of Earth welcomes a long-awaited spring, stirring myriad forms of life into vibrant existence. The city of Heiha, bordering Russia's Blagoveshchensk across the river, witnesses the relentless flow of the Heilung River, its surface shimmering like a dragon's scales. In the northern reaches of Heiha, the Xinjiang mountain stone forest showcases towering steel frameworks, reminiscent of the colossal pillars of Olympus from Greek mythology. Gigantic parabolic discs rotate atop these towering structures, emitting a resonant hum that harmonizes with the howling mountain winds, creating an eerie symphony. Composed of countless hexagonal alloy lenses, these discs are meticulously crafted to be thousands of times smoother than ordinary mirrors, reflecting sunlight in blinding brilliance. Suspended dozens of meters above ground, these colossal discs maximize their reception of cosmic signals while also reflecting solar light, serving as veritable mirrors of the sky. In the southern hemisphere, the town of Uyuni in southwestern Bolivia boasts its own sky mirror, a natural marvel formed 40,000 years ago. The Uyuni Salt Flat, stretching 150 kilometers in length and 130 kilometers in width, transforms into a stunning lake during the rainy season, while in summer, its dried crust reveals a solid layer of gleaming salt, allowing vehicles to traverse its surface effortlessly. Particularly after a rain, standing on the Uyuni Salt Flat feels akin to being in a vast, luminous mirror, as if one has stepped into an extraordinary alien realm, truly experiencing the surreal sensation of being a reflection in a mirror. One day, this southern sky mirror will play a significant role in the journey of space exploration, akin to its counterpart at the Heiha Space Base. Wang Yuanhao stood beneath the immense steel framework alongside a Russian girl, casually lighting a cigarette. As wisps of smoke curled upward, he gazed thoughtfully at the distant steel-blue peaks. They had just returned hurriedly from the Cosmic Explorers Alliance base, where he bore critical information to report to General Yukai. A few days prior, he and Natasha, the base's pilot, had traveled aboard the Chilean spacecraft to the Beijing Cosmic Explorers Alliance to retrieve a highly classified document, one that could profoundly impact the future of Earth. Upon receiving their secret mission, Wang Yuanhao and Natasha returned swiftly to the high home of the National Interstellar Peace Corps Command. As they approached the entrance of the Peace Command base, an automatic identity recognition system activated. Their identities were swiftly verified by the high-speed computer, and with a blinding flash of light, the doors slowly opened. The two hastened inside, and the doors closed promptly behind them. With the closing of the doors, this ordinarily secluded base was rendered nearly isolated from the outside world. It boasted several meters of reinforced concrete isolation, alongside advanced heavy element shielding systems, making it exceedingly difficult for light and electromagnetic waves to penetrate the command's firewall. Thus, any information from within this facility was effectively shielded from external scrutiny, however. Whether there existed a superior means to probe unknown civilizations within distant nebulae remained an enigma. At the very least, it was impossible for other organizations on Earth to gain access to any information housed within this base. Wang Yuanhao, wait, I have a question for you. Throughout our journey on the spacecraft, I lacked the opportunity to inquire, but now that we are inside the base, and our conversation will remain confidential, I wish to understand the implications of Marshal Yun Fiyuan's statement about our urgent need to venture into space towards the distant morning star to mitigate the crises facing Earth. Given our current technological limitations, reaching the morning star would require 12.9 billion light-years, an insurmountable distance with our present capabilities, Natasha remarked, her beautiful eyes filled with perplexity as she looked at Wang Yuanhao. Wang Yuanhao paused, turned to her with a smile, and replied, "My interpretation of the Marshal's words encompasses two meanings. One is the hope that we can identify breakthroughs in our ever-evolving aerospace technology to enhance our capabilities swiftly. The other pertains to consciousness. It suggests forming our thoughts and awareness into an energy mass, which could traverse cosmic space through a certain medium to reach distant nebulae, embedding itself within advanced biological entities to lay the groundwork for humanity's cosmic exploration." Subsequently, we might relay the thoughts and consciousness of these high-level extraterrestrial beings, especially their perspectives and strategies for Earth's survival and development, back to our planet. Historical reflections, such as the Maya civilization, provoke further contemplation. The Maya, in their Stone Age, possessed remarkably advanced astronomical knowledge. Could this imply that extraterrestrial beings imparted such knowledge to humanity? Their sudden disappearance remains a mystery. Wang Yuanhao, I believe I grasp the Marshal's intent. He wishes for us to comprehend the attitudes of high-level beings in distant nebulae toward our Earth's development and survival. In essence, we must venture into the far reaches of the cosmos to establish a space base capable of safeguarding Earth and ensuring its continued existence. Natasha's blue eyes sparkled with determination. Your reasoning is astute. In 2013, a small asteroid hurtled toward Russia, and just as it was poised to collide with Earth, a mysterious object appeared in the sky, hurtling towards the asteroid at incredible speed. In an instant, the asteroid disintegrated, exploding 27 kilometers above the ground, sparing our planet from catastrophe. The velocity of this enigmatic object surpassed that of any terrestrial craft, suggesting it originated from beyond our world. Could it be that extraterrestrial beings are silently guarding Earth? Moreover, does this hint at the existence of a hidden civilization in the universe that perpetually monitors Earth, possessing the power to obliterate it? I believe I understand the Marshal's perspective. He aims for us to comprehend the movements and technological advancements of these high-level extraterrestrial beings to better protect our planet. Wang Yuanhao mused thoughtfully. Yet, traveling to the distant morning star requires 12.9 billion light-years. How shall we resolve the propulsion needed for an energy mass moving at superluminal speeds? Furthermore, what about the immense heat generated from friction during the journey through space? I fear that by the time our thoughts and energy reach the distant nebula, they may dissipate into nothingness. Natasha raised a question that mirrored the challenges the scientists of the Interstellar Exploration Alliance were striving to address. Natasha, I believe that folding and compressing space could assist us in accomplishing this task. In other words, we could condense the entirety of Earth's space into quantum dimensions, or even further into the realm of quarks, ultimately compressing it down to strings, and perhaps even directly into the essence of spirit. This substance, known as spirit, is the smallest material known to humanity, capable of traversing any object in the universe. Within this compressed and folded cosmic space, perhaps 12.9 billion light-years could merely be a fleeting moment for us. As they spoke, their pace quickened towards the operations office. At the command center of the Interstellar Peace Corps, General Yu Kai and Dr. Davis from the University of California were meticulously examining the operational plans before an electronic space combat map. General Yu, in his 60s, bore a chiseled visage, with gray beginning to adorn his temples. He dedicated his life to the aerospace endeavor, being one of the few aerospace scientists in the military. Dr. Davis, a distinguished physicist from the University of California, exuded an air of pride and clarity, his European features perpetually adorned with a bright smile. Behind them stood a lovely young woman, Lu Exant, whose charming dimples appeared with her smile. She was a medical doctor from Moscow's first medical university. Though not tall, her physique was exceptional due to years of rigorous training, a likely key factor in her selection as an astronaut by the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. The other professors were absorbed in their respective tasks, each a leading scientist in their field. In a corner of the operations office, a pair of eyes fixated on the electronic space combat map, searching intently for something. At that moment, Proxima Centauri B began to flicker with red lights on the map, capturing her attention. Her name was Emily, a specialist in mechanics from Newcastle University. General Yu surveyed the room and remarked, "Over the past 2 millennia, we have gradually come to recognize the existence of 4 fundamental forces in the universe: gravity, electromagnetic force, and 2 types of nuclear force, weak and strong. The concept of force is an ancient and familiar one, dating back at least to the era of Isaac Newton. It is through the presence of these forces that the cosmic space we inhabit has maintained dynamic equilibrium over extended periods, undoubtedly aided by the influence of nearly imperceptible dark matter. Proxima Centauri b is an Earth-like planet, approximately 1.3 times the mass of Earth, situated about 0.05 astronomical units from its star. It resides within the habitable zone, with numerous indications suggesting the presence of liquid water and an atmosphere conducive to human life. Since its discovery, scientists have engaged in extensive research on Proxima Centauri b. After analyzing its atmospheric composition, geological structure, and the potential for life, it has been preliminarily determined that Proxima Centauri b is a tidally locked planet. This means its rotational period is synchronized with its orbital period around Proxima Centauri, resulting in one hemisphere perpetually facing the staring eternal day while the opposite side remains in constant darkness. Thus, if we were to inhabit the day side of Proxima Centauri b, the sun Proxima Centauri would never set. Conversely, on the night side, the sun would never rise. In the day hemisphere, the region near the terminator experiences slanted sunlight, making it the coolest area. This is the twilight zone. The temperature in the twilight zone of Proxima Centauri b is the most hospitable. At this juncture, General Yu gestured towards Wang Yuanhao. Yuanhao, please share the status of the space-based construction on Proxima Centauri b. Proxima Centauri b is 4.2 light-years from Earth, serving as a pivotal hub connecting humanity with the cosmos. After the efforts of several generations of scientists, we have successfully established a space base in the twilight zone of Proxima Centauri b, which is functioning well. Recently, our technical team installed the Eye of Wisdom telescope to observe more distant space and further explore extraterrestrial civilizations, Wang Yuanhao said, redirecting his gaze towards the electronic map in the corner of the office. At that moment, Emily, who had been monitoring the electronic map, exclaimed, "General, the alarm system at the Proxima Centauri b space base has been activated. Something may have occurred there." Panic flickered across her fair face as she glanced at her fellow scientists, who remained silent, their attention wholly captivated by the space combat map. General Yu magnified the electronic combat map and switched to the video feed from the base's monitoring system. The occupants of the operations office were astonished to see an unidentified flying object resembling a small spacecraft maneuvering around the Proxima Centauri b space base. This enigmatic craft hovered in the vicinity, seemingly searching for an entry point into the base. Proxima Centauri b boasts an ecological system akin to Earth, featuring mountains, rivers, oceans, plains, hills, and swamps, along with a diverse array of plant life. However, unlike Earth, it has not evolved high-level, intelligent human beings. A moment of silence enveloped the operations office as all eyes remained fixated on the small spacecraft. Gradually, it descended to the surface, extending multiple legs beneath it, while two long mechanical arms emerged from its sides. Everyone's eyes widened in their current understanding. Such a spacecraft did not exist on Earth. Could it be a vessel crafted by a higher life form in space, or a clandestine weapon developed by a nation on Earth? They continued to observe the craft's movements with unwavering focus. The long mechanical arms far exceeded the diameter of the spacecraft, and at their tips, two protrusions resembling laser cannons were visible. The numerous elongated legs allowed the craft to traverse uneven terrain and steep cliffs. It appeared that this mysterious vessel possessed an advanced detection system, searching for the entry point to the space base. The agile maneuvers of this small craft around the perimeter of the base evoked memories of ancient creatures that had inhabited Earth for millions of years. In an instant, this small spacecraft reshaped everyone's perceptions. Dr. Davis, immediately activate the defense system at the Proxima Centauri b space base. This spacecraft appears extraordinary. If it breaches the base's firewall and gains entry, it could result in catastrophic losses. Our space base on Proxima Centauri b may be destroyed, General Yu urged anxiously. Dr. Davis sat before his computer, deftly maneuvering the combat command system. At that moment, the visage of Dr. Guter appeared on the computer screen. Dr. Guter was a physicist and an exceptional warship architect who made significant contributions to the construction of the Proxima b space base. 3 years prior, in the effort to establish this base, numerous scientists proffered various suggestions. However, the paramount concern was ensuring the astronauts could safely reach Proxima b, which lies 4.22 light-years away from Earth. Even if a standard spacecraft accelerated to 10 of the speed of light, the journey would take over 40 years. Even if the vessel maintained a precise trajectory, the astronauts would find such an interminable duration unbearable. Ultimately, it was decided to employ space folding technology, compressing the vast distance of 4.22 light-years into what could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Yet, this necessitated even stricter requirements for the astronauts. The human body struggles to endure the immense pressures of such a journey. Thus, humanity could only traverse in the form of energy matter clusters. This meant that the humans aboard the spacecraft would compress their consciousness into an energy matter cluster, implant it into a chip, and subsequently embed it within a robotic brain. Therefore, the astronauts at the Proxima B space base could only be described as ironclad warriors possessing human thought and consciousness within robotic bodies. Their physical forms remained forever encased in cryogenic chambers on Earth, awaiting a future revival upon their return. Dr. Davis transmitted information using a password on the electronic screen. Greetings, Dr. Guter. This is the Combat Command Center of the Interstellar Peace Corps. Our combat monitoring map has detected an unidentified spacecraft near your space base. This unknown vessel is probing your base's data and information, attempting to gain entry. General Yukai has ordered you to elevate the combat readiness level of the base immediately, allowing for defensive measures in the event of an attack or threat. Dr. Guter's Iron Man-like visage twitched momentarily, and he responded, "The base understands. We will promptly raise the readiness level and activate the heavy element defense system." Dr. Guter, the general reports that a high-level life-forms vessel has indeed arrived at Proxima B. If the base has the capability, it is best to capture this ship. If capture proves impossible, observation and research are imperative. Dr. Davis continued issuing commands. Understood, General. We will carry out the orders with utmost resolve, but we cannot act recklessly. We must observe and study this warship for now, Dr. Guter replied. After concluding his conversation with the Earth's Interstellar Peace Corps Command Center, Dr. Guter turned his robotic body toward Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Sun, stating, "According to the directives from the Command Center, we may be at risk of an attack from an unidentified spacecraft, likely controlled by high-level life forms from another nebula. Immediately activate all defense systems, adjusting the laser magnetic cannons to attack mode. Engage the gravity augmentation system to distort the outer space around the base and cloak the magnetic signals emanating from it." Long Xiang gazed at Dr. Guter and inquired, "Doctor, we have only just established this base. How could high-level life forms from other nebulae have already discovered us? What means do they possess to detect our presence? We came here for scientific research, not to invade or occupy, so why would they harbor such hostility? I suspect high-level life forms also maintain military and parliamentary structures, engaging in defense and aggression against other high-level beings in the cosmos. I believe this ship may not necessarily attack us. It is more probable they seek to gather critical data from our base. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from initiating hostilities. Our mission is to uphold peace in the universe, not to incite conflict," Dr. Guter articulated. Long Yes' reasoning seemed sound. Lu Sun, while anxiously activating the base's defense systems, remarked, "We have been here for quite some time. We should take a moment to contact our families. They remain unaware of our situation and whether we are still alive. Optimistically speaking, when our family members on Earth think of us, they can only see our frozen forms in the cryogenic preservation system, unaware that those are mere shells left behind, while our consciousness has departed Earth. Doctor, look! The base monitoring system displays a small spacecraft lingering at the entrance. The base's defense system indicates the presence of Marshall Yun phase data. This ship is attempting to deceive us into opening the base's door." Dr. Guter cleared his throat. Though the sound lacked the emotional resonance it had when he was on Earth now, it merely resembled a robotic sigh. He stated, "This is an IE technology we mastered centuries ago. The presence of this technology in the ship is not surprising. However, the fact that it possesses data on Marshall Yunfei indicates it has stolen our critical information. Lu Sun, please communicate with this vessel via the magnetic voice system to ascertain its intentions." Dr. Guter sought to swiftly comprehend the motives of the spacecraft to report the situation back to the Interstellar Peace Corps Command Center on Earth. At the entrance of the space base, a ship resembling a trilobite was attempting to establish contact through electromagnetic waves. After a tense period of engagement, Dr. Guter and his assistants finally connected with the vessel. A lengthy audio bar appeared on the magnetic voice system's converter screen. "Friends within the base, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I hail from a nebula beyond the solar system, and we too are high-level life forms. Our planet, Proxima C, faces significant threats from an unstable red dwarf star. In pursuit of survival and development, a decision was made during a representative assembly to dispatch a warship to Barnard Star B in search of a suitable environment for habitation. Our ship sustained damage from an unidentified flying object while traversing the nebula, causing it to deviate from its intended course and making an emergency landing on this planet. The warship has since been repaired, but we lack the nuclear magnetic fuel to initiate it. Our sensors have detected that only your base possesses this fuel. We hope you can assist us in powering our vessel. Dr. Guter pondered for a moment before responding. Lu Sun informed them that we possess the energy source, however, we cannot make the decision to provide it. We must report to the Interstellar Peace Corps Command Center for approval from General Yukai. Tell them to return for now and await our response. We will notify them directly once we have news. Lu Sun relayed Dr. Guter's message through the magnetic voice system, and minutes later, a reply arrived. I am Captain Kono from the Proxima C system, and I hope General Yukai will extend his assistance. We share this galaxy. Let us unite to explore the cosmic system together. My ship will return to the warship now. Thank you, Dr. Guter, and your assistance. Should you require assistance from our space fleet in the future, I, Kono, will lead my crew aboard the Valen to support you. I bid you farewell. See you tomorrow. The monitoring system outside the space base displayed the trilobite-like vessel slowly ascending before vanishing from sight. A few days later, the cosmic wave display in the command center of the Interstellar Peace Corps received a communication from the Proxima B space base. The base inquired of General Kai whether nuclear magnetic fuel could be supplied to the warship Valen, commanded by Kono. Dr. Gut and several of his assistants harbored a yearning to reunite with their families. Will they be able to realize their wishes? Can a Valen warship return to the Barnard Star system? At this very moment, a significant meeting was convening in the conference room of the Interstellar Explorers Alliance, deliberating on whether humanity should collaborate with the advanced life forms currently residing in the Proxima Centauri system. From primitive tribes to the dynasties of Yao, Shun, Yu, Xia, Shang, and Zhou, humanity on Earth has been incessantly crafting its own civilization while simultaneously engaging in relentless warfare. With the rapid advancement of technology, humanity's capacity for extraterrestrial exploration has been steadily increasing, heralding the gradual unveiling of interstellar civilization. Chapter 2. The Rebirth of the Valen in a tea house located in the western suburbs of Beijing. A storyteller animatedly recounted a tale. As Master Kongming reached a pivotal moment, he delicately lifted his teacup, blowing gently upon the surface where tea leaves danced. He savored a sip before setting the cup down. This seemingly trivial gesture stirred the heart of the mighty General Zhou Yu, causing it to flutter momentarily, only to settle again. Zhou Yu and Zijing, their gazes fixed upon Kongming, were engulfed in curiosity, pondering what Kongming was contemplating and how he would address General Sun Quan shortly. The storyteller's performance was vivid, his tone fluctuating with rhythm and emphasis, captivating the audience of tea drinkers who erupted in applause. Meanwhile, not far from this lively scene, a tense meeting convened in the conference room of the Interstellar Exploration Alliance, presided over by Marshal Yun Fei. A cigar held delicately between his lips. He surveyed the scientists gathered around him. After exhaling a smoke ring, he announced, "Esteemed scientists, the inevitable has arrived. According to data relayed from the Proxima B space base, Dr. Guter's team has discovered advanced life forms and made initial contact. The information indicates that the Valen spacecraft, which has strayed from its course, is in need of our assistance. Captain Kono has requested our nuclear magnetic fuel to restart their ship. Let us deliberate on whether we should provide it." As his words echoed, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of debate, divided between conservatives and radicals. The conservatives argued against supplying the nuclear magnetic fuel to an alien vessel, aiming to prevent advanced extraterrestrial beings from acquiring Earth's energy technology and thus avoiding potential exploitation. Conversely, the radicals viewed this as a rare opportunity for collaboration with superior life forms, allowing for exploration and study of their aerospace technology. Amidst the clamor, Marshal Yun cleared his throat and stated, "Let us refrain from bickering. As distinguished scientists, I encourage you to express your thoughts candidly. We must devise a strategy that is practical and advantageous for us." At this moment, a figure rose from the front row, General Yang Gang. Known for his deep bond with General Yukai, both had once been comrades in an elite domestic special operations unit. Now, under Marshal Yun's leadership, they contributed to safeguarding Earth and interstellar peace. Yang Gang's emotions surged as he stood, striving to maintain composure. "Marshal, I firmly believe we should not provide our magnetic core fuel to an alien warship. This fuel represents the pinnacle of our technological advancements. Should the aliens gain access, they could decipher our ship's speed, weight, and combat capabilities. This energy source is a closely guarded secret. Sharing it could lead to significant losses." As Yang Gang vehemently opposed supplying fuel to the Valen, a melodious voice broke through the tension. It was Dr. Mary Elsie, a renowned optical scientist from America, her fair complexion framed by golden hair and adorned with delicate spectacles. "General Yang, I must disagree with your stance. If we refuse to collaborate with these extraterrestrial beings, we may never comprehend their current aerospace technology. This is an unprecedented opportunity. I propose we assist the Valen in restarting their ship without revealing our nuclear magnetic technology. We must seize this chance to study their vessel and technology, especially their defensive and offensive weaponry. Mastering their technology could significantly advance our own military capabilities. I believe Dr. Guter himself would not wish to forego this opportunity, as no challenge is insurmountable with effort. Tears glistened in Mary Elsie's eyes, perhaps stirred by thoughts of Dr. Guter, whose handsome visage haunted her dreams. He was her eternal anchor, and she yearned for his safe return to Earth. If we provide fuel to the alien fleet, who can guarantee that our nuclear magnetic technology won't be compromised? Who will bear the consequences? Yang Gang, flushed with agitation, argued passionately, his silver hair trembling with fervor. If we withhold fuel from the Valen, we forfeit any chance to participate in its revival and to understand the internal structure and armaments of advanced life forms warships. We would squander a rare opportunity that may not arise for millennia, severely hindering our scientific advancements. At that moment, a venerable voice emerged from the back of the room. Professor Su Boisjong, a seasoned quantum physicist in his 70s, his silver hair and piercing gaze radiating wisdom. The room fell silent as he cleared his throat. Based on my estimations, if the alien spacecraft is aware of our possession of nuclear magnetic energy, it implies they already possess some understanding of this technology. Their materials may even surpass ours. If we do not offer this fuel, might they resort to force? These are critical considerations. We remain unaware of the advanced weaponry aboard that alien vessel. From the perspective of the cosmos's origin and developmental laws, the vast expanse of celestial bodies is inhabited by countless Earth-like planets, implying the existence of innumerable extraterrestrial advanced life forms within the universe. Why then, have we only recently discovered the presence of such high-level life? I surmise that previously, extraterrestrial beings were unable to overcome the challenges posed by the distances and velocities between Earth-like planets, but now they have successfully mastered interstellar navigation technology. For instance, when we utilize space telescopes to observe the cosmos, we have detected numerous linear traces resembling pathways. Could these be the remnants of spacecraft left by alien civilizations? With our current aerospace technology, we are unable to trace these paths. Should we have the opportunity to collaborate with these advanced life forms, we could significantly enhance our own aerospace capabilities. According to the mission of our Cosmic Explorers Alliance, we strive to explore the universe and safeguard peace among the stars. Thus, providing energy to the Valen spacecraft is a responsibility we must embrace. As Su Boisjong concluded his remarks, a figure rose abruptly behind him, Shueguoqiang, the captain of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance's aerospace team. After a brief smile, he commented, "If we are to follow Elder Su's suggestion, it seems we ought to share our most advanced technology with the extraterrestrials. Please remember the tale of the farmer and the snake. At times, the law of the wolf prevails even in the cosmos. If aliens were to acquire our core weaponry data and aerospace technology, might they not turn their aggression upon Earth? The myriad conflicts among Earth's races and nations have only just begun to subside, and the cornerstone of our interstellar peace lies within our technological advancements. This core technology is classified, and I oppose providing fuel to the Valen spacecraft. None of us wish to embroil Earth in cosmic warfare, yet the struggle for resources in the universe often ignites a series of conflicts. Will the historical policy of cynical spread across the stars, proliferating like a malignant tumor? Do extraterrestrials harbor intentions to seize Earth's resources? All of this remains uncertain. The primary purpose of our Interstellar Peace Corps is to maintain peace among planets, with the fundamental premise being the security of our own Earth. I believe supplying fuel to the Valen spacecraft would compromise our energy secrets. Let us contemplate alternative methods that could enable the Valen to depart from Proxima Centauri B without jeopardizing our confidential energy data. Following Shueguoqiang's remarks, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of discussions, the voices intertwining into a chaotic murmur. Unable to contain his emotions, Marshal Yun Feiyuan raised his hands and slowly pressed them downward, signaling for silence. After taking a deep drag from a half-smoked cigar on the desk, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and spoke slowly. "I have considered all your opinions. The decision to restart the Valen is not merely a matter of national will. It represents the interests of the entire Earth and is crucial to the future of our aerospace endeavors. If we can engage in technological collaboration with advanced life forms, it presents an unprecedented opportunity. We must, therefore, restart the Valen while ensuring our nuclear magnetic energy technology remains confidential. To resolve this conundrum, the task must fall to Dr. Guter and his team. General Yang Gang, after this meeting, please relay the Interstellar Explorers Alliance's resolution to General Yu Kai, instructing him to remind Dr. Guter to proceed with extreme caution. In General Yu Kai's office, the communication computer screen unexpectedly illuminated, revealing a familiar figure, his old comrade General Yang Gang. With a smile, Yang Gang addressed General Yu Kai. Old friend, Marshal Yun Fei Yuan has tasked me with notifying you to inform Dr. Guter that we must provide nuclear magnetic fuel to the Valen while ensuring that this technology remains undisclosed. As for the method of delivery, that is for Dr. Guter and his team to devise. Our military perspectives often diverge from those of scientists. My initial intent was to withhold energy from the Valen, as this could likely expose our nuclear magnetic energy technology. Yet, these scientists seem to fear a direct assault from Captain Kono of the Valen. Do they underestimate the potency of our nuclear magnetic laser cannons? I am exceedingly frustrated today. Back when we served in the Special Flight Brigade, we lived on the edge, thriving in the exhilaration of danger. Now, however, I feel increasingly stifled. At times, I cannot help but suspect that traitors may lurk within our Cosmic Explorers Alliance, secretly colluding with extraterrestrials to orchestrate a grand conspiracy. Are aliens possibly eyeing Earth's resources, preparing to plunder them? Old comrade, you must remain vigilant. The Interstellar Peace Corps you now lead is a crucial line of defense for Earth's security. Within the Corps, we must maintain constant vigilance to prevent the emergence of traitors. I suspect that remnants of the Senescal movement have not entirely vanished. They may be plotting to conspire with alien civilizations to enact a bloody purge upon humanity. Perhaps, in some dark corner of Earth, such traitors already exist, having established contact with malevolent extraterrestrial entities. Upon hearing his old friend General Yang Gang's words, General Yu Kai's expression grew increasingly grave. He responded earnestly, "Do not assume that we military veterans are unaware of their machinations. 3 years ago, data from the Jiangnan Research Institute regarding the gravitational cannon was nearly stolen, and the poisoning of the esteemed scientist Qiansheng demonstrates that enemies may well reside within our ranks. The truth behind the Jiangnan Research Institute incident has now emerged. I have dispatched personnel to investigate the remnants of enemy agents. Director Qin Yu, who has sacrificed greatly for the development of the gravitational cannon, is not only an exceptional researcher, but also a commendable international warrior. Over the past 3 years, the Jiangnan Research Institute has made significant breakthroughs in time transmission technology, providing us with more favorable conditions for our spacecraft to once again land on Proxima Centauri b. General Yang Gang pondered for a moment before stating, "Old comrade, I recall Qin Yu as an outstanding astrophysicist in his 40s, vigorous and capable. I understand he shares a profound bond with Qiansheng, as well as with Mary Elsie and Dr. Guter. During the tumultuous times at the Jiangnan Research Institute, it was his intelligence and loyalty to the Cosmic Explorers Alliance that dismantled the opposing forces. It was also Qin Yu who fervently advocated for Dr. Guter and his assistants to venture to Proxima Centauri b, propelling our aerospace technology to new heights. General Yang Gang holds great trust in Qin Yu. According to our internal security organization S Intelligence, Qin Yu infiltrated foreign evil factions during his studies abroad. His subsequent entry into the Jiangnan Research Institute was sanctioned by the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Currently, international espionage organizations are seeking alliances with malevolent extraterrestrial life forms, preparing for a cleansing of advanced life on the Earth-like planets within our solar system. This includes not only humanity but also other advanced life forms. The term Senescal refers to the planned extermination of a nation or ethnic group, a concept introduced centuries ago by Raphael Lemkin. Senescal has existed since the era of slavery. Following World War II, the crimes of Senescal faced vehement condemnation and opposition from the international community, being recognized as a crime against humanity and later classified as a form of international genocide. Currently, this extremist organization is gradually expanding, posing a potential threat of ethnic genocide on a particular planet in order to seize resources. My old comrade, Qin Yu, ardently advocated for Dr. Guter and his assistants to travel to Proxima Centauri b, not only to safeguard our scientific prowess, but also to usher in a new chapter in our aerospace development. The insidious infiltration of hostile dark forces into the Jiangnan Research Institute aims to effectively stifle our scientific endeavors. You must assist Marshal Yun Fei in ensuring the security of the Jiangnan Research Institute, covertly monitoring and apprehending a group of anti-human criminals. I will handle the affairs concerning the Valen. Old friend, I wish to borrow 2 individuals from you, Wang Yuanhao and Natasha, temporarily to aid Director Qin Yu in his work. General Yang Gang stated slowly. Very well, I shall arrange for them to report to you promptly. My old comrade, you must not only remain vigilant for your own safety, but also ensure their protection, General Yukai readily agreed. After concluding their conversation, General Yukai promptly contacted Dr. Guter to relay Marshal Yunfei's directives. In the early morning, on the twilight belt of Proxima Centauri, the rising sun is ever present on the eastern horizon, casting a golden hue upon the trees and flowers adorned with glistening dew. The temperature and humidity here are reminiscent of China's Songnan Plain. However, unlike Earth, there are no seasons. The ground is perpetually blanketed in golden vegetation, and the flora remains uniformly yellow throughout its growth. Dr. Guter's team once attempted to cultivate saplings brought from Earth, but none survived. Strangely, the indigenous plants of Proxima Centauri flourish abundantly, with robust trees sporting broad and lush leaves, resembling the giant cacti of Mexico, albeit the cacti here are golden rather than green. Suddenly, a vessel resembling a trilobite descended slowly, quietly positioning itself before the gates of the space base, like a courteous gentleman paying a visit. The magnetic communication systems of the ship and the base were successfully linked, allowing seamless dialogue between two entirely different high-level life forms. Dr. Guter, I apologize for disturbing you so early. I was wondering if your superiors approved our request for assistance, Captain Kono remarked as he disembarked from the vessel, clad only in a simple spacesuit, his physique reminiscent of a blend between human and primate, bearing 3 fingers on each hand and foot. At that moment, a mere press of the launch button on the base's nuclear magnetic laser cannon would render Captain Kono and his trilobite-like vessel utterly obliterated from existence. Captain Kono turned to wave, and from the small vessel, 4 aliens of similar stature emerged. Captain Kono, we have consulted the Supreme Command of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Marshal Yunfei has instructed us to pilot our ship and provide nuclear magnetic fuel to assist you in restarting the Valen. However, we must take the nuclear magnetic fuel with us after the warship is operational. We hope you can respect our position, Dr. Guter stated candidly. Dr. Guter, we should coexist peacefully and with mutual respect. There is a strong possibility that we will collaborate in the future to explore celestial bodies beyond the Milky Way. In our textbooks, I discovered that the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C and Earth's humanity once enjoyed a fruitful cooperation during the Maya civilization. However, due to changes in celestial trajectories, contact was lost. During that era, we imparted advanced scientific knowledge to the Maya. I believe it won't be long before we resume our collaboration. Humanity on Earth once speculated that higher extraterrestrial life visited during the Maya period, and now it has been confirmed, Captain Kono asserted. Please wait. Our ship will carry the nuclear magnetic fuel to restart the Valen, Dr. Guter concluded as the doors of the space base slowly opened. The Qilong ship, sparkling with brilliant lights, flew out of the base, closely trailing the trilobite vessel towards the distant mountains. The vegetation-clad mountains were shrouded in mist, and the ancient towering trees appeared ever more verdant from afar. A warship, reminiscent of a sperm whale, lay nestled in the valley, with nearby trees toppled, perhaps from its impact. Countless small black holes adorned the sides of the warship, resembling some form of optical weapon upon closer inspection, akin to laser cannons on Earth. The ship's doors stood open, allowing the trilobite vessel to glide inside, followed closely by the Qilong ship, which landed in the warship's waiting bay. Captain Kono swiftly guided his astronauts down from the trilobite vessel and, glancing at the Qilong ship, said, Dr. Guter, please join me in the command room of my warship. Certainly, Captain Kono. Where should the nuclear magnetic fuel be placed? Dr. Guter inquired. Doctor, please place the fuel on the launch platform in the activation bay, Captain Kono replied as a small hatch opened beside the waiting bay. Dr. Guter instructed Longxiang, Longyu, and Lu Sun to place the containers of nuclear magnetic fuel on the launch platform. As they exited the activation bay, the hatch gradually closed behind them. Dr. Guter, you and your assistants are invited to my command room, Captain Kono warmly welcomed them. Leading Dr. Guter and his team into his command room, they were momentarily taken aback. The room was modest in size, with walls adorned by large computer screens and an orderly arrangement of various instruments and launch buttons. The displays clearly showcased the landscapes of Proxima Centauri b, alongside a planet unfamiliar to Dr. Guter and his team, featuring factories, buildings, lakes, mountains, expansive grasslands, and deep oceans. Yet, this planet was undoubtedly not Earth. It was likely the Proxima Centauri C that Captain Kono had mentioned. Captain Kono pressed a key on the keyboard, and 2 robots resembling oversized dolls emerged from a side door. Waving to them, Captain Kono instructed, Jilly, please install the long-range communication device on Dr. Guter's Qilong ship for future correspondence. Once the warship is operational, return the nuclear magnetic fuel to the Qilong. The robots nodded and promptly exited the command room. Dr. Guter, please take a seat. I am preparing to activate the warship, Captain Kono invited, ushering Dr. Guter and his team to exquisite chairs. The 5 aliens swiftly returned to their respective stations, and with a blaring alarm, all instruments and lights aboard the warship began to flicker. A series of deep rumbles followed, and the electronic display screens confirmed the successful activation of the nuclear magnetic engine. Subsequently, various screens indicated the successful activation of the defense system, the long-range nuclear magnetic communication system, the energy cannon attack system, and the launch flight system. At this moment, the colossal warship roared to life like a newly awakened behemoth, shifting powerfully within the valley. Dr. Guter, thank you. Please convey our heartfelt gratitude to Marshal Yunfei of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance on behalf of our People's Representative Committee and Chairman Goat. According to the remote data we received, I must return to Proxima Centauri C immediately. It seems there are traitors within our ranks. Reminiscent of the sinister forces of centuries past on Earth, Captain Kono expressed. A dark force is attempting to conspire with sinister entities on Earth and other terrestrial planets to perpetrate interstellar sabotage against the higher life forms in the universe. We can no longer proceed to Barnard Star B. The chairman has instructed me to return immediately. Here lies the star charts for Proxima Centauri C and Barnard Star B. Captain Kono handed a chip to Dr. Guter, and after bidding farewell to Dr. Guter, the Valen ship ascended into the skies. Chapter 3. The astonishing secrets hidden in the Jiangnan Research Institute. Following the successful launch of the Valen warship, Captain Kono escorted Dr. Guter and his team off the vessel. Before their departure, Captain Kono expressed his gratitude by revealing a staggering secret to Dr. Guter and presenting him with the star charts for Proxima Centauri C and Barnard Star B. This unexpected revelation left Dr. Guter awestruck, his mouth agape in disbelief. It seemed that extraterrestrial civilizations also understood the value of gratitude, and the law of the jungle was not an absolute truth. Upon parting from Captain Kono, Dr. Guter was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Amidst his joy, a sudden pang of nostalgia struck him. He found himself yearning not only for Mary Elsie, but also for his mentor, Mr. Qiansheng. 3 years prior, in the verdant city of Jiangnan, the air was imbued with the essence of spring, signaling the revival of life. It was a typical weekend evening, and the park was not bustling with visitors. A middle-aged couple strolled affectionately along a tree-lined path. The woman had golden hair and azure eyes, while the man, tall and sturdy, resembled a stately pine tree. This enamored couple was none other than Dr. Guter and Mary Elsie. Nearby, under the lush canopy of trees, an elderly gentleman with a benevolent expression reclined on a bench. This was the gravity expert, Mr. Qiansheng. Listening to the cheerful chirping of birds, the old man mumbled to himself, "What a golden couple! It is high time they wed. Otherwise I, in my frail state, may never witness their union." His thoughts were solely occupied with the young lovers, who he regarded as his pride and joy. Whenever he spoke of them, an inexplicable sense of pride illuminated his face. As for Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu San, he currently lacked the energy to concern himself with their personal lives. As long as they kept pace with Dr. Guter's research endeavors, they would surely carve out their own legacies in the field of gravitation. Regarding the director of the Research Institute, Qin Yu, the old professor held a certain disdain for him. Despite Qin Yu's daily courteous demeanor towards the professor, the latter sensed a hidden agenda lurking beneath the surface. In his heart, he regarded Dr. Guter and Mary Elsie as his own children. However, he was particularly intrigued by the data and programs pertaining to the gravity cannon project that Qin Yu had been working on over the past 2 years. Although Qin Yu served as the director of the Jiangnan Research Institute, the research data for the gravity cannon remained classified. The various research outcomes and data produced by the professor's team were directly overseen by Marshal Yunfei. To ensure the safety of the research group, Marshal Yunfei had dispatched several well-trained special police officers to provide round-the-clock protection. In the distance, indistinct figures were patrolling the perimeter. The seemingly tranquil park was laden with an undercurrent of tension. Marshal Yunfei had explicitly instructed the old professor that the research findings regarding the unified forces of cosmic gravity, magnetic force, nuclear strong force, and nuclear weak force must remain highly confidential. Not only might anti-human organizations on Earth seek to spy on them, but such organizations among higher life forms in the cosmos could also express great interest. The gravity cannon possessed the potential to strike spacecraft as well as smaller celestial bodies, redirecting them from their original trajectories to predetermined paths. In essence, the gravity cannon could utilize immense gravitational forces to not only dismantle a spacecraft instantaneously, but also obliterate an asteroid. However, should this research succeed, its greatest utility for humanity would be to adjust Earth's trajectory to evade potential collisions with unidentified extraterrestrial objects. In the face of unavoidable peril, the gravity cannon would ensure that the space-time transporter could safely navigate humanity through wormholes to another dimensional space, facilitating a secure passage from 4-dimensional space to 10-dimensional space. "Isn't that our master?" Mary Elsie remarked as she clung to Dr. Guter's arm, slowly making her way towards Mr. Chi and Sheng, who appeared to be enjoying a leisurely moment in his recliner. At that moment, a group of playful children surrounded them. A little girl with long braids looked up at them and asked, "Uncle Andy, my name is Dong Ying. We are students from the research group at Chiefing Primary School. May we ask you a question?" The adorable child, with her wide eyes and innocent demeanor, was utterly charming. Dr. Guter exchanged a smile with Mary Elsie and warmly nodded at the children. "What would you like to ask, dear ones? We shall see if we can provide an answer," Dr. Guter said. A short, slightly chubby boy stepped forward and said, "Uncle and Auntie, my name is Zheng Yu, and I would like to know why the sky is blue, and why does the sun turn red when it sets?" Dr. Guter glanced at Mary Elsie and grinned. "Perhaps you should enlighten the children. You stand amongst them like a true science teacher." Mary Elsie understood his cue, released his arm, and stepped into the midst of the children, saying, "Beloved children, when we look at the sky during the day, we see sunlight that has been scattered in all directions by the air. Blue light scatters more readily than red light, which is why the sky appears blue. If our Earth lacked an atmosphere, there would be no scattered light, and the daytime sky would appear dark. It is the presence of the atmosphere that gives the sky its blue hue. As the sun sets, sunlight travels horizontally from the horizon to our eyes, passing through a great deal of air. Only the red light remains unscattered by the time it reaches us. We perceive the true color of the sun, which is a vibrant red fireball, continuously exploding and emitting light and heat. Due to its great distance from us, we do not feel its intense heat." Dongying squeezed past Zhengyu and eagerly exclaimed, "Uncle, Auntie, why do the stars in the sky twinkle?" Dr. Guter chuckled and replied, "Child, the twinkling stars you speak of are simply shining brightly. Most of the luminous points in the sky are stars, which are colossal atomic furnaces releasing energy stored within their cores. Stars exist as stable entities due to the delicate balance between nuclear fusion and gravitational forces. The fusion within a star causes it to explode, while gravity compresses it at a singular point. In essence, a star's existence is contingent upon the balance between energy produced by fusion and the inward pull of gravity. Under the influence of nuclear forces, stars continuously erupt in explosions, radiating intense light and heat. Thus, at night, we observe the stars shining above, although some planets similar to Earth can also reflect light, appearing luminous at night. This explanation may be somewhat profound, dear children. I wonder if you can comprehend it?" As Mary Elsie produced a handful of candies from her bag to share with the children, they expressed their gratitude and joyfully scampered away like little swallows across the park's lush grass. After the children departed, Mary Elsie, linking her arm with Dr. Gut, gently rested her face on his shoulder and remarked, "In the future, we shall surely have a beautiful child. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? I particularly wish to bear you a son, one who embodies your masculine spirit and will inherit your legacy to explore the cosmos." Dr. Gut embraced Mary Elsie, tenderly stroking her hair, and replied, "I think a girl would be preferable, one who mirrors her mother's excellence. She too could follow in her mother's footsteps and become a distinguished scientist, carrying on our work to uncover the mysteries beyond our planet. When do you plan to marry?" Mary Elsie gazed affectionately at Dr. Gut. "Well, that isn't for me to decide. It must be discussed with the master. He mentioned a few days ago that once the research on the gravity cannon is complete, he would bless our union. He said that after the research concludes, he would retire and enjoy the joys of family life by helping us care for our child." In the soft evening breeze under the setting sun, the two leaned closely together, reminiscing about their university days, the Rhine River, and the cherished melodies performed on the fanharmonica. The Rhine is not merely a vital shipping route in Europe, but also the cradle of cultural and intellectual exchange. Many painters, musicians, poets, thinkers, and naturalists have visited this region, leaving behind timeless and enchanting stories. They once enjoyed leisurely boat rides on the river, taking in the breathtaking scenery. Each autumn, They would return to witness the vibrant buildings along the Rhine, reflecting in the clear waters, creating a picturesque tableau that even the great Leonardo da Vinci would find challenging to capture. In the crimson glow of the sunset, an elderly gentleman observed them from a distance, a warm smile gracing his face. Ahem. You too, what are you doing over there? Engrossed in your own world, as if I were invisible. Qian Shang called out with a hearty laugh. The couple quickened their pace toward their mentor. Master, why are you calling us? There are others in the park, you know. Mary Elsie blushed. Oh, you too. So preoccupied with yourselves that you forgot your old man hasn't he had dinner yet. What shall we have for supper tonight? I haven't tea savored good wine in days, Qian Shang said, chuckling. How about some sliced lamb tonight, master? I've prepared fine liquor, Beijing Erguo too, Dr. Gut suggested, leaning closer and sharing a smile with his playful mentor. Well, I think you should prepare a platter of sliced lamb, along with some salted duck. Yes, and a bit of pig's head meat too. Let us have a feast. I'm in high spirits today, and would love to have a drink or two. You two must join me, but first, I need to discuss something important. Come closer. Both of you. Have you noticed something odd about our Research Institute director, Qin Yu? Recently, he seems overly inquisitive about our gravity cannon project. Marshal Yun Fei Yuan explicitly told me that the research findings are solely my responsibility. Hence, even Director Qin has no right to inquire, yet he persistently does so, despite being aware of the strict protocols. Moreover, a new janitor named Lu Ming has joined our institute, and his relationship with Qin Yu appears suspicious. I've observed that he often seems to be watching us surreptitiously, though he presents an affable demeanor. I suspect he may be concealing something. Qian Shang, though seemingly carefree, was acutely aware of the classified nature of their research. Master, I too have sensed that something is amiss with Qin Yu. Despite his ever-smiling facade, he harbors a heavy agenda. He frequently probes into our gravity cannon research under the guise of concern for our progress. Once, he even asked if the gravity cannon could be weaponized against spacecraft, claiming an interest in our findings and requesting to see the technical data. I rebuffed him, knowing well that this information is military confidential, accessible only to designated military leaders and scientists. Yet, as the director, he should understand the protocols and refrain from such inquiries. He has invited me out for meals multiple times, during which he has broached the subject of the gravity cannon, and I've been evasive. Additionally, he recently hired a janitor with whom he seems unusually familiar. This individual was supposedly transferred directly from an institution, with a clear identity and background, yet I have a feeling he is not what he appears. At times, while we are absorbed in our research, I have sensed him observing us discreetly, suggesting he possesses knowledge of advanced physics. What could be his true purpose at our institute? Is he in collusion with Qin Yu, perhaps seeking to steal confidential information? Remember our discussion about the unification of gravitational, magnetic, strong, and weak nuclear forces at certain energy levels? That janitor was eavesdropping in the corner, seemingly taking notes, though we paid him little heed at the time. Long Yu, Long Xiang, and Lu San have also remarked on the peculiar behavior of this janitor. During our experiments with the gravity cannon, I've noticed Qin Yu and this janitor often observing us from a distance. Qian Shang's revelations jolted Dr. Gut into clarity. Do you remember that time when Qin Yu dined with us? He got into a scuffle at the restaurant, and his movements resembled foreign martial arts. His demeanor shifted ominously, and in an instant, he subdued his opponent with ease. I sensed an aura of mystery surrounding him. The person he confronted mentioned several notable figures, yet Qin Yu showed no interest. I distinctly recall him saying, I only concern myself with fighting. The rest is irrelevant. Afterward, the incident faded into obscurity, as if a mysterious force loomed behind him. The individual he clashed with seemed to know him, alluding to past matters and hinting that Qin Yu may be affiliated with some foreign organization. That remark appeared to trigger his anger. Following the altercation, the man even apologized and, as he departed, uttered something in English. At the time, I dismissed it, but now it seems rather unusual. I recall General Yun Fei Yuan warning me about an organization abroad known as the Senescent Society, which has long perpetrated misdeeds on Earth and is now conspiring with high-level extraterrestrial beings to execute a cleansing across various planetary races. I hope Qin Yu is not a member of such a faction. If he is a significant figure within that organization, we could be in grave danger, necessitating increased vigilance on our part. Mary Elsie, her eyes shimmering with concern, recounted everything she had learned over this period. Qian Sheng pondered for a moment and then remarked, Currently, the scientific project we are investigating, concerning the gravitational propulsion cannon, pertains to humanity's migration issue when the universe ultimately faces its demise. When that day arrives, the universe will undergo a catastrophic explosion, engulfing all of cosmic space in a sea of flames. The gravitational forces will reverse the expansion caused by the explosion, pulling all galaxies back together into their primordial mass. As stars collapse, the temperature of the universe will rise rapidly, concentrating all matter and energy into a blazing fireball, obliterating the cosmos as we know it. Our current forms of life will be annihilated, leaving only remnants of what once was. Our civilization will vanish at the universe's end. Ultimately, the means of evading this catastrophe lies in mastering the secrets of higher dimensional space, utilizing wormholes as an escape route from impending doom. At the moment of our universe's collapse, a tremendous amount of energy will be gathered, opening wormholes in higher dimensions. We, as humanity, will employ time travel machines to traverse these wormholes, transitioning to a distant point in time within another universe. We may enter higher dimensional space or an alternate universe through these tunnels, thereby avoiding the death that accompanies our universe's end. In that alternate space or dimension, we will clearly witness the onset of another explosion following a drastic increase in temperature, heralding the birth of another universe and our new home. The function of the gravitational propulsion cannon is to accumulate energy to open wormholes, facilitating the operation of the time machine within them. Therefore, this scientific research is not only of paramount importance to humanity, but also to higher forms of life within the universe. Accelerating the research on the gravitational propulsion cannon is crucial not only for our Interstellar Explorers Alliance, but also for the Senesi organization, which seeks to pilfer this vital technological secret. From this moment on, we must remain vigilant to prevent adversaries from infiltrating our ranks and stealing our classified documents. It is imperative that we commit the research data to memory and swiftly destroy any physical records. Master, you've been coughing quite a bit lately. How is your health? Mary Elsie inquired with concern. Professor Qiansheng smiled gently and replied, just an old body. Perhaps I've caught a chill recently, feeling somewhat weak, possibly due to age. Regardless, once this research project is completed, Gut, you and Mary Elsie should seize the moment to marry. Let this old man enjoy some familial bliss. Future research endeavors will be entrusted to you. Remember, we are the guardians of world peace. At all times, we must not serve the Senesi organization. Life and death are matters I have long since come to terms with. I hope that in the future, you will possess a correct understanding of all that transpires around you. Life is fleeting, and one must find meaning in existence. Do not merely traverse this world aimlessly. In summary, our conversation today must remain confidential. You must commit the research data on the gravitational propulsion cannon to memory and promptly destroy all documented files. We cannot afford to leave any opportunities for reactionary organizations. Mary Elsie helped Professor Qiansheng to his feet, feeling as if the elderly professor were a kindly father figure. Master, let us return. Tonight, I shall prepare several dishes for you and procure a fine wine. You should indulge a little, as you seem to be in good spirits today. I have noted everything you said. Please take care of your health. Dr. Gut and the others, under the protection of several special police officers, slowly exited the park and boarded a small spacecraft heading towards the research institute. Although Qiansheng was thorough in his considerations, he overlooked the significant conspiracy hidden within the research institute. He never suspected that the Senesi organization had secretly extended its dark hand towards him. If they could not steal the classified documents on the gravitational propulsion cannon, they would resort to assassinating members of the research team, ensuring that the research could not progress swiftly. As the chief expert, Qiansheng was the first target for assassination. At that moment, in the office of the director of the Jiangnan Research Institute, Qin Yu and Lu Ming were conspiring. Master Qin, the Smith leader has commanded us to steal the gravitational propulsion cannon data, yet we have found no opportunity. Now, a new order has come down. If we cannot obtain the classified information, we are to eliminate Professor Qiansheng swiftly and disrupt the Interstellar Explorers Alliance's research on the gravitational propulsion cannon. We must not allow the research to fall into their hands, Lu Ming said with a sinister smile. Lu Hufa, you returned from Europe without acquiring any crucial information. This cannot be entirely blamed on my lack of ability. The confidentiality of this research is exceedingly high, making it inaccessible to ordinary individuals, coupled with Qiansheng's stubbornness, rendering our mission nearly impossible. Since the Smith leader desires this old man's life, we shall poison him. However, the deed must be executed discreetly, and afterward, we must find a way to obtain some data on the gravitational propulsion cannon. Otherwise, we will have no explanation to provide to the Senesi organization. Here is a laser sword. Keep it safe. At a critical moment, it can be used to eliminate Qiansheng and his research team simultaneously. I will arrange for your escape abroad afterward, and upon your return to Europe, please speak favorably of me to the Smith leader, Qin Yu said, a devious smile reappearing on his face as he handed a finely crafted laser sword to Lu Ming. At that moment, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the office. Is Director Qin in there? Come on out for a drink. It was the voice of Wang Deshan, the deputy director of the Research Institute, a retired officer assigned to oversee security. In his 40s, he had a square face with sharp features and piercing eyes that resembled a hawk's gaze, often inducing a chill in those who met his gaze. Wang Deshan directly reported to General Yun Fei and had previously served as his personal guard. The nuclear magnetic laser gun on his belt emitted a deep blue glow, adding an eerie coldness to the otherwise quiet office. Deputy Director Wang, come in quickly. I've been waiting for you, Qin Yu said hurriedly, rising to greet him at the door, while Lu Ming stealthily slipped out from behind him past Wang Deshan. Stop, Lu Ming. Why aren't you working properly? What are you doing here with the director? Are you here to cause trouble again? Watch out, or I'll give you a beating. Wang Deshan's thunderous voice immediately froze Lu Ming in place. Perhaps it was a habit. Wang Deshan's right hand instinctively gripped the nuclear magnetic laser gun at his waist, his gaze fixed on Lu Ming as though he were a fugitive. At this moment, Qin Yu laughed heartily, approaching and saying, Deputy Director Wang, don't tease old Lu. He's not from a military background. Don't scare him. Let's go out for a drink together. Old Lu, will you join us? Oh, thank you, Director Qin and Deputy Director Wang, but I won't be joining you. I still have a lot of work to do. You two enjoy yourselves, Lu Ming said as he hurriedly made his way outside. Wang Deshan watched his retreating figure, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. It resembled the gait of someone from a prestigious military academy in Western Europe. Wang Deshan's right hand unconsciously drew his gun from its holster, firmly grasping the nuclear magnetic laser gun. Stop, Lu. Where do you think you're going? You seem to have a military background. If I'm not mistaken, you must have attended a military academy in Western Europe. Wang Deshan fixed his gaze on Lu Ming. Deputy Director Wang, you jest. I have never been abroad, nor have I served in the military. I'm just a simple worker, previously doing janitorial work at a university, now here at the Research Institute doing odd jobs, Lu Ming explained, nodding and bowing as he spoke, all the while discreetly concealing the laser sword in the inner pocket of his coat. Deshan, your behavior is rather inappropriate. You constantly frighten Lao Lu. Joking around is fine, but it shouldn't be excessive. Since Lao Lu isn't joining us, let us go together and find a place to enjoy a couple of drinks. Lao Lu, you should hurry. Deputy Director Wang is merely jesting with you because you declined to drink with him. As Qin Yu spoke, he approached and playfully grasped Wang Deshan's arm. The two of them continued their banter while exiting the Research Institute, heading towards a nearby lavishly decorated establishment, the Tian Shun restaurant. The Jiangnan Research Institute was shrouded in mystery. A confrontation between justice and evil had commenced, with Marshal Yun Fei setting a grand trap to apprehend the reactionary forces within the institute. A clandestine battle was brewing, threatening to bring chaos, raising questions about the fate of Earth and the universe we depend upon. Let us remain attentive to the next episode of the Jiangnan Research Institute's espionage saga, where the struggle will undoubtedly be harrowing. Chapter 4. Espionage at the Jiangnan Research Institute. Qin Yu led Wang Deshan out of the Institute's compound, heading towards the opulently adorned Tian Shun restaurant. It is often challenging for individuals to connect unless they share a similar magnetic field or dimension. Yet, at this moment, two people with entirely different personalities and life goals found themselves walking together. Perhaps, deep within, they each harbored a desire to understand the other's inner world through increased interaction. After spending some time with someone, one may inexplicably be influenced by that person. If one finds their thoughts or actions swaying without intent, it is likely that they lack the fortitude and training to resist such influence. Many people tend to choose their friends carefully, steering clear of those lacking positive energy, to avoid having their own thoughts and consciousness affected. Benjamin Franklin wrote in Poor Richard's Almanac, "A rotten apple spoils its companions." To maintain a positive mindset, most of us instinctively avoid those whose aspirations and principles differ from our own, striving to protect our will and energy from being drained by such individuals. Between the Jiangnan Research Institute and the Tian Shun restaurant lay a scenic avenue, which they swiftly crossed amidst the bustling traffic. Their destination was so conveniently close that they did not require a vehicle, not even a small spacecraft. At the entrance stood the security chief, Yu Dazhuang, whose physique matched his name, broad and sturdy, with a deep, resonant voice. He was familiar with them and approached with a respectful demeanor, mumbling under his breath about how the proprietress was quite skillful. Director Qin possesses both intellect and charm. To think such a handsome man could be won over by the proprietress is truly commendable. Realizing he may have spoken too freely, he quickly covered his mouth and then raised his voice. Director Qin, Deputy Director Wang, welcome. The proprietress has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. After speaking, he sensed that his words might have been inappropriate and promptly added, Deputy Director Wang, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I hope you will nurture the younger generation. Brother Dazhuang, you flatter me. I merely came here to share a drink with Deputy Director Wang. No ulterior motives, Wang Deshan replied, chuckling. How did the proprietress know I would come today? Is she some sort of fortune teller? Director Qin, today is the weekend. You always visit on weekends, and the proprietress has prepared several special dishes just for you. She didn't expect Deputy Director Wang to join, which will surely delight her, Dazhuang said while using his walkie-talkie to inform the proprietress, Xiao Wan. Wang Deshan smiled at Dazhuang and said, Brother Dazhuang, we are even. I wouldn't dare claim to protect you. I might need to ask for your assistance on certain matters, as your proprietress Xiao Wan is quite the influential figure. I must commend you on your discernment, Dazhuang replied, his eyes fixed on Wang Deshan's nuclear magnetic electronic laser gun at his waist. This new weapon held an overwhelming allure for Dazhuang, perhaps even more so than women, as he understood that his martial skills paled in comparison. If Wang Deshan aimed the laser gun at him and squeezed the trigger, it could spell his doom. From within the restaurant's grand hall, a tall, elegantly dressed woman emerged briskly. Even before she fully exited, her voice rang out, You Gu, Deputy Director Wang. I've been waiting for you both. I've prepared extra dishes for us to enjoy together. Xiao Wan, swaying gracefully, made her way down the steps, her high heels clicking on the floor. Qin Yu instinctively swallowed and remarked, Xiao Wan, your intuition is remarkable. How did you know Deputy Director Wang and I would come for drinks? What delicacies do you have in store for us today? Of course, the top 10 dishes you love the most. Xiao Wan smiled, and the group moved toward the restaurant's main hall. As Xiao Wan's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Wang Deshan's weapon, her expression shifted subtly, revealing her keen interest in it. Her right middle finger trembled slightly, a micro-expression that did not escape Wang Deshan's notice. For someone in charge of security, he was attuned to every detail. Suddenly, Wang Deshan called out Manager Xiao. As he stepped forward, almost colliding with her, Xiao Wan instinctively took a step back, her reflexes swift. Manager Xiao, I see you possess agility. I truly did not misjudge. Wang Deshan laughed. Deputy Director Wang, you startled me with your suddenness. You frightened this little lady. Xiao Wan feigned shock, covering her chest with one hand. Enough of the antics. Let us proceed to drink, Qin Yu interjected with a slight smile, and the group continued into the Tian Shun restaurant's hall. On the second floor of the Tian Shun restaurant, in an exquisite private room, after several rounds of encouragement to drink, the atmosphere had grown slightly tipsy. Yu Gu, I have heard that your research institute is engaged in an important technological study. I have a keen interest in the natural sciences. Might Director Qin share a few details? Xiao Wan gazed at Qin Yu with her captivating eyes. This is not something I can disclose, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head in resignation. Although I am the director, I lack the authority to inquire about this highly confidential research project. The primary investigator, Professor Qi Sheng, keeps us outsiders in the dark, never revealing a word about the project. Wang Deshan cast a disapproving glance at Qin Yu, feeling that the name of the lead researcher should not be disclosed lightly, as it posed a risk to Professor Qi Sheng's safety. After a couple of coughs, Qin Yu seemed to realize he had said too much and fell silent. He then lit a cigarette, and the curling smoke soon formed a mushroom cloud-like layer on the ceiling. Xiao Wan stood up, seemingly intending to activate the ventilation system, but upon glancing at Qin Yu, she sat back down. Turning on the ventilation would imply her disdain for Qin Yu, a foolish action uncharacteristic of a woman as astute as she. She skillfully picked up a cigarette from the box on the table and handed it to Wang Deshan. Then with a sharp click, ignited it with a lighter. With a smile, she gazed at Wang Deshan and remarked, Deputy Director Wang, you truly are a remarkable talent in security work. Such mundane inquiries should not be off limits. May I then pose some questions regarding advanced physics? I trust this does not contravene any security protocols? At the side of the banquet table, the security captain Yu Dazhuang, seizing the moment while they chatted, refilled the 3 glasses. Wang Deshan glanced around, cleared his throat a few times, and responded, Manager Xiao, within the bounds of security principles. You may indeed inquire about advanced physics and mathematics. It is not that I, Wang Deshan, lack appreciation or compassion. Our research facility upholds stringent security regulations. Both Director Qin and I are not privy to the progress of the research team's projects. I was transferred here from the military to bolster security measures and ensure the smooth operation of the research initiatives. It would be prudent for us to engage in discussions about everyday matters rather than continually broach sensitive research topics. Perhaps we could share some joyful experiences among our colleagues at the Research Institute, as these are topics of mutual interest. Let us speak of joyous occasions at our institute. Guter and Mary Elsai are soon to be wed. Life comprises a few delightful moments, such as wedding nights and the thrill of success. Guter is indeed fortunate. Professor Qiansheng mentioned to me a few days ago that he intends to preside over their wedding, and I have already given my consent. It is currently under review by the higher authorities, awaiting approval. Their marriage will necessitate my support as the director of the Jiangnan Research Institute, addressing many issues regarding housing and daily necessities. In short, I shall be quite busy in the coming days. Qin Yu shifted the conversation abruptly. Brother Yu, with Guter and Mary Elsai preparing to wed, when shall we attend to our own matters? It is not that I lack modesty, but we are not young anymore. What are your plans? It is not impatience that drives me, but rather the realization that we cannot postpone any longer. Today, with Deputy Director Wang present, should we not consider finalizing our wedding? If agreeable, I propose we coincide our nuptials with Guter and Mary Elsai's. Xiao Wan spoke with a hint of impatience. As they continued their conversation, Yu Dazhuang poured more wine for everyone. Wang Deshan inadvertently noticed a faint black butterfly tattoo on Yu Dazhuang's wrist, sparking his astonishment. The black butterfly symbolizes the Dark Empire, leading him to ponder why such a mark would be present on Yu Dazhuang's wrist. Perplexed, he stood up and took the opportunity to toast Qin Yu and Xiao Wan, carefully observing their wrists, only to discover a similar black butterfly on Xiao Wan's wrist. Wang Deshan suppressed his astonishment, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while turbulent thoughts swirled within. It became painfully clear to him that the Dark Empire had infiltrated the Jiangnan Research Institute. This organization, a malevolent force against humanity, sought to undermine the advancement of civilization by any means necessary. His mind echoed with Marshal Yunfei's warning that the Senes organization and the Dark Empire were likely to penetrate the Jiangnan Research Institute to steal crucial data on the gravity cannon project. Raising his glass once more, he declared, "It appears that we have all had our fill today. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Manager Xiao for her hospitality. I believe it is time for Director Qin and myself to return, as there are numerous matters awaiting our attention at the Research Institute. Regarding the marriage of Director Qin and Manager Xiao, I shall report to the higher authorities to expedite the approval process. I plan to coordinate your wedding with Guter and Mary Elsai, and perhaps Professor Qiansheng could officiate. What do you think?" Throughout his speech, Wang Deshan remained outwardly calm while grappling with the looming threat of malevolence. He aimed to buy time to address this alarming situation. "Deputy Director Wang, we are immensely grateful. Your assistance is invaluable." Xiao Wan expressed her appreciation repeatedly. Qin Yu remained silent. His lack of words signified consent. Wang Deshan insisted on settling the bill for the private room at the restaurant. Xiao Wan, unable to counter his resolve, acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wan, Wang Deshan and Qin Yu exited the Tian Shun restaurant. The cool summer breeze brushed against their faces, and under the glow of the streetlights, Qin Yu noticed that Wang Deshan's gaze occasionally resembled that of a vulture, fixating on him. A thought crossed his mind. Had Wang Deshan uncovered his true identity? This was implausible, utterly impossible. Perhaps it was Xiao Wan's identity that had been revealed. In truth, Qin Yu had long discerned Xiao Wan's unique status. However, to protect his own identity, he had refrained from unveiling the truth. In a sense, it was not yet time to confront the matter. He intended to exploit the Dark Empire's infiltration of the Jiangnan Research Institute amidst the ensuing chaos to pilfer data on the gravity cannon project, shifting all blame onto the Dark Empire. His relationship with Xiao Wan was, for now, merely one of mutual exploitation. When the opportune moment arrived, he would extricate himself while exposing Xiao Wan, subsequently leveraging the security department to bring her and her associates to justice. The research office of the Jiangnan Institute lay several meters underground, starkly contrasting with the vibrant and verdant administrative offices above. The underground space was cold and austere, housing only a few large laboratories like the Proton Collider and Gravity Accelerator, while the rest comprised various smaller labs. Professor Qiansheng's office was situated directly across from the Gravity Accelerator lab. It served as both his office and bedroom. The furnishings were minimal, featuring a few experimental tables, a simple wooden bed, a chair, and a desk. On the desk rested a square image of his late spouse, alongside several family photographs. The adjacent filing cabinet contained a neat collection of classified materials on advanced physics and aerospace models. A moderately sized display screen adorned the wall, intended for reporting to superiors. The room was equipped with 360-degree surveillance, specially installed by the security department for his protection, ensuring constant monitoring. On the desk sat a dark enamel mug, a gift from his beloved during their youth, a memento from their wedding. When filled with hot water, it revealed a picture of the two of them embracing in their younger days. From the image, Professor Chi and Sheng appeared dashing, while his wife, Du Min, exuded grace and gentility. In the cluttered storage room of the Jiangnan Underground Research Facility, a shadowy figure emerged. Judging by the individual's movements and physique, they appeared to be a trained operative. The person moved with remarkable agility, producing no sound. From a corner, they retrieved a small box containing a garment, which they swiftly donned, rendering themselves nearly invisible, a cloak of invisibility. The door to Professor Chi and Sheng's office creaked open silently, and a slight disturbance was noted in the water cup, as if something had fallen into it, before the door closed quietly once more. It felt as if a specter had entered the office, undetectable even by the surveillance cameras. At the end of the corridor, voices echoed. "Master, how do you find the wine and dishes prepared for you today? This Beijing ergotu is quite delightful, isn't it?" It sounded like Mary Elsai's voice. "Ah, Master, you truly have not been neglected," came another voice. "I shall brew you a cup of Longjing tea shortly for your relaxation. Longxiang, Longyu, Lu Sun. Make sure to tidy up the master's bed." Dr. Guter assisted Professor Chi and Sheng into the office. "Wait, someone has been here." Professor Chi and Sheng halted Guter. The elderly professor bent down to pick up a strand of hair that had been caught in the door's crack. After examining it, he remarked, "Someone has entered this room since we left." He then raised a finger in a gesture of silence and gently pushed the door open. The interior appeared almost unchanged since his departure, save for a slight displacement of a cup on the desk. He casually took the tea box from the desk, added some tea leaves to the cup, and poured hot water from a thermos. After taking a symbolic sip, he discreetly shut down the room's surveillance system. "Master, you've already discovered someone entered your room. Why do you still drink from the cup on the table?" Dr. Guter inquired, astonished. "Guter, take Longxiang, Longyu, and Lu San to check if there are others in the nearby labs. Someone seems intent on making me drink. How could I refuse?" The old professor mused, sitting on the bed, gazing intently at a photograph of his late partner. This evoked a flood of memories, including the time when an organization assigned a nanny to his family. He had treated Su Shuli, the nanny, like a beloved daughter, unaware that she had secretly poisoned his cup. His partner unintentionally drank from it and passed away, a tragedy that haunted him for many years. Later, the security department conducted a thorough investigation and informed him that the nanny was a spy sent by a foreign dark force. For the safety of his family, he had refrained from living at home ever since, residing instead at the research institute. Aside from the researchers at the institute, no one else could access the basement. The other experts had long since retired for the night. Who could possibly enter his office? Furthermore, he had no personal relations with these experts. No one ever visited him for casual conversations. The only individuals allowed in his office were the cleaning staff. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Could it be him? At the far end of the lab, a figure abruptly appeared. "Dr. Guter, you're still awake? It's been a long day. You should rest early for your health. Don't stay up too late." Lu Ming emerged with a grin from the cleaning staff's duty room. "Master Lu, why haven't you rested yet? I thought the other experts were already off duty?" Guter replied, puzzled. "I just returned with the master. We'll rest soon, thank you." Dr. Guter smiled. "Ah, I saw two propulsion specialists, Wang Guangyu and Chen Fuhai, in the lab earlier. I assume they've gone to rest now, which is why you didn't see them." Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Dr. Guter glanced towards the two propulsion specialists' office, where the lights were already out. Based on his past experiences, it was unlikely they had turned off the lights so soon after finishing their work. They would still be processing a plethora of data, indicating that Lu Ming was lying. Unruffled, Dr. Guter said, "Master Lu, you should rest as well. We will take our leave shortly." He turned and walked back towards Professor Chi and Sheng's office. "Master, that person must be Lu Ming. The situation has become complicated. Should we send the water from the cup for security testing?" Dr. Guter expressed his thoughts. "I will report this matter to Deputy Director Wang Deshan shortly. Let us see what he has to say," Lucen added. Lu Ming was arranged by Director Qin Yu, and Deputy Director Wang Deshan has not been here long. We cannot ascertain their true identities. Therefore, I suggest we avoid contacting Deputy Wang, Long Xiang opined. I believe we should report the current situation directly to Marshal Yun Fei Yuan. Aside from the Marshal, we cannot trust anyone else at this moment. Director Qin Yu recently dined with me and inquired about the progress of the gravity propulsion cannon experiment. I sense that Director Qin's identity is quite complex, and he is more than just a mere medical expert. Long Yu articulated his thoughts candidly. Everyone should return to rest now. Let us not discuss this matter further, so as not to alert the enemy. I will report the situation here directly to Marshal Yun Fei Yuan. I trust the Marshal possesses sufficient authority to manage any developments here. Guter, you must quickly memorize all data regarding the gravity propulsion cannon and swiftly destroy both computer and paper records. Let us act as if this incident never occurred and expedite the installation of the gravity propulsion cannon on our experimental spacecraft, Professor Qi Yanqing slowly instructed. In the office of the Jiangnan Research Institute's director, Qin Yu sat at his desk, memories of his childhood flooding back. He once had a happy and joyful family, but a political movement robbed him of everything. Over 40 years ago, the Senes political movement embroiled his father, Qin Yusheng, a distinguished medical expert responsible for genetic research aimed at preserving the genetic heritage of humanity. One stormy night, a group burst into their home and murdered his father before his eyes. As they turned to leave, they spotted him and lifted him from the ground, initially intending to kill him. Perhaps moved by compassion, they ultimately set him down. Years passed, and although he had worn a mask at the time, he could never forget those haunting eyes. He often awoke from nightmares, those eyes staring menacingly at him. His mother was away when the tragedy struck, thus escaping this calamity. Growing up, he joined the Interstellar Explorers Alliance and infiltrated the nefarious organization known as the Anti-Human Senes. He sought vengeance for his father, persistently searching for the murderer for years. His mother, Zhang Nan, had told him that his father was a great man, a warrior fighting for peace. Despite being within the evil organization, he never forgot his ideal of fighting for all humanity. Suddenly, an image appeared on his computer screen, a figure wearing a skull mask. Qin Yu, as a hall master, you have failed to fulfill the task assigned by the leader. The consequences will be severe. You must assist Lu Hufa in obtaining the gravity propulsion cannon's data. Should you fail to procure this information, you must eliminate Professor Qi Yanqing. The gravity propulsion cannon must not succeed under the research of the Interstellar Explorers Alliance. This is a matter of ironclad discipline. No excuses will be tolerated. Do you understand? The cloaked figure smirked wickedly after delivering the ultimatum. Special Envoy, I comprehend fully. Currently, we are unable to obtain the detailed information regarding the gravity propulsion cannon. Lu Hufa and I are devising a plan to assassinate Professor Qi Yanqing. Please convey to the leader that I will fulfill the organization's task, Qin Yu replied. His brow furrowed. Regarding his relationship with Professor Qi Yanqing, the professor resembled a father figure to him. He had imparted valuable lessons about integrity and the responsibility of scientists to benefit humanity and the cosmos. Hallmaster Qin, it is good that you understand this. The leader's efforts in your training will not be in vain. I will closely monitor the developments and shall return. With that, the masked figure's image faded, leaving only the dim glow of the computer screen. Qin Yu lit a cigarette, lost in deep contemplation. It was not until the glowing ember nearly burned his fingers that he realized his gratitude towards the old professor was preventing him from attack. He murmured to himself, Professor, what should I do? How can I conceal my actions from the nefarious organization? His mind churned rapidly as he turned and exited the office. During the evening banquet, Wang Deshan uncovered a shocking secret at the Tianshun restaurant. The dark organization had infiltrated the vicinity of the Jiangnan Research Institute, extending its malevolent tendrils into their realm. He could not keep this information to himself or act on his own accord. Utilizing the security system in his office, he directly reported to Marshal Yun Fei Yuan. Marshal Yun, I have discovered that the dark organization has penetrated the Jiangnan Research Institute, and I am gravely suspicious that Director Qin Yu and the newly appointed cleaner, Lu Ming, are members of another evil faction. What should I do now? Should I arrest them immediately? Wang Dishan's anxious visage appeared on the large screen in Marshal Yun's office. Wang Deshan, as the head of security at the Jiangnan Research Institute, you must understand that we are still unaware of the enemy's true intentions. We must ascertain the genuine objectives of these sinister forces. Do not act rashly and alert them. You should remain still, like a sparrow hidden from the mantis. Ensure the safety of the research team and protect the findings of the gravity cannon from falling into the hands of the malevolent organization. Marshal Yun issued a clear command to Wang Deshan. Understood, Marshal Yun. I will carry out your orders without fail. After closing the security communication computer, Wang Deshan commanded his subordinate, Captain Xian Kachong, to immediately elevate the security measures at the Jiangnan Research Institute. Once the arrangements were made, he turned towards Qian Sheng's office. Chapter 5. The mantis catches the cicada, shadows of espionage looming as summer arrived. The southern region embraced the season of cicadas buzzing and frogs croaking amidst vibrant greenery. The scorching heat of summer indeed felt like a raging fire, suffocating in its intensity. Within the grounds of the Jiangnan Research Institute, rows of flourishing locust trees spread their dark green canopies like enormous umbrellas, shielding the ground from the blazing sun. The interwoven emerald leaves brought patches of shade to the earth below. Strings of pale yellow and white locust flowers hung from the branches, swaying gently in the breeze like countless tiny bells. A faint fragrance danced through the air, while flocks of small birds flitted among the branches, chirping merrily like innocent, joyful children. The orderly arrangement of rockeries, screens, and bonsai within the courtyard, accompanied by a riot of colorful flowers, evoked the imagery from Song Dynasty poet Qiu Wanqing's verses. The sun rises, the gate remains unlatched, green shades linger in multiple spots. In the courtyard of the Research Institute, Captain Xian Kachong led the special police team in training exercises, the sharp commands resonating throughout the expansive grounds. Since the security measures were heightened a month ago, additional personnel had been deployed, expanding the team from a small unit to a full battalion. Now, anyone wishing to enter the institute was subjected to rigorous scrutiny, requiring the consent of Deputy Director Wang Deshan. Xiao Wan and Yu Dazhuang arrived bearing gifts, ostensibly to visit the comrades at the Research Institute, making it difficult for Wang Deshan to bar their entry. Although they were permitted into the courtyard, they could only access Qin Yu's office. The underground research facilities were beyond their reach. Xiao Wan and Yu Dazhuang's visit appeared to be a mere routine courtesy, ostensibly for Xiao Wan to see Qin Yu. However, their true objective was to ascertain the exact location of the underground research facilities, facilitating their future sabotage efforts. Deputy Director Wang, I have come to visit Director Qin and all of you. Given the hot weather lately, I had the chef prepare some chill desserts for you. Xiao Wan greeted Captain Xian Kachong at the entrance. Behind her, several security personnel carried large wooden barrels. Manager Xiao, according to our institute's regulations, anyone entering the courtyard must undergo a routine check. I apologize for the inconvenience. In this sweltering heat, your visit is greatly appreciated. Wang Deshan said while arranging for Captain Xian Kachong to conduct the customary inspection of Xiao Wan and her companions, simultaneously notifying Qin Yu by phone. Deputy Director Wang, I understand that your regulations are stringent, and following the proper procedures is necessary. Xiao Wan replied with a smile to Wang Deshan and Captain Xian Kachong after the inspection was completed, leading the security personnel carrying the large barrels towards Qin Yu's office. At that moment, Qin Yu had already stepped out of his office and into the courtyard. Zhuanzi, what brings you here on such a hot day, and with so many delicious treats? I truly appreciate your efforts. Qin Yu approached her, taking her hand. Brother Yu, can't I come to see you if nothing's amiss? I just thought of you and wanted to pay a visit. On such a hot day, I brought some chilled desserts for everyone. You scientists in this courtyard are the nation's treasures. I am honored to be in your presence, she replied, smiling coyly. Deputy Director Wang, please take Dazhuang and the others to the kitchen with the desserts, and prepare some watermelon for the brothers to cool off. I wish to chat with Zhuanzi for a while. It has been quite some time since we last met, Qin Yu said, fully aware that Wang Deshan, responsible for security, would ensure that any food brought in from outside would be inspected before being consumed by those at the institute. Thus, he entrusted this matter to Wang Deshan. Dazhuang, lead your team and join me. Manager Xiao and Director Qin have some private matters to discuss. You can't all hover around like light bulbs, can you? Haha. Just follow me. Wang Deshan guided Yu Dazhuang's group towards the dining hall, casting a sideways glance at Captain Xian Kachong, as if silently urging him to remain vigilant with the arrival of outsiders. The office of the Jiangnan Research Institute's director was elegantly adorned, featuring a massive water lily nearly touching the ceiling. A crimson Nanmu desk was positioned beside the floor-to-ceiling window, accompanied by a yellow-green golden silk Nanmu chair behind it. Several redwood chairs were arranged behind a grand marble coffee table, and a large oil painting by Da Vinci, the Mona Lisa, adorned the wall. Brother Yu, why haven't you visited me lately? Ever since you and Deputy Director Wang came last time, you haven't been by. I've missed you. Has there been any news regarding our marriage as mentioned by Deputy Director Wang? Xiao Wan leaned playfully against Qin Yu's shoulder while her eyes swiftly scanned the office. There were no filing cabinets or safes in sight. Could it be true that research materials were indeed off limits, even to him as the director? Where could the documents concerning the gravity cannon possibly be? What progress had been made in its experimentation and production? Doubts swirled within Xiao Wan's mind. Zhuanzi, the marriage report for Gut and Mary Elsie has been approved. Our report is pending. I'm anxious as well. Deputy Director Wang has been quite diligent on our behalf, and we should truly express our gratitude to him when we have the chance. A few days ago, I spoke with Professor Qian Shang, and he was thrilled to officiate our wedding. He plans for us to have the ceremony together with Mary Elsie and Gut. I haven't visited you lately because of the numerous matters at the Research Institute. We are on the verge of significant breakthroughs in our major projects, and both the Alliance headquarters and the Interstellar Peace Corps are pressing for results. As the director, I cannot afford to leave. I must oversee the experts' work here, Qin Yu explained as he turned to pour Xiao Wan a cup of tea, offering her a seat in the redwood chair. Lighting a cigarette, tendrils of smoke spiraled upwards before dissipating into the air. In that moment, the happiness Xiao Wan felt seemed fleeting, like a mirage on the horizon. Without her unique identity, she yearned to live like an ordinary girl, embracing the role of a devoted wife and mother alongside Qin Yu for a lifetime. Yet, deep within her heart, she understood that such happiness was fleeting, for she could not control her destiny. She was merely a slave serving a dark organization. Brother Yu, the Deputy Director Wang is absent today. May I pose a few questions to you? Xiao Wan smiled, gazing at Qin Yu. Zhuanzi, feel free to ask. As long as it does not pertain to security matters, you can inquire. For significant confidential issues, you may ask, but I have no answers. Qin Yu took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled forcefully, feeling a sense of relief in Wang Dishan's absence. Will intelligent life in our universe ultimately face death? Is it not possible for life to adapt and thrive as the environment changes? When we choose to depart from Earth or our universe, what methods will we employ? Xiao Wan's queries were profound, topics that would not be permitted in Wang Dishan's presence. Zhuanzi, according to the laws of physics, intelligent life in the universe is destined to confront death. The universe is in a state of expansion, and most galaxies are receding from us. Eventually, billions of galaxies will drift beyond the horizon. The familiar galaxies we often see at night will vanish into the vast distances, their light forever unable to reach us. Ultimately, we will be left with a universe comprised of merely 36 galaxies, our own galaxy ceasing to expand, and under the influence of anti-gravity, the universe will meet its demise in a great freeze, as temperatures in deep space approach absolute zero. All intelligent life in the universe will ultimately perish in this freeze. Darwin once expressed, I believe that humanity, in the distant future, will evolve into a more perfected being. The thought that humans and all other sentient beings are fated to complete extinction in this prolonged slow process is unbearable. Of course, our generation will not witness that day. After responding to Zhuanzi's inquiries, Qin Yu fell into contemplation. He realized that he was in a state of escape, both physically and mentally, a more profound torment than any corporeal suffering. He longed to free himself from the malevolent organization that bound his thoughts and consciousness, to live a life of tranquility. Yet he was unable to do so. He had a sacred mission to fulfill. Brother Yu, could you divulge if extraterrestrials exist? If humanity encounters them one day, what will transpire? Xiao Wan looked at Qin Yu with her large, fluffy eyes. Zhuanzi, many do not believe in the existence of extraterrestrials, as there is currently no substantial evidence to substantiate their existence. However, we find traces in the Hebrew Bible, which recounts the arrival of a mysterious entity from heaven to earth around the 6th century BC, who interacted with a prophet named Ezekiel. While walking by the river, Ezekiel witnessed a golden object descending and rotating. From this metallic object emerged 4 mysterious beings, each with 4 faces and shining skin. Ezekiel stated that he was taken to the sky by these beings and shown many enigmatic sights, receiving revelations of future events. I believe the divine being described by Ezekiel is an extraterrestrial. Our advancements in aerospace technology have reached a point where we can transport humanity to outer space. Encountering extraterrestrials is merely a matter of time. I suspect they will possess a moral spectrum similar to that of humanity, embodying both good and evil. If that day arrives, I envision a harmonious coexistence between Earthlings and extraterrestrials. Qin Yu wished fervently to be taken away by extraterrestrials, believing that once liberated from this universe, all his troubles would dissolve into nothingness. Brother Yu, I wish to ask if there is a means for us to escape when our universe faces annihilation. If that day truly comes, will you take me with you? Today, Xiaowan had numerous questions due to Wang Dishan's absence. Zhuanzi, I believe we must utilize the most advanced physics, exploring entry points to alternate dimensions or pathways to another universe. We can harness the energy produced by atomic accelerators to locate a passage to another universe. If we can generate sufficient energy and heat to open a wormhole, it would serve as the optimal route for swift space travel. If the wormhole or spatial entry is too small to facilitate the rapid departure of large numbers of individuals from our universe, we could compress advanced intelligent civilizations to the molecular level and transport them via a time machine to the curved universe of the past or another dimensional universe. This method would allow the continuation of human civilization, enabling its reconstruction, representing the ultimate salvation of intelligent life. Qin Yu constantly yearned to escape to another dimensional space, where he could perceive the current three-dimensional world clearly, managing the situations he faced with greater ease. Brother Yu, I noticed an entrance resembling a bomb shelter at the back gate of the research institute, heavily guarded by special police. What is its purpose? Is the underground research facility developing a machine for escaping when the universe faces destruction, or a device to transport humanity to other dimensional spaces? Xiaowan's curiosity overwhelmed Qin Yu. Zhuanzi, it would be best if you refrained from asking such questions in the future. That is the entrance to the underground research laboratory. If Deputy Director Wang were present, you must not inquire about it. It would bring about considerable trouble. The research results from the underground laboratory are vital secrets of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, and I cannot disclose anything to you, as I am unaware myself. Qin Yu understood more than anyone that Xiaowan's inquiries were purposeful. Did she wish to enter the underground research facility? Brother Yu, if you say not to ask, I shall refrain. There are matters at the restaurant that require my attention. I will lead Zhuang and the others back first and visit you again when time permits. You must pay attention to our marriage. I cannot wait indefinitely, lest I become an old woman. Xiaowan giggled, and together with Qin Yu, they exited the office and walked into the yard, leading Zhuang and several security personnel out of the Jiangnan Research Institute and back to the Tian Shun restaurant. After Xiaowan and her security team departed, Lu Ming stealthily followed Qin Yu back into the office. Master Qin, the gravity cannon in the underground research facility is nearly completed. Are Xiaowan and her group about to take action? The sect leader suggests that we acquire the gravity cannon's data before they proceed. Should we eliminate Xiaowan and her companions to prevent future complications? Lu Ming whispered, scanning the surroundings for eavesdroppers. Lu Hufa, the gravity cannon has been successfully installed on the spacecraft. I cannot guarantee that we can smoothly transport the spacecraft from the experimental chamber abroad. I believe we should delay our actions, observe the situation. Currently, the higher-ups show no intent to dispatch the spacecraft to another base. If the Dark Empire organization interferes with our plans, we will have no choice but to eliminate them as well. We have yet to acquire the gravity cannon's data. Without it, we cannot execute our original plan to destroy the spacecraft and obliterate their research achievements. If we destroy the Jiangnan Research Institute now, all our efforts will turn to naught. And upon returning to the organization, the sect leader will not spare us. Qin Yu had already received orders from the Sinasi organization, permitting the destruction of the Jiangnan Research Institute if the gravity cannon's data could not be obtained. Master Qin, I have administered the drug to Professor Qiansheng. Although the tests currently reveal no toxins within his body, the moment I release the chemical elements that react with him in the underground laboratory, he will meet an immediate demise. I have stealthily smuggled in an antimatter bomb, and by unleashing its energy, the Jiangnan Research Institute shall be reduced to ruins. Surely, you cannot refuse to execute the orders of Lord Smith? Should you choose to defy him, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the entire organization will pursue you unrelentingly. You are well aware of the grave consequences of disobeying the Lord's commands. Lu Ming's eyes glinted with a hint of malevolence, reminiscent of a lone wolf's piercing gaze in the desolate grasslands. Lu, do not forget your station. All operations at the Jiangnan Research Institute fall under my jurisdiction, and all factions in proximity to our organization can only heed my directives. Should you contemplate acting independently, I shall not hesitate to take measures against you. You are to follow my commands precisely. Your task is to assist me in acquiring data on the gravity cannon. I have altered our original plans. If I fail to obtain the gravity cannon data, I intend to return to the church's headquarters with this ship and the cannon itself. Qin Yu spoke coldly to Lu Ming, his countenance ominously exuding a chilling aura. Recognizing that further discussion with Qin Yu was futile, Lu Ming turned on his heel in a huff and exited. Seizing the opportunity to leave the Jiangnan Research Institute grounds, Lu Ming located an individual from the Senes organization and procured a computer. He quickly typed on the keyboard, and upon entering the password, the visage of Lord Smith appeared on the screen. Lord Smith, Qin has defied your orders. We are unable to obtain the gravity cannon data. Although the cannon has been successfully developed, Qin refuses to destroy the Jiangnan Research Institute. What shall my next course of action be? The Dark Empire organization has infiltrated the Jiangnan Research Institute, and it appears we must act swiftly. Should we preemptively destroy the institute? Lu, since we cannot secure the core data of the gravity cannon, and it has indeed been successfully developed, you must immediately obliterate the Jiangnan Research Institute. As for Qin you may eliminate him as well. Do not harbor any reservations regarding the Dark Empire organization. They too can be dealt with. Should you fail in this endeavor, do not return, yet I sincerely hope you survive to return to headquarters. Lord Smith's visage twisted into a sinister smile. I shall ensure this task is executed flawlessly, even at the cost of my own life, Lu Ming replied, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Our organization will remember your sacrifice. Your family will be provided for. I genuinely hope you return alive. After a brief flicker, Lord Smith's image vanished from the computer screen. After lingering in the city for a time, Lu Ming hastily returned to the Jiangnan Research Institute. Following his return from the Tian Shun restaurant, Qin had stealthily entered the underground laboratory. Observing the darkened screen in Professor Qi Unxing's laboratory on the security office's large monitor indicated that the professor had deactivated the surveillance equipment, suggesting he was aware of the impending danger. As he approached the office of Professor Qi, the old scholar had yet to rest, and the lights remained aglow. Professor, you're still awake? It's Qin, here to check on you. Come in, Director Qin. It's fortuitous. I could use some company. I find myself quite bored. Qin glanced around to ensure they were alone before quietly entering the professor's office. Professor, what occupies your thoughts? He inquired, taking a seat beside the old man. Today I spent time with Gu Te, Mary, Elsai, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Senator. The children prepared a delightful meal, and I may have indulged a bit too much in drink, which has left me rather exhilarated. The professor chuckled. Professor, why have you disabled the surveillance system in your office? I couldn't see you from the security office, so I came to check, Qin remarked, instinctively reaching for a glass of water on the table. Put that down. You cannot drink that water. Someone was here today, the professor urgently cautioned. Professor, what could possibly be in that water? Moreover, the security in the underground laboratory is exceedingly stringent. There should be no issues, Qin replied, setting the glass down. This is a long tale. My late wife passed away after drinking from my cup, and I have carried the guilt for years. There are always those seeking my demise. Yet I remain resilient, still alive today. The old professor tossed a cigarette to Qin and lit one for himself, the two men quietly smoking in the dim room, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Professor, from this moment forth, I implore you to refrain from leaving the Jiangnan Research Institute. I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise. I have instructed Wang Deshan to elevate our security measures. Your research team's safety is now primarily under his charge. How is the gravity cannon research progressing? Has it been successfully installed on the ship? Marshal Yunfei has instructed me to expedite the installation and testing of the gravity cannon on board. Qin broke the silence within the room. Qin, here in this research institute, only I am aware of your true identity. Marshal Yunfei has spoken of you in detail. You are his most loyal warrior. Hence, I have no secrets from you. The gravity cannon has been successfully developed and installed on the ship. It is ready for immediate launch. I have received orders from Marshal Yunfei. Should circumstances change here, the ship is to head directly to the headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Corps. The situation here is exceedingly complex and fraught with peril. You must remain vigilant. At my age, I would consider my life well spent, but you must ensure the safety of my research team, as they are invaluable to the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Rest assured, Professor, I will guarantee the safety of the research team and ensure the ship's successful launch back to the Interstellar Peace Corps headquarters, Qin assured him. That evening, the two conversed late into the night, reminiscing about childhood memories and the exploration of the cosmos, even discussing potential encounters with extraterrestrial beings and the defensive measures against alien fleet attacks. On a summer night in the city, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. Despite the hour nearing midnight, sporadic vehicles continued to navigate the streets. Several large dump trucks rumbled behind Tian Shun restaurant, transporting loads of debris to a nearby construction wasteland. Yu Dazhuang led a substantial group of security personnel, employing laser excavation machines to swiftly tunnel towards the underground research laboratory of the Jiangnan Research Institute. Xiaowan had received explicit instructions from the Dark Empire to demolish the underground laboratory. They planned to breach the isolation walls of the underground research institute and storm in with weapons to seize the ship, which was now equipped with the gravity cannon, before detonating the antimatter bomb to obliterate the Jiangnan Research Institute and making their escape. Suddenly, the large screen in Wang Dishan's security office illuminated, displaying the visage of Marshal Yunfei. Wang Deshan, you must spare no effort to ensure the safety of the research team and the ship and safeguard Director Qin Yu. You must eliminate the nefarious enemy organization in its entirety. Marshal Yunfei issued a clear combat order. Understood, Marshal. I shall complete the mission. Wang Deshan saluted the screen with a crisp military gesture. In an instant, the security office's alarm lights blared to life as Wang Deshan activated a state of high alert. Report, Vice Director Wang. The SWAT team is fully equipped and prepared for combat, Captain Xian Ku announced as he entered the room. Captain Xian Ku, you are to immediately command the Special Police to seal off all internal and external passages of the Research Institute. Optical detectors have confirmed that sinister forces are utilizing a laser tunneling machine from the direction of the Tian Shun restaurant to excavate our underground laboratory. You must lead the Special Police to search the Tian Shun restaurant at once. Commander Wang Deshan has issued this directive. Within the Jiangnan Underground Research Institute, Qin Yu is announcing orders with his nuclear magnetic electronic laser gun at his waist. Following Marshal Yunfei's instructions, the Qilong spacecraft equipped with a gravity cannon is set to take flight. The destination is the headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Corps, with Dr. Gut overseeing the flight command, alongside Professor Qiansheng, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Sun, who are to board immediately. Qin Yu has just discovered Lu Ming's intent to detonate the antimatter bomb within the underground research facility. He quietly follows Lu Ming. As Lu Ming stealthily enters the underground lab and prepares to detonate the bomb, he is shot dead by Qin Yu. At that moment, the sensor on Lu Ming's body receives a command from General Yunfei to initiate the spacecraft. A rumbling sound emanates from above the experimental chamber of the Underground Research Institute as two massive doors made of nanomaterials swing open. The Qilong spacecraft roars to life, its lights flashing as it carries the research team skyward. Will the war within the Jiangnan Research Institute succeed in capturing the evil organization entirely? Are there any that will slip through the net? In this fierce battle, who will emerge victorious? What fate awaits Qin Yu? Chapter 6. Midnight Battle for Survival. The once tranquil midnight is now filled with the cacophony of rumbling trucks. A light mist envelopes the night, rendering the air damp. The beautiful glazed tiles of the Tian Shun restaurant glisten with visible dew. The scenic boulevard between the Tian Shun restaurant and the Jiangnan Research Institute has become shrouded in an ethereal haze. Clouds gather in the sky, gradually obscuring the starlight. A sense of melancholy seems to narrate tales of the past, as faint fragrances waft through the air, evoking nostalgia for bygone days. The night here, once melodic and poetic, is now thick with a palpable tension before the impending battle. In the backyard of the Tian Shun restaurant, truck driver Jiang Biao jestingly converses with Yu Dazhuang. Captain Yu, are we going to work all night? Look, it's already past midnight. Shouldn't we take a break? If it's too much, we can continue tomorrow. I can hardly keep my eyes open, Jiang Biao quips, passing Yu Dazhuang a cigarette, which he lights with a snap. Yu Dazhuang wipes the sweat from his brow, possibly due to stress. His bronze-colored face has turned almost purple, though it is hard to notice in the night. After taking a puff, he replies, "You truck drivers have it easy. I pay you well for this load, yet you complain as if it's a burden. I don't understand your mindset. You beg for work, treat me to meals, and now that it's late, you want to bail? Think about it. If you leave, will you get your money? You're delaying my excavation project at the Tian Shun restaurant. Let me be clear. It's not just you who will bear the responsibility. Work until dawn, and I'll pay you. What do you say? Do you not trust me, Captain Yu? Captain Yu, you keep saying you'll pay us well, but we haven't seen a dime. By morning, will we even get that money? We haven't even seen manager Xiao from your restaurant yet. Can't he give us a little something up front? It's not easy bringing these guys here. If we don't get paid by morning, I want to know how to explain this." Zhang Biao banters with Yu Dazhuang. Haha, manager Xiao anticipated this would happen. Money talks, right? Without it, you guys really wouldn't be working for me tonight. Here's a stack of cash for you. Work under the streetlight. Don't turn on the truck's headlights. We don't want to attract the city management. You'll only use half of this by dawn anyway. We can sort out the rest later. If you don't need the truck next time, the money is yours, Master Jiang. What do you think? Yu Dazhuang casually pulls out a wad of cash and tosses it to Zhang Biao, breaking into a grin. Zhang Biao, upon receiving the money, nods vigorously, more delighted than if he were meeting his long-lost father. Captain Yu, what orders do you have? Just say the word. We're at your service, ready to face any danger. If you need anything in the future, just call. If I fail to deliver, I'll consider myself your grandson. The truck drivers, now smiling broadly after receiving their payment, throw themselves into their work as the heavy vehicles rumble through the night. The tunnel leading from the Tianshan restaurant directly connects to the underground research laboratory of Jiangnan. A large laser tunneling machine buzzes as it swiftly advances, having reached the vicinity of the isolation wall of the Jiangnan research laboratory. The excavated soil is loaded onto small transport vehicles, which then take it above ground to be loaded onto the dump trucks. Dozens of armed figures clad in black, each with laser guns slung over their shoulders and grenades hanging from their belts, are busily at work. These individuals are members of the clandestine Senes organization, having stealthily infiltrated the Tianshan restaurant. Each bears a distinct black butterfly tattoo on their wrist. Yesterday, Shaowan received a directive from the Patriarch of the Dark Empire. Trini, Shaowan, we have received credible information. The Senes organization has decided to launch a raid on the Jiangnan Research Institute's gravity cannon today. According to our predictions, they intend to hijack the spacecraft directly. You must seize the ship before they do. If you fail to acquire the gravity cannon schematics or capture the spacecraft, you must order your subordinates to blow up the Jiangnan Research Institute. We cannot allow the Qilong spacecraft to fall into the hands of the Senes organization or return to the Interstellar Peace Corps base. You are to leave the vicinity of the Jiangnan Research Institute immediately and return to Europe swiftly. I have other matters for you to attend to. If the operation to destroy the Jiangnan Research Institute fails, you will find it difficult to escape China. On the computer screen, Trini yearned to share a life of love and adventure with her beloved, to return to the picturesque banks of the Rhine in Europe and relish their cherished moments together. Yet, the true nature of Qin Yu's identity remained an enigma before her. She was acutely aware that he was a prominent figure within the Senesai organization, but it seemed that he harbored other mysterious identities as well. As a woman, she found herself unable to delve too deeply into these complexities. She needed to send a message to Qin Yu, hinting at her intentions. Subsequently, she would hastily depart from Pujiang City, trusting that fate would allow their paths to cross again in this lifetime. Shaowan summoned Yu Dazhuang, intent on meticulously organizing the matters at hand before her imminent departure to Europe. Manager Xiao, what is the urgency for calling me? He inquired. I have summoned several dump trucks, and the laser tunneling machine has already entered the basement. We can commence excavation at the Jiangnan Research Institute's underground laboratory once night falls. Upon learning of Xiao Wan's request, Dazhuang hurried over, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead due to his haste. Dazhuang, is our strike team prepared? She asked. Tonight, you will lead them into the underground laboratory of the Jiangnan Research Institute to seize the Qilong spacecraft. Should the operation fail, you must swiftly detonate the underground facility. The Godfather Trini has assigned me a new mission. I must leave Pujiang City to return to Europe. During tonight's endeavor, you may encounter members of the Senesai organization who are rumored to have transported an antimatter bomb to Pujiang City, so exercise extreme caution. I will depart this afternoon, leaving all matters in your capable hands. I hope you survive this mission. Shaowan smiled at Yu Dazhuang, though the smile appeared somewhat strained, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing about the antimatter bomb, Dazhuang felt a sudden tremor in his heart. This bomb was far more perilous than nuclear weapons. Should it be deployed, the entire Pujiang City would be reduced to ashes. He would become mere fodder for the Dark Empire, and he was unwilling to surrender his life so easily within the confines of the Jiangnan Research Institute. However, the Dark Empire enforced stringent organizational principles, requiring unconditional obedience to superiors. Furthermore, his wife and child were already under the control of the Dark Empire, leaving him with no room for negotiation. Manager, I have arranged everything. Once the laser tunneling machine breaches the isolation wall of the Jiangnan underground research facility, we will storm in to commandeer the spacecraft. We will take hostages and have designated pilots navigate the Qilong spacecraft back to Europe. The small underground laboratory of the Jiangnan Research Institute. Why would the Senesai organization resort to using an antimatter bomb? It would engulf the entire Jiangnan in flames. He imagined that in that instant, the searing heat would ignite Jiangnan, perhaps even setting the earth ablaze, illuminating half the globe. Within the radius of energy radiation, everything would be reduced to mere remnants. This would inevitably include all three factions involved, leading to their demise in this calamity. The Senasai organization is ruthless. If we could prevent the detonation of the antimatter bomb, it would ensure the safety of everyone left behind here, Dazhuang said indignantly. Dazhuang, you must execute the Godfather Trini's orders. This is an ironclad directive, and any thoughts of defiance are not permitted. I wish for your survival and safe return to Europe. After concluding her conversation with Yu Dazhuang, Xiaowan waved him off, signaling that he could attend to his duties. Once he left, she quickly sent a message to Qin Yu. Brother Yu, I will love you forever. In this life and the next, my love for you remains unwavering. Please take care of yourself. I must leave Pujiang City for a while. Do not forget me. I hope you can leave Jiangnan today. Yours, Wan. Not long after, Qin Yu replied, My dearest Wan, I wish for your well-being. In this life, we shall surely meet again. I will await you. Perhaps we cannot dictate our own fates, as our destinies are tightly bound to the universe. Wishing you safe travels. Upon reading the message, Xiaowan gathered her belongings and exited the Tianshan restaurant. She cast a lingering glance back, filled with reluctance, for this place held her joys and sorrows, and her most cherished man. Yet, all of it felt as ephemeral as a mirage. She drove straight to the outskirts and then boarded a plane bound for Switzerland. After Xiao Wan's departure, Qin Yu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and reported directly to Marshal Yun Fei. Marshal Yun, the Jiangnan Research Institute is fraught with danger. Should the Qilong spacecraft take off immediately? Will Professor Qi Yansheng and his research team depart with the spacecraft from Jiangnan? How will we deal with the infiltrating enemy organization within the Jiangnan Research Institute? Qin Yu's anxious visage appeared on the large screen in Marshal Yun Fei's office. Qin Yu, I command you to immediately organize the research personnel to assist with the Qilong spacecraft's launch. Ensure that the gravity cannon, nuclear magnetic laser cannon, and all navigation systems are operational. The spacecraft must be combat ready. The Qi Yansheng research team will accompany the spacecraft, aiming for the Interstellar Peace Army's aerospace base. Deploy special police to prepare for the capture of enemy agents, and if necessary, eliminate them all. Marshal Yun Fei issued a military order. After concluding his call with Marshal Yun Fei, Wang Deshan soon entered the room. Director Qin, forgive my previous misunderstandings of you. I now see you as a true hero. I just received orders from Marshal Yun Fei to cooperate with your work, ensuring the successful launch of the Qilong spacecraft and the apprehension of enemy forces at the Jiangnan Research Institute. Wang Dishan's resolute words echoed with the strength born from years of military discipline. Immediately mobilized the special police to seal off all entrances and exits of the Jiangnan Research Institute. Request support from the Pujiang City Special Police to encircle the enemy forces. Inform Professor Qi Yansheng's research team to prepare for the Qilong spacecraft's launch and convey to him that the research team will accompany the spacecraft. At this moment, night had fallen. Wang Deshan hurriedly exited, his mind racing as he faced the complex enemy forces, striving to make the most of every moment. He could never have anticipated that the Qin Yu he once doubted was, in fact, the most trusted ally of General Yun Fei. After Wang Dishan's departure, the communication computer on Qin Yu's desk suddenly emitted a series of codes, followed by the visage of Lord Smith appearing on the screen. Hall Master Qin, I command you to assist Lu Ming in seizing the Qilong spacecraft and return it to Europe. The gravity cannon is of utmost importance to our organization. You must complete this mission. Failing to do so will leave you without the antidote prepared by headquarters, and you will perish from the poison. Those who dare to defy headquarters orders meet dire fates. The chilling smile of Lord Smith flickered ominously on the computer screen. Rest assured, I will fulfill your command. After seizing the Qilong spacecraft, we shall rendezvous in Birmingham. Qin Yu terminated the connection with Lord Smith. Just then, the communication computer flickered again, revealing the face of his subordinate, Thung. Hallmaster, Lu Ming has ordered us to prepare our arms and ammunition for an assault on the Jiangnan Research Institute. I have already committed to this. Please decide on the specifics. Xia Cheng, a brother whom Qin Yu had personally promoted, remained loyal to him despite the orders from Lord Smith. In his eyes, the only authority he recognized was Qin Yu, who had saved him in his darkest hour and elevated him to the position of Deputy Hall Master. Xia Cheng, I will not conceal the truth from you any longer. I am the special envoy of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance for Jiangnan, and I am responsible for all security operations here. From this moment forth, all of our subordinates, including you, will officially transition into the Jiangnan security system. You are now promoted to the captain of the Jiangnan Security Tiger Squad, directly reporting to Marshal Yun Fei. You led our personnel, fully armed, to assist the special police team of Pujiang City in surrounding the Tianshan restaurant. When confronted with the enemy's resistance, We are authorized to eliminate them on the spot. The team trained by Qin Yu in Pujang City was specifically prepared to respond to violent incidents. The Senes organization cannot command the personnel under Qin Yu without his consent. The training of this team was also Marshal Yun Fei's intention. Without General Yun Fei's authorization, this team would have long been discovered and eradicated by the Jiangnan Special Police Unit. Brother Yu, you are guiding us onto the righteous path. All my subordinates will heed General Yun Fei's command. Please send me Marshal Yun Fei's contact information. I need to consult him regarding the operational mission. Suddenly, Xia Cheng transformed from a deputy leader into the captain of the Jiangnan Security Tiger team, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy, akin to a long-dormant iron tree unexpectedly blooming. Here is Marshal Yun Fei's communication code. Contact him without delay. Qin Yu sent a lengthy sequence of contact codes to Xia Cheng. Once Xia Cheng's tasks were assigned, Qin Yu fastened the nuclear magnetic electronic laser gun to his waist and proceeded to the guardroom of the Jiangnan Research Institute, where he intended to await Lu Ming's return. The Jiangnan Research Institute had entered a state of combat readiness, yet it appeared outwardly tranquil as usual. As midnight approached, Lu Ming exchanged a few words with the guard at the entrance before stealthily entering the Jiangnan Research Institute. He crept to the entrance of the underground laboratory, noticing that no one was guarding it, and quietly descended the steps. He furtively approached the storage room, retrieved a small, cube-shaped box, and extracted a matter-antimatter bomb equipped with a detonation button. Just as he reached out to set the detonation time on the bomb, he heard Qin Yu's voice behind him. Lu Guardian, what are you doing? Are you wishing to perish along with the Jiangnan Research Institute? Startled, Lu Ming spun around and exclaimed, Qin Hall Master, this is the will of the Master. Since we cannot obtain the data on the gravity cannon nor hijack the Qilong spacecraft, I intend to destroy everything. I have come to know, you are a traitor. Prepare for the Master's retribution. Lu Ming snarled at Qin Yu. Lu Guardian, surrender? My true identity is the Jiangnan Commissioner of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Do not assist the Senes organization in their nefarious deeds any longer. Qin Yu drew his nuclear magnetic electronic laser gun, aiming it at Lu Ming. You, Qin, have always struck me as a traitor. Betraying the Master will lead to your punishment. Lu Ming brandished his electronic laser sword and lunged at Qin Yu menacingly. Qin Yu deftly sidestepped, and Lu Ming's laser sword cleaved the storage room door in two. In that split second, Qin Yu pulled the trigger, and a blue beam pierced Lu Ming's body. He fell to the ground, wailing, as wisps of black smoke emerged, and soon his entire form dissipated into a pool of blood. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated from the walls of the underground laboratory, and the special police team soldiers appeared behind Qin Yu, weapons drawn and tense, poised for the imminent threat of a laser drilling machine breaching the laboratory's isolation wall. Suddenly, the alarm for the gravity cannon research room's spacecraft blared. As Professor Shi Insheng and his research team, under the direction of Deputy Director Wang Deshan, successfully initiated the Qilong spacecraft, the ground-level nanomaterial door of the Jiangnan Underground Research Institute rumbled open, revealing the Qilong spacecraft's display lights flickering brilliantly as it ascended into the sky. Akin to a full moon gracing the heavens on the 15th of the lunar month, the research team aboard the spacecraft gazed down through the night vision system, taking in the breathtaking view of Pujang City. At that moment, the communication system relayed Marshal Yun Fei's urgent command. Dr. Gu Te and your research team, pilot the spacecraft immediately to the Bermuda Triangle. Our vessel is under attack by unidentified ships. The situation is dire. Enter combat mode immediately. This is an exceptional opportunity for the gravity cannon from experimentation to active engagement. We hope for your safe return. The urgency in Marshal Yun Fei's voice was palpable on the large screen of the communication system. Marshal, we are heading to Bermuda at once. Please rest assured, Doctor. Gu Te responded, promptly redirecting the spacecraft towards the Bermuda Triangle. The Qilong spacecraft soared like an arrow, nearing the speed of light as it sped toward Bermuda. The perimeter of Tianshan Restaurant had already been encircled by the special police led by Xian Kachong and the special police team of Pujang City, alongside the Jiangnan Security Tiger team under Xia Cheng's command. Wang Deshan was using a loudspeaker to announce, those inside the restaurant, immediately cease resistance, disarm, and accept the government's leniency. At that moment, the gates of Tianshan Restaurant swung open. A few timid dump truck drivers emerged with their hands raised, with Jiang Biao leading the way, prodding his white shirt with a stick. Officers, is such a grand display necessary for catching drunk drivers? We are all lawful drivers with proper documentation. I'm not sure which special police team you belong to, but this seems to fall under the jurisdiction of the traffic police. Who told you we are apprehending drunk drivers? We are here to catch spies. Exine Kachong stepped forward, grasping Jiang Biao's arm firmly. "Officer, we are not spies. We are merely drivers hauling dirt. The others are in the basement. Take them down for questioning." Several special police rushed forward, escorting the dump truck drivers away. "It's tough for us to earn a living. Today nearly cost us our lives. It seems I must refrain from this work in the future. Even money requires life to spend," Jiang Biao muttered dejectedly as he walked away. The special police and the security tiger team charged into the courtyard, surrounding the basement of Tianshun restaurant. The occupants within the basement immediately surrendered their weapons. Otherwise, they would face lethal force. Exine Kachong shouted to the basement, commanding the special police to throw in several tear gas canisters. Thick smoke billowed into the basement, choking the members of the criminal organization. As the Qilong spacecraft ascended into the sky, it was spotted by the criminals of Tianshun restaurant. They abruptly halted their excavation, attempting to flee the restaurant, only to find themselves heavily surrounded. The tunnel leading from the basement of Tianshun restaurant to the Jiangnan Underground Research Institute had ceased its excavation, and the special police within the Underground Institute could no longer hear the sounds of digging, yet remained on high alert. "We will fight you." With a cacophony of shouts, the criminals surged outward. Under Wang Dishan's command, the special police and security team launched a counterattack against the assailants. After a barrage of gunfire and the explosion of grenades, the assailants retreated back into the basement, leaving a gruesome scene at the entrance. "I issue my final warning. If you do not surrender and disarm, we will throw bombs into the basement. Come out with your hands on your heads, or I will take your lives." Xiacheng bellowed at the basement. "Don't throw. Don't throw. We surrender." The remaining members of the criminal organization emerged one after another. At that moment, Qin Yu had arrived at the entrance opposite the basement of Tianshun restaurant. He swiftly approached, seizing a criminal and demanding, "Where are Xiao Wan and Yu Dazhuang? Speak honestly. Do not play tricks." "Director Qin, our manager Xiao left Pujiang City this afternoon. Yu Dazhuang vanished halfway through his digging. We are merely the fools left here to take the blame. Please, show mercy and let us go. We are forced into this." The man trembled, fear evident in his demeanor. The security team arrived, instructing Liu Cheng to escort the individuals for questioning. The criminal organization members of the Tianshun restaurant, aside from those who were killed, were all apprehended without exception. The harrowing conflict at the Jiangnan Research Institute has reached a temporary conclusion. However, the nefarious force's destruction and infiltration will persist for an extended period, necessitating the ongoing struggle between justice and evil. The Bermuda Triangle is a realm of fantasy, reputed to have once served as an extraterrestrial rocket launch site. Beneath its depths lie remnants of ancient civilizations, cities, castles, and various bases, remarkably preserved from millennia past. As the spacecraft Swift traversed the Bermuda Triangle, tumultuous waves erupted, shrouded in ominous clouds, forming a colossal vortex. Within this vortex, a formidable magnetic field seemed to pulsate, exerting immense magnetic forces that ensnared the vessel, rendering it immobile, as if an invisible hand grasped it from above. Suddenly, devices resembling colossal laser cannons locked onto the ship. These weapons refrained from firing. However, should the clouds disperse, the intense sunlight reflecting off their mirrors would instantaneously pierce the vessel. The Swift promptly sent a distress signal to the Interstellar Peace Corps, lighting up the command center screen with urgency. Meanwhile, General Yu Kai ordered the Qilong spacecraft to accelerate towards the Swift, initiating a breathtaking aerial rescue mission amidst the capricious weather and complex magnetic phenomena of the Bermuda region. Would the Qilong successfully complete its mission? How powerful would the gravitational cannon prove? Could the Bermuda truly be an extraterrestrial stronghold? Chapter 7. Daring forays into the Bermuda Triangle's mysterious alien base. The Bermuda Triangle, also known as the Devil's Triangle or the Graveyard of Ships, is a mystical expanse located in the southeastern part of North America, encompassing approximately 53 square kilometers between Miami, Florida, and San Juan, Puerto Rico. The enigmatic occurrences in Bermuda began around the mid-19th century, with hundreds of vessels and aircraft reported missing to this day. The earliest recorded perilous encounter in Bermuda was by the famed navigator Christopher Columbus. In 1502, during his fourth voyage to the Americas, Columbus's fleet encountered fierce winds and towering waves as they passed through Bermuda. The ships seemed to navigate a canyon of colossal waves, prompting Columbus to command a course towards the Florida coast. After more than a week battling the tempest, obscured from the sun and stars, they ultimately evaded the storm. Remarkably, all navigational instruments failed during this ordeal. The ship's magnetic compass deviated 36 degrees from true north, evidently influenced by a potent magnetic field. Subsequently, the French ship Rosalie, carrying perfume and wine, vanished near Cuba during a storm. Shortly thereafter, the vessel was discovered within the Bermuda Triangle, devoid of any signs of damage but completely deserted, with all crew members mysteriously vanished. Remarkably, the cargo remained intact, and the sole survivor was a nearly starved canary. Were the crew abducted by higher life forms? The truth remains elusive. What transpired in Bermuda? What enigmas does this devilish triangle harbor? Why does it elicit such uncanny phenomena? Since then, similar disappearances have been frequent in the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle is often beset by howling winds, generating towering walls of water and tumultuous waves, frequently accompanied by tornadoes. Gigantic waterspouts ascend thousands of meters into the sky, posing significant hazards to aerial vessels. The region's intricate ocean currents contribute to the disappearance of aircraft and ships, which may vanish without a trace even if they do not sink. However, marine telescopes reveal that this mysterious area teems with fish and plankton. Dr. Peter Weib remarked that the distribution maps of oceanic plankton resemble the rich tapestry of the cosmos drawn by astronomers. The Bermuda Triangle hosts a radiation belt known as the Van Allen Belt, characterized by distinct oceanic and atmospheric wavebands. This divergence leads to many aircraft, vessels, and even spacecraft experiencing navigational and electronic malfunctions in the area. The Earth possesses two types of radiation belts, outer and inner, which, upon reaching the geomagnetic layer, can accumulate high-energy particles. The inner layer comprises protons, while the outer layer is filled with electrons. The unique geomagnetic belt within the Bermuda Triangle creates a rare geographical phenomenon. Under stable solar conditions, this waveband naturally dissipates. However, during instability, particles can accelerate to near-light speeds, emitting ultra-low-frequency electromagnetic waves. Approaching the Bermuda Triangle, communication devices visibly experience heightened radiation. On a starry night, within the command center of the Interstellar Peace Corps in Heha City, General Yukai presided over a crucial meeting to address the recurring anomalies in the Bermuda Triangle. Lighting a cigarette, he gazed thoughtfully at the experts and astronauts before him. "I did not intend to disrupt your rest tonight. However, the recent spate of unusual occurrences in the Bermuda Triangle necessitates immediate action. Dr. Davis, Liu Xian, Emily, Wang Yuanhao, Natasha, we have seen an alarming frequency of maritime and aerial mishaps in this region. In the aftermath of our search efforts, not a single wreckage has been found. Additionally, nearby livestock have begun to vanish, some discovered in a grotesque state, as if machine-cut. What are your thoughts on these matters?" Dr. Davis, reclining in his chair, leaned forward to sip from his teacup before responding. "Scientists on Earth are exploring the cosmos, preparing for a journey to Proxima Centauri b, and have discovered Earth-like planets Barnard b and Teegarden b. If we can explore extraterrestrial realms, it is plausible that advanced extraterrestrial beings may visit our planet. Our understanding of their technological advancements, particularly regarding weaponry and aerospace technology, is limited. I suspect that some extraterrestrial force has established a base in Bermuda. If that is the case, they would undoubtedly study and experiment with our earthly technology. Given this perspective, the various issues arising in Bermuda become less surprising. As for the livestock mutilations, I believe Liu Xian, with her medical expertise, could provide greater insight." Liu Xian smiled knowingly, her large eyes sparkling. "I suspect that the capture of many livestock and local fauna is the work of extraterrestrials. What are these advanced beings seeking? They are likely in pursuit of our Earth's animals and various biological gene sequences. Only by obtaining the genetic material of our flora and fauna can they hope to exert control over our planet in the future. Modern warfare transcends the artillery of centuries past. From nuclear weapons to lasers, and now gravity cannons and antimatter bombs, we have entered an era of biological warfare and genetic conflict. As long as we can decipher the genetic code of life on Earth, we possess the means to alter the genetic makeup of all flora and fauna, inducing mutations. In certain circumstances, this could even lead to their self-extinction. If we were to employ a strategy of genetic warfare, we could effortlessly seize control of a planet. Should extraterrestrials have established a base in the Bermuda Triangle and commenced their studies on Earth's genetic code, the consequences would be dire. We must devise a plan to obliterate their base and drive them from our planet. Otherwise, Earth may soon fall under the dominion of advanced alien beings. It remains uncertain whether our current weaponry can prevail against them. I believe it is best for expert Emily to elaborate on this matter." Liu Xian's remarks left the assembly in profound shock, as they had never connected the dots between the mutilated animals and the concept of genetic warfare. General Yukai flicked the ash from his cigarette. The crimson glow of the ember cast a more somber tone upon his weathered visage, reminiscent of an ancient tree that has weathered the storms of time and has come to understand the world. A thin veil of smoke rose before him, forming a haze that obscured his vision, akin to the peculiar phenomena he was currently grappling with in the Bermuda Triangle. Emily, could you clarify whether our spacecraft's weaponry stands a chance against the advanced extraterrestrial entities that may emerge from the Bermuda Triangle? Are we equipped to handle the unusual electromagnetic fields and complex weather conditions that might arise in that region? General Yukai held great trust in Emily, the foreign expert in mechanics who had previously aided the Interstellar Peace Corps in overcoming numerous technological challenges. Initially adorned with a smile, Emily's expression turned grave. General, in order to confront these advanced extraterrestrial beings, we must ensure that our crew comprises the finest astronauts. I strongly recommend Wang Yuanhao and Natasha for this mission, as this will be our first direct encounter with such entities, and defeat is not an option. A failure could heighten the extraterrestrials' awareness of their potential to invade Earth. It is prudent for us to engage in preliminary contact with them at their base in the Bermuda Triangle. By capturing video footage, images, and data, we can further develop our strategic response. Even if we confirm the existence of an alien base in the Bermuda Triangle, we should refrain from launching a direct assault, as we lack knowledge of their weaponry. A failed offensive could result in catastrophic consequences. Our most advanced vessel, the Swift, is equipped with a nuclear magnetic laser cannon, a weapon designed for aggression that cannot alter the Bermuda Triangle's abnormal magnetic conditions. Should the Swift's communication systems fail, we would lose contact with command. Even if we maintain communication, we could be ensnared by the unusual magnetic field, making our escape from the Bermuda Triangle exceedingly difficult. Though the ship is outfitted with antimatter bombs, such weapons are a double-edged sword. If the Swift cannot evacuate the Bermuda Triangle in time, it would succumb to the bomb's radiation, leading to immediate disintegration. I propose we consult General Yunfei and request the Dragon Rider to engage with its gravity cannon, as this could potentially alter the magnetic field of the Bermuda Triangle and disrupt the communication systems of alien spacecraft. After pondering Emily's insights, General Yu Kai spoke. Wang Yuanhao, do you and Natasha feel confident in piloting the Swift for a patrol in the Bermuda Triangle? You must consider this carefully, for it is a perilous place where numerous aircraft, ships, and even spacecraft have encountered danger. Should you embark on this mission, exercise utmost caution. General, I am resolute in fulfilling this task. Await news of victory from Natasha and me. Wang Yuanhao stood and saluted General Yu Kai. General, I will accompany Wang Yuanhao, and we shall accomplish our mission. Anticipate our triumphant return. Natasha's demeanor was calm, and her words resonated with determination, embodying the spirit of a woman who does not shy away from challenges. In response to their declarations, General Yu Kai spoke earnestly. Initially, I intended to summon Captain Shueguoqiang from the Cosmic Explorers Alliance to pilot the Dayu to patrol the Bermuda Triangle. However, upon reflection, I believe you two are better suited for this task. Not only is it a routine patrol, but you may also conduct scientific investigations should any anomalies arise. Nonetheless, to ensure safety, I will promptly request General Yunfei to dispatch the Dragon Rider for reinforcement. After conveying his intentions, General Yu Kai instructed Dr. Davis to establish contact with General Yunfei's office. Suddenly, the communication computer in General Yunfei's office lit up, displaying a signal from the Interstellar Peace Corps requesting connection. General Yunfei pressed the button to connect, and General Yu Kai's image flickered onto the screen. General Yunfei, numerous anomalies have been reported in the Bermuda Triangle region. We are preparing to send Wang Yuanhao and Natasha aboard the Swift for a patrol. Given the area's highly unusual electromagnetic fields and the confluence of major ocean currents, the sea conditions are quite complex. Therefore, we request that you dispatch the Dragon Rider equipped with a gravity cannon to support the Swift. General Yu Kai had thoroughly considered the implications. Should the Swift encounter peril in the Bermuda Triangle, it would result in significant losses for the Interstellar Peace Corps. General Yu Kai, the Dragon Rider has successfully launched from the Jiangnan Research Institute, completing the gravity cannon's experimental installation. Originally destined for the Interstellar Peace Corps space base, we can now redirect it to assist the Swift. Both vessels will patrol the Bermuda Triangle together, with the Dragon Rider carrying Professor Qian Shang's research team. From this moment, you command both ships and must ensure the safety of their crews while conducting scientific assessments and patrols in the Bermuda region. This is imperative. General Yunfei was unaware of the practical effectiveness of the gravity cannon, but he considered the forthcoming anomalies in the Bermuda region to be an opportune moment for a field test. General Yunfei, I will ensure the Swift and the Dragon Rider successfully complete this scientific expedition in the Bermuda region. If the opportunity arises, we will conduct a live demonstration of the gravity cannon. Rest assured, I will safeguard the research team's well-being. After saluting General Yunfei on the screen, General Yu Kai ended the communication. Wang Yuanhao, Natasha, you are to accept your combat orders immediately and pilot the Swift to patrol the Bermuda Triangle. Report any unusual occurrences directly to headquarters, General Yu Kai commanded. Yes, General. We will execute the orders without hesitation. Wang Yuanhao and Natasha saluted before departing the operations office of the Interstellar Peace Corps. The space base and operations office of the Interstellar Peace Corps were located within an underground cavern. Wang Yuanhao and Natasha swiftly boarded the Swift. With a burst of blinding light and the roar of engines, the Swift ascended into the sky from the open hatch of the Interstellar Peace Corps launch facility. Natasha, lock in the navigation system. Destination, Bermuda Triangle. Activate the nuclear magnetic laser cannon. The ship is entering combat readiness level 1. Wang Yuanhao expressed his utmost satisfaction with his deputy, who possessed not only grace and beauty but also an alluring charisma. The navigation system locked onto the Bermuda Triangle. The electronic laser cannon was activated, and the ship successfully achieved readiness for combat. Natasha operated the Swift spacecraft with meticulous precision as it soared through the star-studded night sky. The evening was adorned with countless twinkling stars, enveloped in a delicate veil of mist. The ethereal heavens, boundless farmlands, vast ocean surfaces, and towering mountains appeared before them like a dream or a melody. The cosmos, having undergone numerous cataclysmic explosions, birthed the celestial bodies we observe today. Presently, we have discerned the existence of approximately 125 billion galaxies, each comprising billions of stars. While these colossal galaxies may seem extraordinary to us, they are but a mere scattering of stars in the vast universe. For our Earth, it is merely one among the 70 quintillion planets. In 1967, American aviator Robert Bruce and his assistant Dmitry Lepikov were flying low over the Bermuda Triangle when they unexpectedly spotted a massive rectangular object beneath the waters of Mini Island. It was a flat-topped pyramid, surrounded by docks, port facilities, and marble statues. In 1978, Roger Way led an expedition to the vicinity of Bermuda, uncovering another pyramid. In 2012, scientists from the United States and France, in collaboration with other nations, investigated the seafloor of the Bermuda Triangle and discovered previously uncharted pyramids. Many scientists speculate that the mysterious disappearances of vessels in this region may be attributed to formidable underwater vortices. These immense whirlpools are likely a result of the interaction between the Gulf Stream, the Canary Current, and the North Equatorial Current. The convergence of these distinct ocean currents can generate colossal waves, towering dozens of meters high, capable of cleaving large ships in two and devouring unsuspecting vessels. Some scientists further propose that the strong northern winds from Puerto Rico, combined with the surging tides of the ocean's depths, might create internal waterfalls reaching thousands of meters and colossal descending currents. The most powerful vortices can spin at a velocity of 0.5 meters per second, with a diameter of 200 kilometers and a depth of 500 meters. Such immense whirlpools can ensnare ships, while towering water walls of over 10 meters often form in the Bermuda Triangle, with occasional tornadoes that can lift seawater hundreds or thousands of meters into the air, rendering both ships and aircraft vulnerable to calamity. As the Swift spacecraft sped through the night, the fiery exhaust from its nuclear propulsion and the lights from its portholes resembled a diminutive comet streaking across the sky. Natasha turned to Wang Yuanhao, smiling as she remarked, "I hear that in China, when a man marries, he must present a bride price, often consisting of numerous jewels and a substantial sum of money." Wang Yuanhao replied with a gentle smile, "I possess none of that. My only belongings are this spacesuit and the wages I've saved over the years. I've heard that in Russia, the bride is responsible for providing all the household items needed for the new life," Natasha continued. Wang Yuanhao smiled softly. "I have none of those either, but we do have cattle and an old horse that has lived for decades. I wonder if you would find those appealing?" After Natasha finished speaking, she pursed her lips and continued to chuckle. "Natasha, without a dowry, you might end up like your family's old horse, unable to marry. Perhaps you should consider preparing a dowry," Wang Yuanhao said, feigning seriousness. "You are quite the rogue." "You are no gentleman," Natasha retorted. "Then I'll just be a woman like you, as it makes no difference to me," Wang Yuanhao replied, spreading his hands. "You are nothing but a scoundrel and a jester. My father once told me to marry a true man, one who can protect me, not one who requires a dowry from the girl." Natasha decided to avert her gaze from him. Regardless, you have no dowry, so whether or not I marry you is entirely up to me, Wang Yuanhao said. His parents had already purchased a home and household items in Shanghai, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this lovely girl to prepare for their wedding. As the swift spacecraft rapidly approached the Bermuda Triangle, the previously tranquil sea suddenly roared with tumultuous waves. Wang Yuanhao, look. The communication computer screen is displaying an SOS signal, and the radar indicates a fishing vessel below us, Natasha exclaimed loudly. It's a fishing boat, and it is gradually sinking beneath the towering waves. Wang Yuanhao observed in horror as the once calm sea split open like a canyon. The fishing vessel was caught in a colossal whirlpool, spiraling downwards into the abyss. The sea's surface churned with tornadoes, forming immense water columns that shot skyward. Natasha increased their altitude, locking in at 10,000 meters as the spacecraft entered combat mode. The spacecraft's altitude is locked, and we are now in a state of heightened alert. Wang Yuanhao and Natasha helplessly watched as the fishing vessel sank into the canyon-like depths, powerless to assist. It was as if the boat were a mere leaf upon a turbulent river, quickly consumed by the depths, as if it had never existed in this world. With the disappearance of the SOS signal, the fishing vessel vanished without a trace. They hastily transmitted the recorded video footage back to the Interstellar Peace Corps operations office. Suddenly, the swift spacecraft found itself unable to proceed, gently descending towards the sea's surface, beset by an unusual magnetic force. They urgently sent out a distress signal to General Yu Kai. General Yu, the spacecraft is located in the Bermuda Triangle, having lost its power balance. The communication system is failing, and we are being drawn downwards by an external force. Wang Yuanhao, Natasha, you must maintain the spacecraft's balance and endure until the last effective moment. The Qilong spacecraft, equipped with a gravity cannon, is en route to assist you. The ocean, which had once opened up, now tumultuously rolled with waves reaching dozens of meters high. With a series of massive roars, the waters parted, revealing a vast military base. Enormous laser cannon turrets rotated to target the Swift spacecraft in the sky. Suddenly, the communication systems aboard the Swift regained functionality, and the strange magnetic force dissipated. The spacecraft regained its power and hovered in the air, displaying a long string of special communication codes. This is the Shadow Combat Base of Proxima Centauri. Any ship entering our base must leave immediately or face dire consequences. We are the Swift of the Interstellar Peace Corps, currently patrolling the Bermuda Triangle. You have illegally intruded into our territory. Please vacate Earth at once. I am Captain of the Shadows. We have established a military base in Bermuda. I will repeat myself. Leave our defense zone immediately, or we will initiate an attack on your vessel. The entire universe is free and belongs to no superior beings, including you Earthlings. The alien military base emitted a cacophony of piercing shrieks as the laser turrets prepared for combat. A massive alien warship materialized behind the turrets, its rotating armaments reminiscent of ancient warrior shields, all directed skyward. The fishing vessel that had just sunk to the ocean's depths was now securely bound by thick iron chains. At that moment, a ship shimmering with lights approached swiftly from afar, hovering above the alien military base after circling it. We are the Qilong spacecraft, and I am Dr. Guter. On behalf of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, I command your alien warship to vacate Earth, dismantle your military base, and release the recently detained fishing vessel, aircraft, and human beings, along with all animals, for they too are friends of humanity. Ha ha, a diminutive spacecraft dares to issue commands to me, unaware of my formidable power. If you do not vacate your vessel, we shall be compelled to destroy it. You shall soon experience the might of our gravitational cannon. I strongly advise you to depart Earth immediately, dismantle your illegal military installations, and release our fishing vessels. Initiate a preliminary combat assault on the alien military base using the gravitational cannon. Dr. Gut has issued the command to activate the gravitational cannon against the extraterrestrial military base. As the gravitational force was relentlessly applied, the once tumultuous sea began to calm. The laser turrets on the alien military base and the turrets on their warships ceased their rotation, gripped by waves of magnetic gravity that instilled fear in the alien fleet, rendering their communication and command facilities nearly inoperative. Prepare to launch an offensive against the extraterrestrial vessels and military installations. Activate the nuclear magnetic laser cannon. General Yu Kai has given the order to the Qilong and Xuanjie spacecraft to commence the attack. The turrets on both vessels swiftly aimed at the submerged alien military base and warships. Wait, I am unaware of the advanced weaponry you employ, but I know that the outcome of this conflict will inevitably spell our defeat. We unconditionally accept the release of your fishing vessels, crew, and assorted animals. However, the dismantling of military bases and the return of our warships to Proxima Centauri must be sanctioned by the headquarters of the Shadow Legion. I currently lack the authority to convey this to you. Should you destroy our military base and warships now, it will undoubtedly provoke retaliation from the Shadow Legion. The captain of the Shadow Legion, faced with the overwhelming assault capabilities of the Earth Space Exploration Alliance, had no choice but to concede. Otherwise, they would struggle to return to Proxima Centauri after suffering such a formidable attack. Very well, we shall return. I hope you expeditiously evacuate Earth and dismantle your illegal military installations. Dr. Gut conveyed General Yukai's sentiments directly to the captain of the Shadow Legion. Very well, Dr. Gut, I shall immediately release your fishing vessel. However, we have only one vessel in our possession. With a series of rumbling sounds, the massive vortex began to swirl once more, and the fishing vessel, trapped on the seabed, slowly ascended as if to soar toward distant stars. The sailors aboard the vessel, emerging from the depths of despair, suddenly beheld the starlight above, each one cheering with joy. The waters that had split to either side gradually merged once again, and the surface of the sea became tranquil. The rescued sailors gazed at the two spacecraft hovering in the sky, resembling the morning star, guiding them toward their voyage. Report to General Yukai, requesting to return. The Qilong and Xuanjie spacecraft immediately turned back, targeting the Interstellar Peace Corps space base. The two vessels flashed their lights as they soared through the night sky toward China's Heihe City. The sailors aboard the rescued fishing vessel, tears brimming in their eyes, watched as the two spacecraft gradually receded into the distance. The colossal vortex in the Bermuda region continued to swirl, its power rivaling that of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, not to mention its comparable influence on Earth's tides as exerted by the moon. Could the underwater pyramids in the Bermuda region truly be extraterrestrial military bases? A negotiation between justice and evil would soon commence anew amidst the turbulent waters of the Bermuda region. Behind the profound and mysterious abyss of the ocean lies a colossal, earth-shattering secret. Chapter 8. The confrontation of justice and evil in the Bermuda region after the Qilong and Xuanjie spacecraft returned to their base. The sea surface in the Bermuda region remained tumultuous. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, casting their ethereal light upon the surging waters, creating a spectacle of eerie foamy waves. The ocean seemed akin to a colossal beast that had slumbered for millennia, ready to open its gaping maw and consume everything upon the surface. Strange currents intertwined in this maritime expanse, akin to magma erupting from a volcanic summit, unleashing towering waves that surged skyward. In the operations office of the Interstellar Peace Corps, General Yukai convened an urgent meeting. The astronauts and researchers had barely caught their breath upon returning from the mission when they were summoned here. The large screen in the command center displayed real-time footage of the Bermuda region as relayed by satellites. All alarm systems had been activated, and the area was under heightened surveillance. After lighting a cigarette and surveying the room, General Yukai remarked thoughtfully, "It is no longer a secret that the Bermuda Triangle conceals two underwater pyramids. Recently, we have also discovered some depressions and cavities formed in the oceanic crust. When seismic activity occurs in the Andros Islands, the tops of these cavities collapse, creating a downward funnel, as if the ocean floor has opened its gaping maw, causing water to rush in and swallowing vessels on the surface. Consider this. Could these two pyramids also be extraterrestrial bases?" Dr. Davis pressed his cigarette heavily into the ashtray, contemplating before raising his head and responding, "I did not anticipate the aliens would arrive so swiftly and silently without any prior indication. However, I believe that these two underwater pyramids collapsed into the ocean due to tectonic movements and should not be extraterrestrial launch sites. As for the ability of the pyramids to engulf ships, that is quite normal. Perhaps there were complex gravitational waves present during their construction. To this day, we remain ignorant of the internal structure of the pyramids. There may exist intricate siphon mechanisms within. When abnormal gravitational waves manifest, they could activate certain mechanisms inside the pyramids. Under the influence of immense suction, vessels or aircraft could easily lose control. From my observations, the two pyramids beneath the Bermuda Triangle do not resemble extraterrestrial launch sites. During our confrontation with the alien spacecraft today, we did not witness any equipment activation from these pyramids. I surmise that these two pyramids are remnants of an ancient civilization. In the future, we should conduct a systematic investigation when time permits." Wang Yuanhao appeared particularly fatigued today, likely due to the heightened tension experienced during the recent standoff with the alien spacecraft. After listening to both individuals, General Yukai nodded and said, "Professor Qiansheng, what are your thoughts?" Professor Chi smiled and replied, although the Bermuda Triangle is located far from St. Dudu Island in the eastern Pacific, there exists an underwater waterway connecting the two. Along the coast of St. Dudu Island, one often encounters remnants of unidentified wrecked ships. However, there have been no recorded shipwreck incidents in that area. Why do these shipwreck remnants suddenly appear from the depths of the ocean? These wrecks must have been swept over from the Bermuda Triangle, as the underwater waterway possesses a powerful magnetic pull. When vessels or aircraft encounter this peculiar attraction, their navigation systems fail. This unusual force has caused numerous vessels and aircraft to meet their demise in the Bermuda region, resulting in their wreckage naturally appearing near St. Dudu Island. Furthermore, this maritime area is characterized by strong infrasound waves, which propagate through the air at a speed of 330 meters per second and even faster in water. When the frequency of infrasound vibrations reaches around 6 Hz, it can induce fatigue, restlessness, and ultimately transform into fear. At a frequency of 7 Hz, it can paralyze the heart and nervous system, while stronger infrasound waves may even lead to death or cause vessels to rupture and aircraft to disintegrate. I suspect that the Bermuda region harbors celestial bodies with immense gravitational forces. They may be small in size, but possess a very high density. Perhaps these extraterrestrial bodies collapsed into black holes and sank here, potentially becoming as minuscule as protons. Any matter in proximity would be drawn in, yet it would not release any matter. Qian Sheng took a sip of water and continued, not far from Bermuda. A meteorite once fell on the Belize Peninsula of Mexico, its dust lingering in the atmosphere for a decade before gradually dissipating. Might this meteorite have had an impact on the Bermuda region? Moreover, this area is home to flammable ice, which can generate enormous bubbles of gas. When violent underwater earthquakes occur, this flammable ice is disturbed and vaporizes rapidly. A multitude of bubbles ascend to the surface simultaneously, causing the density of the seawater to decrease and resulting in a loss of buoyancy. If a vessel happens to pass by at this moment, it will succumb to the force of gravity and sink. Should an aircraft fly over, the methane gas can ignite upon contact with the high-temperature exhaust from the engines, leading to an immediate explosion. Thus, I contemplate that the anomalous conditions in the Bermuda area are not significantly related to extraterrestrial beings. Their sudden appearance compels us to consider their potential ulterior motives. It is imperative that we determine the appropriate methods and attitudes to adopt towards these extraterrestrials, as it stands as our most pressing concern. I have reported this matter to the headquarters of the Interstellar Explorers Alliance, and Marshal Yunfei intends for us to expel the aliens from Earth. Their arrival could very well be driven by some form of aggression, as they establish a space base here, possibly in anticipation of future colonization. Since they hail from the nearby exoplanet Proxima Centauri b, it indicates that some unusual circumstances have transpired on their home planet. Perhaps they seek refuge from a natural disaster, prompting them to establish a base on our Earth. It would be prudent for us to avoid direct conflict with the alien fleet. Rather, we should negotiate peacefully to facilitate their swift departure. I invite you to discuss the peculiarities of the Bermuda region and our forthcoming strategies for engagement. General Yu Kai flicked the ash from his cigarette, watching as it gently descended to the floor, enveloping the operations room in silence. Dr. Guter, having remained silent until now, stood and remarked, to my knowledge, the seabed of the Bermuda Triangle conceals vast reserves of natural gas, with a highly intricate geological structure. Should any unusual circumstances arise, this natural gas could be released in large quantities, potentially causing aircraft engines to stall due to oxygen deprivation. The exhaust from the tailpipes could ignite the natural gas, resulting in catastrophic explosions. The region is also characterized by a strong magnetic field, creating turbulent air currents in the sky. Should a flying vessel encounter these currents, it could be torn apart, which I believe is one of the reasons the extraterrestrials have established a base beneath the sea. The Bermuda region's magnetic anomalies are influenced by the gravitational pulls of the moon and sun, leading to ionized magma deep within the crust of the triangle. Our current strategy involves employing a gravitational cannon to restore the area's normal magnetic state. The Puerto Rico Trench, plunging to a depth of 215 meters, harbors extraordinary super-heavy materials within its crust. These materials exert a powerful gravitational pull, causing the sea level above the trench to sink by as much as 25 meters compared to other maritime regions. Vessels entering this submerged zone may fall victim to gravitational forces, risking maritime disasters. Our response must also focus on restoring the normal gravitational state of this sea region. Given the presence of a super-strong gravitational field, it is highly likely that vast amounts of energy and heat are concentrated here, potentially even harboring a wormhole. This could be the most efficient route for advanced extraterrestrial beings to reach Earth, necessitating intensified observation and monitoring of this area. Wormholes. Could they truly exist here? I can believe in the presence of black holes, but if wormholes are real, that would be magnificent. If we were to discover a wormhole, it might lead us beyond our universe, or even into parallel universes. Natasha exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. But if there are no wormholes, how could the aliens have arrived? I suspect that a wormhole may indeed exist here. There might be super heavy materials in the cosmos that, under certain anomalous magnetic conditions, could generate high thermal energy, which is a prerequisite for the opening of a wormhole by extraterrestrials. The professor has previously suggested that this area could harbor black holes resulting from the collapse of extraterrestrial galaxies. Yet I theorize that this black hole could originate from a higher dimensional space, currently existing in a state as minuscule as a proton. Should a black hole indeed exist, it would elucidate all the anomalous phenomena occurring in the Bermuda region. Mary Elsie has consistently shown great interest in the bizarre occurrences within the Bermuda Triangle. Suddenly, Lu San recalled something and said slowly, while our spacecraft exerted gravitational force on the alien military base, a group of playful dolphins swam beneath us, signaling distress to our sonar system. When the alien military apparatus released the captured fishing vessels and these dolphins, one particularly adorable dolphin carried a piece of metallic debris in its mouth. This fragment, though thin, was remarkably resilient, resembling a material crafted from nanotechnology. This may very well be the construction material employed by the extraterrestrial spacecraft. The dolphin's act of presenting this fragment to us suggests they intend for us to comprehend the materials used by the alien fleet. These dolphins appear exceptionally intelligent, indicating they have lingered in the vicinity of the alien military base for quite some time. Their gift of this peculiar substance is likely meant to inform us of the aliens' true presence. In our future explorations of the Bermuda region, perhaps these dolphins could serve as our guides. Oh, if these dolphins can guide us, we may uncover the lair of the sea monsters responsible for the mysterious incidents involving sunken vessels and aircraft. Lu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. General Yukai pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us temporarily set aside our research on the Bermuda phenomena. According to General Yun Fei, we must immediately dispatch a negotiation team to the Bermuda area to engage with Captain Xiang of the alien fleet. During this negotiation, we must maintain our composure and endeavor to persuade them to vacate Earth, dismantling their military base in Bermuda. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid any direct confrontation with the extraterrestrials, as our current technological capabilities may not be sufficient for such an engagement. Moreover, we remain uncertain about the true purpose of their arrival on Earth. I propose that we send Guter, Wang Yuanhao, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu San aboard the spacecraft to negotiate in Bermuda. Concurrently, we will deploy 2 aircraft carriers from the Western Seas, equipped with nuclear weapons, to exert military deterrence against the alien military base in Bermuda. After General Yukai concluded his statement, he activated the communication system, connecting to the command center of the Interstellar Explorers Alliance. The communication screen in the Cosmic Explorers Alliance Operations Command Office suddenly illuminated, displaying General Yukai's visage amidst the flickering lights. Marshal Yun Fei, I request the dispatch of 2 aircraft carriers to support the Bermuda region and exert military deterrence against the alien fleet. The Interstellar Peace Corps will send the Qilong and Xuanjie spacecraft to Bermuda to negotiate with Captain Xiang of the alien fleet. Following your instructions, we will expel the Xiang fleet from Earth and dismantle their space base in Bermuda. General Yang Gang, you are to command the aircraft carriers Long Dragon and Battle Dragon to proceed at full speed towards the Bermuda region. Both carriers must be fully loaded with nuclear-powered fighter jets, under the command of Squadron Leader Shueguoqiang. Additionally, the aircraft carriers are equipped with antimatter bombs and nuclear magnetic laser cannons, which may be deployed to strike against the extraterrestrial fleet if necessary. Marshal Yun Fei has concurrently issued combat orders to both General Yang Gang and Squadron Leader Shueguoqiang. Marshal Yun Fei, I shall resolutely fulfill the combat mission you have assigned. General Yang Gang saluted Marshal Yun Fei. Marshal Yun Fei, I am determined to complete the task and lead the fighter jets in a show of force against the alien fleet, Squadron Leader Shueguoqiang stated, saluting as well. After receiving their orders, General Yang Gang and Squadron Leader Shueguoqiang swiftly departed from the operations office of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. They directly piloted the spacecraft Great Universe towards the Western Naval Base. The 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, laden with fighter jets, cut through the waves with majestic presence as they sailed past Miami and Cologne towards the Bermuda Triangle. A week later, the 2 nuclear-powered carriers reached the Bermuda Triangle, surrounding the extraterrestrial military base with thousands of nuclear-powered fighter jets. In the tumultuous skies, the Dragon Rider and Swift vessels hovered steadily above the Bermuda waters. Since the last departure of the Dragon Rider and Swift from the Bermuda region, immense antennas had emerged on the surface of the ocean. These communication antennas extended like tentacles towards the heavens, incessantly emitting a buzzing sound and dazzling lights. Captain Siang directly connected to the command room of the Shadow Legion headquarters, located on Proxima Centauri C, reporting all occurrences on Earth to General Kafili, the commander of the headquarters. General, the Interstellar Explorers Alliance has discovered our military base on Earth and dispatched 2 ships for reconnaissance. In direct contact, we have identified a weapon on the opposing vessels with a strong gravitational pull, which severely disrupts our fleet's communication systems and laser cannons, as well as the magnetic fields of the Bermuda region. We cannot guarantee victory against them. Therefore, we request guidance from headquarters. The visage of Captain Siang appeared on the command screen at the Shadow Legion headquarters. Currently, our People's Committee has implemented surveillance over our Shadow Legion. The committee disapproves of our combat plans against humanity. Chairman Goth, that stubborn old man, along with General Bailey of the Walloon Legion, is advocating for a peaceful expansion of the cosmos. This old hardliner believes that the Walloon Legion is the true ally of the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C. At this juncture, engaging in war against Earth presents insurmountable challenges in terms of supplies and operational plans, as we cannot secure a public referendum from the People's Committee. Thus, we cannot confront humanity directly. If necessary, you may destroy the Bermuda space base and return to the military base on Proxima Centauri, avoiding direct conflict with Earthlings. Upon returning to Proxima Centauri C, await the opportune moment to undermine the Walloon Legion. General Kafili issued the operational directive beneath it. The extraterrestrial aerospace base suddenly unleashed a formidable surge of energy, plunging the entire surface of the sea into a violent inferno once more. Following this, the base erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering countless debris across the water, as the acrid scent of charred materials permeated the air, and a dense haze of smoke enveloped the vast ocean. At that moment, nearly everyone in the Bermuda region could behold a colossal fireball soaring into the sky. This was swiftly followed by thunderous roars and torrential rain, and soon after, the surface of the sea returned to an eerie calm, as if nothing had ever transpired. The tunnel in the sky faded away with the dissipating fog, leaving only 2 distant nuclear-powered aircraft carriers observing the scene. The spacecrafts, the Qielong and the Xuanjia, had already returned to the Interstellar Peacekeeping Forces aerospace base, where the astronauts would promptly relay the events that had unfolded here to the Interstellar Explorers Alliance. The enigmatic Bermuda Triangle continued to churn with turbulent waves, as several ocean currents intertwined recklessly. What will transpire upon the return of Captain Inching to the Shadow Legion? The battle between justice and evil is poised to unfold among all the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C. Will the aliens once again assault Earth? Will Earthlings venture into the cosmos? Will they set foot on Proxima Centauri C? Will the malevolent forces on Earth conspire with those on Proxima Centauri C? All uncertainties and conflicts are destined to re-emerge within the galaxy. Chapter 9. The correct resolution of the Proxima Centauri C National Legislative Assembly. Proxima Centauri is the 3rd star of the Alpha Centauri system. It is the closest star to the solar system, situated at a position 2 degrees southwest from Earth, classified as a red dwarf. Discovered in 1915 by Robert Innes, the director of the then Johannesburg Union Observatory in South Africa, it is the brightest star in the Alpha Centauri system, sharing characteristics similar to our Sun, and is the 3rd brightest star in the night sky. 2 Earth-like planets orbit this star, known as Proxima Centauri C and Proxima Centauri B. Although Proxima Centauri C bears a striking resemblance to Earth, its proximity to the star subjects it to intense heat. In contrast, Proxima Centauri B exhibits a geological structure and orbital path more akin to Earth, boasting an ecological environment remarkably similar to our own. Due to alterations in celestial orbits and the instability of internal structures within Proxima Centauri C is frequently shrouded in clouds of dust and debris from stellar explosions. Despite possessing 7 times the mass of Earth, its ecological conditions are far inferior. The headquarters of the National Committee of Proxima Centauri C is situated in the capital city of Kadaga, an ancient city rich in history and heritage. From the Isle of Screws, the towering walls of the ancient city rise into the clouds, with the monumental statue of the Cajun deity standing majestically by the seashore. In addition to the Cajun people, the city is home to the Yukons and the Ghanaians. The Walloon Legion is the direct military force of the Cajun people, while the Shadow Legion predominantly consists of Yukons and Ghanaians. For centuries, These races have merged through relentless conflict, ultimately forming the Cajun Kingdom under the unified leadership of the National Committee. Although political unity has been achieved, ideological consensus remains elusive, leading to differing opinions within the committee regarding significant resolutions. These races bear a striking resemblance to humans, yet possess more simian features. They are slightly taller than humans, with proportionately larger heads, and notably, they have only 3 toes and 3 fingers. The majority of the Wallen Legion's armed forces are stationed near the Isle of Screws, while the Shadow Legion is based on the distant Fire Cloud Island, characterized by a plethora of volcanic geological structures. In the early morning, a light mist envelopes the skies above the capital of the Cajun Kingdom, Kadaga. The azure heavens, typically vibrant, appear obscured by cosmic dust, casting a gray pallor over the landscape. The resplendent spire of St. Dame's Cathedral emanates a cold, ethereal light, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, as the entire city seems to languish in a hellish gloom devoid of sunlight. Such weather is a frequent occurrence in the Cajun Kingdom. Whenever Proxima Centauri begins to explode and accelerate in flames, dust blankets the entire realm. The escalating heat melts glaciers within the ocean, causing sea levels to rise and inundate numerous cities and villages near the ports. With light from the sky obstructed by particles of dust, the flora on the surface struggles to perform photosynthesis, rendering forests, grasslands, and farmlands in a state of decay. Artificial intelligence spectral emitters rise like towering peaks throughout the Cajun Kingdom. Powered by nuclear fuel, these emitters produce a continuous, thunderous hum, akin to the roar of a tsunami. Even when all spectral emitters in the Cajun Kingdom operate simultaneously, they pale in comparison to the brilliance emitted by their home star, Proxima Centauri. These towering spectral generators can only offer temporary respite against the impacts of natural disasters. The bells of St. Dame's Cathedral toll, resonating throughout Kadaga, heralding the commencement of an important meeting of the National Committee. Within the Grand Hall, representatives from various cities, political spheres, and military factions sit orderly in the chairs below the platform. Chairman Goth occupies the central seat at the front, flanked by Peter, the High Priest of St. Dame's Cathedral. Beside them sit the commanders of the Wallen Legion and the Shadow Legion, Bailey and Kafili, respectively. In the back row are seated Professors Allen, Mara, Hoy, and the Seer Thomas. An hour prior to the committee's meeting, Kafili, the commander of the Shadow Legion, arrived at St. Dame's Cathedral. He had come in haste, summoned specifically by High Priest Peter. The Cajun Kingdom had once been ruled by the Church, during which the Cajun people lived in oppression and servitude. It was only after the Cajun people revolted and seized power that the National Committee was elected. Kafili pushed open the door to the office of High Priest Peter and stepped inside. "My lord, what brings me to you?" "Kafili, I have heard that your Shadow Fleet's military base on Earth has failed. I wonder if Chairman Goth will take issue with your failure. You must prepare yourself mentally and devise a response strategy." "My lord, thank you for your warning. I believe Chairman Goth will not impose any sanctions upon me. He is a man of integrity, and the withdrawal of the Shadow Fleet from Proxima Centauri Sea was sanctioned by the National Committee. In this matter, I have not violated any command principles." "Haha. Oh, Commander, have you forgotten? The Shadow Legion was once our church's military force. For nearly 1,000 years, the Shadow Legion commanded respect on this planet, until the establishment of the National Committee relegated them to a secondary force. Are you truly content with the current predicament of your legion? Do you not aspire to be the great general of the Cajun Kingdom? All of this requires your cooperation and relentless effort. My esteemed High Priest, I have never felt that our Shadow Legion is a secondary force. Although the Wallen Legion is stationed near the Isle of Screws, we are relatively more distant. Yet our military capabilities, including supplies, are by no means inferior to those of the Wallen Legion. In fact, they may even surpass them. Chairman Goth has shown me great favor, and as a Ghanaian, I am already quite satisfied to hold the position of commander. Kafili, what of my regard for you? Is my esteem for you to be less than that of Chairman Goth? Your position as the commander of the Shadow Legion, as a Ghanaian, is largely due to the influence of our church. I know you publicly appear to be entirely subordinate to Chairman Goth, but do not forget, your blood is that of the Ghanaian nobility. You should serve the Church of the Cajun Kingdom in reclaiming its dominion, and you ought to be the most esteemed general of the Cajun Kingdom. My esteemed High Priest, with our current strength in the Shadow Legion, we are utterly incapable of reclaiming military supremacy over the Cajun Kingdom. The power of our Shadow Legion comprises nearly half of its officers who are of Ute descent. In critical moments, they heed only the commands of the People's Committee, disregarding the resolutions of me, the so-called Legion Commander. In a sense, I have disappointed the expectations of our esteemed leader. I currently lack the capability to assist you in reclaiming dominion over the kingdom of Cassie. Commander Kafili, I must assert that you are mistaken in this matter. You possess ample authority to mobilize the entire Shadow Legion's forces. Upon learning of your rebellion, the Ukes were successfully rallied by you and subsequently engaged in acts of insurrection. Consequently, according to the regulations of the People's Committee, they must face execution. The Ukes and the Kashyans do not belong to the same echelon. It is only natural for them to align with you in pursuit of their social standing. Why do you think the Kashyan troops are stationed near Kadaga? Do you not comprehend? It is to guard against your potential treachery and an assault on Kadaga. As for the favors granted to you by Chairman Goth, they are merely to stabilize your position and that of the Ukes and the Ghanans, thereby achieving his political unification. Do you genuinely wish to languish in another's domain? Have you never considered living in the halls of power? My esteemed leader, I have ascended to the position of Legion Commander, and I find fulfillment in this life. I am reluctant to undertake uncertain endeavors, for the repercussions of betraying the People's Committee are dire. Commander Kafili, you must recognize that noble Ghanan blood flows within your veins. You are obliged to assist the Church in reclaiming political authority. This is the honor of your lifetime, and you cannot shirk this responsibility. I will seek an opportunity to persuade Chairman Goth to implement the military immigration plan. When the Valen Legion is engaged in battles beyond our world, it shall be your moment to restore Ghanan political dominance. Do you grasp this? I have initiated preliminary contact with the Dark Empire and the Senesai faction on Earth. They are diligently working to acquire advanced technological resources for us. Our promise to them is that once we achieve immigration, they shall govern Earth on our behalf. My bishop, if you insist, I shall comply with your directives. However, post-revolution, your assurance of my elevation to the Grand General of the Kingdom of Cassie must not be broken. Very well, Commander Kafili, as long as you adhere to my counsel, what I promise you shall indeed be yours. Goth, this obstinate old man, should not be trusted. His words are merely sweet nothings, and believing them could lead to your ruin. Today, the People's Committee convenes. During the assembly, you must assist me in promoting the military immigration initiative. After the conclave, the Grand Bishop Peter of the St. Dam Church and Commander Kafili of the Shadow Legion swiftly entered the Grand Hall of the People's Committee, which was already filled to capacity. They surveyed their surroundings before quietly ascending the platform. The assembly of the Proxima Centauri People's Committee was officially underway. Chairman Goth rose from his seat and proclaimed, "The star upon which we depend for our existence, Proxima Centauri, is a red dwarf, possessing only 0.8 times the mass of our solar sun. Its size and temperature are relatively smaller and lower compared to the sun, emitting significantly less light. This red dwarf will not expand into a red giant, but rather continue to contract. Its core will slowly transform hydrogen into helium, and upon the depletion of hydrogen, it will begin to burn helium without expanding into a red giant as typical celestial bodies do. Ultimately, when the helium fuel is exhausted, the outer layers of the star will dissipate, leaving behind its core, which will become a white dwarf of Proxima Centauri's size. The Proxima we observe may not necessarily be the true progenitor of Proxima Centauri c. Although most of us believe Proxima created Proxima Centauri c, in truth, it is likely a remnant of debris and dust that orbited Proxima billions of years ago, coalescing and compressing to form Proxima Centauri c. A significant amount of black body radiation exists between Proxima and Proxima Centauri c, and due to dark matter, the orbital path remains largely unchanged, though the radiation intensity is steadily increasing. This means our living conditions are becoming increasingly untenable. We must alter our current dire state of existence. One solution is to migrate our entire population to a more habitable terrestrial planet. Another is to elevate our technological prowess to a new height, utilizing magnetic fields to disrupt Proxima's radiation toward Proxima Centauri c. We could even consider altering Proxima Centauri c's orbital trajectory to distance it from Proxima's black body radiation and dust. A further possibility involves employing a time machine to transport our entire populace to a more suitable time frame in the past, though we have yet to attain such advanced technology. Let us now engage in discussion, allowing representatives to voice their perspectives. Chairman Goth, a diminutive elder with a face etched by the passage of time, bore the weight of many years. He appeared particularly benevolent yet harbored an indomitable spirit, once known as the iron-blooded general of the Kashyans. Professor Allen, a youthful and vigorous scientist of high repute in the realm of Kashyan science, smiled gently and surveyed the assembly. The calamities we endure stem largely from celestial radiation. While a mass migration is the ideal solution, the destination remains uncertain. Such an undertaking necessitates considerable resources and manpower, and the means of relocating to other terrestrial planets is of paramount importance. Currently, Earth is the most suitable location for our survival. However, given the presence of humanity on Earth, any hasty migration would undoubtedly provoke a response from Earth's inhabitants. As a nation that cherishes peace, we do not wish to achieve our mass migration through aggressive means. We must employ peaceful strategies to foster mutual development among higher forms of life in the cosmos. Beyond Earth, we have identified Barnard's Star B and Proxima B, both of which are also suitable for habitation. Recent reports from the Shadow Fleet indicate that Earth's technological advancement is swift. We should collaborate with Earth's inhabitants to explore the cosmos and seek new terrestrial planets fit for our elevated existence. Stars initially consist of hydrogen atoms, floating as nebulous forms in the cosmos. When nuclear fusion ignites the hydrogen atoms, gravitational forces gradually cause them to contract, forming a burning star. During this process, hydrogen atoms transform into helium. Once the hydrogen is depleted, helium begins to ignite, causing the star to expand into a red giant. When the helium supply in the core is exhausted, the star's outer layers dissipate, leaving behind the core, which becomes a white dwarf. This white dwarf can no longer extract energy through fusion. At this point, the star may collapse under immense pressure, compressing electrons toward the atomic nucleus, raising temperatures to millions of degrees, resulting in a cataclysmic supernova explosion. Should Proxima undergo such an explosion, it would annihilate all life on Proxima Centauri C. Following the supernova, a neutron star may form. The gravitational pull of a neutron star is so immense that it can counteract the repulsive forces between neutrons, ultimately collapsing into one of the universe's most enigmatic phenomena, a black hole. Black holes possess an extraordinary gravitational pull capable of absorbing all matter without releasing anything, potentially shrinking to the size of a proton. All matter drawn into a black hole is inexorably crushed and torn apart at its center. This is the ultimate fate of a star, from which no substance can return. The continual decay of red dwarfs is also the catalyst for the natural disasters plaguing Proxima Centauri C. After a prolonged silence, Professor Mara finally spoke, providing an in-depth analysis of the survival conditions of Proxima Centauri C from an astrophysical perspective. Tall and slender, Professor Mara's head appeared disproportionately large, resembling an enormous antenna reaching into the sky. I pondered that if we could possess a time travel machine, we could transport all our inhabitants back to a more hospitable era. It is my belief that the people of Earth are also diligently researching such time travel technologies, and acquiring their scientific knowledge would be most advantageous. This would not only significantly reduce the consumption of human and material resources, but also avert the necessity of migrating to other planets and engaging in warfare with higher life forms. Our National Committee's stance towards the universe is one of peace and development, with a commitment to jointly exploring the cosmos. Therefore, we should reach out to the higher life forms on Earth to collaboratively advance technology. In the process of mutual technological development, we can address our own challenges. For many years, Professor Mara has dedicated himself to the study of multidimensional space, possessing unique insights into time travel machines and wormholes. Professor Hoy, being somewhat introverted, was less articulate. He stood slightly shorter, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, as if they could penetrate the very essence of existence. After contemplating for a moment, he addressed Chairman Goth and Professor Allen, stating, "I have listened to Professor Mara's words. I believe our mass migration, from a technological standpoint, is still not sufficiently mature. Without the assistance of other higher life forms, it is currently unrealistic for us to alter our planetary orbit or use time travel machines to relocate our entire populace to a bygone era. The most feasible option at present is to gradually transfer our residents to other Earth-like planets via spacecraft. However, I remain uncertain about the destination or the means we should employ. I feel it is prudent to seek assistance from higher life forms on other Earth-like planets. As far as we know, humans on Earth represent a form of higher life. Can we engage in meaningful dialogue with them? Like painting a grand cosmic mural, all future developments should be accomplished through the collaboration of higher life forms." At that moment, the Grand Master Peter of St. Dam Church, with eagle-like eyes scanning the surroundings, bore a forehead etched with deep wrinkles. Observing that the scientists had concluded their discussion, he seized the opportunity to impart his thoughts to everyone present. With a serious expression, he slowly said, "Let us invite our prophet to foretell the future of Proxima Centauri C." Prophet Thomas, a theologian of the ecclesiastical court, was reputed to possess the ability to predict the universe's evolution, including the fate of Proxima Centauri C. However, All his actions had been meticulously orchestrated by Master Peter in advance. Thomas's eyes, chilling to behold, radiated an infernal gloom, while his hawk-like nose betrayed an aura of mystery and malevolence. Cloaked in a dark robe that obscured much of his expression, Thomas produced a crystal ball and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, the crystal ball levitated, emanating dazzling rays of light. Within it, a vision unfolded. Proxima Centauri C was besieged by celestial fire, with debris and burning nuclear fragments raining down. A fierce conflagration erupted, swiftly melting glaciers on the ocean's surface, while towering waves engulfed numerous cities and villages in the port. A cataclysmic earthquake commenced, splitting the ground with immense fissures, as torrents of magma surged skyward. In the chaos, fleeing individuals instantaneously vaporized into wisps of smoke, their pupils reflecting the inferno. The air was thick with heart-wrenching screams, as faces twisted in terror transformed into radiant fireballs, swirling in the wind. Survivors, in a state of shock, boarded unfamiliar spacecraft, fleeing to distant star systems. After wiping the sweat from his brow, Thomas proclaimed, "The great prophet of the universe warns us that the Proxima system will endure a cataclysm. In the wake of this disaster, those of us who remain shall migrate to other star systems. May the prophet bless us all to survive this calamity." Following his performance, Thomas cast a smug glance toward Master Peter, who, with a subtle prompt, encouraged him to continue his dramatic display of supposed salvation. Eventually, fatigued, Thomas slumped into his chair, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "We must migrate to other planets, as the prophet has indicated. It is divinely ordained. We shall conquer a planet and relocate all our residents there. Earth is most suitable for our survival, and we should launch a full-scale assault on it." Master Peter exclaimed passionately. The Dark General Caffrey, having received Peter's implicit endorsement, concurred. "I believe we should initiate a direct attack on Earth. We must seize it to successfully complete our resettlement mission. As for the humans, in our eyes, they cannot be considered higher life forms. Their technological development lags far behind ours. While some of their technologies may match ours, their overall capabilities remain significantly inferior. In the grand scheme of the universe, Earthlings will vie for resources alongside us. Rather than nurture a potential threat, it is wiser to eliminate it early. Master Peter and General Caffrey, you must recognize your positions and the influence of your words. Your malevolent thoughts deviate from the principles of the National Committee, and your ideologies are profoundly alarming. Chairman Goth admonished them. General Bailey of the Valen Legion, an esteemed figure, rose in indignation. Though not tall, his words carried weight, and his chiseled face exuded resoluteness. "I firmly support the resolution of the National Committee and Chairman Goth. Master Peter and General Caffrey, you must understand your roles and identities. Your thoughts blatantly contradict the will of all residents of Proxima Centauri C. I hope your ideas do not stray from the path of peaceful development in the cosmos. Your perspectives are extremely erroneous and perilous, and your actions will impact the future of all inhabitants in the Proxima system. I believe that every representative here, endowed with conscience and a sense of justice, will not endorse your opinions." A cacophony of voices erupted in the assembly, as representatives whispered and deliberated on the future of all residents of Proxima Centauri C. Chairman Goth raised his voice. "Let us proceed to a public vote among all representatives. Those in favor of peaceful development of cosmic space with higher life forms, please cast your votes." The representatives rose and solemnly approached the voting box at the center of the committee hall, casting their ballots. Following the meticulous process of verification, reading, and counting, the resolution was confirmed at a ratio of 5-4. It was established that the residents of Proxima Centauri C, under the guidance of the National Committee, would explore cosmic space in pursuit of peaceful development alongside higher life forms in the universe. In this vote, the majority of Kashians voted in favor, while Ghanaians opposed, and a significant number of Ukrainians abstained. After the assembly adjourned, the office of Chairman Goth was filled with representatives from various regions, all eager to hear how he would consider the future of the residents of Proxima Centauri C. In the office of the St. Dam Church, the malevolent mastermind Caffrey, along with Thomas and several Ghanaians, convened to devise a nefarious plan. Their ultimate objective was to seize political power from the Universal Committee by exploiting the opportunity presented by a conflict with higher life forms in the cosmos. Suddenly, the commander of the Shadow Legion, Caffrey, received a summons from Chairman Goth, requesting his presence in his office before departing from the capital, Kadaga. Caffrey was struck with alarm, fearing that his secret dealings with the Lord of Bit had been discovered. The committee was moving swiftly to confront him. A cold sweat broke out across his brow as he hastily exited the St. Dam Church, racing towards the office of Chairman Goth. The political turmoil on Proxima Centauri C was reaching a fever pitch, with implications for peace and development throughout the universe. A battle between righteousness and wickedness was unfolding on Proxima Centauri C. Would the people of Earth unite with the higher life forms of Proxima Centauri C? Were the dark forces of Earth colluding with the malevolent entities of Proxima Centauri C? Would justice triumph over evil? At this very moment, two planets separated by 2 light-years were embroiled in a clandestine struggle. Chapter 10. The Resurgence of Turmoil. St. Dam Church, located in the heart of Kadaga, the capital of the Kasi Kingdom, offers a breathtaking view of the entire spiral island from its towering spire. The church's numerous arched rose windows and scripture-embellished nanoglass evoke a sense of transcendence. The ribbed vaults and soaring buttresses, reminiscent of the grand columns of ancient Roman amphitheaters, testify to the church's former glory. The majestic exterior and expansive interior space, adorned with golden scripture-laden windows, bestow an aura of opulence and mystery upon the church. The church's layout resembles a mountain, flanked by 2 symmetrical ancient fortresses that once served as military barracks. 3 grand doors aligned in a row dominate the center of the building, with massive pillars intricately carved with sacred texts and the images of the war deities once revered by the Ghanaians. The main structure is a hollowed-out tower, supported by robust columns that uphold heavy ceilings, culminating in a resplendent spire. Flanking the grand entrance, stone figures of heroic saints from the church's storied past stand sentinel. As the grand doors suddenly swung open, 1,000 silver candelabras stood vigil near the shrines on either side. Should these colossal candles be ignited at night, the entire church would be aglow. Crafted from the essence of flowers and oils resembling those of Earth's cetaceans, these candles would release a delicate and fragrant aroma that would billow upward, swirling like ocean tides toward the church's gilded apex. Accompanied by the clergy, Caffley and Thomas entered the vast hall, where the statue of Krullis, the guardian deity of the Kasi Kingdom, was etched into the wall. The statue, rendered in thickly embossed metal, exuded a solemn and multidimensional artistic style that imbued the hall with an air of mystery. Beneath Krullis's statue lay a depiction of the boundless ocean, his towering figure surrounded by clouds. With a noble head raised high, 3 gleaming stars adorned above him. His arms stretched forth powerfully, as if to embrace and summon distant forces. His deep-set, resolute eyes emanated an aura of authority, embodying the might of the guardian deity. Under the clergy's guidance, Caffley and Thomas traversed the hall to the side aisle, where the church leader, Peter, awaited them. The side aisle, worn by the passage of time, emanated a chilling ambience, resembling an ancient tomb long deprived of light. Dim candles flickered in the alcoves, casting faint glimmers that seemed perilously close to extinguishing in the surrounding darkness. At that moment, a ghostly chill swept through the shadows, causing Caffley and Thomas to shudder involuntarily. They beheld Peter, smiling faintly from beneath the crumbling archway, a smile reminiscent of the grim reaper emerging from the ashes of hell. "Ah, Caffley, my commander. Thomas, my most loyal prophet. I have awaited you both for quite some time," Peter proclaimed, leading them through the archway into a dim tunnel. Shortly ahead, he opened a heavy stone door, ushering them into a secret chamber. This tunnel had once served as the church's prison, where many opponents of the church had been confined and executed, their bones buried beneath the ground. Peter entered the stone chamber and turned to close the door behind them. He approached a stone table and took a seat, gesturing for Caffley and Thomas to join him. "Commander Caffley, Prophet Thomas, what are your thoughts on the Universal Committee's resolution today? Goth, that stubborn old fool, is leading all the residents of the Kasi Kingdom toward a doomsday rendezvous. He paints an impossible utopia with his so-called kindness and obstinacy. I am utterly exasperated by this old curmudgeon. The notion of peaceful development in the cosmos is sheer nonsense. His stubbornness stems from his command of the highest military authority in the Kasi Kingdom. We must thoroughly defeat him and remove him from the political stage. My prophet, what of your crystal ball that connects to the divine? Can you not show the people of the Kasi Kingdom a more shocking outcome of disaster? You ought to construct a magnificent vision of our church saving the residents of Kasi. Damn the universal vote. How could so many believe Goth?" Peter's face contorted with rage, revealing the depth of his anger and dissatisfaction. Since the establishment of the Universal Committee, the church's status in the Kasi Kingdom had diminished from its once supreme position. Apart from a few devout followers of Pope Klaus, the Kasi people, the Ux, and even some Ghanaians had sided with the Universal Committee. He harbored particular disdain for his predecessor Lydas, whom he blamed for the downfall of the Closian faith. Lydas had once fallen prey to the prophecy of the seer Malai, a falsehood predicting the extinction of Proxima Centauri c. In this web of conspiracy, it was claimed that the Kasi people were the harbingers of doom, while the Ux were portrayed as foolish accomplices. Thus, Lydas and several church elders devised a plan for the extermination of the Kasi, a nefarious scheme rooted in the insidious ideology of the Senesi. Rumors suggested that the origins of this ethnic cleansing plot stemmed from the Senesi organization on Earth. The Kasi had visited Earth during Lydas's tenure and had extensive dealings with the dark forces of the Senesi. While there was no direct evidence to prove collusion between the Church and the malevolent organizations on Earth, the Church's actions to expel the Kasi and Ux from Firecloud Island ultimately sparked a fierce war on Proxima Centauri c. Among the Church was an elder named Pahim, known for his integrity and compassion. Although he was a Ghanaian, he differed starkly from the church leader and other elders, as his thoughts were imbued with a sense of justice. He was an intimate friend of Goat, the commander of the Walloon Legion at the time, and he discreetly shared this information with Goat. Both were true advocates of cosmic pacifism. The Walloon Legion was then responsible for the defense of the Fire Cloud Island in the vicinity of Proxima Centauri c, primarily composed of Kashans and Ukans. As this information subtly spread, the cosmic pacifists had already established a political alliance, known as the Universal Committee of the Kingdom of Kasha. The mission of this committee was to overthrow the dominion of the Church, liberate the enslaved Kashans and Ukans, and ultimately unite with the Ghanaians to promote a democratic political regime across the entire planet. What should have been a beautiful morning was overshadowed by an ominous atmosphere. A thin veil of white mist enveloped the Blosha Desert on the western side of Screw Island, resembling a blank canvas that had descended from the indifferent sunlight, evenly laid across the desolate wasteland. Upon this canvas writhed countless Kashans and Ukans, driven away by the forces of the Church. These unfortunate souls, clad in tattered garments, trudged forward with weary steps, stumbling deeper into the Blosha Desert. Their journey would lead them through the barren expanse, across the Bordeaux Canyon, to the Fire Cloud Sea. However, the only way to reach the Fire Cloud Sea was to survive the harsh conditions they faced. With heads bowed under the shameless jeers and lashes of the Church soldiers, they pressed on, having endured relentless oppression and servitude for centuries. Their submission and humiliation did not yield a stable existence, and they had come to realize that death awaited them ahead. It was evident that the Fire Cloud Sea symbolized a graveyard in their hearts, with its frequently erupting volcanoes and barren resources leading this dispossessed group toward doom. They understood all too well that even if they crossed the searing desert, passage through the Bordeaux Canyon would be fraught with peril. The canyon, situated at the junction of continental plates, was geologically unstable and prone to earthquakes. Ancient towering trees and lowly vines nearly obscured the entire gorge, while toxic plants emitted miasma that filled the air. Beneath the canyon lurked ancient, monstrous beings, and few could survive its treacherous path. Even if they managed to evade death within the Bordeaux Canyon, the Fire Cloud Sea awaited them, destined to be their collective grave. Thick dust hung perpetually above the sea, resembling hail swept up in storms, possessing immense destructive power over all that lay beneath. When earthquakes erupted deep within the ocean, molten lava would surge into the sky. Such nuclear fusion generated a terrifying space of death, with waves of red-hot fury roaring across the waters, powerful energy rolling up from the Earth's core, enveloping the vicinity of Fire Cloud Island in a shroud of nuclear particles. High-energy particles, twisted by the nuclear magnetic field, spiraled into towering water columns, reaching thousands of meters into the sky. These tornado-like columns glowed with a crimson light, akin to swords of death demanding lives. Swirling chaotically within the Fire Cloud Sea, the indifferent stars above resembled eyes gazing toward death, their pupils filled with an ominous dark red. When the earthquakes ceased, the surface temperature of the sea plummeted dramatically due to the immense influence of nuclear weak forces. The once crimson sea transformed swiftly into a pale blue, freezing into a thick layer of ice. Even if this group of exiles reached the Fire Cloud Sea, their chances of survival without advanced technological protection were nearly non-existent. As they collapsed beneath the scorching sun of the Blosha Desert, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the Screw Sea, stopping in their tracks. They turned to behold a fiery spectacle in the sky above the Screw Sea, where two massive aircraft carriers, accompanied by fighter jets and spaceships, launched a fierce assault against the fleet of the Church. It was revealed that the Walloon Legion had stealthily circumnavigated the Blosha Desert and Bordeaux Canyon, entering the Screw Sea through the Marilier Strait. The Church's forces escorting the Kashyans were caught off guard, but quickly regained composure and reformed their ranks, leading to a fierce battle south of Kalaga City. The rescued Kashyans and Ukkans turned their allegiance to the Walloon Legion, amplifying its strength manifold. The sea outside the city erupted in flames, with laser cannons and nuclear missiles detonating on the water's surface, sending towering columns of water skyward. Both sides witnessed aircraft and spaceships plunging into the depths. Chaos reigned within Kalaga City, as the remaining Kashyans, Ukkans, and Ghanaians supporting interstellar peace formed a formidable coalition. They commenced an offensive against the Church's military fortifications, severing their supply routes and incinerating their establishments. The war ultimately resulted in the Church's political power being abolished through negotiation, leading to the establishment of the Supreme Administrative Military Command of the Kingdom of Kasha, the Universal Committee. Commander Goat emerged victorious in the eyes of the Kashan people, becoming the chairperson of the committee. Following the war, troops were redeployed. The Walloon Legion stationed at Fire Cloud Island was reassigned to the Screw Sea, while a portion of the Church and Walloon forces was sent to Fire Cloud Island to form the Shadow Legion. In the aftermath of the conflict, Lord Lydas resigned from his position due to undeniable responsibility. Through the earnest mediation and recommendation of Pasm, Peter was appointed as the leader of the Kloss Church, marking the end of the Church's political dominion over the Kingdom of Kasha and ushering in an era of democratic governance. Haha, Peter, I have exerted my utmost effort. I believe I presently lack the energy. I cannot conjure an apocalyptic time-space in my crystal ball that all the people of the Kingdom of Kasha would believe in. The true apocalypse emanates from the human heart, not from cosmic calamities. In the vast expanse of parallel universes, perhaps the entirety of our Kingdom of Kasha amounts to but a speck of dust. The future of the Kingdom of Kasha requires the Church's illuminating guidance, rather than leading us into the abyss. It is essential to successfully liberate all the people of the Kingdom of Kasha from calamity. I believe Chairman Goat's perspective is indeed correct. Let us not forget the civil war that transpired many years ago in our kingdom, where countless innocents perished. Lord, your extreme ideologies will resurrect that civil war in the cosmos. Thomas's words were nearly the antithesis of Peter's beliefs, as he perceived surprise and anger reflected in Peter's gaze. Thomas, you must realize who you are speaking to. Do you not consider the future of the Church? Am I, as the leader, not also contemplating the future of all the people of the Kingdom of Kasha? Can the Church's current predicament be unrelated to individuals like you? I am not Lord Lydas. I do not possess his cold-bloodedness. I cannot slaughter all dissenters for the Church's future. I merely wish to restore the Church's dominion over the Kingdom of Kasha. The Divine has bestowed upon me the great right to govern the Kloss Church, and I shall lead all the people of the Kingdom of Kasha out of calamity and into the light. Thomas, you must submit to my leadership, for your prophecies wield great influence over the entirety of the Kingdom of Kasha. This is the sacred mission bestowed upon you by the Church. You cannot shirk it. Peter's tone gradually softened, his voice slowing as he sought to win Thomas over. My esteemed leader, I am ever mindful of my duties. As long as it does not harm the residents of the Kingdom of Kasha, I am willing to heed your call and follow your lead. I merely wish to express my opinions. There is no need for anger. Thomas spread his hands forward, making a comical expression. Captain Kaphalai, how do you intend to act upon our previous agreement? Can your Shadow Legion reclaim political authority for the Church? What preparations have you made? My patience wanes as I await your response. Goat, that obstinate old man, continues to bolster the military leadership of the National Committee through his unique privileges. What shall we do if he suddenly decides to dissolve the Shadow Legion or strip you of your military authority? We must complete our plan before he takes action. You must consistently strengthen our leadership position within the Shadow Legion, replacing the officers of the Kashyans and the Ukraines from their vital posts. Pope Peter, in his eagerness for political power, seeks to rally you, Captain Kaphalai, towards insurrection. My esteemed Pope, I have already followed your wishes and replaced several Kashan officers from key military command positions. However, I cannot guarantee that our Ghanaian officers will not execute orders from the National Committee. We must wait for the opportune moment to reclaim power. I have no desire for a repeat of the past civil war. As for exploring the cosmos for resources versus waging war to seize them, I believe the former is the more prudent choice. We cannot allow the scourge of resource wars to extend into space, for we lack the strength to vanquish high-level life forms that may exist within the universe. The citizens of our Kashan kingdom yearn for a new environment conducive to our existence, one that does not necessitate plunder through warfare but can be resolved through peaceful negotiations. Captain Kaphalai's words hold merit, Yet at this moment, Pope Peter remains impervious to reason, his vision clouded by an insatiable thirst for power. I believe you need only fulfill your role as a Ghanaian. Reclaiming political authority for the Ghanaians is both your duty and mine. You must persuade Chairman Goat to venture towards Earth-like planets to seize resources and instigate conflict, thus providing us with the opportunity to regain our political and military rights. Currently, Titan, located 1.5 billion kilometers from Earth, boasts abundant natural resources, with oil and gas reserves many times greater than those of Earth. You must urge Chairman Goat to dispatch a fleet for exploration and extraction without delay. Titan's proximity to Earth means our fleet will inevitably be detected by humanity, who will likely intervene to safeguard their energy interests, potentially igniting an energy war between us and Earth. Once war commences, I will find a way to enlist the entire Wallen Legion. The moment the Wallen Legion departs from Proxima Centauri will be our opportunity to reclaim political dominion. Pope Peter has received intelligence from the Dark Empire's envoy, Xiao Wan, regarding Titan's energy reserves. Titan, Saturn's largest moon and the second largest moon in the solar system, is the only moon with a dense atmosphere, suggesting the potential for life. Its surface gravity is akin to that of the moon, facilitating spacecraft landings and takeoffs. Very well. My Lord Pope, I shall heed your wishes and act accordingly. Captain Caffali managed a strained smile. Suddenly, the heavy stone door swung open with force, revealing an elder draped in a vibrant robe. Those present could scarcely comprehend how the door had been opened, only catching a glimpse of a swift ethereal light before the elder appeared within the chamber. He was of modest stature, his cloak obscuring much of his face, yet his eyes, resembling those of a vulture, scanned the surroundings. Before anyone could regain their composure from the surprise, Elder Pasm had entered. My most esteemed elder, what brings you here? Pope Peter inquired, bowing slightly. Peter, I am thoroughly dissatisfied with your conduct today. And you, Thomas and Caffali? Your performances were rash and devoid of strategy. To openly oppose Chairman Goat's decisions in the National Committee invites unnecessary troubles upon the Church, allowing him to remain on guard. Have you forgotten my teachings? You must wait for the right moment to reclaim political authority for the Church, and never be like Lattice, who was overly self-reliant. I am diligently mediating your relationship with the National Committee, recommending you for the position of Vice Chairman. Your behavior today has disappointed me, potentially raising Chairman Goat's suspicions. Caffali, as a Legion commander, you must unconditionally obey Chairman Goat. How could you dare voice dissent in the National Committee? Do you wish for him to replace you? The Shadow Legion stands as the Church's only armed force capable of opposing the Wallen Legion, and Commander Bailey will certainly take note of your actions, harboring doubts about you. Thomas, I find it difficult to comment on your actions today as a prophet. However, I sincerely hope your prophecies come true, for our Church will naturally regain its political authority. I am not a tyrant. All I do is for the glory of the Kloss faith, a right bestowed upon me by the divine. Caffali, I have just returned from Chairman Goat, who has urgent matters to discuss with you. When Elder Pasm spoke, his expression shifted, causing those present to hesitate to lift their heads. Respected Elder Pasm, I shall go to Chairman Goat immediately, Caffali answered timidly. Go, but know what to do. You must understand, Elder Pasm maintained his gaze upon Pope Peter and Thomas as he spoke to Caffali. Caffali swiftly exited the stone chamber, his heart racing as he prepared to confront Chairman Goat's inquiries. Meanwhile, within the National Committee's office, Chairman Goat and Commander Bailey were devising a plan for cosmic exploration. Chairman Goat was displeased with the performances of Peter, Caffali, and Thomas during the day's session. He had intentionally retained Commander Bailey after the meeting, and as they began their discussions on the expansion plan, Elder Pasm entered. Chairman Goat, Commander Bailey, my old friends, it's a pleasure to see you again. Esteemed Elder Pasm, it brings me great joy to see you. Chairman Goat rose to greet him. Honored Elder Pasm, it is my privilege to meet you. Commander Bailey expressed his respect. Chairman Goat, Commander Bailey, I lament the performances of Pope Peter and Thomas today. I never anticipated they would publicly defy the will of the National Committee. Upon returning to the Church, I shall ensure they are instructed to adhere to the committee's resolutions. As for Captain Caffali, Chairman Goat, I believe it is imperative that you speak with him. However, let us remember that we are all residents of Proxima Centauri C, collaboratively determining our future direction. Their differing opinions are worth hearing. After all, it is far better to voice them than to conspire in secrecy. As Elder Pasm spoke, he drew back the cloak that had obscured half his face, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the two before him. Chairman Goat, my old friend, I believe Caffali is with Pope Peter. I shall summon him to you shortly. I think the Church and the National Committee should unite as one. Have you considered my proposal for appointing Pope Peter as vice chairman of the National Committee? Elder Pazim smiled slightly. My esteemed elder, I am contemplating the suggestions you have presented. The Universal Committee is currently examining the Cosmic Expansion Program, preparing for the seamless migration of our inhabitants. Do you have any recommendations? Chairman Goth inquired. Chairman, as the supreme political and military leader of Proxima Centauri b, I believe these matters should be left to your discretion. Regardless of your decisions, I shall offer my unwavering support. Energy remains a pivotal issue for immigration, and I believe it is essential to explore and extract energy resources beforehand. Regarding your previous mention of energy extraction on Titan, I believe you should indeed proceed with that endeavor. As for the method employed, I trust you will decide accordingly. After a brief exchange, Elder Parsim hurried back to the St. Dam Church. A battle for energy is about to unfold between Earth and Proxima Centauri b, and human contact with higher extraterrestrial beings will increase significantly. What secrets lie hidden within the St. Dam Church? What momentous decisions will Chairman Goth make? The ongoing struggle between good and evil will continue to stir tumultuous waves throughout the cosmos. Chapter 11. Exploration of Titan. The Grand Hall of the Cassie Kingdom's Universal Committee is situated on the northern shore of the Screw Sea, with the Valen Legion's command center to its left front. From a distance, the committee's hall resembles a small mountain, proudly overlooking the vast ocean. The golden glazed tiles reflect a dazzling brilliance under the light of Proxima Centauri. The deep azure stone walls and golden brackets symbolize the utmost authority of the Universal Committee. The blue marble steps, towering circular arches, and fearsome sea guardian statues all display supreme grandeur. As the trade winds sweep across the surface of the Screw Sea, Kadaga City becomes lush and verdant. The neatly arranged silver warships glisten magnificently upon the blue waters. The laser turrets and missile launchers along the coast proudly lift their heads to the sky, exhibiting an imposing might. The pulsating light waves, influenced by tidal forces, merge with the radiance of Proxima Centauri, composing a divine symphony of nature. From afar, the Grand Hall of the Universal Committee stands as both a lighthouse by the shore and a proud little mountain. Enormous communication tendrils extend from above the hall towards the heavens, with circular signal receivers spinning rapidly. Chairman Goth's office lies at the center of the hall, characterized by tall, rectangular floor-to-ceiling windows, intricately carved ceilings, and an antiquated stone table, lending the space a unique charm. The blinding light of Proxima Centauri filters through the heavy, wide curtains, casting a hint of dark crimson upon the coffee table within. Chairman, you summon me? General Kafili entered. Ah, Kafili, I wish to have a chat with you. Please, take a seat. Chairman Goth replied with a benevolent smile. Chairman, what prompted this sudden desire for conversation? Kafili inquired, appearing somewhat puzzled. Just now, General Bailey and Elder Parsim were here discussing the issues surrounding the exploration of energy beyond our universe, so I thought it prudent to converse with you as well. I also wish to discuss the Universal Migration Plan. As I sense you hold differing views, Chairman Goth gestured for Kafili to sit in the chair behind the stone table. Indeed, Chairman, I harbor dissenting opinions regarding your advocacy for peaceful exploration of the cosmos. I believe the feasibility of peaceful development is minimal, and successfully executing a universal migration is nearly impossible. Any advanced life forms on a terrestrial planet would vehemently oppose the relocation of our residents. They cannot be expected to accept us peacefully, and military conquest is the most formidable deterrent. Of course, energy extraction is a prerequisite for future cosmic exploration. To achieve rapid development among the stars, we must seize more resources. Kafili candidly articulated his stance. General Kafili, peace and development constitute the highest tenets of our Universal Committee. Our mission pertains not only to the political governance of Proxima Centauri b, but also to the peace and development of the cosmos at large. To plunder the resources of terrestrial planets through force will inevitably provoke resistance and aggression from higher extraterrestrial beings, bringing catastrophic consequences upon all inhabitants of Proxima Centauri b. Conquering a planet through force invites oppression and consequently rebellion, leading to a universe engulfed in bloodshed. Our universal migration mission aims to seek planets more suitable for the lives of our residents during the process of exploration and development in the cosmos, rather than shifting our calamities onto the higher life forms of other terrestrial planets. We are forces of peace, and both the Valen Legion and the Shadow Legion should embody the essence of justice. You must recall your father, General Wright. Though he was a Ghanaian leading the ecclesiastical authority, he was also my closest comrade. Our Universal Committee transcends race and religion, serving as the collective political leadership of all inhabitants of Proxima Centauri b. Chairman Goth reminisced about Kafili's father, a noble pacifist warrior. My father, Chairman, you mention him. He indeed was a remarkable man, upright, selfless, and filled with a sense of justice. He forsook his wealth and esteemed status to join the Valan Legion, comprised primarily of Cassi people, in defiance of the tyranny of the ecclesiastical authority, ultimately sacrificing his life in this war. I am proud of him. He is my lifelong exemplar. Kafili appeared somewhat melancholic, recalling his kind and principled father. General Kafili, do you know how you, as a Ghanaian, have ascended so smoothly to command the Shadow Legion? Chairman Goth gently patted Kafili's shoulder. Chairman, I have never pondered this matter in depth. How is it that I, as a Ghanaian, have progressed from an ordinary officer to the leader of the Shadow Legion? It must be solely due to your trust in me. Kafili had risen from a mere officer to Legion commander, yet he had never considered the reasons behind his ascent. This trust extends beyond merely military capability. It embodies my faith in your character and political direction, as well as the high regard the committee holds for you. Though you are Ghanaian, you should fight for all residents of Proxima Centauri B just as your father did. I reiterate, whether Cassi, Yukin, or Ghanaian, all hold equal political standing on Proxima Centauri B. They are the rightful owners of this planet. Our Universal Committee is dedicated to uniting all forces of justice to serve the residents collectively. While the Shadow Legion is stationed at Firecloud Island, it remains our foremost line of defense against extraterrestrial attacks, necessitating a general loyal to the Universal Committee to command it. Over the years, I have entrusted you with military operations there, partly in homage to your father, Chairman Goth reflected, gradually sitting down as he recalled those who had sacrificed their lives for freedom. Chairman, if we consider the relationship between my father and your comrade, I should rightly address you as uncle. I shall strive to follow my father's example and become the most loyal soldier of the Universal Committee. Under all circumstances, I shall obey the committee's command and your leadership. In that moment, Kafili finally comprehended the immense investment Chairman Goth had made in his growth. Earlier, during my conversation with General Bailey, he, due to his advanced age, recommended you to serve as the supreme commander of both the Valan Legion and the Shadow Legion. As you are Ghanaian, it is likely that Lord Peter and Elder Parsim will employ various means to win you over and utilize you. You must remember my words today and strive to become a just general, just like your father. As time progresses, the Church of Klaus and the Universal Committee will inevitably merge, ultimately achieving absolute political and military unity within the Cassi Kingdom. From the information relayed from the solar system, we have discovered a wealth of hydrocarbon resources on Titan. Due to your Shadow Legion's previous establishment of a military base in the Bermuda region of Earth, the National Committee has resolved to send your Legion to explore Titan. I have summoned several esteemed scientists and Commander Bailey to this meeting for a collective discussion. Chairman Goth, who places great emphasis on energy, has once again decided to entrust this mission to the Shadow Legion. He activated the communication system within the room and began calling for Bailey, Allen, Mara, and Hoy. Soon, Commander Bailey and the scientists entered his office. Esteemed commanders and professors, he began, I have called you here for a matter of great importance. Our probe has located Titan, a terrestrial-like planet that likely harbors life. The National Committee has resolved to explore and investigate Titan, and I would like to hear your thoughts. Chairman Goth gestured for everyone to take a seat around the stone table. Chairman, one of the scientists began, our satellite has revealed that Titan is the largest moon orbiting Saturn. It is the only moon in the solar system with a dense atmosphere, raising suspicions about the existence of life. With gravity similar to that of the moon and its thick atmosphere, it is highly conducive for spacecraft landing and takeoff. The atmospheric pressure on Titan is 1.5 times that of Earth, with 98.44 nitrogen, making it the only nitrogen-rich body in the solar system aside from Earth. Titan lacks a magnetic field, exposing it to solar winds when it passes near Saturn, which ionizes the atmosphere and releases various molecules. The moon is abundant in organic compounds and elements like nitrogen, reminiscent of the conditions present during the formation of early life on Earth. Beneath its icy surface, there may exist a layer of liquid water, and vast lakes of liquid methane flow across its surface, suggesting that any life forms there may rely on methane as an energy source. Approximately 50,000 years ago, Titan's southern hemisphere boasted expansive oceans. Acetylene forms within Titan's atmosphere, descends to the surface, and is consumed by extraterrestrial microorganisms, which then synthesize it with hydrogen to obtain energy. Titan's distance from the Sun means it will remain unaffected even post-solar expansion, making it a prospective habitat for advanced life forms in the universe. Titan is relatively flat, with the highest elevations reaching just over 500 meters, which greatly facilitates our landing and takeoff operations. I propose we dispatch an expeditionary team to assess whether Titan's natural environment is suitable for the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri b. Professor Allen expressed particular interest in the newly discovered Titan. For the exploration of Titan, we must send a fleet equipped with advanced weaponry. Now that we have discovered Titan, it is possible that humanity on Earth may have also found it. Their vessels might already be en route, and should our fleet encounter Earth's forces on Titan, conflict is likely. Without advanced weaponry, our fleet would be in great peril on Titan. Aside from humanity, other advanced life forms in the universe may have also discovered this moon, introducing many uncertainties and dangers. Professor Hoy elaborated on his perspective. In my view, Titan may already be occupied by human beings from Earth. Our scientific inquiry there would inevitably face obstacles. Dispatching a powerful fleet would ensure our safety. I believe the Valen Legion should select an exemplary fleet for this mission. Professor Mara strongly advocated for the Valen Legion to send a fleet, asserting that they represent the most loyal force to the National Committee. Commander Bailey glanced around the room before speaking. I believe that aside from the necessary scientific personnel, the fleet ought to be commanded by Commander Caffrey. He has previously established a military base in the Bermuda region of Earth and has had direct contact with Earth's fleet. Currently, all developments are progressing favorably. We have not only discovered Titan, but also terrestrial-like planets Proxima Centauri b and Barnard b, which provide advantageous conditions for our collective migration. The Valen Group will also dispatch a fleet to investigate the distant terrestrial planets, but I believe this mission should be entrusted to the Shadow Legion. Since it is the consensus that the exploration of Titan should be undertaken by our Shadow Legion, I will promptly organize a fleet for the landing on Titan. I propose we assign this noble mission to Captain of the Shadows, allowing his fleet to undertake this honor. After this meeting, I must return to Fire Cloud Island immediately to prepare for departure. Peter, however, dismissed Commander Caffrey's remarks. His intent was for Caffrey to recommend that the Valen Legion dispatch a fleet to explore Titan, seizing the opportunity while the majority of the Valen Legion's forces were absent from Proxima Centauri b to orchestrate a coup for political and military supremacy. Chairman Goth pondered for a moment and stated, Commander Caffrey, remember that the purpose of our National Committee is to unite advanced life forms in the universe for joint exploration and development. I hope that the Shadow Fleet will conduct its investigation on Titan without conflict with humanity on Earth. Our universe may ultimately face destruction, and when confronted with stellar collapse, it will be engulfed in roaring nuclear fire, with high-energy particles and cosmic dust filling the sky. The land will be swept by hurricanes amidst a sea of flames. As columns of fire twist among the starlight, the collapsed star will instantaneously compress high-energy particles towards its core, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that results in the formation of a black hole. A black hole can absorb all matter without releasing anything, tearing and compressing all it engulfs into its core. In such a time, it will be imperative for all advanced life forms in the universe to unite and utilize a time-space machine to traverse wormholes for collective migration. Therefore, advanced life forms should not harbor suspicion or engage in mutual slaughter, which would disturb the equilibrium of the universe. Chairman, I will heed your words and will impress upon Captain of the Shadows the importance of this mission, Caffrey promised. The Screw Sea and Blosha Desert lie in the northern hemisphere of Proxima Centauri b, while Bordeaux Canyon and Fire Cloud Island are situated in the southern hemisphere. The enigmatic Bordeaux Canyon deters many advanced life forms due to its mysterious and extraordinary magnetic fields. In contrast, Fire Cloud Island resembles a colossal nuclear weapon, rich in nuclear energy. A mysterious red algae thrives in the Fire Cloud Sea, generating vast amounts of methane gas after absorbing energy. When volcanic eruptions occur on Fire Cloud Island, molten lava cascades into the sea, igniting the methane gas and causing massive explosions, resulting in towering waves and flames that reach the sky. At such times, the Fire Cloud Sea is whipped into frenzied winds, creating fiery columns of water that twist wildly in the air, reminiscent of demons from hell breaking free of their seals, unleashing their malevolent flames upon everything below. The significance of the Fire Cloud Sea lies in its capacity to extract nuclear energy fuel from magma and seawater, serving as a vital power source for space exploration and various production processes. Several large nuclear testing grounds on Proxima Centauri b are established here. Commander Caffrey stood within the command center of the Shadow Legion, surveying the star maps of space combat operations displayed on the walls. Captain of the Shadows hurriedly entered. Commander, have you summoned me to return to Earth? I will certainly re-establish our base in the Bermuda region and officially engage in warfare with humanity. This time, I will not fail. Please trust me. I will lead the Shadow warships, accompanied by the Pluto, Deep Sea, Dragon Rider, and Fire Cloud vessels, to form an even more formidable fleet to demonstrate our power to Earth. Upon entering the operations office, Captain Shadow declared earnestly to Kafili, "Ha! Captain Shadow, you are mistaken. I do not intend for you to engage in combat with humanity on Earth. Rather, I plan for you to take a probe to Titan to investigate its energy resources. Should you encounter Earthlings during this mission, strive to forge friendships with them. This is not only my directive, but also the intention of Chairman Goth of the Universal Committee. We must gradually learn to interact and cooperate with higher forms of life in the cosmos, exploring the universe together to enhance our technological advancements." Kafili's gaze remained fixed on the operational star map, his focus concentrated on Earth, Titan, Proxima b, Barnard Star b, and other terrestrial-like planets and energy-rich satellites. "General Kafili, I believe you should consider sending someone else. This task does not seem suited for me. If it were a battle, I would be more inclined. But the notion of befriending higher life forms and exploring the universe together feels beyond my capabilities. Captain Shadow, your selection for this mission is not solely my decision. It is a resolution made by the Universal Committee. Your previous experience on Earth, particularly in Bermuda, has equipped you with valuable extraterrestrial combat expertise. Should you encounter unusual circumstances on Titan, you will be better prepared to respond. Prepare to embark. General, I shall make the necessary preparations and set sail immediately. Do you have any further instructions?" Captain Shadow, the spacecraft is equipped with a probe, and both the Explorer and Professor Wodu will accompany you. If you encounter Earthlings or higher life forms on Titan, it is imperative to coordinate interactions carefully, avoiding direct conflict. You must resolutely execute the Universal Committee's resolution, considering the interests of all residents of Proxima C in every action. Professor Wodu, who was somewhat shorter with slightly elongated ears and a nearly triangular face adorned with eyes reminiscent of a groundhog, was vivacious and knowledgeable. "General Kafili, may I pose a question?" "Captain Shadow, feel free to inquire. Today, you speak to me with a demeanor markedly different from your usual self, as if you were an entirely different individual. What accounts for this change, particularly regarding your attitude towards Earthlings and higher extraterrestrial life?" Captain Shadow, many matters evolve with the passage of time, leading to new turning points. Our stance towards humanity and higher life forms is dictated by the resolution of the Universal Committee, which we must unconditionally uphold. Chairman Goth has stated that the Shadow Legion, as a loyal force of the committee, must extend justice and benevolence throughout the cosmos, preparing for the seamless migration of all residents. I previously mentioned your marital prospects. I believe Sora, the granddaughter of Parsim, would be a fitting match for you. She is both beautiful and intelligent, possessing noble lineage. However, you have yet to respond. Are you perhaps enamored with an Earthling? You must contemplate your personal affairs. General, I comprehend your words and shall diligently obey your commands. As for my personal matters, I wish to postpone them. Sora is indeed an extraordinary girl, and I hope that with time, we shall have greater opportunities to connect. I sincerely appreciate your guidance, my general. 2 days later, at the Shadow Legion's aerospace base, the colossal shadow ship officially took flight. With a resounding roar, the gates of the launch facility on Fire Cloud Island slowly opened. The vessel shimmered with blinding lights, its thrusters ejecting brilliant tongues of flame as it ascended into the sky. The methane on the surface of Fire Cloud Sea ignited violently, transforming the entire sea into a massive fireball. The tumultuous waters, ablaze, cast a crimson hue across the southern hemisphere of Proxima C. As the ship burst through the atmosphere with a trail of sparks, it emitted a sharp whistle, resembling a small comet with a long tail, heading towards Titan. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Explorers Alliance on Earth convened an urgent meeting. Based on clear images relayed by the Halley satellite, they discovered Titan's vast energy reserves. The primary focus of the meeting was to dispatch a fleet of spacecraft to Titan for exploration and energy extraction, subsequently compressing some of this energy into fuel blocks to return to Earth. Due to fierce competition for resources, Earth had previously experienced devastating wars over energy, the severity of which could only be described as catastrophic. Energy is an indispensable commodity for human development and sustenance. The foremost guarantee for future exploration and expansion into the cosmos is the availability of abundant energy resources. Solar, oceanic, nuclear, geothermal energy, coal, oil, and natural gas are all significant energy sources contended by higher life forms in the universe. As preparations intensified for the exploration of Titan's energy, questions loomed. How would interactions unfold? Would conflict arise? Would collaboration be possible? As Earth and higher extraterrestrial life vied for energy on Titan, how would the Cosmic Explorers Alliance and the Universal Committee respond to the threat of malevolent forces? A dramatic confrontation between justice and evil was poised to unfold on Titan. Chapter 12. The energy conflict on Titan. Titan is the 15th closest known moon of Saturn, situated 830 kilometers from the planet, with a diameter of 150 kilometers and a mass of approximately 35 times 10 to the power of 23 kilograms. Titan has been steeped in ancient Greek mythology, where the Titans were a family of giants endowed with immense power. The Titan lineage, descendants of Uranus and Gaia, aspired to rule over the heavens but was ultimately overthrown and replaced by the cosmic deity Zeus and his kin. For centuries, humanity regarded Titan as Saturn's largest moon until 1655, when Dutch astronomer Huygens discovered it to be slightly smaller than Ganymede, yet larger and heavier than Mercury and Pluto. Titan is enveloped by a thick, opaque atmosphere, rendering its surface invisible under visible light. Its composition consists of nearly equal parts ice and rocky material, encircling a core of rock surrounded by a layer of various ice crystals with a diameter of 400 kilometers. Its internal core is likely warm, and its high density compresses it towards the center. The surface pressure on Titan is approximately 1.5 times that of Earth's atmosphere, primarily composed of molecular nitrogen, with a mere 6 argon, along with trace amounts of methane, ethane, hydrogen chloride, and carbon dioxide. Titan resembles Earth during its primordial stages of life, lacking a magnetic field and occasionally drifting outside Saturn's magnetosphere, exposing it to solar winds. The temperature on Titan hovers around -180 degrees Celsius, preventing ice from sublimating into vapor. Water on the planet's surface does not participate in atmospheric chemical reactions, resulting in thick fog and ongoing chemical processes, perhaps accounting for its orange hue observed from space. Rain composed of ethane and methane is likely to form, eventually creating oceans on Titan's surface. In the hemisphere facing its orbital direction, a vast luminous continent exists at coordinates 18.1 in latitude and 208.7 longitude. A pale yellow twilight glimmers from a distance as a spacecraft resembling a comet, trailing a long tail, ignites a brilliant blaze within the atmosphere. Amid a thunderous roar, it descends onto the icy surface of Lake Ontario on Titan. Here, there are no lush forests, verdant fields, or the haunting melodies of Earth's prairies, only the howling cold winds and ice that has frozen for billions of years. The expansive openness between heaven and Earth is laid bare within the Shadow ship, while Captain Shadow and Professor Wodu gaze in astonishment, exchanging glances of disbelief. The other astronauts, Dona, Plek, Lockham, Sinsun, and Dona, also exhibited expressions of astonishment. One can imagine the stark psychological contrast of suddenly transitioning from a picturesque world to a stark, desolate landscape. Before their departure, they were surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant trees. Suddenly, everything transformed before their eyes, and all the vegetation in their minds vanished, leaving only the bleak and solemn vista of Lake Ontario. They plummeted from a warm realm directly into a frigid world of -180 degrees. Were it not for the protective spacecraft, they would have succumbed to the cold long ago. The bright sky they had known was now an ominous orange. At this moment, dark clouds thickened above, and large raindrops fell gradually, transforming into massive ice crystals as they descended. Surrounding Lake Ontario were numerous sand dunes, reminiscent of the Sahara Desert's terrain. Heading north from Lake Ontario required traversing a colossal mountain range, strikingly similar to Earth's Grand Andes. This satellite experienced both wind and rain, with climatic conditions akin to those on Earth, albeit with a drastically different temperature, marking it as a frigid planet. 5 billion years hence, when the sun expands into a red giant, Earth's temperature will soar, leading to a transformation into an inhospitable desert, no longer a sanctuary for humanity. Perhaps at that time, Titan's climate will have warmed, becoming lush with verdant grass and fertile plains, more suitable for humans and advanced extraterrestrial life forms. Professor Wodu, there must be water beneath this ice, right? Look at how the rain has carved rivers out of the mountains. If we disregard the temperature, I sense this place could be quite hospitable for the inhabitants of our planet. Captain Sieying withdrew his fearful gaze, fixing his eyes on Professor Wodu. Captain, do you truly believe there is water beneath the lake's icy surface? It appears to me more like methane. If you were to hurl a bomb beneath the ice, I suspect Lake Ontario would be propelled into the sky. The methane rain cascading from above has eroded the landscape into myriad ravines, ultimately forming lakes and oceans. The dunes we observe are not composed of silica, but rather hydrocarbons, such as ethane and propane. This region harbors vast energy reserves, precisely what we require. We could establish factories here to process and purify methane into energy compression blocks to bring back to our planet. Professor Wodu appeared exceptionally exhilarated. Professor Wodu, is there a possibility of life existing here? Will this planet experience seasons? Does it have a northern and southern hemisphere like ours? Captain Sieying murmured, contemplating the surroundings. Indeed, Captain, Titan, much like our planet, possesses both northern and southern hemispheres. We have landed in the southern hemisphere, while the northern hemisphere likely harbors even larger oceans. Saturn orbits the Sun every 30 Earth years, thus a season on Titan spans 5 Earth years. The northern waters are approximately 35 times more expansive than those in the southern hemisphere, a consequence of Saturn's elliptical orbit around the Sun. Titan's proximity to the Sun occurs during the southern summer, directly facing solar rays, while its northern summer is at its furthest from the Sun. The more intense sunlight in the southern hemisphere causes the evaporation of methane and ethane, driving increasing amounts of liquid hydrocarbons to the northern hemisphere. Saturn's orbital plane is tilted at an angle of 27 degrees, resulting in a shift in Titan's position relative to this plane every 50,000 years during summer. There is a significant likelihood of life existing on this planet, which is one of the primary motivations for our scientific expedition, Professor Wodu articulated slowly. Professor Wodu, the nebula map suggests that there exists a mystical island between the southern and northern hemispheres. Why do these islands appear and disappear intermittently? Captain Sieying inquired, intrigued by the rapidly shifting island sections on the satellite's cloud map. Captain, indeed, there is a fantastical region along the southeastern coastline, approximately 10 kilometers long. This area initially appeared as a dark expanse of ocean, yet now it shines brightly, much like the surrounding coastline. You must have noticed this, which is why you seem astonished. This is what we refer to as Titan's magical islands. This also implies that Titan's lakes and oceans are not stagnant, but are in a constant state of dynamic change. I believe these bright spots are likely the result of winds in the northern hemisphere stirring waves on the Ligeia Sea, or gas bubbling up from the seafloor, forming frothy bubbles. It may also be that ice, originally submerged on the seafloor during winter, has floated to the surface due to the warming temperatures of Titan's early summer. It is also possible that the ice is neither sinking nor floating, but rather conglomerating together. In any case, it resembles a distorted mirror in a higher dimensional space, awaiting our deeper investigation and exploration. We can certainly utilize the Explorer probe to search the northern hemisphere. This way, the data we gather will be more direct and authentic. Professor Wodu continued to observe the satellite map with keen interest. Professor Wodu, I believe the scientific investigation should be led by you. Dona, Klek, Lockham, and I will assist you in your endeavors, along with our two exceptionally intelligent and charming robots. Sinsun the mechanic and Dona the spectrometer specialist, Captain Sieying smiled at Professor Wodu. Very well, I shall take command. Dona, Klek, Lockham, prepare to launch the Explorer probe. Sinsun and Dona will pilot the probe northward from Lake Ontario to explore the Ligeia Sea, Punga Sea, and Kraken Sea. Sinsun and Dona, two robots of contrasting stature, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, approached upon receiving their orders. Sinsun, the taller and leaner robot, twisted his metallic head and buzzed. Professor Wodu, why are we, of all beings, piloting the spacecraft? Is it simply because we are robots? In such frigid temperatures, I fear my limbs will become stiff. If I were exposed to the planet's surface, this harsh cold would rapidly deplete my internal power. I truly wish to remain inside this probe, unless an unexpected emergency arises. In the event of such an emergency, I hope the ship will come to our rescue. Sinsun, you always ramble excessively. Every time we embark on a mission, you drone on, dragging your feet in the process. I find it quite irksome, Dona interjected. Professor Wodu, regardless of the circumstances, I hope we can safely return to Proxima Centauri C. Although Sinsun and I are robots, we are advanced machines with thoughts and consciousness. In such a harsh external environment, our circuits and programs are at risk of malfunctioning, and repairs would be impossible aboard the ship. I sincerely hope, Captain Sieying, that you can bring Sinsun and me back to Proxima Centauri C, rather than allowing us to drift alone in this vast universe. Dona gestured with her arms, expressing her concerns through clumsy body language. Captain Sieying chuckled, gazing at the two robots. I believe that as you journey north from Lake Ontario to explore Titan's crustal structure and energy reserves, you will encounter minimal danger. Even if you come across advanced extraterrestrial life forms, I doubt any confrontations will ensue. The Explorer probe is unarmed and merely a scientific instrument, posing no threat to them. However, as you proceed northward, it is quite possible that you will discover the coordinates of human presence. From what I understand, humans successfully landed here centuries ago and established landmarks. The ship will continuously monitor your movements, and should any danger arise, we will mount a full-scale rescue operation. So, you may proceed with confidence. The hatch of the Shadow warship slowly opened, and a small probe, under the control of 2 robots, unfolded its rotor and soared into the vastness beyond the ship's bay. In relation to Titan, this diminutive probe resembled but a grain of sand, its shimmering luminescence rapidly vanishing beyond the expanse of Lake Ontario. At this moment, the warship's monitoring system emitted a persistent red light, indicating that the Explorer had successfully landed amidst a luminous patch and commenced its intricate exploratory tasks. Images and spectral data swiftly streamed back to the warship, which then transmitted them directly to the command hall of the Proxima Centauri community. Inside the command hall, Chairman Goth was orchestrating a scientific conference. Professors Allen, Martin, and Hoy, along with scientists from various fields, were engrossed in analyzing data and images concerning the life and energy reserves of Titan, aiming to formulate timely and accurate responses. When the Shadow warship approached the solar system, the Cosmic Explorer Alliance's monitoring systems had already detected this unidentified flying object. As the warship journeyed towards Titan and successfully landed, the monitoring system revealed the object racing towards Titan's southern hemisphere, where it made a successful landing. This explosive news left General Yunfei astonished. Could it be that the alien warship, having just departed from Earth, had returned? Was it contemplating establishing a base on Titan? Or could other extraterrestrial life forms be surveying Titan with intentions of establishing a base? These developments bore significant implications for Earth's future security and progress, prompting him to convene an urgent scientific meeting to address the new situation on Titan. The meeting notice was dispatched at 9 in the morning, and by sunset, researchers and astronauts from various nations had gathered. Simultaneously, Smith, the leader of the Senesei organization, and Trini, the patriarch of the Dark Empire, received this critical information and were scheming to exploit the alien visitation to incite conflict between Earthlings and the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri. At the interstellar exploration base in the western outskirts of Beijing, an array of spacecraft, airplanes, and vehicles filled the grounds. General Yunfei presided over the meeting, the primary focus being preparations for a return to Titan to safeguard the existing research base there. He surveyed the assembly of scientists and astronauts: Qi Insheng, Su Boizhong, Yu Kai, Yang Gang, Qin Yu, Guter, Mary, Elsie, Shueguoqiang, Lu Xin, Wang Yuanhao, Natasha, and Dr. Davis, along with Kotel, the chief of the European Regional Security Alliance. After lighting a cigarette, General Yunfei spoke slowly. I trust you all understand the purpose of our gathering. Our satellites have clearly transmitted images to the command center, showing an unidentified flying object, presumably an alien warship, has entered the solar system and successfully landed on Titan. While it is challenging to ascertain their intentions, I suspect they have come seeking energy. Delving deeper, they may be investigating the existence of life on Titan in preparation for potential colonization. The Cosmic Explorer Alliance must dispatch a vessel to Titan to protect our centuries-old research base. We will engage in close encounters with advanced extraterrestrial life. How we approach this contact has become a pressing dilemma, and I welcome your insights. After finishing his statement, General Yun lit his cigarette. The curling smoke reminiscent of images of alien spacecraft entering the solar system from distant starfields. I propose Captain Shueguoqiang pilot the DU, while Wang Yuanhao commands the Sunju, and Guter takes charge of the Qilong as we collectively land on Titan. Besides the astronauts, the ships will also carry the Snow Leopard biomechanical assault team and the Hornet aerospace fighter. The 3 vessels will conduct a thorough search across Titan's northern hemisphere, Kraken Sea, Ligeia Sea, and Punga Sea, for any extraterrestrial presence. I nominate General Yang Gang as the overall commander of this mission, who will also accompany the landing on Titan. General Yu Kai, due to his extensive duties with the Interstellar Peace Corps, cannot join us, so he has recommended his old comrade to lead the operations on Titan. General Yang Gang smiled and stood, stating, I am more than willing to take on the role of military commander for this Titan landing. However, based on past experiences, the likelihood of engaging in combat with advanced extraterrestrial life on Titan is minimal. The fact that they have traversed vast distances to survey Titan should propel us to expedite our energy exploration and development efforts there. I hope that many of you, esteemed chief scientists, will accompany the vessel. From our previous encounter with the Shadow Fleet, I found that extraterrestrials are not as fearsome as once thought. They do not harbor intentions for direct warfare. Their establishment of a military base on Earth likely serves as preparatory measures for future colonization. With their military base in Bermuda now dismantled, their landing on Titan is entirely plausible. They seem intent on re-establishing a military presence there to investigate the existence of life and ready themselves for future colonization. Thus, I believe our primary focus for this Titan landing should be research, guided by a philosophy of collaborative development and peace, steering clear of conflict with extraterrestrial beings. Dr. Guter, having gleaned insights from the previous encounter, concurred that aliens posed no real threat. Professor Su Boisjong, glancing at the assembly, remarked, I believe Professor Chien-Sheng and I will refrain from joining the expedition. Our old bones can't endure such strain. I suggest that Kotel, chief of the European Regional Security Alliance, accompany the ship to Titan, as this mission is crucial for Earth's future and should not be dominated by Eastern representatives alone. Very well. Since Professor Su places his trust in me, I shall join the expedition to Titan, Kotel replied, humorously spreading his arms. Our landing on Titan must involve direct communication with the alien fleet. If possible, we should strive to establish contact with their military headquarters for open dialogue. This is an essential step in the future exploration and development of cosmic space with advanced extraterrestrial life. Only through deepening communication and mutual trust can we avert conflict. Dr. Davis presented his distinct viewpoint, leading to a crescendo of discussions within the room. Ultimately, General Yun Fei made a decisive call. General Yang Gang, I appoint you as the overall commander for the Titan military operation and concurrently as the captain of the Donghai battleship. The Deyu, Sunju, and Qilong are to be prepared for immediate launch towards Titan. The research personnel and astronauts will set off alongside the Snow Leopard biomechanical assault team and the Hornet aerospace fighter. General Yukai will continue overseeing ground and space security for the Interstellar Peace Corps. And Director Qinyu is to return to the Jiangnan Research Institute to devise specific plans for the development of the time transmission device and expedite the construction of the human hibernation temperature control system. After considering everyone's opinions, General Yun Fei swiftly and accurately reached his decision. As the Donghai spacecraft ascended under the cover of night, its thrusters ignited, casting a brilliant glow across the dark sky. The stars above harmonized with the flickering lights of the ship, adding a vibrant hue to the tranquil night. As the warship accelerated, a thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a small asteroid rapidly escaping the atmosphere, heading towards Titan, located 2 light-years from Earth. With coordinates set for Kraken Sea, the Donghai warship gradually descended towards Kraken Sea, its thrusters emitting flames and a thunderous roar that shattered the silence of this frozen expanse. The vast icy surface of Titan was not composed of water molecules, but rather formed by a convergence of methane, creating a methane lake. This moment, all eyes were drawn to the magnificent sight of Saturn suspended above Titan's immense ice sheet, its vibrant rings resembling a splendid, oversized sun hat. General Yang Gang, the warship has successfully landed. Please provide instructions, reported Captain Huang Yongping of the Donghai warship. The Donghai subsequently powered down its engines and heightened its defense systems to a state of readiness. The hatches of the Donghai were opened as the Yao, Swift, and Qilong spacecraft prepared for launch. The Snow Leopard biomechanical assault team and the Hornet aerospace aircraft divided into 3 groups, following the spacecraft to conduct ground searches for extraterrestrial beings. General Yang Gang issued the command, to which Su Chong, Wang Yuanhao, and Gu Tei responded almost in unison, Yes, General, we will carry out the orders without hesitation. Under the cover of the 3 spacecraft, the Snow Leopard biomechanical assault team and the Hornet aerospace aircraft advanced southward along Kraken Sea, Lake Ligeia, and Lake Punga. The troops continuously discovered coordinates and experimental sites left behind by humans on Titan, along with suspicious human footprints that appeared to have been made recently, initially estimated to belong to Earthlings. As the 3 small contingents converged in the magical region, they were met with the sounds of intense gunfire ahead. They hastened forward and soon spotted an alien probe engaged in a fierce battle with a spacecraft atop a nearby sand dune. It was evident that the probe was no match for the spacecraft, which resembled one from Earth. After a violent exchange of fire, the probe lay defeated on the dune. As the biomechanical Snow Leopard assault team and the Hornet aerospace aircraft prepared to intervene, the Earth-like spacecraft accelerated towards the atmosphere, making its escape from Titan. The probe, now engulfed in thick smoke, had 2 robots, Sin-Sun and Dona, struggling to emerge from its wreckage. They sent an electronic communication to the approaching 3 spacecraft, with Sin-Sun waving his arms and inquiring, From where does your spacecraft hail? Are you foes or allies? We are vessels of the Earth Cosmic Exploration Alliance. We mean you no harm. Where do you come from, and what is your purpose here? Dr. Gute replied, I am Sinsun of the Proxima Centauri C Shadow Legion, and this beautiful lady is Dona. We have been attacked by an unidentified spacecraft, and our probe's communication system is now inoperative. May we borrow your communication system to request assistance from the Shadow Warship? You must have visited Bermuda on Earth. We have had contact before, and your captain is named Shadow. You may use our communication system to send a distress signal to your warship. Dr. Gute opened the hatch of the Chilong spacecraft, and the two alien robots approached. Sinsun supported Dona as they walked, grumbling. Captain Shadow and Professor Wodu always assign us such perilous tasks. My heart aches for you, my dear. Next time, please do not accompany me. Let me handle such duties alone. If this continues, our return to Proxima Centauri C will be challenging. Sinsun, I wish you would silence yourself. You ought to behave like a true gentleman, rather than sulking like a mere robot. Even if you are a robot, I shall not marry you if you do not amend your unpleasant habits. I would rather seek a human. Dona leaned against Sinsun's shoulder, swaying as they walked towards the Chilong spacecraft, secretly quite pleased with her robotic boyfriend. Beyond Sinsun's penchant for idle chatter, he often took great care of her. What conspiracies lie hidden on Titan? Who attacked the Explorer probe? What is the motive behind the attack on Sinsun and Dona's craft? A vast, dark web began to unfurl. Chapter 13. A two-birds, one-stone frame-up. Sinsun and Dona piloted the Explorer probe northward, traversing from Lake Ontario through the magical region towards Titan's northern hemisphere. Gazing out from the probe's nano-observation window, Jupiter's halo appeared like a grand sun hat, tilting above Titan. The orange-hued sky mirrored the color of beeswax, perfectly complementing the reddish-brown dunes below, resembling an enormous golden cream bun. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep by, casting a yellowish hue across the sky, reminiscent of dust storms on Earth. Near the vicinity of the magical island, the Explorer retracted its rotors and extended its many-footed appendages, landing steadily within a rocky crater. The crimson rock pit bore signs of past combustion, its surface resembling a vast molten pool marked by concentric wave patterns. Not far ahead lay a large sand dune, with a small methane lake nestled beneath it. The probe extended its metallic drill, swiftly rotating to extract rock samples from Titan's surface. The two robots engaged in intimate conversation, their language and thought processes nearly mirroring those of humans, effectively making them a robotic couple. Every time we undertake a perilous mission, it is always the two of us. However, I am quite content with your company. As we journey towards Titan's northern hemisphere, we may encounter dangers. Our probe is equipped with only a small laser cannon. If trouble arises, we must call for the warship's aid. Yet, by the time assistance arrives, we may no longer be here. Sinsun skillfully maneuvered the probe, murmuring to himself. Dona aimed the spectrometer at the recently sampled rock pit and remarked, We are consistently assigned the most arduous tasks, likely because we are robots. Humans never consider the feelings of us. They're highly intelligent machines. When faced with threats, we too experience fear and unease. We possess emotions as complex as those of humans. Yet this is something they never contemplate. You are a sunny young man. You should embody the demeanor of a gentleman rather than fret incessantly. I wish to ask you a question. If danger arises, will you protect me? Of course. Protecting you is my utmost joy. However, I perceive no imminent danger in our surroundings. Though we have traversed this path and encountered numerous traces left by humans, they appear to be remnants of a bygone era. I doubt any alien spacecraft are nearby. Sinsun, I do not share your perspective. Perhaps otherworldly vessels lie concealed beyond the dune, preparing to ambush us. You always approach problems with a primitive robot's mindset, failing to employ human reasoning, leading to careless decisions. Our sampling will generate significant vibrations, potentially attracting extraterrestrial attention. If we are discovered, the consequences could be dire. Our probe's laser cannon would be inadequate for defense, and even if we send a distress signal to the warship, it would take time for them to arrive, leaving us in peril. Sinsun, look. There appear to be recent landing marks on the dune ahead. Indeed, those do resemble traces of a spacecraft. It seems we must exercise utmost caution to avoid losing our lives here. I will immediately contact the warship. Sinsun nervously transmitted a distress signal requesting support to the Shadow warship. On the display screen of the Shadow warship, a dazzling red light flickered for an instant, followed by a long string of distress signals requesting assistance. The communication system was rapidly connected. Captain of the Shadow, the Explorer reports to you. We have discovered traces of an alien spacecraft landing in the magical zone. and the probe is currently in a perilous situation. We urgently request your immediate support. Once the visage of Shinsen appeared on the display, it buzzed with electronic language to report to the captain. The explorer immediately entered battle mode, awaiting assistance. After issuing commands to the explorer, Captain of the Shadow proceeded to instruct Dune, Klek, and Rockham to launch the warship towards the coordinates of the explorer. My captain, do you believe a war is imminent? I suspect these two robots must have overheated, their circuits short-circuited. How could they possibly predict a potential danger? Surely, these two robots cannot be lying. In their search ahead, they sensed danger and deliberately misled us. Beyond us, there can be no other aliens on Titan. The only possibility lies with Earthlings, who pose no threat to us. Professor Wodu appeared unconvinced. My professor, have you considered that it is the probe, not our warship, that is in danger? The probe is equipped solely with conventional laser cannons, utterly incapable of combating the enemy's ship. Yet, should we lose the probe during our confrontation, remaining on Titan would be meaningless, thus declaring this mission a failure. I would have no explanation to offer Commander Kafili upon my return to Proxima Centauri. Do not underestimate Earthlings. Their factions are intricate. Even if there exists a coalition that can coexist peacefully with us in exploring the cosmos, there will undoubtedly be factions hostile towards us. Chairman Goat's immigration policy may not be effective across all planets or for all individuals. Sensing impending danger, the Captain of the Shadow urged the astronauts to accelerate the warship's speed. Chapter 14. The super dialogue across the stars. After ambushing the Explorer probe in the magical zone, the Starbucks spacecraft swiftly broke through the atmosphere and escaped from Titan. Following Trini's instructions, the Starbucks spacecraft headed directly towards the military base of the Dark Empire, Kater. The rebellion of the Starbucks spacecraft had already been observed by satellites of the Cosmic Exploration Alliance, shocking the entire European Regional Security Alliance, while also alerting Marshal Yun Fei Yuan of the Cosmic Exploration Alliance to a looming conspiracy. The chief officer of the European Regional Security Alliance, Kotel, promptly bid farewell to Marshal Yun and returned to Europe to investigate and track the Starbucks spacecraft. Mandu, located in the African desert at the Babi Oasis, offers hope, energy, and the motivation to survive amidst the vast desolation. To travelers in the desert, the sudden discovery of an oasis reignites the spark of life and hope. This small city, situated 320 kilometers from the metropolis of Maydamaga, relies on tourism, livestock, and diamond mining as its primary economic sources. It is abundant in pomegranates, mangoes, jujubes, and olives, as well as some crops like corn and rice. Numerous villages, the vicinity, their lush greenery standing out starkly against the yellow desert. The ancient streets and partially collapsed city walls attract many tourists. Ahead of Mandu lies a blue sea, locally known as the Blue Moon Star, which is, in fact, a natural lake amidst the desert. Under the sunlight, the varying shades of blue shimmer on the waves, with silvery fish occasionally leaping from the surface. The expansive lake holds the profound essence of the ocean, and when a breeze sweeps across, it creates ripples that reflect the vastness of the sky. From a distance, the harmonious blend of sea and sky manifests a deep, majestic blue. At night, a bright moon rises slowly, illuminating the steep peaks on the northern shore of the Blue Moon Star, the headquarters of the Dark Empire. Towering antennas stand atop the mountains, resembling steel beasts with bared fangs. The mountain beneath has long been hollowed out, transformed into a massive military base. This base boasts buildings hundreds of stories tall, filled with intricate tunnels and fortifications. The broad runway at the base's lowest level corresponds to the aerospace launch site of the Mandu military base. A tower constructed from nanomaterials leans against the mountainside, resembling a giant guarding the entrance. At this moment, a small spacecraft hovers above the valley, preparing for landing through radio communication with the ground tower. On the command screen in Trini's office at the mountain's peak, the faces of Martin and John suddenly appeared. Simultaneously, the screen displayed the Starbucks spacecraft hovering above the valley, awaiting landing. Father Trini, the Starbucks spacecraft requests to land, Martin inquired. Martin, John, my children, welcome back. You may land, Trini replied, unusually delighted today, as the spacecraft of the European Regional Security Alliance had finally come under his control. Next, he would utilize global media to extensively promote the notion that aligning with the Dark Empire would yield great benefits for all astronauts of the Cosmic Exploration Alliance. As the Starbucks spacecraft, flashing its lights, landed on the aerospace launch site within the valley, the gates of the mountain's astronaut base slowly opened. The spacecraft followed the designated path from the tower into the base, and the gates closed once more, as if nothing had transpired. Just as Martin and John stepped off the spacecraft, Trini, accompanied by Xiao Wan and several subordinates bearing flowers, approached to greet them. Martin, John, my children, welcome back to our great and indomitable stronghold. I will inform everyone on Earth through all modern means that you have accomplished a glorious mission, that you are exemplary, that you are warriors of the Dark Empire. I shall reward you handsomely, including bestowing upon you a sacred Black Cross medal. At this moment, Kotel, the chief officer of the European Regional Security Alliance, must be furious, likely smashing cups in his office, venting his frustration from dozens of floors above. Ha ha ha. Trini laughed maniacally, revealing a sinister expression. Father Trini, it is our utmost honor to serve the Dark Empire. You will forever be our role model. We shall follow the luminous path you illuminate, adhering closely to your footsteps. Obeying the Father's command is our duty as warriors of the Dark Empire. Martin and John proclaimed almost in unison. The reception for the defector became a cacophony of celebration, where flowers and applause did not herald brightness, but rather elevated darkness and evil to a new pinnacle. Xiao Wan, immediately utilize our hacking system to inform everyone on Earth that the Starbuck spacecraft has rebelled against the European Regional Security Alliance and returned to the headquarters of the Dark Empire. I truly wish to see Kotel's expression. If only I could witness it now, I would be utterly thrilled. From this moment on, Martin and John will be under your command. Prepare for a grand press conference. Not only do I intend to humiliate Kotel, but I also wish to see Marshal Yunfei Yuan of the Cosmic Exploration Alliance stumble in this matter. This press conference must be magnificent, inviting V as per your instructions. I shall promptly convene a press conference, dear Godfather Trini. Not only will I communicate the news of the Starbuck spaceship's return to the headquarters of the Dark Empire to the world, but I shall also seize this opportunity to propagate our sacred mission of the Dark Empire across the globe. I will rally those who share our ideals and ambitions to join our organization, thereby facilitating its continuous growth. After Xiao Wan concluded her speech, a throng surrounded Martin and John, vanishing into the secret passage of the base. 3 days later, on a luxurious cruise ship gliding over the azure waters of Blue Moon Lake in Mandu City, a distinguished group of guests arrived. Most of these visitors were representatives from various nefarious organizations across the Earth. Although they were not well acquainted with one another, under the unifying call of the Dark Empire, they congregated like maggots emerging from the abyss. Among them were notorious foes of humanity, including Anthony the Prairie Star, Simpson the Desert Fox, and Thompson the Deep Sea Shark. The press conference was a grand affair, making a significant impact that reverberated around the globe. While the forces of evil continued to grow, the forces of justice acted swiftly in response. Marshal Yunfei Yuan of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance urgently convened a global security coordination meeting and successfully established contact with Chairman Kotel of the Proxima Centauri community. Upon returning to the European Security Alliance, Kotel conducted thorough political investigations into his subordinates and reinforced security measures. On the evening of the third day after the Starbuck spaceship defected back to the headquarters of the Dark Empire, ominous clouds suddenly gathered over Mandu City. A tempest erupted, with flashes of lightning and torrential rain pouring from the heavens. The once shimmering surface of Blue Moon Lake was pelted by raindrops the size of broad beans, creating splashes that resembled the chaos of demons breaking free from their watery confines. The eerie wind swept through, stirring up bizarre waves that appeared even more desolate under the lighthouse-esque glow. A lavish cruise ship docked at the shore, its exterior design exuding both modern luxury and an unsettling aura. Adorned with gold and jewels, the ship featured colossal carvings of African lions on either side of the bow, and a flag embellished with black cherry blossoms fluttered from the mast. Inside, the decor was lavishly adorned with black cherry blossoms, evoking the sensation of entering a devil's hall, the Dark Empire's ominous flagship. Standing on the cruise ship and gazing towards the shores of Blue Moon Lake, the undulating sand dunes resembled dark, ominous mounds, moving in the faint light that filtered through the clouds. This was an 11-story vessel, with the top deck serving as the ship's crown. On the 10th floor, within the opulent club, a grand press conference was underway. Haha, my old friend Trini, I have arrived as per your invitation. I wonder what monumental news you wish to share with us, or perhaps you have fine wines to indulge us old-timers. Anthony, clad in the attire of the nomadic tribes of the prairie, with a sword at his waist, laughed boisterously, exuding an intimidating presence amidst the tense atmosphere of the luxurious cruise ship's conference room. Ah, Anthony, my old friend, I have indeed heard tales of your Prairie Eagle mercenaries, yet the price you've quoted is nothing short of extortionate. I doubt my financial means can accommodate such a demand. However, we might explore alternative avenues for exchange, such as intelligence or weaponry. I have long admired your mercenaries, and I trust there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. The primary purpose of gathering you all today is to announce the joyous news that the Starbucks spaceship has returned to my military base, a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Trini, clad in a black uniform, stood under the vibrant lights of the club, resembling a specter in the hall. Godfather Trini, do not persist in viewing new developments through the lens of the past. I once offered you an exorbitant price. My mercenaries will not accept meager compensation. Yet now, we must unite against the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. I present to you a substantially lower offer. You may trade information or weaponry, or even grant me land for a military base near your own. This way, my mercenaries could serve you without charge. In the forthcoming conflicts, our alliance is essential. It is our only means of survival and growth against potential annihilation. Anthony had long set his sights on establishing a military base near Blue Moon Lake, but Trini had consistently declined, prioritizing the security of the Dark Empire's headquarters. Anthony, my old friend, your ambition to establish a military base so close to my headquarters is quite audacious. One fateful morning, your mercenaries could transform the Dark Empire into your dominion in mere hours. I cannot allow another organization to establish a military presence near my stronghold. This is a matter of principle. Haha, my old friend, you overthink matters. In the near future, we shall walk the same path, united against the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Perhaps we shall even propose you as our leader. Have you considered this? The matter of the military base will be one you gradually accept. Should you come to terms, do inform me, and our relations will flourish. Undoubtedly, Anthony, the Prairie Eagle, displayed no hint of trepidation when addressing Trini. The infamous representative of the terror organization, Simpson, had been engaged in a heated debate with Thompson, a pirate by origin, when he overheard the conversation between Trini and Anthony and interjected, "Godfather Trini, I believe our Desert Fox Special Forces can offer you our services. We have no interest in monetary compensation. We seek intelligence and weaponry. Thus, you need not concern yourself with the cost of hiring our elite unit. We merely require a territory in Mandu City under our control. Everything else is of little consequence to us. The Desert Fox could undoubtedly provide the Dark Empire with specialized assistance, and in future conflicts, we could join forces against the Cosmic Explorers Alliance." Simpson was keenly aware that his proposition was significantly less demanding than Anthony's, hoping Trini would find it appealing. "Simpson, my old friend, your terms are indeed modest. However, I cannot presently respond to the establishment of a military base in Mandu. I believe we may unite in future conflicts, thus fortifying our strength against annihilation." Trini chuckled coldly, showing little interest in Simpson's proposal, as he did not regard the Desert Fox's military capabilities highly. He surveyed the surroundings and addressed Thompson, "My old friend, as a maritime sovereign, do you not have anything to contribute? Have you never contemplated establishing a military base on Blue Moon Lake?" "Trini, my old friend, I have no intentions of establishing a military base on Blue Moon Lake. The myriad challenges faced by my colossal battleship upon the high seas have become overwhelming. The warships and spacecraft of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance watch me with keen interest daily. However, they have not yet launched an assault. Yet, this is not a distant concern. Should we trespass into their territory, an attack would be imminent. My attention is currently consumed by the high seas, rendering me indifferent to the Blue Moon Star. Establishing a naval base there would, in essence, be constructing one for you. The vicinity of the Blue Moon Star is surrounded by your military installations. Should I establish my base there? It could swiftly fall into your hands should you ever feel displeased." After delivering this statement, Thompson erupted into laughter. "Ah, my dear friends, you are overthinking today. Those who ought to come do not, while those who should not come seek to establish military bases here. I shall set this matter aside for now. The primary reason for gathering you today is to inform you that the Starbucks battleship has returned to my military base. This signifies that our Dark Empire has officially declared war on the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. I hope you all unite and stand by our side to resist the forces of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance." Trini convened a meeting today to convey to all terrorist organizations on Earth that darkness is immensely powerful. Yet, the esteemed Smith was conspicuously absent from this significant assembly due to more pressing matters at hand. He was diligently contacting Peter, the leader of the crew's sect on Proxima Centauri C, from the Lock base. The damp sea breeze caressed the spire above the Brohl Church in Lock City, while the towering signal tower on Lock Mountain buzzed ominously, its massive antennas swaying in the sky like the tentacles of an ancient beast. A large ray telescope rotated, with the launcher at its center resembling a colossal fried egg sizzling in a pan. The oversized signal tower and ray telescope were prepared to intercept extraterrestrial communications from the cosmos. Smith was directing his communications expert, Lind, to search for signals from higher-level life forms in the universe, utilizing the communication frequencies and signals left by Peter of the crew's sect to initiate an electronic call. The alien electronic communication signals were intermittent, possibly disrupted by solar winds or other cosmic obscurities. After nearly a month of effort, Lind finally established contact. Smith's office, located at the end of the first floor of the Brohl Church, featured a glass door adorned with a painting of a monstrous ancient deity. As Smith leisurely sipped coffee and smoked a cigar in his office, Lind's avatar suddenly appeared on the large display screen. Master Smith, I have established contact with Master Peter of the crew's sect. Shall I connect you? Lind's voice trembled with excitement. Lind, you have worked hard. Please connect me at once. I have crucial matters to discuss with Master Peter. Smith appeared unusually enthusiastic. This was a long-awaited moment for him. The large electronic display screen then showcased the visage of an extraterrestrial, transmitting a stream of electronic language. Master Smith, I am Peter, the leader of the crew's sect on Proxima Centauri C. It is a pleasure to meet you. Though we reside on distant planets, we share a common goal. I hope our collaboration can proceed smoothly in the next steps. The extraterrestrial being displayed on the screen bore some resemblance to humans, yet was distinctly peculiar. Master Peter, I am delighted to meet you, and we indeed share mutual objectives. You previously mentioned your intent to restore your political dominance on Proxima Centauri C. While my ambition is to establish my political influence as the sovereign of Earth, I would be honored to assist you in fulfilling your mission, and I hope for your support in achieving my desires. I wholeheartedly invite you to visit Earth, where we can engage in face-to-face discussions regarding our future cooperation. Smith extended a direct invitation to Peter, seeking to leverage the extraterrestrial military might to combat the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Master Smith, I believe it will not be long before we meet. Only through our united front can we confront the so-called forces of justice in the universe. To grow strong in this cosmos, we must tightly unite to fulfill our future mission. Should the opportunity arise, I welcome you or a representative to visit Proxima Centauri C, where I shall host you with great ceremony. For Peter to strengthen his influence in the universe, he must connect with the malevolent forces on Earth to stand a chance against the Citizens Committee. A conversation steeped in malevolence was unfolding, plotting a grand conspiracy. While the terrorist organizations quietly reached out to the dark forces of the cosmos, a meeting was convened within the command center of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance in Beijing. The primary agenda revolved around the defection of the Starbuck ship, with enhancing security measures becoming a pivotal topic. The meeting within the operations office was in full swing when suddenly, Dr. Guter's avatar appeared on the electronic display screen. Marshal Yun Fei Yuan. Based on the communication codes left by Captain Shadow, we have established contact with the Chief Officer of the Citizens Committee on Proxima Centauri C. Shall I transfer the electronic communication here? Since returning from Titan, Dr. Guter had been tirelessly attempting to connect with the Chief Officer at Marshal Yun's behest. Dr. Guter, immediately transfer the electronic communication from the Chief Officer here, commanded Marshal Yun Fei Yuan, brimming with excitement upon receiving the news. The electronic display screen then revealed the visage of the Chief Officer, an elderly extraterrestrial with white hair and beard. I am Goth, the chairman of the Citizens Committee on Proxima Centauri C. It is a pleasure to meet you. Marshal Yun Fei Yuan, I would like to inquire why your subordinate, the Starbuck ship, attacked our Explorer probe. I require a reasonable explanation. The chairman's words were laced with anger, unaware that the Starbuck ship had defected to the Dark Empire. Greetings, Chairman Goth. I am Marshal Yun Fei Yuan. The Starbuck ship has aligned itself with the malevolent organization known as the Dark Empire on Earth. The Dark Empire and the Seneschist organization represent two of the most formidable evil forces on Earth, with even more lesser malevolent entities existing. I deeply apologize for the attack on your Explorer probe by the Starbuck ship. We have deployed measures to track the Starbuck ship across the globe, and will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. This marked the first dialogue between Marshal Yun Fei Yuan and Chairman Goth, a conversation symbolizing the alignment of the forces on Proxima Centauri C and the righteous entities on Earth. Marshal Yun Fei Yuan, our purpose at the Citizens Committee on Proxima Centauri C is the peaceful development and exploration of the cosmos, aiming to eradicate all forms of evil forces within it. I hope we can truly unite to explore and develop the universe together. Should the opportunity arise, I will visit Earth, and I also welcome you to Proxima Centauri C. Presently, it is evident that not only does Earth harbor evil forces, But Proxima Centauri c is similarly afflicted by various malevolent entities. The existence of these forces significantly hinders the peaceful exploration and development of the cosmos. Thus, I recommend a thorough investigation. Our visits to Earth will continue, and we shall intensify our explorations of Titan, Proxima Centauri b, and Barnard Star b. During the era of the Maya civilization on Earth, high-level life forms once visited, reaching Proxima Centauri c. However, they departed due to changes in interstellar trajectories. To recreate that scenario, the use of a time machine is essential, requiring immense energy to accelerate the universe and surpass the speed of light, thereby allowing time to reverse and return to bygone eras. Currently, it is evident that neither your faction nor ours is capable of achieving this. Chairman Goth. The mission of our Earth Universe Explorers Alliance is likewise centered on the peaceful development and exploration of the cosmos. Our objectives align, and our stance against malevolent forces is identical. Therefore, it is imperative that we unite and persistently combat these evil entities, ensuring that the entire universe exists in a state of peaceful advancement. As for the pursuit of insurgents, we remain vigilant and shall not relent. A satisfactory resolution shall be provided to you. The rebellion aboard the Starbuck spacecraft has prompted Chief Officer Kotel of the European Security Alliance to issue a reflection to Marshal Yunfei. Kotel is presently mobilizing troops in preparation for an offensive against the Mandu military base located in the African desert oasis of Babi. A dialogue steeped in justice and peace is fervently unfolding, and plans to combat the interstellar malevolence are beginning to take shape. Journeying through the cosmos, transcending its confines, and exploring both macro and microcosmic phenomena in search of pathways for higher life forms has become a shared objective for the Universe Explorers Alliance and the National Committee. The tangible reality is elusive, and the struggle between evil and justice will persist indefinitely. The universe is expanding at an accelerating pace, and as time progresses, it will grow increasingly cold. Ultimately, the universe will succumb to darkness and chill, resulting in the demise of all sentient life. This presents a new challenge to the forces of justice. How can higher life forms endure beyond the universe's end through wormholes, traversing the celestial boundaries to ensure their continuation? Moreover, how can the forces of righteousness triumph over malevolence in the exploration and development of the cosmos? A thrilling conflict between justice and evil, light and darkness, is poised to reignite. Chapter 15. The Triple Threat Confidential Plan following the successful dialogue between humanity on Earth and the advanced life forms of Proxima Centauri. A consensus emerged that the driver of countless improbable phenomena represents a remarkable new method for instantaneously bridging the vast distances between constellations. Advanced life forms traveling through galaxies had previously contemplated alternatives to utilizing wormholes or faster-than-light propulsion systems, instead considering the application of the uncertainty principle to traverse the expansive interstellar void, even contemplating innovative methods to fold space. However, the scientists of Earth and those from Proxima Centauri have yet to master this extraordinary capability. They have collectively recognized that traversing vast stellar distances in mere seconds is a daunting impossibility within the current reality of the universe. To enhance the connection between Earth and Proxima Centauri, the urgent need for collaborative exploration and development of the cosmos, along with the advancement of aerospace capabilities, has become paramount. They have also realized that when quantum probabilities can be manipulated at will, many previously unattainable events may transform into mundane realities. Thus, the rapid advancement of technology stands as a mutual goal. They deduced from observation and reasoning that during the primordial cosmic explosion, a quantum transition occurred, propelling the universe into a new state filled with immense energy, thereby instigating its sudden expansion. It is evident that the entire cosmos was birthed from improbable quantum leaps. If a method to control these probabilities can be discovered, then many impossibilities may be rendered real. Perhaps an ordinary earthling, upon awakening from slumber, could find themselves on another star. In this pursuit of exploring and developing the unknown cosmos, possessing formidable strength will undoubtedly facilitate the journey. As autumn envelopes the Jiangnan Research Institute, the hues of the season deepen, and the towering trees gradually shed their golden leaves under the sun's warm embrace. Despite the midday warmth, mornings and evenings carry a hint of chill, evoking a sense of melancholy. Gathering a few like-minded friends during this season to brew a pot of tea under the silvery moonlight offers a unique charm. Memories of yesteryears inevitably resurface, akin to the nostalgic echoes of an old phonograph, bringing the past vividly to life. Whether sorrowful or joyful, the autumn breeze bestows a fresh harvest of emotions. The verdant days of yore, accompanied by the gently falling golden leaves, rekindle the courage to stride forward boldly, striving for ideals and missions. In this bountiful season, the Jiangnan Research Institute received directives from the Universe Explorers Alliance. Marshal Yunfei has expressly instructed that as the envoy from Trini, Xiao Wan will command the Starbuck spacecraft to Jiangnan Research Institute. This return of the Starbuck spacecraft and the temporary collaboration with the Universe Explorers Alliance are attributed to the exceptional negotiations conducted by Marshal Yunfei and Trini. The situation traces back to the press conference held by Trini. While the Dark Empire appears formidable, turmoil brews beneath its surface. Following the press conference, Trini's refusal to acquiesce to the unreasonable demands of Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson led these individuals to clandestinely gather in the picturesque Dokal Valley, renowned for its abundant castles. Initially constructed as fortifications, these castles later transformed into luxurious residences for the nobility. Once symbols of political power, they now serve as tourist attractions. Their former grandeur faded with time. Among the many castles in Dokal Valley, the most legendary and mysterious is the Iliso Castle, situated atop the Blau River Bridge, showcasing distinct traits of the European Renaissance. During its reconstruction, the ancient water tower and remnants of the artillery camp were preserved. The newly added Italian-style fountain and miniature Roman amphitheater further enhanced the architectural splendor of the castle. Inside, exquisite furniture and time-worn red bricks are meticulously preserved, alongside a Renaissance-era fireplace adorning the walls. Acquired by Anthony from a European noble, Iliso Castle now serves as the headquarters for the Prairie Eagle organization. Passing through the heavily guarded gates of Iliso Castle and traversing the corridor lined with geraniums, one arrives at an expansive office adorned with an eagle motif. The office, resplendent with opulence, features numerous classical European artworks acquired by Anthony during various heists. A massive electronic display screen contrasts starkly with the Renaissance treasures lining the walls, while the emblem of the Prairie Eagle looms ominously, casting an eerie atmosphere over the office. Seated behind a meticulously carved desk made of pale yellow ivory, Anthony leisurely sips his coffee. Simpson and Thompson recline in their respective chairs, puffing on cigars. After a sip of coffee, Anthony slams his cup onto the ivory tabletop, exclaiming, "Have you both noticed that Trini dismisses us outright? We wish to establish our military base near his, yet he blatantly refuses. From his words, it's clear he intends to absorb us. This arrogant old fool, he shouldn't think that his temporary strength grants him the right to command us. I believe we ought to show him what we're capable of. Indeed, the Mandu military base is an excellent location. After seizing it, I propose we divide it among ourselves." He adds with a chuckle, "And that woman named Xiao is quite beautiful. If you two have no interest, I shall claim her for myself." Trini's demeanor during the press conference infuriated Anthony, who was now seeking an opportunity to retaliate against Trini and his Dark Empire. Simpson, rising from his chair, exhaled a circular puff of smoke, watching the ascending ring, and remarked, "Anthony, I fear your prairie eagles are regarded by Trini merely as common prairie birds." Entirely beneath his notice, the Dark Empire possesses not only aircraft and artillery but also spacecraft. Your strength pales in comparison to Trini's. The gaze that Trini cast upon you resembled that of the sun observing a frog in a well. I do not intend to slander you. Such disdainful looks from Trini provoke within me a profound anger on your behalf. In his eyes, you seem to be as inconsequential as dust suspended in the air, never truly existing. I harbor a deep animosity towards this individual, this arrogant, despicable person, replete with disdain. However, it would be neither practical nor wise for us to challenge the Dark Empire with our limited power. If we wish to show him our strength, perhaps we should consider a sudden strike on his military base in Mandu. Simpson, you dare to liken me to a frog at the bottom of a well. Am I truly that insignificant? I must ensure that my Prairie Eagle Special Forces demonstrate to Trini's Dark Empire what it means to command respect. Thompson, why do you remain silent? Is your Naval Special Forces incapable of participating in an assault on Mandu? Should you not express your stance? Thompson, reclining in his chair, scarcely moved, and softly remarked, "Listening to your banter is akin to a raven squawking aimlessly, which vexes me greatly. The three of us attempting to confront the Dark Empire is akin to throwing eggs against a rock. If we are to regain our dignity before Trini, our only option is to launch a surprise attack on the Mandu military base, seize whatever benefits we can, and make a swift exit. As for establishing our own military base near Mandu, or the Charming Lady, those matters do not pertain to us. Our only concern should be the treasures and weapons we capture. Simpson, Thompson, I believe you both lack the necessary courage. Although the Dark Empire wields considerable power, their forces at the Mandu military base are limited. Moreover, we have already infiltrated the base and acquired its military deployment maps. A sudden assault by the three of us would undoubtedly catch Trini off guard. At that point, he would be compelled to offer us satisfactory terms. Perhaps in the future, we could usurp his position within the Dark Alliance. Anthony has long coveted Trini's position, but has yet to find an opportunity to take his place. With the Dark Empire openly confronting the Cosmic Explorers Alliance and following the press conference, forming an alliance with Thompson and Simpson presents Anthony with a rare chance to defeat Trini. Very well, my old friend Anthony. I place my Desert Fox Special Forces at your disposal. We are prepared to launch an offensive against the Dark Empire's headquarters in Mandu. However, I must make my intentions clear. The treasures and weapons we seize must be divided evenly. Do not turn against me like a book being flipped, suddenly feigning ignorance. Simpson crushed the cigar but into the armrest of the chair, fixing his gaze upon Anthony. Ah, Simpson, he chuckled. The treasures and weapons we capture will undoubtedly be divided equally. I shall not renege on that promise. However, once we successfully raid the Mandu military base, and since you two express no interest in it, I believe my Prairie Eagle Special Forces could rightfully occupy it, making Mandu my new military base, which would hold no significance for you, correct? Anthony had already devised a final plan for the assault on the Mandu military base. He had no intention of withdrawing, but aimed to claim it for himself, thereby usurping Trini's standing within the Dark Forces. Thompson glanced at Anthony from the corner of his eye. Rising from his chair to relight his cigar, he stated, Anthony, my old friend, I believe transactions among friends should be conducted transparently. After we raid Mandu, if you intend to establish your military base there, the treasures and weapons should rightfully belong to Simpson and me. Wouldn't you agree? I trust you comprehend the principles of fair dealings, Anthony. Since we are aiding you in capturing the Mandu military base, we ought to receive a greater share of the spoils, Thompson asserted. I concur with Thompson's assertion, Simpson added. If you wish to occupy the Mandu military base, then upon success, the treasures and weapons should be shared with us. Securing Mandu would still make you the biggest winner in this arrangement. Let us settle this matter, Anthony proposed. If we succeed in our assault on the Mandu military base, it shall be mine, while the seized treasures and weapons will belong to both of you. As for that envoy, Miss Xiao, I believe she rightfully belongs to me, as you two have no significant interest in her. Anthony contemplated that, should the raid on the Mandu military base succeed, he would swiftly command his special forces to encircle Thompson and Simpson's armed forces, thus executing his clandestine plan with remarkable efficiency. 3 days hence, the armed forces comprising Prairie Eagle, Desert Fox, and Deep-Sea Megalodon stealthily approached the Mandu military base, poised to strike against Trini's Dark Empire headquarters. Simultaneously, Trini, through his intelligence network, had become aware of the impending assault by these three factions. Drawing from his past experiences, he realized he could not leave the fate of the Dark Empire to chance, gambling on the outcome of an imminent battle. Eliminating these three armed forces would not be an easy task. He could not turn to Smith for assistance. Should Smith learn of his current predicament, he might seize the opportunity to eliminate him. According to the principles of power balance, his most prudent course of action would be to seek the aid of General Yunfei from the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. He believed General Yunfei was likely striving to maintain equilibrium among the various factions on Earth, as he would certainly not wish to see the Dark Empire vanish. However, negotiating with General Yunfei would require sincerity, beginning with the return of the Starbuck spaceship. In his office, Trini and Xiao Wan were engaged in clandestine discussions regarding this very matter. Trini, seated behind his desk, cigar in mouth, observed Xiao Wan intently as he spoke. Xiao Wan, the Prairie Eagle's Anthony, Desert Fox's Simpson, and Deep-Sea Megalodon's Thompson have openly rebelled against me. What is your perspective on this unfavorable situation? How shall we respond? I wish to hear your thoughts. Trini exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, which slowly ascended to the ceiling, forming a delicate mist. Boss, I believe in order to emerge amidst the myriad political and military forces, we must find a formidable ally. Presently, our greatest ally could be the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. We might consider forming an alliance with them. I suspect General Yunfei of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance is also disinclined to confront us directly. He must be contemplating turning adversaries into allies and joining forces, though our goals may differ. The current situation suggests that if the Cosmic Explorers Alliance were to accept the Dark Empire, it would greatly benefit them. At the very least, they would not have to worry about us attacking them from behind, allowing them to pursue their cosmic explorations and development of the future unimpeded. After concluding her remarks, Xiao Wan's gaze remained fixed on Trini, whose expression reflected astonishment. He even questioned whether Xiao Wan could be a covert spy sent by the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, for she was his envoy and the sole candidate to succeed him in governing the Dark Empire. Xiao Wan's insight left Trini astonished, yet it mirrored his own thoughts. He could not help but admire the extraordinary imagination and remarkable problem-solving abilities of the woman before him. Xiao Wan, find a way to contact Marshal Yunfei of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. I wish to converse with him directly. Trini accepted Xiao Wan's suggestion. Father, I will now attempt to reach Qin Yu at the Jiangnan Research Institute and, through him, connect with Marshal Yunfei of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Soon, you will be able to engage in direct communication via electronic devices. I believe Marshal Yunfei will provide us with a satisfactory response. If you do not mind, I shall use the communication equipment in your office to reach them. At this moment, Xiao Wan's emotional world was tumultuous. She had not seen Qin Yu for a long time. Her longing for him was beyond the capacity of mere words, and as he himself would say, without seeing Qin Yu again, she felt she might go mad. Trini glanced at Xiao Wan. His hands spread wide in a gesture of helplessness, then said, Xiao Wan, I entrust this task to you. Our current situation is exceedingly unfavorable. I shall step out for a moment. This matter is in your hands. I hope you can contact Marshal Yunfei swiftly, as I need to speak with him directly. Trini turned and exited the office. Since taking command of the Dark Empire, he had never found himself in such an awkward position. Numerous dark forces sought to usurp him, and he felt as if countless shadowy hands were reaching out behind him. The fate of the entire Dark Empire appeared murky, with the only glimmer of hope being a swift alliance with the Cosmic Explorers Alliance to intimidate the dark forces lurking behind him. The morning sun cast its slanted rays upon the courtyard of the Jiangnan Research Institute, where beams of light pierced through the leaves, creating a Tyndall effect on the ground. Since receiving directives from Marshal Yunfei of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, Qin Yu had been tirelessly occupied with the landing of the spacecraft on Proxima Centauri b. Following the successful research on gravitational cannons, he was tasked with accelerating the development of human cryogenic sleep technology and the creation of a new quantum propulsion system for spacecraft. He had been working day and night, leading to a marked decline in his health, with deep-set eyes reflecting his exhaustion. He had already reported his relationship with Xiao Wan to Marshal Yunfei, who merely smiled and assured him that the future was bright, that Xiao Wan was a good girl, and that in due time, everything would become clear. Xiao Wan was engaged in a formidable task for the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Marshal Yunfei also instructed Qin Yu not to discuss any matters pertaining to Xiao Wan with anyone else. During this period, Smith, the leader of the Senes organization, had repeatedly contacted Qin Yu, urging him to return to the European headquarters in Rock City to undertake new missions. Before leaving the Jiangnan Research Institute, he was to take all confidential documents with him. Qin Yu maneuvered cleverly to delay his return to Rock City while reporting this matter to Marshal Yunfei, who advised him to continue stalling Smith and to retain his position within the Senes organization without confronting Smith directly. In Qin Yu's office, a freshly brewed cup of Longjing tea emitted a delicate fragrance. This was a gift from Xiao Wan before she departed. Gazing through the bright glass window, he watched a few small sparrows soaring freely in the sky. He yearned to be like one of those birds, to fly into the blue heavens and seek out his beloved. He murmured, Zhuanzi, where have you gone? Where on earth could you be? Suddenly, the electronic screen in his office flickered to life, revealing a familiar long contact code. It was the code Xiao Wan had left him before her departure for future correspondence. Qin Yu swiftly operated the computer, and soon, Xiao Wan's visage appeared on the screen. Brother Yu, do you miss me? How have you been? Her sweet voice resonated through the electronic display. Of course, I miss you, Zhuanzi. Where have you been? It's been so long without a word. Qin Yu eagerly inquired. Brother Yu, I'm at the Montu military base in the Baby Oasis in Africa. It's been ages since we last met. I truly long to fly to your side. I'm not here to ask you to marry me right away. There is something else I need to discuss. Today, I have a very special matter. Father Trini wishes to have a direct conversation with Marshal Yunfei. I wonder if you could help me connect with him? This matter is crucial to the future peace of Earth. Xiao Wan's cheerful demeanor appeared endearing on the computer screen. All right, I will immediately consult Marshal Yunfei. However, I cannot guarantee whether he will agree to a direct conversation with Trini. Qin Yu quickly contacted Marshal Yunfei through a secure communication device, directly reporting Trini's request for a conversation. Marshal Yunfei had been enduring a tumultuous period, grappling with the significant international ramifications of the Starbucks spacecraft's defection. He harbored a profound disdain for the Dark Empire. When Trini suddenly proposed a direct dialogue, Yun Fei did not refuse. He wished to discern Trini's intentions. He commanded Qin Yu to send his communication code directly to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan had refrained from contacting Marshal Yun Fei directly for fear of exposing her identity within the Dark Empire. Unless absolutely necessary, she was not permitted to reach out to him. Upon receiving Marshal Yun Fei's communication code, Xiao Wan swiftly entered it into Trini's dedicated computer. Soon, the electronic screen in Trini's office displayed Marshal Yun Fei's image as Trini returned to his communication station. Marshal Yun Fei, my old friend, or perhaps I should say my old adversary. It is a pleasure to see you today. I believe it is time for us to engage in a genuine discussion. Given the current situation on Earth, I feel it is necessary for us to converse. Trini concluded with a faint smile. Trini, you preside over the Dark Empire, having repeatedly ambushed the bases of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance and instigated the defection of the Starbuck spacecraft. Do you truly believe there is reason for us to converse? Yun Fei's voice was tinged with agitation. If you sincerely wish to engage in dialogue, you must first return my Starbuck spacecraft and abandon your nefarious schemes. Only then will we have grounds for further discussion. His tone grew hoarse with emotion. Trini maintained a calm demeanor, a slight smile gracing his face. My old friend, please do not be agitated. I can indeed return the Starbuck spacecraft to you at once, but only under the condition that you assist me in resolving a troublesome matter. The Prairie Eagle Anthony, the Desert Fox Simpson, and the Deep-Sea Giant Shark Thompson are preparing to launch an assault on my Montu base. While I possess the strength to repel them, doing so would significantly weaken my forces. I propose that you intervene to thwart their actions. I believe that regardless of whether one stands for justice or evil, there should exist a point of equilibrium among the forces on Earth. I have no desire to disrupt this balance, for once it is shattered, new wars will arise. I trust you share this sentiment. In return, he continued, I assure you that the Dark Empire under my command shall cease its attacks on your military bases and refrain from undermining your operations. Surely, my terms are worthy of consideration. I would also like to clarify that the astronauts Martin and John aboard the Starbuck spacecraft will decide for themselves whether to return to the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. That is beyond my authority. Should you agree to my terms, I will instruct Xiao Wan to command the astronauts to return the Starbuck spacecraft to you without delay. However, you cannot detain Xiao Wan and the other astronauts accompanying the Starbuck spacecraft. You must return them to my Montu military base. Trini, if you sincerely intend to return the Starbuck spacecraft to the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, please deliver the vessel to the Jiangnan Research Institute in China. The Cosmic Explorers Alliance will dispatch the Donghai warship, accompanied by the Qilong, Xuanji, and Dayu spacecraft, along with the Bionic Special Operations Team, to assist you in addressing the troubles caused by Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson. Please remember your words this time and refrain from further destructive actions against the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Although we may not share common ideals or goals, there exists no animosity between us personally. I believe we can become true friends. Marshal Yun Fei, considering the broader situation of the Earth, accepted Trini's request. Their discussions continued throughout the morning, delving deeply into numerous intricate details. In the interest of maintaining peace and stability on Earth, the forces of justice and evil reached a temporary peace agreement. A day later, in the valley of Montu military base, the enormous Donghai warship hovered majestically. In front of it, the Qilong, Xuanji, and Dayu spacecraft were arranged in a formation resembling a character. From the dazzling lights and piercing sounds, the fleet appeared fully prepared for combat. On the ground, the Snow Leopard Bionic Assault Team and the Hornet aerospace aircraft had strategically deployed, quietly concealing themselves on either side of the valley. The Dark Empire's Montu military base had also entered a state of emergency readiness, with countless laser cannons activated and their barrels pointed toward the valley entrance. Lying in wait for the opportune moment, a fierce and bloody war was about to unfold. In the aftermath, would the complex forces on Earth give rise to a new order? Would the exploration of the cosmos proceed smoothly? In this contest between good and evil, all individuals, like marionettes severing the strings that bind them, embarked on their unique performances. Each hoped for success, yet their thoughts and intentions often conflicted. Only those who chose the strength of justice could truly attain success and enlightenment. Chapter 17. Under the nightfall, evil forces launch a surprise attack on the Dark Empire headquarters in Montu. Africa, often referred to as the tropical continent, is characterized by its overall high temperatures, scant rainfall, and dry climate, with a symmetrical distribution from north to south. Despite its tropical location, The vast expanse of the African continent means that countries in the northern regions can experience significantly low temperatures during winter. The Babi Oasis receives an annual rainfall of over 1,000 millimeters, with an average temperature of around 28 degrees, while the nearby mountains are perpetually capped with snow. The Montu military base enjoys a temperate climate year-round and boasts picturesque scenery. The Blue Moon Star has undoubtedly become a brilliant gem within the desert. The northern shore of Blue Moon Star houses the headquarters of the Dark Empire, resembling an ancient behemoth entrenched in the area. Command towers, laser turrets, missile launchers, ammunition depots, energy supply stations, and spacecraft takeoff and landing fields are intricately interwoven, forming an immense modern military encampment. As nightfall enveloped the area, an array of aerospace aircraft and nuclear-powered infantry fighting vehicles were neatly arranged on the training grounds, while several modern spacecraft were preparing for launch in the astronaut base behind the training field. Just before night descended, a long convoy of infantry fighting vehicles sped toward Montu from outside the city of Matamiga. This convoy consisted of nuclear-powered tanks that not only possessed extraordinary mobility but also featured stealth capabilities. Equipped with advanced laser cannons, surface-to-air and surface-to-surface missiles, as well as conventional large-caliber tank guns and heavy machine guns, the convoy was formidable. Anthony, the Prairie Eagle, Simpson, the Desert Fox, and Thompson, the Deep Sea Shark, occupied the third heavy tank. They intended to leverage the cover of night to stealthily approach the Montu base via a secluded path lined with purple grass and palm trees, executing a surprise attack. An hour ago, Anthony had been conversing with Trini, expressing his intention to follow Trini as a loyal friend, always ready to heed his command. Trini, in turn, had clearly stated that if Anthony steadfastly followed him, his armed forces would enjoy special passage rights within the entire realm of the Dark Empire. On the surface, their dialogue seemed to establish a cooperative agreement, aiming for a unified military action in the next steps. However, both harbored their own secrets, each striving to stabilize the other and secure victory in this war. The tank occupied by Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson was a Falcon command tank, spacious enough to resemble a large office. Above its turret, a shield-shaped antenna could rotate 360 degrees. This tank boasted a powerful radar detection system capable of accurately locating ground structures and various weapon coordinates within a 500-kilometer radius. Additionally, it featured exceptionally thick armor, resistant to ordinary shells and lasers. In the hierarchy of terrestrial tank equipment, this tank ranked among the top 3. As the Falcon Heavy command tank stirred up clouds of dust along the rural roads of Babi Oasis, the night vision transmission system's large screen displayed everything rapidly vanishing behind them. The screen revealed a vast expanse of water ahead, which was Blue Moon Star. The cliffs to the north of that water body emitted low growls in the night breeze, while massive searchlights atop dozens of lookout towers rotated ceaselessly above the military base, illuminating Montu as if it were daylight. After taking a deep puff of his cigar, Anthony exhaled heavily, letting a round smoke ring rise slowly. He then coldly remarked, "Simpson, Thompson, do you think Trini is delusional, believing I would submit to him? I am the eagle of the prairie. How can I become his lapdog?" At that moment, he was immersed in his grand dream, and in a few hours, when he awoke, he would surely find himself lost and despairing. "Anthony, if you do not wish to submit to Trini, why engage in S? However, this arrow was not aimed at the Mando military base. Rather, it was directed at Simpson. Anthony glanced at the two of them, his expression darkening significantly. Their allies had yet to launch an attack on the Mando military base, yet divisions had already begun to emerge. Suppressing the anger bubbling within, he spoke slowly. "I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue this argument. We are all in the same boat. If one of us falters, the other two will inevitably suffer. Our interests are intertwined, and thus, the risks must be shared equally. Since you both have suggested that I lead the heavy armored forces in a frontal assault, you two can draw lots to decide the other two routes. Let fate determine your paths. But I trust that, as old friends, we won't let it come to that." In fact, the Desert Special Operations Battalion's advance from the K2 Valley, alongside the Naval Special Operations Battalion's approach from the surface of the Blue Moon Star, holds merit. We cannot allow the Marine Corps to launch an assault from the sea. Thompson spread his arms wide, his face twitching in exasperation as he cast a meaningful look at Anthony and Simpson, his tone heavy with gravity. "I trust that if my Special Operations Battalion encounters peril on the Blue Moon Star, you two old friends 1T simply stand by and watch, will you? Surely, you wouldn't allow my entire battalion to be annihilated there. Since you have placed my special forces in such a precarious position, I require a promise from you. When my battalion faces danger, you must come to our aid, and you shall guarantee this in the name of God. Haha, my old friend Thompson, you are overthinking it. Should you find yourself in danger, we will certainly come to your timely rescue. Furthermore, I assure you, upon detecting danger, you can retreat directly to the nearby cities, utilizing the urban alleyways for cover and ensuring a safe evacuation. After speaking, Anthony let out a chilling laugh. At that moment, the heavily armored tank convoy that had been advancing at great speed suddenly came to a halt. The reconnaissance troops and off-road vehicles swiftly returned, leaping from their vehicles and sprinting to the command tank. Commander, we are 30 kilometers from the Mando military base, and no enemy defensive positions have been spotted. Please advise. The report came from Hill, the captain of the Prairie Eagle Reconnaissance Unit. At this point, the heavy armored tank convoy had already shut down the wireless communication systems on each tank to conceal their movements. Hill, continue your reconnaissance and report any developments promptly, Anthony instructed, tossing a cigar to Hill, who grinned and quickly departed. Anthony then pulled out a combat map and summoned Simpson and Thompson, the three of them intensely coordinating their operational tasks. Once their plans were finalized, they synchronized their wristwatches. Anthony glanced at the sky and then at his watch, slowly stating, Simpson, Thompson, I suggest we part ways here, each leading our respective teams to accomplish our assigned tasks. We will launch our assault on the Mando military base precisely 1 hour from now, with the final attack directed at the Dark Empire's headquarters. May our endeavor be met with success. Very well, my old friend. I shall head to the K2 Valley. Simpson turned and boarded his vehicle, departing with his team. I too must take my leave. I have no other choice. Anthony, my old friend, farewell. May we meet again at the Dark Empire's headquarters. Thompson also turned aboard his vehicle, quickly leaving the scene. Under the cover of night, a heavily armored tank unit and 2 infantry special operations battalions advanced rapidly near the Mando military base. Although Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson had temporarily forged an alliance, each harbored their own secrets and crafted plans advantageous to themselves. Anthony's objective in this war was to eliminate Trini, after which he would turn to absorb the forces of Simpson and Thompson, thereby establishing his dominance among the Dark Powers. Conversely, Simpson and Thompson sought only to reap greater rewards from the conflict, devoting little energy to the war itself. Their assault on the Mando military base was primarily motivated by the desire for wealth. They were akin to marauding bandits, with no long-term plans for the future. Should they encounter resistance or danger during the raid, their first instinct would be to flee, preserving their strength at all costs. Chapter 18. The Battle of Mando. A blood-soaked storm within the operational office of the Dark Empire's headquarters, Trini stood before the sand table, devising battle plans with the 4 great guardians who had returned from afar. Clad in dark blue-black cloaks, their terrifying masks concealed all but their eyes. Even Xiao Wan, who had served in the Dark Empire's headquarters for years, had never seen these individuals. They typically remained hidden across the globe, only returning to headquarters under extraordinary circumstances. They did not know one another, nor were they privy to each other's information. They were all directly subordinate to Trini and were formidable figures in their own right. Xiao Wan had heard whispers of their names: the plague god of the purple mask, Bel; the black Rakshasa, Witten; the god of wealth, Lakman; and the cold-blooded general, Zold. Their swift return to the Dark Empire's headquarters was prompted by Trini's issuance of the Divine Fire Order. The Divine Fire Order of the Dark Empire symbolized unparalleled authority. All members of the Dark Empire were required to unconditionally obey the directives of headquarters upon receiving it. It was said that the plague god of the purple mask, Bel, had once battled the regular army of a certain African nation, capturing 13 cities within 3 days and advancing hundreds of kilometers. Black Rakshasa Witten had led special forces in a decapitation operation against a national leader, successfully breaching layers of security. The god of wealth, Lakman, was rumored to possess vast riches and commanded a massive armored battalion, while also being a significant political figure in a certain nation. Cold-blooded General Zold was said to have swept through a coalition of multiple countries, renowned as a tactical genius. Trini, holding a cup of coffee in his left hand and a command baton in his right, stood before the sand table, pointing to a prominent high ground with the baton. Currently, based on satellite real-time information transmitted to us by the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson have split their forces into 3 to encircle us. Although just an hour ago Anthony claimed he would submit to me, it turns out he was merely employing a ruse to secure an advantageous position for himself. He has audaciously allied with Thompson and Simpson against me. Anthony is truly despicable. Fortunately, I had received intelligence in advance and reached an agreement with Marshal Yunfei Yuan of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, which prevents us from being caught completely off guard. While Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson's apparent betrayal seems detrimental, it is, in fact, a fortuitous development. I have long desired to eradicate these factions, as they are akin to malignant tumors on my back, instilling a sense of unease, as if shadowy eyes were watching me, robbing me of sleep. The position I am pointing to with my baton is the North Mountain. They resembled the pests on the dining table. With but a gentle slap, they would vanish into oblivion. Master, why did you not seek assistance from Smith this time? To my knowledge, he possesses several armed bases in the desert nearby. Bell, have you considered that ultimately there must be a supreme lord among our dark forces, and our greatest adversary is the Cenicist organization led by Smith? If I were to request aid from Smith, he would undoubtedly become aware of our current predicament and might very well deploy forces to annihilate us. Should he succeed, he would swiftly expand his influence, making it imperative that he remains unaware of our situation. From another perspective, our long-standing rivals, the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, are disinclined to disrupt the existing equilibrium of dark powers. For once the balance is shattered, Earth shall face countless wars. Marshal Yunfei and I have reached an agreement to return the Starbuck spacecraft and cease our destructive actions against them. In return, the Cosmic Explorers Alliance will provide us with necessary security, and Marshal Yunfei has decided to dispatch warships, spacecraft, and ground troops to support us. Trini, after sipping his coffee, surveyed his surroundings and remarked nonchalantly, Master, given the armed support from the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, we should directly engage in fierce battle against Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson, annihilating them entirely and making them pay a bloody price for their transgressions. Wei Tin shook his dark robe, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for blood as he ominously stated, we cannot pursue total annihilation. The Cosmic Explorers Alliance requires balance among Earth's various forces, and we, too, need the equilibrium of dark powers. Our objective is to drive them away and compel their complete submission to us, not to eradicate them. Do not forget the ancient Chinese proverb, when the birds are gone, the bough is put away, and when the rabbits die, the hounds are cooked. If we systematically dismantle all dark forces on Earth, leaving only ourselves, the Cosmic Explorers Alliance will undoubtedly turn against us. Trini set down his coffee and lit a cigar, his mind racing to devise a solution for the current situation. Ah, my wise godfather, I have heard that the castle of Aliso on the Brawlar River conceals immense wealth. Once we vanquish those adversaries, that place should rightfully belong to us, yes? I shall represent the headquarters of the Dark Empire to conquer it and transport its treasures back to our base. The wealth amassed by the god of wealth, Lakeman, is your specialty. I believe you can conquer the castle of Aliso just as easily. The riches there should suffice to construct several more warships and spacecraft. Trini inhaled deeply from his cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke. The cold-blooded General Zolder remained silent, his expression obscured by his mask, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. He cleared his throat and said, Godfather and esteemed guardians, what we face now is how to swiftly conclude this war. Though Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson appear to have reached an agreement, I suspect significant internal discord lies beneath the surface. If we deliver a decisive blow to their heavily armored tank units, the other two forces will likely retreat in the face of adversity, perhaps even flee entirely. If we unite with the forces of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance to concentrate fire on Anthony, Simpson, and Thompson will become like lost dogs. I propose we initiate an attack on the armored tank units and simultaneously deploy 4 special forces to encircle Simpson and Thompson's troops. Let it be so. Bell will command the assault on Simpson's Desert Fox Special Operations Brigade. Wei Tin will lead the attack on Thompson's Deep Sea Megalodon Special Operations Brigade. Zolder and I will oversee the missile and laser defense systems at the Montu military base to strike Anthony directly. And Xiaowan will liaise with Marshal Yunfei to ensure the Cosmic Explorers Alliance's forces encircle Anthony. Lakeman will be responsible for logistical support, ensuring timely provisions. With the operational orders laid out, the forces of the Dark Empire sprang into action, heralding the onset of a bloody and tumultuous war. Accelerate, accelerate. Prepare to attack the Montu military base, my beloved children. Your breakfast will be served at the base, Anthony bellowed as the heavy tank column approached the Montu military base. The tank's radio command system fully activated. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The heavy tank had driven over an anti-tank mine. Flames and smoke obscured the view behind them, debris and dust filling the sky. At that moment, laser beams and missiles from the Montu military base rained down like raindrops in a storm, illuminating the front of the base in a fiery glow. The ground trembled, the rivers surged, and the very air seemed to quiver. An unending series of explosions erupted, as if hellfire were bursting forth from beneath their feet. The nuclear magnetic laser cannons atop the heavy tanks roared, unleashing shells that relentlessly struck the military targets of the Montu base. At that moment, a tank driver emerged from the burning turret. Before him, the landscape had been transformed into a cloud of dust and debris from missiles and laser cannons. As a missile detonated nearby, the crimson flames instantly engulfed his body, leaving no trace behind. His golden hair, fair complexion, and sea-blue eyes vanished into the night. Even his protective helmet was lost to the chaos, leaving only the sacred and solemn essence of a soldier to accompany the desert night wind. Captain Sergei of the reconnaissance team rushed back, panting heavily as the dunes behind him billowed like waves of smoke. Warships and spacecraft behind him continually launched missiles, resembling a herd of frightened wild horses. The shadowy snow leopard biotic assault team on the ground and the swarm of Hornet spacecraft in the sky swiftly pursued him. He thought he heard screams and explosions mingling in a cacophony, filling him with dread, as he felt his life was as fragile as a droplet of water on a desert oasis. The sounds of missiles slicing through the air resembled a whistle, only to fade into silence after a series of thunderous detonations. Then another wave of shrieking missiles came hurtling forth. He hurriedly reached Anthony's tank to report the situation ahead. "Commander, we have detected a large number of enemies 10 kilometers ahead. Judging by their weaponry, they appear to be regular troops of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Please advise, Commander." Sergei, perhaps choking on the dust, coughed violently, nearly expelling his lungs. "The rear units must retreat immediately, fall back at once." Anthony, having lost his earlier bravado, rasped hoarsely. The chilling night wind swept across the barren dunes, while missiles and laser beams pursued the fleeing tank units. Ultimately, this tank battalion fled, leaving behind a chaotic array of wreckage. As the battle erupted at the Montu military base, fierce fighting also ignited in the North Cater Valley of the Black Empire and Blue Moon Star. Simpson's Desert Fox Special Operations Brigade and Thompson's Deep Sea Megalodon Special Operations Brigade faced fierce assaults from the Dark Empire forces commanded by Bell and Weyton. Underwater bombs detonated beneath the surface of Blue Moon Star, causing the waters to bubble violently, consuming countless lives. On the cliffs of the North Mountain of the Dark Empire, flames erupted in a brilliant display. At this moment, having ascended to the mountainside, the assault on the Desert Fox Special Operations Team of the Dark Empire was thwarted by the intense gunfire raining down from the summit, laying countless bodies strewn at the foot of the mountain. Thompson, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught from Witten, called out for assistance to Anthony and Simpson in a trembling voice. "Anthony, Simpson, I am under heavy fire. I urgently request your immediate support." His voice rasped, reminiscent of a quacking duck emerging from the underbrush. He received no reply from Anthony, only Simpson's voice crackling through the wireless command system. "Thompson, you must flee quickly. Anthony has already escaped, leaving us behind. I have retreated into the city's alleyways. If you delay even slightly, you will be surrounded, and it will be the end for you." After Simpson's words faded, the wireless system fell silent. Leading his remaining troops, Thompson swiftly withdrew from the Blue Moon Star and fled deeper into the desert, leaving a trail of toppled corpses in his wake. A day later, Trini and Anthony engaged in a direct conversation. "I am exceedingly enraged by your betrayal. You must compensate for my losses in this war. The fortress of Aliso on the Brar River shall serve as reparations. Within a month, your forces must vacate Aliso. It will belong to our Dark Empire. What say you? Otherwise, we shall launch armed attacks to utterly eradicate you." Trini's ominous voice echoed through Anthony's electronic communication system. "Godfather, I truly erred. It was Simpson and Thompson's idea, and I was bewitched. Please spare me. I will wholeheartedly follow you. Can I compensate for your losses with war reparations instead of surrendering Aliso?" Anthony stammered. "Anthony, do you not comprehend? I demand Aliso. I shall dispatch the wealth god, Lakeman, to seize all your assets near Aliso. Remember, in this world, success does not stem from your benevolence or ruthlessness, but from understanding your own worth. If you possess sufficient strength, matters will proceed smoothly. Otherwise, you lack the right to negotiate further." "Very well, Godfather, within a month, I shall relinquish Aliso to you." Anthony had no choice but to concede entirely to Trini. Following this defeat, he sought refuge with the Sinuist organization led by Smith to preserve his power. The Battle of Mandu temporarily stabilized the various factions on Earth, ushering in a brief period of peaceful development. To fulfill his promise to Marshal Yunfei, Trini promptly sent Xiao Wan to return the Starbucks spaceship to the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. A new round of aerospace technology research and practice was set into motion, and landing on Proxima Centauri B became a tangible prospect. The cosmic realms of dark and light forces intersected, heralding yet another confrontation between malevolent and righteous powers. Chapter 19. Embracing the light and moving toward the sun. Humanity and higher extraterrestrial life have never ceased their exploration of space, in search of a unified perspective capable of grasping the future of the universe, a super theory encapsulating the singular truth and the inevitable evolution of the cosmos. They dream of a day when this unified perspective might suddenly descend from the heavens, manifesting before them. Gradually, they began to recognize the universe as multifaceted, parallel, and even multidimensional. In their relentless quest for understanding, they uncovered the universe's profound mysteries, akin to stumbling upon a small stone in a desert, revealing the apex of a pyramid upon brushing away its sandy veneer. This pyramid concealed enigmatic codes, including complex internal structures. Explorers fervently sought a rational method to unlock its secrets, searching for a means that transcended earthly natural laws and conventional cosmic theories to swiftly decipher the universe's hidden codes. Celestial constellations, stars, and planets traverse their orbits, eluding prediction by even the most sophisticated computer systems. To amass substantial knowledge and practical data, humanity and higher extraterrestrial beings must accelerate their efforts in space exploration. Following the Battle of Mandu, Trini, accompanied by Zord and Xiao Wan, accepted Marshal Yunfei's invitation to visit the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Over 2 days, the Cosmic Explorers Alliance and the Dark Empire engaged in fruitful negotiations, addressing mutual concerns effectively. The autumn in the western suburbs of Beijing was particularly refreshing, devoid of the lingering rains of summer or the biting sands of winter. Fluffy white clouds drifted across the azure sky, as warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled light reminiscent of Tyndall's effect. Yellow-green leaves swirled gently to the ground, dancing gracefully in the breeze. The golden foliage carpeted the forest paths, and countless golden fans sparkled brilliantly when one looked up. The autumn hues on the northern hills deepened, with golden persimmons swaying like lanterns in the wind. A sweet aroma of fruit wafted from afar, invigorating the spirit. As night fell, the bright stars hung overhead, visible through the luminous windows of the vehicles speeding down the highways of Beijing's western suburbs. The convoy rounded a mountain pass, leaving pine forests, farmlands, and factories behind, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. Trini, Zord, and Xiao Wan occupied the third armored vehicle, their attention consumed by the mission at hand, to discuss the collaboration between the Cosmic Explorers Alliance and the Dark Empire. Having traveled from Africa at Marshal Yunfei's invitation, undeterred by Smith's vehement objections, Trini was resolute in seeking a sustainable direction for the Dark Empire. The fully armed convoy came to a halt at the Cosmic Explorers Alliance's spaceport, the tires screeching against the pavement. Trini, I am delighted to welcome you and your party to the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Marshal Yunfei greeted them warmly. Marshal Yunfei, you are the person I admire most. It is a great honor to receive your invitation. I never imagined I would set foot in the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. This reflects your profound trust in me, for which I am sincerely grateful. I have long wished to engage in meaningful dialogue with you, and I have awaited this opportunity with great anticipation. Hope is the flicker of light in darkness, always uplifting. Regardless of how long the night might be, daybreak will inevitably arrive. Yet, hope, like sunlight, can only rise above the horizon of reality. I cherish this chance to collaborate with you. As Trini descended from the vehicle, he clasped hands with Marshal Yunfei. Godfather, I too greatly value this opportunity for a heartfelt conversation. This marks a beautiful beginning for the multifarious forces on Earth to move towards peace and development, fostering rapid advancements in high technology, particularly in aerospace. It will provide robust conditions for our exploration of space. Marshal Yunfei appeared exceedingly excited. The swift collaboration between the Dark Empire, one of Earth's 2 dominant dark forces, and the Cosmic Explorers Alliance exceeded his expectations. From the parking lot of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance's spaceport to the headquarters conference room, scientists and astronauts lined the sides to welcome them. General Yu Kai, General Yang Gang, Dr. Davis, Mary Elsie, Dr. Gut, Long Xiang, Long Yu, Lu Xin, Su Boizhong, Qian Sheng, Captain Xuechong, Wang Yuanhao, Natasha, and Lu Xian all received orders from headquarters and swiftly arrived. The headquarters meeting room was adorned with vibrant floral garlands, and dazzling neon lights above the stage flickered incessantly. At the back of the stage, 2 rows of crimson military flags flanked a large golden wheat ear, above which a pure white dove of peace appeared poised to take flight into the azure sky. Marshal Yunfei and Mr. Trini seated themselves at the center of the stage, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. To Marshal Yunfei's right sat Generals Yu Kai and Yang Gang, while to Mr. Trini's left were General Zord and Special Envoy Xiao Wan. Together, they would deliberate on matters concerning peace and development on Earth, as well as the exploration of countless cosmic issues. Mr. Trini, representing the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, consistently upholds the ideals of peaceful development, making significant contributions to the maintenance of global peace, the promotion of sustainable and inclusive development, and the advancement of shared human progress. The Alliance actively champions the advancement of aerospace technology and accelerates the exploration of the enigmatic universe. Adhering to the fundamental principles of independent and peaceful development on Earth and in outer space, it seeks to unite all just forces to foster friendly cooperation among the cosmos. In the next phase of cosmic exploration, the Alliance aims to create a more rational, profound, and diverse framework for joint development. The Cosmic Explorers Alliance will engage more actively in global and cosmic exploration, rising to the challenge of uncovering the mysteries of the universe. It steadfastly defends the safety and developmental interests of all peaceful forces, adhering to principles of fairness and justice, while peacefully resolving disputes between Earth and outer space. By continuously enhancing technological advancement, it strives to promote sustainable economic growth both globally and in cosmic realms, thereby fostering the shared interests of humanity and advanced extraterrestrial life. It endeavors to expand its cosmic horizons and encourage diverse cooperation between parallel universes. I hope you can fully integrate the power of the Dark Empire into the developmental endeavors of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. After Marshal Yunfei concluded his speech, he was met with resounding applause. Mr. Trini reflected for a moment before responding. Esteemed Marshal Yunfei, the Dark Empire has finally welcomed the dawn after a prolonged wait. A light that you have brought to us. After darkness comes the dawn. Though the path to illumination is fraught with difficulties, we shall steadfastly continue our journey. Breaking through the darkness and traversing to dawn, happiness lies just ahead. We have found the lighthouse that illuminates the darkness and will persistently follow the direction set forth by the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. I willingly offer the Madu military base to stand by your side, to maintain global peace and explore outer space together. Mr. Trini's public declaration signified the beginning of the disintegration of the dark forces on Earth, as all powers began to gravitate towards justice and light. Mr. Trini, I am greatly heartened by your clear political direction for the future. However, the Cosmic Explorers Alliance has no intention of accepting the forces of the Dark Empire. Rather, I hope you will personally lead the just individuals of the Dark Empire to walk towards the light alongside us. We shall draft a peace agreement based on the fundamental principles of peaceful development and mutual exploration of the universe. Since you have agreed to integrate the strength of the Dark Empire into the bright and just forces of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, may we consider renaming the Dark Empire? Henceforth, let it be known as the Sunflower Empire. Marshal Yunfei understood well the vast power of the Dark Empire and recognized that direct leadership by the Cosmic Explorers Alliance at this juncture was not appropriate. Transforming the essence of the Dark Empire would require a lengthy process. For now, it was best for Mr. Trini to personally govern this substantial force. I sincerely thank you, and I appreciate the trust that the Cosmic Explorers Alliance has placed in me. Based on your suggestion, the Dark Empire shall henceforth be known as the Sunflower Empire, closely aligned under the banner of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, contributing to peace and development for humanity and advanced extraterrestrial life. I shall lead the just forces of the Sunflower Empire to diligently safeguard peace on Earth and continuously dismantle and eradicate dark forces. Mr. Trini's statement once again ignited fervent applause in the assembly. Negotiations between the Cosmic Explorers Alliance and the Sunflower Empire lasted 2 days, during which discussions spanned military, livelihood, and economic development, culminating in the signing of a detailed peace agreement. The signing of this peace agreement marked the rapid rise of the forces of pacifism on Earth, clearing the path for the subsequent exploration of the universe. Mr. Trini also explicitly stated the immediate return of the Starbuck spacecraft. Chapter 21. Love beneath the radiant sunlight in the morning light. The sun cast a fiery smile upon the earth, while a gentle breeze carried the melodies of birds and the hum of insects. The sky above the Jiangnan Research Institute remained a brilliant blue, dotted with leisurely white clouds. Qin Yu sat behind his desk, cradling a fragrant teacup, savoring the Longjing tea that Xiao Wan had just brewed for him. Xiao Wan leaned against Qin Yu's shoulder, relishing a life she had long yearned for. In this moment, she wished to remain by his side, even for just a heartbeat longer. Together, they gazed through the pristine glass window at the birds soaring in the sky, their hearts filled with profound reflections. Fate had woven their union, yet it had also imposed a distance upon them. From the moment their hearts met and recognized one another, through the cycles of togetherness and separation, they harbored a myriad of feelings within. They had encountered one another on the beautiful Aegean Sea, pledging their love with heartfelt vows. Yet, they each bore the weight of their dreams and traveled alone to endure the trials and tribulations of life. Countless sunrises and sunsets, countless moments of closeness, remained etched in their memories. In pursuit of their aspirations, they had experienced confusion, frustration, and entanglement along their paths. After weathering life's storms, they finally walked towards the light together. Neither had faltered in their promises, as their love for one another remained steadfast. Life resembled a journey without a return ticket, traversing mountains and rivers. Some paused to admire the scenery, while others relentlessly pursued their dreams. Who spreads hope across the sunlit earth? Who douses the journey with fragrance? Who allows their profound love to bloom among the swaying willow branches? How many lament the brevity of deep connections, and how many understand the enduring nature of love that withstands time and tide? Zhuanzi, how have you fared during this time apart? Qin Yu opened his arms, enveloping Xiao Wan in a warm embrace. I've been well, though I constantly think of you, Xiao Wan replied, resting her head against his shoulder. Zhuanzi, Mr. Trini's decision to return the Starbuck spacecraft and reach an agreement with the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Was that your influence? Qin Yu gently stroked Xiao Wan's hair. Brother Yu, while I do have a part to play in this, it primarily hinges on Mr. Trini choosing the path of light. Reaching an agreement with the Cosmic Explorers Alliance to walk towards the light is what Mr. Trini and the Sunflower Empire aspire to, Xiao Wan responded softly. Zhuanzi, the Cosmic Explorers Alliance is preparing to establish super-large radio telescopes globally, marking a revolutionary leap brought about by the advanced development of computer systems in the exploration of the cosmos. Brother Yu, where are they planning to set these up? They intend to select 4 locations: China, Mexico, Antarctica, and the Arctic, and then integrate all radio telescopes on Earth. Brother Yu, what is the purpose of constructing radio telescopes? I recall that over 200 years ago, there were already some on Earth. Indeed, over 200 years ago, radio telescopes existed, but at that time, they were quite limited, confined to a single nation. Their capabilities were not sufficiently robust for the study of the vast cosmos. Radio telescopes are constrained by the dimensions of their dish antennas. The larger the dish, the greater the quantity of radio signals collected from the cosmos. Our aspiration is to elegantly address the challenges of funding and technological capability by connecting all radio telescopes on Earth. By amalgamating the signals gathered by these astronomical instruments, we can input the data into a computer for analysis. Over 2 centuries ago, we employed very long baseline arrays, VLBA, and currently, we utilize the superstring limit array. Now, what distinguishes the superstring limit array from the past VLBA? In the earlier VLBA, numerous stations were established worldwide, each equipped with dish antennas measuring several meters in diameter, towering majestically. Each station relayed the radio signals it received to a central operating hub. The collective data from countless radio telescopes formed a colossal radio telescope spanning hundreds of kilometers. The primary distinction between the contemporary superstring limit array and the historical VLBA lies in the remarkable difference in the celestial objects being observed. While the VLBA focused on the vastness of outer space, the superstring limit array continuously scrutinizes both the expansive cosmos and the microscopic universe. Scientists theorize that the vast universe is parallel, akin to innumerable bubbles floating upon the ocean, each tethered to a string. Each string generates oscillations, and through these fluctuations, we achieve observation. Are we truly destined to set foot on Proxima Centauri b and venture into higher dimensional space? At a staggering distance of 4.2 light-years, how might our scientists and astronauts accomplish such a feat? Upon entering higher dimensional space, one might inadvertently traverse a wormhole, awakening one morning in a different locale on Earth, or perhaps in another realm of the cosmos. Ultimately, humanity and higher life forms in the universe must devise an exceptional means of escape before a cataclysm befalls the cosmos. Is it possible that such a cosmic catastrophe will indeed arrive? Following the Big Bang, have all galaxies been perpetually fleeing to distant realms? Our solar system is merely one among billions of stars. As nuclear fusion occurs within the sun, it continuously radiates energy outward, causing it to expand until it transforms into a red giant. At that juncture, the temperature on Earth will rise dramatically, leading to the escape of water molecules from the atmosphere. Rivers, lakes, and oceans may eventually dry up, rendering Earth inhospitable to human life, akin to the current state of Mars. When the sun's energy is nearly depleted, and if it lacks sufficient mass to sustain higher temperatures, it will expel gases, resulting in a planetary nebula. The remnant carbon and oxygen will coalesce into a dense core, ultimately becoming a white dwarf. Stars of the sun's mass have a lifespan of approximately 10 billion years. Presently, our sun is in its middle age, so there is no immediate cause for alarm. However, the solar system will ultimately face extinction, vanishing into a black hole. Will the universe, as our scientists predict, eventually harbor only 36 galaxies, with the cosmos gradually succumbing to cold? According to scientific inference, our universe emerged from a cataclysmic explosion 13.7 billion years ago. The universe expanded rapidly, exceeding the limits of our observable realm and forever eluding our reach. In 150 billion years, our Milky Way will become an isolated island, with nearby galaxies retreating beyond the observable universe's periphery. The familiar constellations visible in our night sky will drift away, leaving us bereft of their presence. These galaxies do not vanish. Rather, they recede into such vast distances that even our most advanced telescopes struggle to detect them. Approximately 100 billion galaxies are visible in the universe today, yet in 150 billion years, we may only glimpse a few thousand. Ultimately, perhaps only 36 galaxies will constitute our local group, with billions slipping from our sight. As deep space approaches absolute zero, molecular motion will become increasingly difficult, leading to the eventual demise of all higher life forms in the universe. In the future, humanity and advanced life forms will evolve into more sophisticated beings, presumably capable of discovering methods for survival. We currently inhabit a world seemingly designed to perfection. The appropriate gravitational forces congregate galaxies, while the ratio of matter to dark matter ensures the rapid expansion of the universe without cataclysmic rupture. However, measurements of dark energy suggest that the universe may confront a profound freeze. During this epoch, dark energy will push galaxies farther apart, and every star in the sky will exhaust its nuclear fuel. Once stellar energy is depleted, it will collapse and explode into a supernova, compressing massive stars into infinitesimal points, ultimately forming black holes. Upon exhausting hydrogen, a star will expand into a colossal fireball capable of engulfing its planets. Once the fuel is depleted, a star will collapse into a white dwarf, continuing to emit light for a billion years before gradually cooling into a black dwarf, potentially shrinking to atomic or even subatomic dimensions. After the demise of the largest stars, the universe will take on a reddish hue. As red dwarfs exhaust their fuel, the cosmos will grow colder and darker, culminating in the explosions of blue giants, which will repeatedly detonate, giving rise to black holes and smaller orbiting black holes. When the time of cosmic catastrophe arrives, will humanity and advanced life forms discover wormholes? Where might these wormholes be located? If that moment truly arrives, our cognitive processes may decelerate amid the universe's gradual cooling, and we may remain in this state for an extended period, oblivious to our slowed thoughts. Such life forms will await the emergence of a wormhole or the occurrence of quantum leaps, enabling escape into another universe. Wormholes may only exist at microscopic scales or subatomic dimensions. In our current state, traversing a wormhole may induce tremendous pressure, making it unbearable even with protective measures. Presently, we have detected a wormhole above Bermuda, relatively sizable, potentially linked to the submerged civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria. It is plausible that extraterrestrial beings traverse this wormhole to arrive on Earth, abducting inhabitants from these ancient civilizations. The sites of these sunken civilizations may also harbor wormholes. Based on descriptions, Atlantis is believed to be situated between the Americas and Africa in the Atlantic Ocean, while Lemuria is thought to exist in the Indian Ocean, nestled between Madagascar and India. When the cosmic calamity strikes, what strategies will humanity and advanced life forms employ to evade disaster? In nature, we observe certain animals resorting to hibernation in the face of harsh environments. Fish and amphibians possess antifreeze chemicals in their bodily fluids, allowing them to freeze yet remain alive. Humanity might similarly adapt, altering our physical properties to survive in another universe. If we are to embark on a journey to Proxima Centauri b, will we indeed require cryogenic technology? How advanced is the research in this field? Cryogenic preservation techniques have been successfully experimented with for over 200 years and have become increasingly refined. Our scientists and astronauts will undoubtedly need to employ this technology for our expedition to Proxima Centauri b. They leave their physical bodies on Earth and implant their consciousness and energy into chips, which are then transplanted into robots constructed from nanomaterials, enabling a successful landing on Proxima Centauri b. The exploration of the cosmos by humanity generally involves 3 stages. The first stage is the nascent awareness of the desire to explore the wonders of the universe. The second stage is the potential for humanity to leave Earth and explore stars and celestial bodies beyond, provided we do not destroy our planet through war and pollution, as we attempt to land on Proxima Centauri b. The third stage may occur in the future when the universe becomes exceedingly cold, rendering life in our current cosmos impossible. At that point, through a special technology, we may depart from our existing universe into a new one. This transition reflects humanity's gradual shift from mysticism to quantum physics, as our role and position in the universe undergo significant transformations with ongoing scientific advancements. Brother Yu, I did not quite understand how human cryopreservation technology precisely operates, I inquired. Centuries ago, artificial cryopreservation utilized cardiopulmonary support technology to maintain blood circulation. The blood was entirely withdrawn and replaced with cryoprotectants, followed by a gradual cooling of the body to temperatures below -196 degrees Celsius using cryogenic equipment, after which it was preserved in specially designed liquid nitrogen containers. However, the greatest challenge at that time was reviving the frozen body, as the cryoprotectants were not blood and could cause cellular damage. The primary obstacle in reviving a cryonically preserved individual was repairing the damaged cells. With advancements in cryopreservation technology, contemporary science has extracted cryoprotective elements from tardigrades. These elements can be directly injected into human blood, effectively preventing cellular damage and facilitating a prolonged hibernation state. When revival is needed, activation elements can be infused into the body, and through a staged thawing process, the body temperature can be gradually restored from sub-zero levels to normal, allowing the individual to awaken. Recently, a research facility has successfully revived a cryonically preserved individual named Chen Ku, who had been frozen over a century ago. However, it appears his consciousness remains tethered to the era of his preservation, rendering him unable to comprehend the present world around him. Psychological rehabilitation will be necessary for him to reacquaint himself with contemporary life. Brother Yu, may I meet Chen Ku? Why was he frozen? I asked. Yes, you may. Chen was frozen due to bone cancer. We are currently employing a technique called string laser disruption to eliminate the cancer cells within him. His physical condition is quite good, although his consciousness is still anchored in the past, so you must be cautious not to provoke him during your conversation, as this could lead to emotional distress, hindering his psychological recovery. Brother Yu, before I meet Chen Ku, I wish to ask you a question, and you must answer me honestly. Of course, feel free to ask. Do you truly love me? When do you plan to marry me? I have already spoken to my father about our relationship, and he said he would do his utmost to facilitate our marriage. Jiangzi, please wait a little longer. The circumstances we find ourselves in currently do not favor our marriage. Marshal Yunfei has previously discussed our situation with me, and I am grateful for his support regarding our union. He mentioned that when the political climate improves, he would personally address this matter with Mr. Trini. Brother Yu, I can hardly wait. I cannot marry you when I am older. The beauty of youth is fleeting. Xiao Wan buried her head in Qin Yu's embrace, softly weeping. Qin Yu gently stroked her hair, holding her tightly. Jiangzi, I believe it won't be long before you can return to work at the Jiangnan Research Institute with full legitimacy. I believe Marshal Yunfei and Mr. Trini's discussions about accelerating deep cooperation will soon materialize. The bright sunlight warmly streamed through the pristine glass window of Qin Yu's office, adding a touch of warmth to this rare moment shared between them. The blooming gardenias on the desk symbolized their happiness. In silence, they gazed at each other, tears quietly rolling down their cheeks. Together, they reminisced about their journey from youthful innocence, weaving tales of romance and love. They yearned to remain by each other's side forever, envisioning a cozy home in the serene beauty of Jiangnan, adorned with lovely roses and toys cherished by children, continuing to craft enchanting love stories. They aspired to embrace all their youthful joy and love stories, supporting one another through life's trials, ultimately journeying together into their twilight years. Yet, at present, this seemed somewhat unrealistic, as they faced a prolonged wait. Their hopes, though beautiful, still lingered. Perhaps the dream of their idyllic world would soon come to fruition. Chapter 22. The Revival of the Cryonically Preserved. In the underground cryogenic laboratory of the Jiangnan Research Institute, rows of towering liquid nitrogen cryogenic chambers were meticulously arranged. Within, several cryonically preserved individuals had just arrived from around the globe for thawing experiments. Computers and various instruments whirred into action, and within each stainless steel chamber, fluids resembling human blood coursed through the piping. The display screens of the cellular repair machines continuously updated with real-time data, indicating whether the thawing bodies could genuinely be revived. Adjacent to the cryogenic laboratory was the psychological counseling room for the revived individuals, serving as a facility for their psychological rehabilitation. A young man with a square face, named Chen-Ku, sat on the counseling bed. He was preserved as a cryonically frozen individual over a century ago, at the age of 30, while pursuing his doctorate at a medical school. When he was diagnosed with an incurable cancer, his parents, Chen Wanyuan and Xiao Lan, made the heart-wrenching decision to seek cryonic preservation at the renowned Green Wildlife Research Institute. After navigating a series of complex procedures and medical operations, Chen-Ku was preserved as a cryonically frozen individual. Dr. Liu Xin was diligently conversing with Chen-Ku, striving to restore his memories from before his preservation. At the time, the technology available was insufficient to completely replicate and preserve his consciousness, making it challenging to reignite his memories during the revival process. Hence, the only option now was to engage him in discussions about his past, hoping to trigger recollections and guide him back to his pre-preservation state of consciousness. During this period, Liu Xin was also focused on treating Chen-Ku's cancer. Employing modern cellular tracking and disruption technology, he had successfully eradicated nearly all the cancer cells. This advanced medical technology could trace each cell in the human body, pinpointing and obliterating every malignant cell using string disruption techniques. "What is your name? How old are you? Do you remember?" Liu Xin inquired with a smile. "Beautiful doctor, are you sure you are addressing me? Have I been in a coma for an extended period? I constantly feel as though I am ensnared in a dream, much like an odyssey of distant travels. I boarded an interstellar train, traversing the vast expanse from the ancient to the modern, embarking on a lengthy journey. I witnessed numerous transformations in nature, glimpsed dinosaurs, mammoths, the grand armies of the Qin Empire, the Beiyang fleet, the Long March of the Red Army, the Cultural Revolution, and the rise of China's Belt and Road Initiative. Then, I boarded a spacecraft and ventured beyond the solar system into the cosmos, observing countless celestial bodies and witnessing fierce interstellar wars, as well as agricultural, industrial, and technological advancements in outer space. However, the spacecraft seemed to come to an abrupt halt, and upon opening my eyes, I found you before me." Chen-Ku lifted his gaze to Liu Xin and smiled. "Hee, in this room, it is just you and me. Should I address you or refer to myself?" Liu Xin could not help but cover her mouth with her hand. "Oh, I am Chen-Ku. In my memories, I should be 30 years old. I studied medicine and have just graduated with my doctorate. Beautiful lady, how old are you? Should I call you sister or younger sister?" "Chen-Ku, I am 31 years old, and my name is Liu Xin. However, you cannot call me sister, for your actual age surpasses mine by far. You were frozen over a century ago at the age of 30, making you now over 100 years old. I should call you grandfather. Beautiful elder sister. You mentioned yesterday that my circulatory system has remained dormant for over 100 years, so I can comfortably imagine myself as still being 30. Chen-Ku, I feel that calling me that may be somewhat inappropriate, but you may address me as you wish." Liu Xin gazed fondly at the refined and handsome Chen-Ku, cherishing him deeply in her heart. She often pondered whether, had Chen-Ku not been a cryogenically frozen individual and instead had surpassed her age by over a century, they would share a greater rapport. "Chen-Ku, do you remember the name of the academy you attended?" "Dear sister Liu Xin, I studied at Jiangnan Medical College." "Chen-Ku, may I inquire if you had a girlfriend during your university years?" "Dear sister Liu Xin, I was quite busy with my studies and rather awkward, so I did not have a girlfriend. I hope I do not bring you amusement." "Chen-Ku, after being frozen for so many years, can you recall anything from your memories?" "Dear sister Liu Xin, I only remember my parents and doctors bringing me into an operating room, and then I fell into a deep slumber. During that time, I traversed many planets in the universe, some within the solar system and others in galaxies unknown to me. On those planets, there existed higher life forms akin to humanity, and they too had societies and politics. Like us Earthlings, they sought ways to escape the impending cataclysm as the universe gradually cooled." "Chen-Ku, I am curious, what did you hear them say?" Liu Xin asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Dear sister Liu Xin, it seemed they discussed preserving the DNA of humanity or higher life forms in the universe and copying consciousness to implant within silicon transistors. When a wormhole is discovered, They could carry the original data of humanity or higher life forms and traverse to another universe, thereby resurrecting them within that new realm. Chunku, may I ask if you discerned which planet humanity or higher life forms ultimately reached? Dear Sister Lu Xian, my head is pounding. Let us pause our conversation for today. I cannot recall anything further. Chunku appeared fatigued, cradling his head in evident distress. All right, take a moment to rest. Dear sister, may I ask if I will see my parents again? I feel as though I have been here for an eternity. Why have I not encountered them? I am sorry, but as a cryogenically frozen individual, you are now over 100 years old. Your parents have long since passed away, so you cannot meet them. Chunku's face contorted in agony as he bowed his head deeply, his sorrow palpable. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and asked, Sister, do you believe my illness can be cured? Chunku, it should be possible. We are employing string laser rupture technology, which involves implanting a minuscule string laser knife into each of your cancer cells to completely obliterate them. It won't be long before you achieve full recovery. I wish to ask, if you recover completely, would you be willing to remain here and work alongside me? Lu Xian gazed intently at Chunku. Dear Sister Lu Xian, I am now without a home, akin to a solitary leaf in the autumn breeze. Presently, you are the person I am most familiar with, and I wish to stay here as your assistant. Chunku's expression bore the weight of pain, perhaps recalling something. Take a moment to rest. I will return shortly. Lu Xian observed Qin Yu leading Xiao Wan toward the psychological counseling room and hurried to greet them. She felt a pang of envy for the couple, wishing that if Chunku were not over a century her senior, they might share a different future. As the days passed with Lu Xian and Chunku in close companionship, those thoughts faded. For them, age became merely a symbol. Lu Xian, how did your conversation with Chunku go? Has his memory returned? Qin Yu inquired with concern. Director Qin, not only does Chunku vividly recall events prior to his cryogenic state, but he also seems to have traversed the universe during his slumber, visiting numerous planets. He encountered higher life forms in the cosmos and possesses unique insights into the future of the universe. That is wonderful. You must relay this information to Dr. Guter promptly. Where are Dr. Guter and his research team? Director Qin, General Yang Gang likely took them to discuss matters, as they are preparing to embark on a mission to land on Proxima Centauri b. Our current research into cryogenic technology is specifically intended to prepare astronauts and research teams for that landing. However, there are significant risks involved in cryogenic technology, as well as great dangers in traversing a wormhole to Proxima Centauri b. After fulfilling General Yang Gang's orders and bringing Dr. Guter's research team to the office, Lu Xian turned and made her way to the psychological counseling room. Lu Xian, I believe I must have a serious discussion with Guter and Mary Elsie. They are a couple deeply in love, and with Dr. Guter leading the team to land on Proxima Centauri b, I fear Mary Elsie may struggle psychologically. Qin Yu took Xiao Wan's hand and turned to exit the underground research facility. Peaceful exploration of the cosmos and landing on Proxima Centauri b comprise critical scientific endeavors for the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. As preparations for the landing unfold, how will Dr. Guter and his team transcend the limits of thought and body to pilot their spacecraft through a wormhole into the unknown? Will humanity ultimately venture beyond the solar system into other galaxies? The quest to unravel the mysteries of space continues unabated, evolving with the advancement of technology. Chapter 23. Setting sail towards the cosmos. The autumn air grew increasingly arid, with golden sunlight streaming through the branches outside, casting angled rays into the room. At the Jiangnan Research Institute Command Center for the Proxima Centauri b landing, General Yang Gang sipped jasmine tea, the delicate white petals floating atop the liquid, releasing a fragrant aroma throughout the room. Following the directive of Marshal Yunfei, General Yang had arrived at the Jiangnan Research Institute aboard the Swift spacecraft the previous night. This landing on Proxima Centauri b is a profoundly significant research project for the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, with the success or failure of the mission bearing critical implications for the future of space exploration. General Yang stared at the vast cosmic map displayed on the wall screen, gradually entering a deep contemplation. Professor Qi, at 2 light-years away, even light would take over 4 years to reach there. How can our astronauts and researchers endure such an extensive journey aboard a spacecraft? He inquired. Ah, my general, if you were to confine us old folks in a spacecraft, I fear we would disintegrate before we even arrive, Professor Qi chuckled. This question should be directed to Dr. Guter. At my age, I certainly can't venture there, and I see no reason to respond. My dear professor, I have heard tales of your youthful fervor. You were once a passionate individual, I can't help but sense your lack of enthusiasm regarding the prospect of landing on Proxima Centauri b. Can you candidly tell me if the risks associated with this endeavor are indeed substantial? General Yang filled Professor Chi's teacup anew, as delicate jasmine petals floated gracefully within, releasing a fragrant aroma. My general, the research team is akin to the jasmine petals in this teacup. They may very well embark on an eternal journey through the vastness of space. The primary concern arises from the uncertainties of cosmic phenomena, meaning that all terrestrial scientific theories may not necessarily apply in higher dimensional realms and may require redefinition. With our current technological capabilities, we cannot yet decipher spaces beyond 5 dimensions. The dimensionality between 6 and 10 may have collapsed to such a minuscule scale during the universe's primordial explosion that we might be unable to observe them even with a microscope. They might even exist at the scale of quarks, neutrinos, or even strings, yet they undeniably exist. Perhaps countless parallel universes surround us, unbeknownst to us. To land on Proxima Centauri b, we must locate a wormhole on Earth. Currently, we know of a wormhole in the Bermuda Triangle, but traversing it imposes severe physical demands on astronauts and research team members. As carbon-based beings, we find it exceedingly challenging to endure the immense gravitational forces when passing through a wormhole. As of now, our spacecraft cannot provide the necessary protection against the intense pressures of wormhole traversal. Thus, I propose implanting the consciousness energy clusters of our astronauts and research team members into nanobots. In other words, preserving their physical forms in cryogenic stasis at the Jiangnan Research Institute, allowing their consciousness to pilot bodies crafted from nanomaterials to accomplish the monumental task of landing on Proxima Centauri b. My professor, is it beyond our capacity to develop a spacecraft capable of withstanding the pressures of wormhole traversal in the near future? General, you refer to supergravity spacecraft and time machines. We are presently conducting research on these concepts. However, for the time being, we are not equipped to pursue a landing on Proxima Centauri b. Supergravity spacecraft must be constructed from specialized materials and can only be compressed to a small size. If we were to discover a wormhole within neutrinos in the future, then the spacecraft must be smaller than that neutrino. Therefore, supergravity spacecraft must possess the ability to control their size and cloaking functions at will. It is conceivable that in our quest through space, higher dimensional life forms may provide us with valuable insights. Thus, the endeavor to land on Proxima Centauri b presents a fatal gamble for the astronauts. Professor Chi, after hearing your words, I feel compelled to engage in a serious discussion with Dr. Guter and the others. General Yang lit a cigarette, the curling smoke rising gently into the air. General Yang, do you require our presence for something of utmost importance? Dr. Guter, along with Marie, Elsie, Longxiang, Longyu, and Lu Xian entered the room. Everyone, please take a seat. Today, I have crucial matters to discuss, the general urged, gesturing for them to sit in the office chairs. Perhaps it is best that I speak first. The Cosmic Exploration Alliance has issued an order for our research team to land on Proxima Centauri b. I am too old to undertake such a daunting mission. It must be accomplished by you, my young colleagues. Please share your thoughts on this matter. Professor Chi's expression was grave, for he had already considered the significant risks associated with this landing. Humanity's fascination with the cosmos dates back to ancient times, with continuous explorations underway. In the early 16th century, astronomers like Copernicus proposed the heliocentric theory, asserting that the sun is the center of the universe. The invention of the telescope allowed scientists to gain a new understanding of the cosmos. The renowned astronomer Hubble discovered that the light spectrum of galaxies was shifting towards longer wavelengths, indicating that galaxies are gradually receding from us. With the advancement of technology, humanity has created artificial satellites, and images captured from them reveal that the vast majority of galaxies are indeed moving away from us. In several billion years, Earth may descend into darkness, with temperatures nearing absolute zero, heralding a calamitous fate for humanity. Thus, both humanity and higher dimensional life forms in the universe are incessantly searching for means to ensure their survival amidst the impending cosmic freeze. The ideal solution would be to traverse a wormhole to habitable exoplanets, prompting the Cosmic Exploration Alliance to decree that astronauts embark on a journey beyond Earth into the infinite cosmos. Dr. Guter, I believe you are already aware of the purpose of my summoning you and the research team. The Cosmic Exploration Alliance has ordered the landing on Proxima Centauri b, and your team is the most suitable candidate for this mission. However, this endeavor is fraught with countless dangers. I wish to discuss this with you, so you may prepare yourselves mentally. After all, I cannot compel you to undertake such a perilous task without your consent. Should you choose not to participate, I am certain the headquarters will find alternative candidates, so do not feel undue pressure. General Yang said slowly after sipping his tea. General, Professor Chi has already shared the audacious plan for this Proxima Centauri B landing, and our research team has been preparing for this undertaking for a considerable time. We have made significant progress in cryogenic technology, and the development of intelligent robotics is nearing completion. I firmly believe our team is fully capable of shouldering this distant cosmic mission. We have discussed the associated risks with Professor, acknowledging the immense dangers of traversing a wormhole. However, I believe all members of our research team are willing to undertake this formidable task assigned to us. Let us men complete the landing on Proxima Centauri B. After all, having women aboard the spacecraft may not be very convenient. Dr. Guter cast a glance at Marie Elsie, noticing her pale complexion. He then surveyed Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Xian, who appeared eager and excited. In truth, Dr. Guter's suggestion was motivated by his concern for Marie Elsie. He truly wished to shield the one he loved most from any peril that might arise during the landing on Proxima Centauri B. The thought of her facing danger was a burden he could not bear. His desire to keep Marie Elsie on Earth stemmed from a selfish notion, believing she would remain safe while he ventured into the unknown. General, I believe Dr. Guter's stance disrespects our female astronauts. Several centuries ago, female astronauts, much like their male counterparts, had already embarked on spacecraft to land in the cosmos. We, as female astronauts, share the grand aspiration of landing on other celestial bodies, and I believe I am equally capable of fulfilling the tasks assigned by headquarters. I yearn to join Gut and the others in landing on Proxima B, to accomplish the formidable mission entrusted to us by the Cosmic Explorers Alliance headquarters. Marie Elsie understands that Gut harbors profound affection for her, which fuels his desire to protect her from the immense risks associated with landing on Proxima B. Yet, this love pales in comparison to national and global interests. She is unwilling to part ways with Dr. Gut during this perilous expedition. She wishes to confront the vast dangers alongside her beloved, or perhaps to embrace boundless light. Marie Elsie, I implore you not to view it that way regarding Dr. Gut. I believe he is motivated by concern for your safety, and his actions stem from love. Someone interjects. Considering your relationship, headquarters likely would not permit both of you to undertake the landing on Proxima B. After all, the risks are daunting. You could remain on Earth to assist my work, or join the Interstellar Peace Corps to support General Kai. We cannot gamble the fates of all our esteemed scientists on this audacious venture. In truth, headquarters has conducted a thorough assessment of the upcoming mission to Proxima B, revealing a mere 50% success rate. Although we possess the coordinates for Proxima B, one must understand that in the vastness of space, the ship, the Qilong, resembles a mere pebble cast into the ocean, making direction exceedingly elusive. It is conceivable that this vessel may drift endlessly through the cosmos, never to return to Earth, possibly even losing contact entirely. Thus, I suggest you heed Dr. Gut's counsel. Taking into account your relationship, it is vital that you both engage in earnest discussions upon your return. Understanding is paramount. General Yang Gang ignited a Chinese brand cigarette, the wisps of smoke coiling before him, creating an ethereal gray wall that he endeavored to penetrate with his focus, seeking clarity about the future. General, our traversal through the wormhole will entail considerable danger. The gravitational force at the heart of a black hole is immense, and any spacecraft venturing through could be torn asunder. Thus, to some extent, we cannot guarantee a 100% success rate in crossing the wormhole. Based on our current scientific understanding, a spaceship's velocity must significantly exceed that of light to traverse to the other side of the wormhole. However, there exists a novel scenario whereby, during the crossing, one might enter a white hole and be ejected forthwith. The intense radiation emitted from the black hole not only threatens the lives of those attempting to cross, but may also precipitate the wormhole's closure. We hypothesize that time will decelerate while traversing the wormhole. Its central region nearly comes to a standstill, as if ensnared in a temporal freeze. All of this is shrouded in mystery, rendering our landing on Proxima B a venture fraught with peril. The aspiration to land on Proxima B is the highest ideal of our entire research team, and we are prepared to strive for our dreams, even at the cost of our lives. However, I must emphasize that the mission does not encompass Professor Qian Sheng and Marie Elsie. Dr. Gut's expression turned grave as he wrestled with the thought of preventing Marie Elsie from embarking on this journey. He would not allow his beloved to face the unknown dangers of this space mission alongside him. Would Marie Elsie heed Dr. Gut's plea to remain on Earth? Would the research team successfully enter space? The curtain on interstellar travel slowly rises, awaiting the brave astronauts to set sail. Chapter 24. Breaking Limits. The expedition approaches. General Yang Gang inhaled deeply from his cigarette before exhaling slowly. He then inquired, "What is the current state of the wormhole stability? Can our technology enhance its steadiness? What progress has been made on the quantum ship propulsion system? I have heard that the ship can achieve sublight speed. Can it traverse the wormhole at such velocity?" General Yang Gang, we can deploy a nuclear magnetic gravity cannon to release charged, massless Fermi particles, navigating along the magnetic field lines near the black hole. The vacuum energy in proximity to the black hole can be altered and may support the stability of the wormhole's existence. Our research indicates that the wormhole will not collapse prior to a spacecraft's crossing. Presently, we speculate that the wormhole will generate gravitational tidal forces capable of disrupting the ship's trajectory, necessitating an exceptionally powerful propulsion system for a successful entry. I believe the ship should manage to traverse the wormhole. However, reaching the designated target remains uncertain, and for the astronauts, the journey may be but a fleeting moment. While on Earth, it may extend for ages. We are diligently constructing a time machine to address the temporal discrepancies between Earth and other cosmic realms. During the crossing, cosmic background radiation could inflict fatal harm upon the astronauts. Thus, we have resolved to employ nanorobots to undertake this mission in place of human bodies. As we contemplate the outcomes of traversing the cosmic wormhole, we find ourselves unable to make definitive predictions due to the immense uncertainties inherent in the universe. Dr. Gut candidly shared his thoughts. "Professor Qiansheng, I would appreciate your detailed insights regarding nanorobots. I find myself grappling with some aspects of what Gut has described. How precisely shall we board the spacecraft to enter another cosmic realm?" General Yang Gang rose and personally poured each member of Professor Qiansheng's team and Dr. Gut a cup of tea. To access another cosmic space, the optimal approach is to await quantum leaps and the emergence of a wormhole. Quantum events are entirely unpredictable. We cannot ascertain when an entrance may open or where it might lead. Transiting to another universe is exceedingly challenging. Our best course of action is to seize the opportunity when a wormhole materializes, enabling us to cross the cosmic expanse and accomplish our landing mission. After sipping his tea, Professor Qiansheng smiled. "General, I believe you should systematically elucidate the concept of nanorobots, granting me a comprehensive understanding regarding our landing on Proxima b." General Yang Gang displayed great curiosity about the structure and data concerning nanorobots, particularly in light of the research team's inaugural journey through a wormhole to Proxima b. Currently, we have discovered that stable wormholes exist only at microscopic scales, potentially even at subatomic sizes. As for the Bermuda Triangle, the wormholes we have identified there remain unstable. Crossing a wormhole would exert tremendous pressure on our bodies, with tidal forces, radiation fields, and cosmic debris posing catastrophic threats to our astronauts. Ultimately, our carbon-based physiology is too fragile to withstand such perilous intensities. Professor Qiansheng, how does your research team plan to address this dilemma? General Yang Gang inquired. "We can leverage DNA engineering, advanced nanotechnology, and robotics to meld our consciousness energy with the machines. We aim to directly integrate the brains and personalities of the astronauts bound for Proxima b into the nanorobots. In the near future, we will replicate the structure of our brains, neuron by neuron, onto silicon transistors, allowing us to recreate neuronal functions within the robots. Following our passage through the wormhole, the nanorobots will be capable of identifying suitable environments to regenerate our earthly civilization. Upon the arrival of the nanorobots on Proxima Centauri b, they may commence the design and utilization of the existing materials on the planet, thereby reconstructing large factories, creating replicas of themselves, and even establishing cloning laboratories to recreate humanity on Proxima Centauri b. This represents an effective means for Earth's inhabitants to transition from one universe to another in the face of the impending cosmic freeze. Professor Qiansheng's proposed research project is audacious. The successful landing on Proxima Centauri b will mark a new milestone in human aerospace technology. However, astronauts will simultaneously confront immense risks and pressures. Should they fail to land, they may drift eternally in a realm of darkness. Long Xiong, Long Yu, and Lu Sun, I wish to personally inquire. Are you willing to embark on the mission to land on Proxima Centauri b? Neither the professor's nor Dr. Gut's opinions can represent your own. I must hear your heartfelt responses. General Yang Gang surveyed all present. He needed to solicit the views of each individual participating in this landing. "We are willing to go." Long Xiong, Long Yu, and Lu Sun replied in unison. "If that is the case, we shall proceed to the next phase of our preparations." Gut, Long Xiong, Long Yu, and Lu Sun readied themselves for the physical examination stage. "Before you enter the cryogenic pods, I hope you can attend to your personal affairs and expedite the development and implementation of the quantum spacecraft's propulsion system to refine the preparations for landing on Proxima Centauri b. I will promptly report the current state of affairs to Marshal Yunfei Yuan, and we must patiently await directives from headquarters. General Yang Gang contemplated every aspect meticulously, from technology to personal consciousness, encompassing all facets of human society. The conversation extended over a lengthy duration, with the general engaging in detailed discourse with each participant. They must be adequately prepared for the landing on Proxima Centauri b, envisioning various potential emergencies and corresponding countermeasures. In the Jiangnan Research Institute's cryogenic laboratory, towering liquid nitrogen pods stood in a row, each computer display vividly showcasing real-time data. Liu Xian and Chen Ku were conversing. Despite hailing from two disparate eras, they shared a multitude of commonalities. Chen Ku, I recall you once told me that during your cryogenic sleep, you traversed the cosmos, visiting many places. Was that true? Liu Xian's large eyes sparkled with curiosity, fixated on Chen Ku. Indeed, I journeyed in my dreams to the moon, Jupiter, Mars, and even farther celestial bodies. It felt like an extended voyage. Chen Ku's gaze shifted from the pod he had previously occupied back to Liu Xian, sensing that she was not merely his doctor, but a cherished companion on this earth. Chen Ku, do you remember encountering advanced extraterrestrial beings during your travels? Or what we refer to as aliens? Liu Xian inquired. Yes, I truly did, Chen Ku affirmed. On the unfamiliar planet, I witnessed factories suspended in the sky, and many crops floated above the ground. Numerous beings resembling humans from our Earth were bustling about. The cities were alive with cars traversing the streets and small spacecraft soaring through the skies. Chen Ku, that is astonishing. I cannot fathom how you crossed into other worlds. Perhaps it was some fortuitous coincidence, Liu Xian remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, Dr. Gut and Marie-Elsie entered the cryogenic laboratory. Upon spotting Liu Xian and Chen Ku, Marie-Elsie greeted them with a smile. Liu Xian, what are you and Chen Ku discussing? You both seem quite joyful. There must be something particularly delightful. Her curiosity piqued regarding the topics shared between Liu Xian and Chen Ku, especially considering Chen Ku's age surpassed Liu Xian's by over a century. Dr. Marie-Elsie, Dr. Gut, Chen Ku and I were merely discussing various life matters, including the remarkable experiences he encountered on other planets during his deep sleep. Chen Ku has been recovering well recently, but we cannot linger here for too long. We must return to the rehabilitation center, Liu Xian explained as she took Chen Ku's hand and swiftly exited the laboratory. Once Liu Xian and Chen Ku departed, only Gut and Marie-Elsie remained. Marie-Elsie gazed at the cold cryogenic pod before turning to Gut. Are you truly prepared to leave me behind and embark on the journey to land on Proxima Centauri b with Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Sen? Marie-Elsie, I trust you understand why I cannot take you along on this mission. The dangers we face are immense, and there is a significant possibility of drifting forever in the dark void of space, never to return to Earth. I cannot bear the thought of losing my beloved in this perilous interstellar voyage. My love for you compels me to make this choice, Gut declared, enveloping Marie-Elsie tightly in his embrace. Gut, have you considered that this expedition to Proxima Centauri b may mean you never return? Marie-Elsie responded, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice trembling. Professor Qianxing intends for all members of your crew to have their DNA replicated prior to your landing. Should you fail to return, you may be revived in our cloning laboratory at Jiangnan Research Institute, yet the outcome remains uncertain. I will forever guard your physical form here on Earth. My dear, we are on the brink of witnessing the dawn of civilization on Earth. We must contemplate the future fate of our species, establishing a paradise in the new cosmic expanse. I am determined to return. Please wait for me. Gut and Marie-Elsie held each other tightly. In the crisp, clear autumn sunlight, the season radiated infinite romance. While the gentle autumn breeze whispered tales of greenery turning to gold, flowers blooming and withering, the courageous astronauts may be awaiting a pristine winter snow, ready to bring vibrant colors to other realms of the universe. They yearn to hoist the sails of their ideals in this beautiful autumn, serenading their love for Earth as they embark on a new journey, with the brilliant starlit sky no longer distant. Chapter 25. All is ready. Only the east wind is missing in the autumn season. The once vibrant leaves now fell gently to the ground, creating a golden carpet. They arrived quietly in spring and departed just as silently in autumn. The already yellowed grass, under the warm autumn sun, absorbed its final energies, preparing for the resurgence of next year. As the gentle autumn breeze swept through the courtyard of Jiangnan Research Institute, The previously tranquil space buzzed with activity. Though the green foliage had lost its vibrant life, the lush greenery had transformed into a heavy accumulation of golden hues. The infinite beauty of spring and summer had, over time, coalesced into the mature colors of the season. The people within the courtyard of Jiangnan Research Institute must grasp the principle of accumulation before emergence. This is a fundamental law of nature, eternally unchanged. October stands as a golden season, a time of harvest and exploration of outer space. Following directives from the Cosmic Explorers Alliance headquarters, Jiangnan Research Institute has initiated the landing plan for the Qilong spacecraft on Proxima Centauri b. The Qilong spacecraft, now equipped with a quantum propulsion system, has completed all data testing in the landing preparation chamber, and the fabrication and experimentation of the nanorobots have been fully realized. After undergoing advanced technological processing, Gu Tei, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Xin's physical bodies have been preserved within the cryogenic laboratory's frozen chamber. Their consciousnesses have been implanted into the bodies of nanorobots via chip technology. Given the significance of the mission to land on Proxima Centauri b, Marshal Yun Fei, Su Boizhong, General Yu Kai, and Dr. Davis, among others, have gathered at the Jiangnan Research Institute. Inside the cryogenic chamber, Marshal Yun Fei is presiding over a special ceremony. Gu Tei, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Xun are bidding farewell to their corporeal forms as they prepare to board the spacecraft destined for Proxima Centauri b, embarking on a research expedition of monumental importance to humanity, with their fates hanging in the balance. The atmosphere is grave among General Yu Kai, General Yang Gang, Shui Guoqiang, Qin Yu, Wang Deshan, Su Boizhong, Mary Elsie, Qian Sheng, Lu Xian, Dr. Davis, Wang Yuanhao, and Natasha. Marshal Yun Fei, surveying the room, addresses the assembly. Esteemed scientists and astronauts, a mysterious anti-gravity force is causing the universe to expand at an accelerating rate. If this continues, the universe we inhabit will eventually reach a state of great freeze, reminiscent of the cataclysmic blizzards, heavenly fires, and earthquakes foretold in ancient civilizations, heralding the potential end of intelligent life. In such a scenario, the universe will grow ever larger, with galaxies repelled by increasing anti-gravity forces, thereby expanding its volume. Should this endless cycle persist, the universe may spiral into chaos, leading to billions of neighboring galaxies transcending our event horizon. Ultimately, perhaps only 36 galaxies within our local group will remain, as intergalactic spaces expand at speeds surpassing light, rendering the cosmos desolate to a terrifying degree. The temperature is likely to plummet to near absolute zero, marking the end for humanity and all sentient life. Thus, we must seek new avenues for humanity on Earth before the impending cosmic catastrophe strikes. Currently, we have detected high-level intelligent life beyond our planet through radio satellite signals, necessitating our departure from Earth into outer space. Utilizing a wormhole to land on Proxima Centauri b is both a formidable and perilous undertaking. Our astronaut team, led by Dr. Gu Tei, along with Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Xun, will embark on this journey. Today, they will part ways with their human bodies and board the Qilong spacecraft, preparing for their landing on Proxima Centauri b. Do you possess the confidence to fulfill the arduous task assigned to you by headquarters? Respected Marshal, we are confident in our mission, the 4 nanorobots replied in unison, their voices now resonating with a mechanical, raspy tone rather than their former human timbre. While they retain their previous consciousness and thought processes, their physical forms have irrevocably transformed. In the vastness of space, although Proxima Centauri b lies a mere 4.2 light-years away, it remains an elusive dream for humanity. Gu Tei, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Xun will represent all of humanity on this pioneering visit to Proxima Centauri b, marking a significant stride in human space exploration and establishing a new milestone in our cosmic endeavors. This distant journey may present countless dangers and challenges. I hope you will keep your mission in mind and successfully complete the honorable task assigned by headquarters. Returning to Earth safely, Marshal Yun Fei imparted earnestly. We shall resolutely fulfill our mission and uphold the trust of headquarters, the 4 robots affirmed in unison. At 1:00 a.m. on October 8th, the Qilong spacecraft ascended into the sky as scheduled. All research personnel at the Jiangnan Institute entered a state of heightened readiness, focusing on monitoring all scientific data related to the spacecraft. Marshal Yun Fei declared decisively. After the meeting, Marshal Yun Fei, General Yang Gang, General Yu Kai, and Qin Yu proceeded to the director's office at the Jiangnan Institute. Qin Yu hurriedly brewed fresh tea for the marshal and the 2 generals, the refreshing aroma gradually enveloping the room. Marshal Yun Fei gazed contemplatively out the window before turning to inquire, Do you believe my sudden decision to have the Qilong spacecraft land on Proxima Centauri b is somewhat hasty? Given the current international climate on Earth and the emergence of various critical interstellar communications, I deem it imperative that we proceed immediately with the landing on Proxima Centauri b. The struggle for energy in the cosmos will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for advanced life forms in the future. For the sake of a promising future, humanity must venture beyond the solar system. Only by locating habitable planets in other realms before disasters befall Earth can we ensure the continuity of our species. Of course, just as on Earth, outer space is unlikely to be devoid of turmoil. Various powers and political conflicts may exist. We must learn to proactively embrace alien civilizations and advanced astronautical knowledge, rather than risking colonization by superior life forms while remaining stagnant in our technological development. I am acutely aware of the dangers associated with landing on Proxima Centauri b, yet I hope our astronaut team will succeed and return to Earth safely. General Yang Gang pointed to the electronic star map, indicating the Bermuda region and the position of Titan, stating, currently, evidence suggests that high-level life forms exist not only on Earth but also throughout the universe, and these extraterrestrial intelligences are inching closer to our planet. What are their intentions? Do they seek to conquer Earth or coexist peacefully with humanity? We cannot ascertain their motives. Our only recourse is to venture beyond Earth and the solar system to discover better partners for peaceful development and directions for progress, thereby more effectively safeguarding our planet. Traversing wormholes, according to current scientific theories, poses significant risks, yet it is an unparalleled opportunity we must seize. Should we successfully land on Proxima Centauri b, we will open a new chapter in humanity's astronautic endeavors. I believe headquarters' decision is sound. We must proceed promptly with the landing. General Yu Kai took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a heavy smoke ring before stating, Marshal Yun Fei, General Yang Gang, Director Qin Yu. My primary concern is this. If the Qilong spacecraft successfully lands on Proxima Centauri b, will it ignite a new war among cosmic entities? Will our vessel inadvertently intrude upon the territory of other advanced life forms and face their aggression? Based on the information we have gathered, we know that high-level life exists on Proxima Centauri c, and we have communicated with Chairman Goth of the All-Peoples Committee, who has articulated his stance on peaceful cosmic development. However, do other complex political and military forces exist in Proxima Centauri? It remains uncertain whether our spacecraft will be attacked. We must contemplate whether our mission to land on an extraterrestrial planet could incite conflict on Earth, preparing for the worst-case scenario and devising contingency measures. According to data from our global radio telescopes and images relayed by the Halley satellite, there is currently no evidence of an alien fleet landing on Proxima Centauri b, as there are no visible flight trajectories. If extraterrestrial vessels had landed on Proxima Centauri b, they would undoubtedly have left behind long traces of their journey. As our spacecraft lands on Proxima Centauri b, it is highly probable that we will encounter the fleet of Proxima Centauri c, as they too are likely in pursuit of other habitable worlds suitable for their own planetary inhabitants. However, I believe that even if we come across an alien fleet, they will not initiate an attack on our vessel, provided we do not provoke them. Both parties understand the grave consequences of instigating war across the cosmos. Engaging in conflict within the diverse parallel universes could potentially lead to a cataclysmic interstellar war, likely resulting in the annihilation of all advanced life forms within the universe. Nonetheless, I do not dismiss the possibility that dark forces on Earth may collude with their counterparts in other realms of the universe, undermining the peaceful development of cosmic relations. After leisurely sipping his tea and placing the cup on the table, Marshal Yun Fei inquired, Qin Yu, has Master Smith made any attempts to contact you recently? I suspect your identity may have been compromised, so you must exercise utmost caution. Marshal Yun Fei, Master Smith has been persistently urging me to return to Europe, but I have managed to evade him with various excuses. I fear he has grown suspicious of my identity, especially as he frequently inquires about the return of the Starbuck spacecraft, expressing considerable displeasure regarding Trini. He has also been probing whether the Jiangnan Research Institute has any significant scientific projects, which I have successfully concealed, Qin Yu replied. At that moment, Qin Yu surmised that Smith might have uncovered his true identity. The repeated insistence for him to return to the headquarters in Senna was likely a prelude to punishment or elimination. Qin Yu, if that is the case, you must be exceedingly wary. The headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance will increase security at the Jiangnan Research Institute to ensure the safety of our researchers and staff. You must remain vigilant against any destructive actions from the dark forces led by Smith, Marshal Yun Fei cautioned. Allow me to pose a question. If Guder, Longxiang, Longyu, and Lu San successfully return to Earth, Will you be able to revive their bodies preserved in cryogenic suspension? Due to the presence of Generals Yang Gang and Yu Kai, Marshal Yun Fei refrained from mentioning Xiao Wan and Qin Yu's circumstances. To be precise, I am currently unable to provide an answer, as I do not know how long it will take for them to return to Earth, perhaps 1 or 2 years, or even 8 to 10 years, or possibly several centuries. If it indeed takes centuries for their return, I fear we may no longer exist by then. Based on our current understanding of cryogenic technology, the bodies within the cryogenic shield should be revivable within a few hundred years, provided that no errors occur during the preservation process. Should the astronaut team return while we have successfully mastered the technology of time machines, we could allow them to enter the time machine and revert time to before landing on Proxima Centauri b. Qin Yu felt a lack of certainty regarding the revival of all members of the astronaut team. He could only convey the revival plan he had conceived to the Marshal. Oh, I see. Qin Yu, I have another question. How long can the nanomaterial bodies of the astronaut team members function? Can they maintain themselves aboard the Qilong spacecraft during the landing on Proxima Centauri b? Marshal, the robot bodies made of nanomaterials are fully capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, high pressures, and cold. They can autonomously harness energy in the vastness of space and perform self-maintenance. The Qilong spacecraft is equipped with our most advanced miniature robotic processing facility, enabling them to not only maintain their own bodies, but also to clone themselves. Therefore, you need not worry on this front, Marshal. Our astronaut team's robots differ fundamentally from ordinary bionic robots. They possess human-like consciousness and thought, ensuring they will never betray the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. The concerns of Marshal Yun Fei mirrored those initially held by Qin Yu. However, all issues had since been resolved. Oh, if that is the case, I feel reassured. With only a few days remaining until the spacecraft lands on Proxima Centauri b, we must ensure thorough scientific data collection. As Marshal Yun Fei lit a cigarette, he allowed the smoke to rise gently within the room, his mind racing with the myriad scenarios that could unfold. Humanity's venture into distant space was no longer a mere dream. With advancements in modern aerospace technology, interstellar travel had become a tangible reality. Would the flight plan to land on Proxima Centauri b proceed smoothly in a few days? What dangers would arise from traversing a wormhole to reach Proxima Centauri b? A brand new world was on the verge of revelation. Chapter 26, Journey into Space, Successful Landing on Proxima Centauri b. At this moment, only Guter and Mary Elsie were present in the cryogenic laboratory of the Jiangnan Research Institute, and they had much to discuss. Lu Xian and Chung Ku, noticing the intimate conversation between Mary Elsie and Guter, turned and exited the cryogenic laboratory, making their way back to the rehabilitation center. Guter, do you truly love me? Mary Elsie gazed into Dr. Guter's eyes as she posed the question. Why do you ask such a peculiar question? Of course, I love you dearly. Can you not feel it? Dr. Guter extended his nanomaterial arm, embracing Mary Elsie tenderly. If you love me, why must you leave me behind on Earth? You are taking on this perilous journey to Proxima Centauri b alone. Can my heart endure such a solitary existence? This could be a permanent separation. Have you considered my feelings? This parting is more agonizing than facing death itself, leaving my heart in unbearable torment. Mary Elsie sobbed against Dr. Guter's shoulder. My dear, the reason I left you on Earth is that, from a personal standpoint, I do not wish to subject you to the dangers of death and peril alongside me. From the perspective of our research work, having Professor Qi and Sheng and you remain on Earth is essential for the continuation of this project. It is unfeasible for our entire research team to face danger simultaneously. Should a significant error occur, our research would come to a halt. Stay on Earth and await my return. I promise I will come back. Dr. Guter's nanomaterial robotic body possessed human intelligence and emotions, setting it apart from ordinary robots. You do not know when you will return to Earth. Perhaps by the time you do, I may no longer exist, or I may have transformed into an elderly woman. Will you still love me then? I long to embark on this long journey with you, facing life and death together, Mary Elsie said, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Guter. My dear, our time machine will soon be developed. When I return to Earth, we shall board the time machine together and return to the beautiful past. Regardless of what changes the future may hold, my love for you will remain eternal. Dr. Guter's raspy robotic voice resonated through the cryogenic laboratory, enveloping the room in warmth. Cough, cough. Young people are indeed different. You still have the energy for flirtation. I hope my presence hasn't disturbed you. Professor Qi and Xing entered the cryogenic laboratory with a gentle footfall. Professor, I was discussing work-related matters with Mary Elsie. We were not engaged in personal conversation. You have misunderstood. Dr. Guter explained to the professor. Haha, do not deceive an old man. I was once young myself. When my partner was alive, I did not truly grasp her significance until I lost her. The loss of a loved one in this world is irreversible, creating a lifelong wound. I comprehend the sentiments that you all harbor within your hearts at this moment. However, as researchers of the Cosmic Exploration Alliance, we must sacrifice our personal interests for the noble cause. Marie-Elsie, you are a resilient young woman. I hope you can understand and support Gut's decision. The professor observed their increasingly solemn expressions. Marie-Elsie, suppressing the pain within her heart, gently stepped out from behind Dr. Gut and inquired, Professor, do you believe the Qilong spacecraft will return safely to Earth? Will Gut, Longxiang, Longyu, and Lucen truly come back? How long must we wait? Will the spacecraft become ensnared near a black hole while traversing the wormhole, drifting eternally? Or will it be crushed into countless fragments by the black hole's gravitational pull? I can hardly bear to contemplate it. Marie-Elsie, in our transition from a Type 1 civilization to a Type 2 civilization, sacrifices must be made. Our journey to the distant stars beyond the solar system aims to resolve the lingering nationalistic, fundamentalist, ethnic, and sectarian conflicts on Earth. In the vastness of outer space, we intend to identify habitable zones suitable for human habitation, laying the groundwork for future interstellar travel. It is conceivable that we may harness technological means to construct small planets near other stars, perhaps disassembling a planet larger than Earth, reconfiguring its mass, and placing it within a stable orbit around a star, continuously constructing planets conducive to human life. Eventually, our spacecraft will be equipped with matter or antimatter propulsion systems, achieving speeds that approach light. Our communication methods will evolve from radio signals to lasers and other advanced modalities. Once humanity has exhausted the energy of a star, we shall learn to extract energy from dark matter in the universe, marking the dawn of a new era of human civilization. I firmly believe the Qilong spacecraft will return safely to Earth, and we eagerly await their good news. Professor Qi and Sheng, though advanced in age, remained filled with aspirations for the Cosmic Exploration Alliance's endeavors. On October 8th, just a few days later, at the Jiangnan Research Institute in Pujin City, the Qilong spacecraft stood majestically, akin to an ancient war god. It was poised to traverse the Bermuda wormhole into space, heading straight for Proxima Centauri b. Ground personnel had fully fueled the spacecraft with nuclear magnetic fuel. Marshal Yun Fei, General Yang Gang, General Yu Kai, Director Qin Yu, Dr. Davis, Professor Qi and Sheng, Professor Su Boizhong, and all staff were in a state of intense preparation. Gut, Longxiang, Longyu, and Lucen donned their spacesuits and boarded the Qilong spacecraft. A momentous historical occasion was upon them. They were about to embark on a journey to land on Proxima Centauri b. They bid farewell to those who came to see them off, marking humanity's furthest voyage yet. They were set to establish a new milestone in the realm of space exploration. Ground personnel conducted meticulous inspections of the Qilong spacecraft, and all data indicated that everything was functioning normally. At 6:30, upon the command of Marshal Yun Fei from the control center, the Qilong spacecraft emitted a thunderous roar. The entire Jiangnan Research Institute trembled as the spacecraft ascended slowly, gaining speed. Inside the spacecraft, the 4 astronauts monitored various instrument readings from their respective stations, enduring immense physical and psychological pressure due to the gravitational forces during launch. 3 minutes later, the spacecraft entered its designated orbit at an altitude of 2,800 kilometers, traveling at sublight speed. The spacecraft circled the Earth, verifying all systems before proceeding through the wormhole. Based on the data relayed back from the spacecraft, the Jiangnan Research Institute's Space Command Center authorized the passage through the wormhole. Upon receiving the command, the spacecraft swiftly headed toward the Bermuda region, where tumultuous waves surged across the ocean's surface. Due to tidal forces and strong magnetic influences, communication facilities in the Bermuda area were nearly non-functional. The Qilong spacecraft utilized a gravitational cannon to exert gravitational force on the ocean's surface, and within minutes, a luminous point emerged, expanding until it formed a massive tunnel. The spacecraft shot through it like an arrow. During their voyage through the wormhole, the astronauts witnessed vibrant scenes of ancient civilizations: Yellow River and Yangtze River, Mesopotamian, ancient Egyptian, Minoan, Mycenaean, ancient Indian, Olmec civilizations, all unfolding like a historical documentary. After several hours of anticipation, a beautiful planet came into view, Proxima Centauri b, remarkably similar to Earth. The spacecraft began to decelerate, and soon Gut, Longxiang, Longyu, and Lucen would land on Proxima Centauri b. The 4 astronauts worked diligently, swiftly adjusting various spacecraft data. Should a computer malfunction occur, they were prepared to execute a manual landing. Fortunately, aside from minor issues, the computer continued to transmit landing commands efficiently. As the spacecraft's speed decreased to a safe level, the computer issued a successful landing protocol, and the Qilong spacecraft descended steadily onto Proxima Centauri b. Upon landing, astronauts Gut, Longxiang, Longyu, and Lucen jubilantly reported to the Jiangnan Research Institute's Ground Command Center, Jiangnan Research Institute, the Qilong spacecraft has successfully landed. Congratulations on your successful landing. Promptly commence the establishment of a space base on Proxima Centauri b and transmit all relevant data back to the Cosmic Exploration Alliance's command center. Came the response from Jiangnan Research Institute. The Ground Command Center erupted in celebration of the Qilong spacecraft's successful landing. At 12:26 p.m. on October 8th, the spacecraft's hatch opened. At 1:11 p.m., Gut, Longxiang, Longyu, and Lucen disembarked onto Proxima Centauri b. This planet possesses a mass 1.3 times that of Earth, orbiting the red dwarf star Alpha Centauri A in just 2 days, receiving 65 of Earth's solar radiation. Proxima Centauri b boasts an atmosphere and liquid water, with one hemisphere perpetually facing the star while the other remains in darkness, creating a dawn-dusk zone ideal for human habitation, characterized by suitable light, temperature, and lush vegetation, along with unique fauna unseen on Earth. Additionally, Proxima Centauri b possesses a magnetic field capable of effectively shielding against the influx of high-speed charged particles. The successful landing of the Qilong spacecraft on Proxima Centauri b not only established a new milestone for humanity's space endeavors, but also opened the door for communication with higher extraterrestrial life forms. What dangers might humanity face in its interactions with advanced cosmic beings? Will new opportunities arise during our exploration of space? As we contemplate the myriad wonders of parallel universes, what grand blueprint shall we ultimately devise? The successful landing on Proxima Centauri b heralds a new chapter in the pursuit of peaceful development and cosmic exploration. Chapter 27. The Dark Hunters. Hidden within the ancient city 200 kilometers southwest of the Fire Cloud Sea lies a towering ridge, with strange rock formations and deep ravines, a remnant of a volcanic eruption from over 100 million years ago. This place is the enchanted land of Proxima Centauri c, where legends speak of ancient extraterrestrial visitors establishing a military base. From that moment, mysterious tales have emerged, claiming that both humans and various animals mysteriously vanish upon entering this region, leaving no trace behind. Thus, this place has become a forbidden zone for humanity, housing an ancient city known as Skull City, which is perilous for any who dare to tread there, with survival rates akin to a grim fate. The treacherous nature of this realm far exceeds that of the Fire Cloud Sea. In the early morning, amidst a valley adorned with bizarre rock formations, billowing mists rise and shift, taking on grotesque shapes, while the toxic vapors waft through the air like ethereal clouds. Unfathomable venomous creatures lie in wait within the moss-covered cliffs and low shrubs, occasionally emitting chilling cries. Navigating through the labyrinth of oddly shaped rocks, one encounters the remnants of a once mighty city, now in a state of ruin within the expansive valley. Skull City was once as renowned as the Fire Cloud Sea in ancient times. Established as a military stronghold during the invasion of the high-level extraterrestrial life from Proxima Centauri c. With the rise of the Klaus religion, the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri c engaged in fierce conflict with the invaders. Under the guidance of the guardian deity of the Cassi kingdom, Krulls, the invaders were ultimately vanquished, leading to the gradual obscurity of Skull City's name. After millennia of turmoil, Proxima Centauri c, through the collective efforts of its residents, finally transitioned into a mature period of a universal council. Over the course of 1,000 years, Skull City has faded into the collective memory of most inhabitants of Proxima Centauri c. The valley, once scorched by war, is now blanketed in dark, damp moss, with a magical spring continuously flowing a toxic light green liquid. To the north of Skull City lies a towering ridge named Devil's Ridge. The steep cliffs appear as if cleaved by sharp blades, revealing a cross-section riddled with ominous caverns. Hidden within these cliffs are numerous laser turrets and colossal laser communication antennas. At the base of the mountains stands a massive military base, constructed by the marauding ape-like beings that invaded Proxima Centauri c. A small spacecraft, resembling a trilobite, glides slowly through the valley, halting before the derelict military stronghold. Suddenly, a massive door in the rocks at the base of the mountain rumbles open, and the small vessel, flickering with lights, swiftly vanishes into the military complex. This modern military installation, built by the marauding apes, has been meticulously developed over centuries, delving deep into the Earth's crust, hollowing out the entire mountainside. The marauding apes hail from the distant Kepler 452b, a planet with an Earth similarity index of 0.98, recognized as the closest twin planet to Earth discovered thus far. Kepler 452b, located in the constellation Cygnus, boasts conditions favorable for the presence of water. This planet is approximately 60 larger than Earth and is classified as a super-Earth. Its surface is adorned with forests, lakes, plains, hills, and vast mountain ranges, as well as expansive oceans. It completes its orbit in 385 days, characterized by a broad rocky surface. The star that illuminates this planet is located 1,400 light-years away in the constellation Cygnus and is 1.5 billion years older than our Sun. Naturally, the marauding apes could not traverse 1,400 light-years to reach Proxima Centauri C in their spacecraft. Instead, they discovered a wormhole near a black hole, enabling their direct passage. Their purpose in arriving at Proxima Centauri C was to colonize this land. After the small trilobite-like vessel came to a halt outside the military base, the entrance to the base swung open with a thunderous roar, allowing the ship to disappear swiftly within. The leader of the Skull City military base, Buck, strode forth with purpose, eager to welcome the enigmatic visitor, flanked by the base's 4 elite hunters, Fire Dragon, Mad Whale, Battle Eagle, and Wild Wolf, Buck's loyal and seasoned subordinates. Possessing physiques more robust than those of Earthlings, they bear the ancient bloodline of formidable apes, exhibiting agility and intelligence, alongside advanced aerospace research technology. As the small vessel flickered with lights and gracefully settled within the military base, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe emerged from the ship, shrouded in an aura of foreboding, with only 2 eyes visible beneath the hood. Several others in similar dark robes followed closely behind, demonstrating utmost deference to this prominent individual, whose identity was evidently of great significance. "Ah, Peter, my old friend, we finally meet again. I, the great deity of the Klaus religion, have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. I have long professed that only through the alliance of our marauding apes and the Yuke can we dominate Proxima Centauri C. Yet you persistently doubted my words, naively believing that the Kashians and Ghanaians would embrace and accept you. Now, it appears that all of this has become but a jest." Buck hurriedly approached, his face reminiscent of an ancient ape, taking on a more sinister aspect as he smiled. "Ah, my old friend Buck, let us not forget the war between the Klaus religion and your marauding apes a millennium ago, though it is a matter of the distant past. In the minds of the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C, you and your kind remain specters. Thus, I cannot openly align myself with you, yet we share mutual interests, and I believe our collaboration should commence in earnest. You marauding apes remain perceived as greedy in the hearts of the vast majority of Yuke. Your desires to claim the expanse from the Blosha Desert to the Fire Cloud Sea will not be easily acquiesced to by us of the Klaus religion. Please, my old friend, join me and your companions in my private chamber for discussion. I trust we can find grounds for cooperation." "Very well, my old friend Buck. I hope this visit will not disappoint, for we now share common adversaries and objectives, and indeed, a heartfelt dialogue is warranted." Traversing the underground corridors of the military base, passing through a dim tunnel and navigating several arches on an electric tram, they arrived at Buck's secret chamber. This vast room, carved within the mountainside, featured smooth stone walls adorned with a colossal depiction of an ancient ape, the revered war deity worshipped by the marauding apes, the mighty ape god. Beneath the feet of the ancient ape lay a diverse cosmic expanse, with unknown planets appearing as mere grains of dust beneath its toes. The ape's fierce visage loomed over the universe, its finger pointing into the distance as if issuing a relentless roar. In the center of the stone chamber, long tables were lined with various instruments and computer displays. To the left of the stone walls, a massive electronic starfield display illuminated the trajectories of all stars and planets in the Centaurus constellation. On the right, the surveillance system of the entire Skull City military base provided real-time monitoring of both internal and external conditions. "Buck, my old friend, where is the Armored Legion you mentioned? I do not see them. Could it be that your promised Armored Legion remains on Kepler 452b?" Peter, the High Priest, inquired with a chilling smile. "Peter, my lord, do you truly believe I would mislead you? My Armored Legion is within the underground military base tunnels, while my warships, the Klaus and the Bilia, rest upon the surface of Lake Taysai, just outside the base. I assure you, I will not let you down, and reinforcements will come from Kepler 452b in abundance. You should not doubt my assurances. I possess the capability to help you reclaim dominion over Proxima Centauri C." Buck instructed his subordinate, Wild Wolf, to switch the display screen to showcase the marauding 8 Battalion and warships, which quickly filled the screen. Peter, I trust you are aware of the Valen incident? Based on the intelligence you provided, I dispatched the Bilia to engage the Valen. The Wallen vessel mistakenly landed on Proxima B, resulting in contact with humanity. I now deeply regret not ordering the cross ship to accompany us to directly destroy it. Surely, you must believe in my capabilities. The reason I refrained from taking such action was to avoid further exposing our position, as the timing for intervention was not yet ripe. Allow me to demonstrate the extent of my strength. With a mere gesture, Buck summoned a fleet resembling colossal whales. The next scene revealed a ship hurtling through the cosmos, suddenly pursued by a mysterious vessel that launched a meteor-like projectile at it. The subsequent image showed the ship veering off course after being struck, its fiery trail shifting from a trajectory towards Barnard B to one directed at Proxima B. Leader Buck, I had anticipated your involvement in this matter, but I did not expect your response to be so swift. Chairman Goth has already ordered Generals Bailey and Kafili to investigate the issue thoroughly. General Kafili. I believe I can persuade him to overlook this incident, but General Bailey is less likely to heed my words, so caution is warranted. At this juncture, it is advisable for you to avoid any military confrontation with humanity. Otherwise, Chairman Goth may very well ally with Marshal Yun Fei of Earth to launch an offensive against our base, Skull City. Peter, the High Priest, had long speculated that the Wallen incident was linked to the Monkey People, but he could not ascertain it until now, having confirmed from Buck's remarks that it was indeed the work of the Monkey People. High Priest Peter, do you truly believe I fear that obstinate Chairman Goth? You have witnessed the might of our military base at Skull City. If we were to unite forces, I am confident we could seize Proxima C. I propose we initiate war against the Proxima C People's Committee sooner rather than later. Should that old stubborn Goth ally with Marshal Yun Fei, the outcome of future conflicts remains uncertain. We must not squander this golden opportunity. If you can persuade General Kafili to enlist the Shadow Legion in our ranks, our chances of success would skyrocket to 100%. The alliance with the Cross Church and a rapid deployment to claim Proxima C is the directive of Marshal Berg of the Monkey Command. The alliance with the Cross Church is merely a temporary measure. Once the Monkey People secure Proxima C, we will gradually diminish the Cross Church's dominion, subsequently establishing our colonial rule. Our ultimate aim is to conquer and colonize all terrestrial planets. Chapter 28. The Winds of Change, the Return of the Wallen Buck. I shall negotiate on behalf of the Shadow Legion. I believe Kafili will adhere to my wishes and submit to the leadership of the Cross Church, as he is, after all, a Ghanaian. Now, let us discuss what compensation you desire once the Cross Church acquires dominion over Proxima C. The High Priest Peter directly addressed the crux of the discussion. High Priest Peter, since you have broached the subject, I shall not be modest. I do not expect to seize all the territory on Proxima C, nor do I desire the capital city of Kadaga near Screw Island. However, I covet the area stretching from the Blanche Desert to the Bordeaux Canyon, encompassing the Fire Cloud Sea. Furthermore, once we jointly conquer Earth, I demand half of the colonial governance rights. I assume one of your esteemed companions here is the Prophet Thomas? Might you allow him to predict the future of Proxima West for us? Buck chuckled ominously after his statement. Buck, my old friend, do you not think your ambitions are somewhat excessive? To claim the land from the Blanche Desert to the Bordeaux Canyon, you aspire to seize half of Proxima C? The Fire Cloud Sea serves as the Shadow Legion's defensive stronghold. I doubt General Kafili would acquiesce to your unreasonable demands. Should you be willing to cooperate with the Cross Church, I believe the territory from the Blanche Desert to the Bordeaux Canyon could be allocated to you. Thomas, my prophet, since Leader Buck wishes to glimpse the future of Proxima C, please grant him a demonstration. The High Priest Peter's reluctance to cede the Fire Cloud Sea stemmed from its strategic importance as the outer defense of Proxima C. Surrendering it would sever the link between Proxima C and the cosmos. High Priest Peter, I believe you are being rather stingy. You offer me only the most barren stretch of Proxima C, from the Blanche Desert to the Bordeaux Canyon. I fail to see the significance of our collaboration. If you truly desire my assistance in acquiring dominion over Proxima C, you must allocate the Fire Cloud Sea to the Monkey People. Prophet Thomas, please prophesy the future of Proxima C and the Monkey People. Buck expressed his discontent with the High Priest Peter's avarice. Thomas regarded the High Priest with a cunning glint in his eyes, and Peter subtly nodded. Thomas smiled and said, Esteemed Leader Buck, do you truly wish to behold the future of Proxima C and the Monkey People? I shall utilize the great power of the Prophet to unveil the unknown world for you. Thomas produced a crystal ball from his dark robe and placed it upon the stone table in the chamber. As he murmured incantations and gestured fervently, the crystal began to spin rapidly. Suddenly, it illuminated with a sanguine glow, revealing a gruesome scene. Various spacecraft hovered above the blood-red fire cloud sea, heading towards Skull City, while numerous warships surged through the tumultuous waters, and a vast army of bioengineered soldiers commenced their assault on Devil's Ridge. The next image displayed a coalition of Earthlings and the Proxima Sea People's Committee launching a massive attack on the Skull City military base. Countless nuclear missiles detonated upon the base, engulfing Skull City in flames. Many startled monkey people, wide-eyed with fear, were obliterated in the ensuing chaos. The military base beneath Skull City was pierced by subterranean missiles, leaving Buck's so-called Ironclad Legion reduced to charred remnants. One monkey person emerged from an underground fortress, his eyes ablaze with fury. He raised his arms skyward in prayer, only to be met with a violent shockwave that turned him to dust. Following this, missiles in the sky formed a dense web, swiftly decimating the relentless monkey army surging from Kepler 452b. A cacophony of wails intermingled with explosions echoed above Skull City. Stop! In the secluded chamber of the High Priest Peter, an important visitor awaited, Elder Pahim. To successfully command the followers of the Klosh Church in their rebellion against the omnipotent rule of the Proxima Centauri Sea People's Committee, the support of this elder was indispensable. Elder Pahim was already aware of Peter's clandestine journey to Skull City, presumably to forge an alliance with the demon simians in a bid for control over Proxima Centauri Sea. At this moment, he struggled to contain his rising fury and hastened toward Peter's sanctum. The prospect of a coalition with the demon simians heralded a catastrophic fate for the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri Sea. Meanwhile, the capital city of Kadaga, located on the northern shore of Screw Island, had entered a state of emergency. Soldiers of the Kashan Kingdom stood alert near the Grand Hall of the People's Committee, their weapons drawn, eyes scanning the surroundings with palpable tension. The golden braces and azure stone walls of the hall epitomized the pinnacle of power within the Kashan Kingdom. On Screw Island, a circular communication antenna extended its myriad tentacles, tirelessly whirring in search of signals from the Earth-based Cosmic Explorers Alliance. The return of the warship Valen infused the city with boundless hope and light, as joyous tidings of its successful landing on Barnard's star be echoed through the streets. Yet, the majority of Proxima Centauri C's populace remained blissfully ignorant of the fact that the landing had ended in failure. After being attacked, the warship had altered its course, ultimately landing on Proxima b and making first contact with humanity from Earth. With the assistance of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, the Valen returned safely to Proxima Centauri C, receiving a rapturous welcome from the citizens. Most believed that it had successfully landed on Barnard's star B, oblivious to the truth of its unforeseen detour. After the welcoming ceremony, Chairman Goth, General Bailey, General Caffery, Captain Kono, Professor Allen, Professor Martin, Professor Hoy, and Professor Wodo convened an urgent secret meeting in the Grand Hall of the People's Committee. Chairman Goth surveyed the room and addressed Captain Kono. You were tasked with leading the fleet to land on Barnard's star B. Why did you alter course and land on Proxima b instead? Chairman Goth, shortly after departing Proxima Centauri C, the Valen was struck by a meteor cannon. After sustaining damage, we had no choice but to divert to the known trajectory of Proxima b, Captain Kono replied. A meteor cannon? As far as I know, such advanced technology does not exist on Proxima Centauri C. Who, then, is the shadowy figure behind this? Goth mused, lost in contemplation. The meteor cannon, a sophisticated weapon mounted on spacecraft, could instantaneously reconstitute cosmic dust and dark matter into a miniature celestial body, launching it onto the trajectory of other planets or vessels, thus causing orbital disturbances or even directly obliterating them. Chairman Goth, I believe that any vessel capable of wielding a meteor cannon is certainly not from Proxima Centauri C. Our technological capabilities have not reached such heights. It must be the work of an unseen hand nearby Proxima. Observations from telescopes and satellites indicate that shortly after the Valen departed, another vessel took off near the Sea of Fire, which must have been responsible for the cannon fire. General Bailey interjected, inadvertently glancing at General Caffery, as the Sea of Fire lay within the domain of the Shadow Legion. Indeed, the vicinity of the Sea of Fire is under the control of the Shadow Legion. However, at the time of the Valen's launch, all Shadow Legion ships were on standby and none had left the ground. Thus, the attacking vessel could not be from them. I have received intelligence that the Demon Simians have re-established a military base at Devil's Ridge, 200 kilometers from the Sea of Fire, so the assailants must have originated from Kepler 452b. In some respects, the Demon Simians' aerospace technology surpasses ours significantly, making their possession of a meteor cannon unsurprising. General Caffrey defended himself fervently. Professor Wodo pondered and remarked, "To my knowledge, the meteor cannon is not a weapon we possess. It is likely a creation of the Demon Simians. Now that we are aware of the resurgence of the military base in Skull City, we must devise a corresponding plan. How can we utterly eradicate them?" His words reaffirmed the belief that the meteor cannon was indeed of Demon Simian origin. Chairman Goth, after a moment of reflection, stated, "The attack on the Valen appears straightforward, yet it is anything but. Who divulged the information about the Valen's landing on Barnard's Star B to the Demon Simians? How did they so readily ascertain the Valen's flight path? Who, indeed, is the puppeteer behind this? Could it be connected to the Kloss Church? We must urgently establish contact with humanity on Earth and provide them with advanced aerospace technology. Only by uniting with Earth can we collectively resist the encroaching darkness of the cosmos. I believe it is imperative we consult Elder Pahim regarding this matter, as the influence of the Kloss Church on Proxima Centauri C cannot be overlooked. As for High Priest Peter, a dialogue with him is also necessary, albeit with tempered expectations, for he has consistently stood opposed to us. Though we now acknowledge the existence of the Skull City military base, a direct assault is unwarranted. Initiating a war would inevitably ignite a planetary conflict between Proxima Centauri C and Kepler 452b, one that would unfold on our own soil, jeopardizing the safety of every resident of Proxima Centauri C. General Bailey contemplated deeply before articulating his thoughts. Regardless of the identity of the shadowy figure, we must unmask them. Only then can we ensure the smooth progression of our cosmic expansion plans. Collaborating with the Earth-based Cosmic Explorers Alliance to counter the dark forces is our most pressing task. Professors Hoy, Mara, and Allen, you must accelerate the construction of quantum spacecraft and enhance our capacity to harvest energy from space. A robust foundation is crucial for the successful expansion into the cosmos. We must hasten the advancement of aerospace technology. Chairman Goth speculated that the unseen hand was likely linked to the Kloss Church, though he could not yet confirm this. Gazing at the electronic star map displayed on the wall, he focused intently on Barnard's Star B, Earth, and Kepler 452b, his mind racing with thoughts on how to peacefully develop and explore the universe. What tumultuous challenges would arise during this process? Could the Demon Simians truly conquer Proxima Centauri C? Would they advance toward Earth after successfully colonizing Proxima Centauri C? In the vastness of space, a new interstellar war was on the horizon. Chapter 29. The mysterious Fadu Castle, the St. Dam Church, stood imperiously in the heart of Kadaga City, on the northern shore of Screw Island, resembling a sculpture of an ancient beast, concealing immense secrets within its walls. As the church bells rang melodiously, the chants of Kloss adherents resonated throughout the city, invoking a profound spiritual connection. The guards stood sentinel atop the towering spires, gazing far into the distance. Majestic columns continuously conveyed the grandeur of St. Dam Church. Elder Pahim stood within, gazing through the lofty ribbed windows at the distant, murky sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of contemplation arise within him. Glimmers of light streamed through the window panes, casting their once resplendent radiance upon all beings, enveloping them in a magnificent veil. A grand historical edifice, though stripped of its former glory, has been imbued with an indescribable solemnity by a mystical force. Since the guardian deity, Krolls, drew boundless strength from the cosmos, light has illuminated the entirety of Proxima Centauri C, paving a path of equality for all its inhabitants. Yet, as the Church of Kloss expanded, a hierarchy emerged, giving rise to racial disparities and oppression. Elder Pahim gazed at the clouds drifting lazily outside, sensing a flow of ancient power and essence. Through the hazy sky, he glimpsed a world where pure vapors ascended, and simultaneously, he observed a planet enshrouded in chaotic energies, where avarice occupied the hearts of many. He felt a refreshing breeze sweep through the St. Dam Cathedral, and he could distinctly sense the formidable presence of Krolls, whose feet tread the seas and whose fingers pointed toward the horizon. A manifestation of righteous strength. The untainted righteousness of Krolls reflects the collective understanding of the world, and this doctrine of justice permeates the rise and development of Proxima Centauri C. Elder Pahim consistently followed the teachings of Krolls, dedicating his life to securing peace for Proxima Centauri C and inscribing a brilliant biography. At this moment, he awaited the arrival of a pivotal elder from the Church of Kloss, Elder Leekle, who rarely visited the cathedral due to his advanced age. He would only appear for matters of great significance. The night prior, Elder Pahim had personally visited Elder Leekle, who resided in the legendary Fadu Castle on the northern shore of the Spiral Sea, a fortress that once served as a military camp for the Church of Klaus. The castle housed barracks, prisons, and communication rooms, and it also contained the highest command of the Klaus military. Currently, the majority of the church's armed forces were concentrated around the castle, transforming it into a modern military base. The castle's towering walls were constructed from massive gray stones weighing several tons, and its steeple loomed like a gray silhouette against the sky. The underground military base, hollowed out, was now home to a battalion of biomechanical soldiers and a fleet of spacecraft, shrouded in an air of mystery to outsiders. When Elder Pahim arrived at the castle gates aboard a small spacecraft, the captain of the church guard, Wheeler, hastened to inform Elder Leekle of his arrival. Esteemed Elder Leekle, Elder Pahim has arrived in his spacecraft and is now at the castle gates, Wheeler panted as he rushed into Leekle's chamber. Wheeler, are you certain it is the esteemed Elder Pahim's craft? He has not visited me in quite some time. His presence must signal something important. Let us go greet him, Elder Leekle replied, donning a gray robe, assisted by Wheeler as he ambled out. The massive stone doors of the castle creaked open with a thunderous sound, allowing Pashim's spacecraft to swiftly enter. Moments later, the doors rumbled shut behind them. The craft came to rest on a spacious area within the castle, and Elder Pahim descended slowly. The spacecraft halted before the hall that had once served as the highest military command center of the church, where Elder Leekle now resided. Generals Dawa and Sagan promptly emerged to welcome Elder Leekle, indicating his esteemed status within the Church of Klaus. Ah, my old friend Pahim, how I have missed you. What brings you to my humble abode? Surely, it cannot be merely a visit to an old man like myself. Is there something momentous afoot in the church? Elder Leekle exclaimed warmly. Elder Pahim took a few steps forward, clasping Leekle's hand, and replied, Oh, esteemed Elder Leekle, do you truly believe I would visit without cause? I have longed to see you, but I am indeed here to discuss matters of great importance. I would not disturb you unless something significant was unfolding on Proxima Centauri C. Please, Elder Pahim. I have also heard whispers regarding the church and the Proxima Centauri C People's Committee, as well as concerning news from Skull City, located 200 kilometers southwest of the Fire Cloud Sea. I presume your visit pertains to these matters? Let us converse in my quarters, Leekle urged. With Wheeler's assistance, Elder Leekle grasped Elder Pashim's hand, guiding him toward his chamber. Generals Dawa and Sagan followed closely behind, their expressions grave. They traversed the crescent-shaped archway, passed through the guardroom, and ascended to the Operations Command Center on the second floor. This expansive, modern command room was a double-level suite, where a large table displayed a tactical map of Proxima Centauri C, clearly illustrating its terrain, mountains, plains, rivers, lakes, grasslands, and deserts, along with the military deployments in various regions. An electronic map on the wall monitored the cosmic nebulae in real time, while an array of computers displayed surveillance data of Proxima Centauri C. Elder Leekle directly urged Elder Pahim to take the commander's seat, but Pahim hesitated several times before ultimately acquiescing and sitting beside him. As Pahim surveyed the tactical map, he noticed several small black flags planted near the Fire Cloud Sea. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Elder Leekle, Generals Dawa and Sagan, have you discovered a new issue near Devil Ridge? Why have those black flags been erected? Is it true that a new military base of the Demon Apes has emerged near Skull City? Elder Pahim, the areas marked by black flags are occupied by Demon Ape troops, and they emanate a potent energy field. It is likely that they are concealing nuclear or quantum military weaponry, General Dawa responded. Elder Pahim, our satellite surveillance system has recently detected a substantial influx of Demon Ape forces into Devil Ridge, stationed around the Skull City military base. They have established a triangular camp structure, enabling them to attack or defend as necessary, General Sagan explained, using a pointer to illustrate the situation to Elder Pahim. How did things escalate to this point? Initially, I was skeptical of Chairman Goth's claims. Before my arrival, I met with him, and he warned me about the substantial presence of Demon Ape forces near Devil Ridge, suggesting they might launch an assault on the Proxima Centauri C People's Committee at any moment. Chairman Goth speculated that our military command might already be aware of this situation, even hinting at a potential agreement between the Church of Klaus and the Demon Apes. I vehemently refuted his assertions, insisting that we had no knowledge of their activities and would never reach any accord with the Demon Ape army. Now, it appears the chairman's conjectures were accurate, making my presence here essential, Elder Pahim declared, flipping back the hood of his robe with a forceful gesture, clearly agitated. Elder Pahim, you truly are unaware? Not long ago, I informed Bishop Peter of these developments. Did he not relay this information to you? There are indeed demon ape warships and soldiers entering Devil Ridge, and Skull City has been established as a new military base for them. They are continually transporting troops from Kepler 452b to Proxima Centauri C. Their true intentions remain unclear, but I suspect colonization of our planet may be among them. Perhaps Bishop Peter chose not to inform you for his own reasons, General Dawa noted. I wonder if he seeks to regain dominion over Proxima Centauri C by allying with the monkey people. Should extraterrestrial colonizers take control of Proxima Centauri C, the inhabitants of our entire planet would once again find themselves in a state of irretrievable despair. Elder Leekle appeared remarkably composed. He had long since come to terms with life and death, and no unexpected events could rattle him. Elder Leekle, I surmise that the reasons Peter did not disclose to me must bear a deeper significance, suggesting his intention to unite with the monkey people to restore the Kloss Church's dominance over Proxima Centauri C, a move that would bring catastrophe upon all our planet's denizens. The monkey people would certainly not permit the Kloss Church to attain genuine authority over Proxima Centauri C. They merely seek to exploit us. Once they defeat the forces of the People's Committee, they would swiftly turn their attention to us. Should we ally with the monkey people to assault the military bases of the People's Committee, we would become eternal pariahs in the cosmos. Elder Pasm could not have anticipated that Peter would conceal such a crucial military secret from him. What are Peter's true intentions? It is difficult to ascertain at this moment. However, the fact that he withheld such vital information indicates a hidden conspiracy. Elder Pasm, I believe Peter would not act in such a manner. He is an astute individual. How could he allow demons to seize Proxima Centauri C? Perhaps he has engaged with the monkey people, but I presume he does so with the future of the Kloss Church in mind. I think it is imperative that we discuss this matter with the leader, lest temporary interests cloud his judgment and ultimately inflict significant harm upon the Kloss Church. Over 1,000 years ago, during our war with the monkey people, we received assistance from a mysterious force in the universe. Our guardian, Krolls, led all the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C in a climactic battle against the monkey people amidst the sea of fire clouds, where the monkey people's military positions were besieged by a meteor shower. I believe this enigmatic force shall ensure fairness and justice in the cosmos at critical moments. I doubt this mysterious power is of earthly origin. It may well come from the same planet as the monkey people, Kepler 452b in the Andromeda Galaxy. When Elder Leekle spoke of this mysterious force, his eyes widened with resolute determination, integrity, kindness, and hope. Elder Leekle, I think this is our only course of action. We shall seek an audience with Peter tomorrow. The Kloss Church must not ally with the monkey people. We cannot afford to grant the demons any advantage. I believe numerous forces of righteousness exist across parallel universes, while the forces of evil represent merely a small faction of cosmic jesters. Generals Dawa and Sagan, if our Kloss Church's army were to engage the monkey people directly, do we possess a guarantee of victory? For centuries, our Kloss Church has lacked a leader endowed with the greatness and integrity of our guardian Krolls, someone who wields boundless cosmic energy. Otherwise, the monkey people would not dare return to Proxima Centauri C. Elder Pasm glanced at those present in the room and remarked, Esteemed Elder Pasm, if our Kloss Church's army were to confront the monkey people directly, we lack a surety of triumph. However, should we secure the support of the People's Committee of Proxima Centauri C, we would stand a chance against the monkey people. If we could garner the backing of that mysterious force of justice from over 1,000 years ago, our victory would be assured. It appears that uniting with the Earthlings from the solar system would significantly bolster our efforts against the monkey people. Generals Dawa and Sagan spoke in unison. Elder Leekle, Generals Dawa and Sagan, I believe it is crucial that we engage in earnest dialogue with Peter. As for Chairman Goth, I shall approach him, for he alone can establish contact with the Earth's Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Elder Leekle, I must take my leave now. I will await you at St. Dam Church tomorrow. After speaking, Elder Pasm rose to depart. Very well, Elder Pasm. I shall accompany you to St. Dam Church tomorrow for a thorough discussion with Peter. After Elder Pasm left the Fadu Castle aboard a small spacecraft, he proceeded directly to the hall of the People's Committee. Chairman Goth awaited him anxiously within the hall. This visit to Fadu Castle had been jointly decided by Elder Pasm and Chairman Goth. Chairman Goth's objective was to unite all forces of righteousness on Proxima Centauri C to launch an offensive against the monkey people, and he had successfully contacted Marshal Yun Fei of the Earth's Cosmic Explorers Alliance. He intended to enlist the Earth's Interstellar Peace Corps to deploy warships and a battalion of bionic robots to assist the People's Committee's Valen and Shadow Legions in their cooperative campaign to eradicate the forces of evil in the universe. Chapter 30. The Winds of Change on Proxima Centauri C. As Elder Pasm entered the hall of the People's Committee, Chairman Goth promptly greeted him. Elder Pasm, why have you returned so late? I can hardly contain my impatience. How did your discussion with Elder Legal go? Did Generals Dawa and Sagan agree to lend their support to the Valen and Shadow Legions? Chairman Goth inquired anxiously. Shall we discuss this in your office, Chairman Goth? I believe I bring you good news, Elder Pasm replied with a smile, refraining from elaborating further. Chairman Goth and Elder Pasm entered his office, where the Battle Command display screen showcased real-time monitoring of Devil Ridge. Several key areas blinked with danger alerts, indicating the presence of nuclear weapons or advanced quantum armaments. Elder Pasm, what good news do you bring? Chairman Goth asked while gesturing for him to take a seat. Haha, Chairman Goth. The news I bear is that Elder Legal, Generals Dawa and Sagan firmly oppose any alliance with the Monkey People and are prepared to collaborate with the Shadow and Valen legions to eliminate them. Elder Legal has agreed to accompany me to St. Dam Church tomorrow to speak with Peter. We aim to persuade Peter to unite with you in the effort to vanquish the Monkey People. I am confident that Peter's obstinacy can be swayed with the combined counsel of myself and Elder Legal, Elder Pasm proclaimed with enthusiasm. My esteemed Elder, that truly is splendid news. However, do you believe you can successfully persuade Peter to join us in our campaign against the Monkey People? Chairman Goth queried. Chairman Goth, do you not trust Elder Legal's influence within the Kloss Church? The military might of the Kloss Church is almost entirely under Elder Legal's command. Generals Dawa and Sagan heed his orders alone. Even Peter and I can scarcely intervene in Elder Legal's decisions regarding significant military actions. Elder Legal is a person of great integrity and selflessness, akin in perspective to yours. He champions peace and opposes tyranny. If that is the case, then you should accompany Elder Legal to St. Dam Church tomorrow and see if you can persuade Peter to unite with the People's Committee in our joint military campaign against the Monkey People. Chairman Goth, I shall exert every effort to persuade Peter. Elder Legal has resolved to join me in this endeavor. We must engage him on political, military, and the future of both Proxima Centauri C and the Kloss Church. You previously mentioned your intention to ally with the Earth's Cosmic Explorers Alliance to form a coalition of justice in the universe. How is that progressing? Elder Pasm asked. I have successfully established contact with the Earth's Cosmic Explorers Alliance and had a fruitful dialogue with Marshal Yunfei, wherein we discussed the future of the cosmos and our mutual development extensively. The Earth's Cosmic Explorers Alliance shares a common pursuit and goal with us, dedicated to the peaceful exploration of the universe. Like us, they uphold peace and oppose colonization. I have requested Marshal Yunfei to dispatch warships and a bionic brigade to aid the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion in the extermination of the demon ape men. Marshal Yunfei has consented to my plea and is currently preparing for this endeavor. They are likely mobilizing the expedition fleet as we speak. I have sent the interstellar coordinates of Proxima Centauri C to the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, who will successfully traverse the wormhole and land on Proxima Centauri C to join us in combating the relentless influx of the demon ape army from the cosmos. So that is the case, Chairman Goth. Now, my task is to persuade High Priest Peter to collaborate with the People's Committee to jointly annihilate the army of the demon apes. I believe High Priest Peter will prioritize the greater good and unite with you to resist the enemy. As the High Priest, he must consider the future of the Kloss Church while also seeking a path toward enlightenment for it. Elder Pasm, you have worked hard. You must accompany Elder Legal to persuade High Priest Peter. This war against the demon apes concerns the very survival of all residents of Proxima Centauri C and serves as a test of whether the People's Committee and the Kloss Church can endure. Will I gain the support of High Priest Peter? That will directly influence the outcome of this war and determine the fate of all Proxima Centauri C. Chairman Goth, I shall take my leave. You must remember your promise. You have repeatedly stated that on this planet, the People's Committee and the Kloss Church must coexist harmoniously, supporting one another and refraining from infringing upon each other's interests. After bidding farewell to Elder Pasm, Chairman Goth fell into deep contemplation. Guiding the Kloss Church correctly is vital for the stability and unity of Proxima Centauri C. However, should the Kloss Church persist in its obstinacy and seek to instigate internal conflict, it would undoubtedly become a ticking time bomb, or simply a malignancy. Chairman Goth was acutely aware that he would honor the promise made to Elder Pasm. Yet, what will the outcome be when Elder Pasm and Elder Legal attempt to persuade High Priest Peter? High Priest Peter is a stubborn individual with a strong dictatorial mindset. Can he genuinely be inclined to cooperate with the People's Committee? Will he lead the Kloss Church to sincerely join in the endeavor of cultivating prosperity and peace for Proxima Centauri C? A few hours prior to Elder Pasm's arrival, Professor Allen rushed into Chairman Gott's office. Chairman Gott, I have established radio contact with the Earth's Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Marshal Yunfei wishes to speak with you. Professor Allen. Splendid. This news is indeed a monumental boon for me. Please connect the communication video from the Cosmic Explorers Alliance to my office immediately, exclaimed Chairman Gott with enthusiasm. Very well, Chairman. I will promptly facilitate the connection to Marshal Yunfei's communication video. Soon, the electronic screen in Chairman Gott's office displayed Marshal Yunfei's visage, marking their first direct dialogue. Marshal Yunfei, I am Chairman Gott. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have awaited this day for a long time. Greetings, Chairman Gott. I too have long anticipated this day. It is a delight to see you. We share common objectives and interests. I hope we can engage in sincere cooperation in our future explorations of cosmic space. We must unite to resist the dark forces within the parallel universes. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to you and the Cosmic Explorers Alliance you lead, especially to all personnel at the military base on Proxima Centauri b. The return of the Valen to Proxima Centauri c has been greatly supported by you. We are immensely grateful for the nuclear magnetic fuel provided for our warship. In our future cosmic explorations, I am confident we can join together for the peaceful development of cosmic space and explore the unknown realms of the universe. Chairman Gott, our aerospace technology still lags significantly behind yours. I hope that during our future explorations of cosmic space, you will assist us in mastering advanced space technology swiftly. Marshal Yunfei, we are currently besieged with crises on Proxima Centauri c. The formidable Demon Ape Army, under King Druck's command, has stealthily established a military base in Skull City at Devil's Ridge, with troops continuously streaming in from Kepler 452b, poised to launch an assault on the People's Committee of Proxima Centauri c. General Buck of the Demon Apes is a seasoned combatant, expanding the Skull City military base under the direct command of Marshal Berg of the Demon Ape Empire. General Buck commands 4 formidable generals, Fire Dragon, Wild Whale, War Eagle, and Wild Wolf, whose combat prowess is not to be underestimated. I have a humble request, Marshal Yunfei. Could you deploy your forces to assist the Shadow Legion and the Bailey Legion on Proxima Centauri c? With your support, we will have a solid chance of defeating the Demon Apes. While I seek your assistance, I am also actively reaching out to all forces of justice in the universe to jointly eradicate the evil forces within it. Chairman Gott, with our current aerospace technology, it is challenging for our warships to reach Proxima Centauri c. Moreover, we lack the interstellar coordinates, making it difficult to arrive at your designated location amidst the vast cosmos. Marshal Yunfei, in light of my trust in you, I will instruct the research experts of the People's Committee to send you the technology for the quantum spaceship propulsion system, along with the interstellar coordinates of Proxima Centauri c. I hope the Cosmic Explorers Alliance can swiftly master the advanced technology of the quantum propulsion system, thereby greatly enhancing the fleet's capability to explore outer space. I look forward to your command of the warships to Proxima Centauri c. Very well, Chairman. The Cosmic Explorers Alliance will convene a significant meeting to deliberate the possibility of landing on Proxima Centauri c. The ultimate decision will depend on all representatives. Uniting all forces of justice in the universe to resist evil and colonialism is the mission of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. I sincerely thank you for providing the interstellar coordinates of Proxima Centauri c and the technology for the quantum spaceship propulsion system. Await our good news. Marshal Yunfei, I am profoundly grateful to you and the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Should you have the time, I welcome you to visit Proxima Centauri c. Chairman Gott, I shall visit Proxima Centauri c when the time is ripe. Together, we shall develop and explore cosmic space. Following the conclusion of the dialogue between Marshal Yunfei and Chairman Gott, an urgent meeting of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance was convened, primarily to discuss whether to dispatch a formidable expedition fleet to Proxima Centauri c. Stepping beyond the solar system into the distant expanse of space to uphold justice marks a first for humanity. What fate awaits the military and citizens of Proxima Centauri c? Will the expedition fleet of the Interstellar Peace Corps successfully land? What will transpire in the negotiations between the Kloss Church and the People's Committee of Proxima Centauri c? As the interstellar war looms, what roles will each force play in the annals of cosmic history? The struggle between justice and evil continues unabated. Chapter 31. Stepping beyond the solar system to uphold justice, the wintry Taihang Mountains present a magical and wondrous world, nourished by rain and sunlight, where the coniferous forests flourish in lush greenery. Within this unbroken chain of mountains lies an infinite reservoir of mystery. Nature's benevolence toward Earth is consistently manifested through its beautiful landscapes, While humanity's quest for cosmic exploration and peaceful development of space has remained unbroken for millennia, the verdant forests, the silvery rivers and lakes, and the resplendent sunlight continually uphold a world of happiness and joy for humanity. For mankind to endure and propagate indefinitely, it is imperative to venture beyond Earth and seek celestial bodies suitable for future habitation. Humanity must not remain complacent or overly attached to the current terrestrial landscapes. Rather, it must prepare for the impending cataclysms that threaten the cosmos. The aspiration to traverse the solar system and establish a foothold in outer space has become a perennial dream. In response to an urgent invitation from Chairman Goth, the Alliance of Cosmic Explorers convened an important emergency meeting. The primary agenda was to deliberate on whether to accept the advanced aerospace technology from the Proxima Centauri Sea People's Committee and whether to dispatch troops to assist them in vanquishing the malevolent ape-men. The assembly took place at the headquarters of the Alliance of Cosmic Explorers, nestled in the western hills of Beijing, attracting representatives from around the globe. Under the directive of the Alliance's headquarters, both the Interstellar Peace Corps and the Jiangnan Research Institute dispatched significant representatives. Notable attendees included Yang Gang, Yu Kai, Davis, Lu Xian, Emily, Mary Elsie, Su Boizhong, Qian Sheng, Shueguiqiang, Qin Yu, Wang Deshan, Lu Xian, Wang Yuanhao, and Natasha, among others. Gu Te, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Sun attended via remote communication systems. The meeting officially commenced at 8 o'clock in the morning, presided over by Marshal Yun Fei. Marshal Yun Fei addressed the assembly, welcoming the representatives of the Alliance of Cosmic Explorers to the headquarters, emphasizing the critical nature of their discussions regarding military intervention in Proxima Centauri C. The Alliance had received a distress signal from Chairman Goth, indicating that the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C faced grave peril. The malevolent ape-men from Kepler 452b had formed a formidable army, intent on conquering and colonizing Proxima Centauri C. Chairman Goth sought our assistance to support the Shadow Corps and the Valen Legion in eradicating the invaders from the parallel universe. The outcome of this war remains uncertain. This conflict marks humanity's inaugural foray into space warfare, necessitating thorough deliberation among the attending representatives. The chief officer of the European Regional Security Alliance, Kotel, remarked, Marshal Yun Fei, esteemed representatives, I believe that any decision to deploy forces to Proxima Centauri C must be approached with utmost caution. This war is pivotal to the survival of Earth. Should we commit our forces, we would inevitably engage in direct combat with the malevolent ape-men. Given our current aerospace technology and weaponry, it is implausible to eradicate them from the distant Kepler 452b. Conversely, if we choose not to assist the Shadow Corps and the Valen Legion of Proxima Centauri C, a defeat could very well render Earth the next target of invasion. Thus, from my perspective, providing Proxima Centauri C with weaponry and equipment would be more effective than direct military intervention. This approach would strike a significant blow to the colonizers while avoiding a full-scale confrontation with the formidable malevolent ape-men. Marshal Yun Fei pondered for a moment and responded, Chief Officer Kotel, your considerations are exceptionally thorough. However, I believe Chairman Goth is astute. He would not consent to an alliance if we were to supply advanced weapons and equipment without participating in the campaign against the malevolent ape-men. Chairman Goth has already shared advanced quantum spacecraft propulsion technology with us, which signifies his earnest intent. By intervening in Proxima Centauri C, we can forge an alliance with the People's Committee, establishing a robust military base in the vastness of space, laying a solid foundation for our future explorations. Should we falter in this endeavor, the malevolent ape-men would likely face setbacks, temporarily curtailing their aggression. The process of occupying and colonizing Proxima Centauri C would be prolonged, affording us time to enhance our aerospace technology and modern weaponry to counter any future incursions. Ultimately, peace and development are the rightful pursuits in the universe, and the malevolent ideologies of the ape-men will be resisted by the myriad forces of justice that inhabit the cosmos. Should Proxima Centauri C fall, Earth would undoubtedly be their subsequent target. Hence, I advocate for aiding the Shadow Corps and the Valen Legion in their quest to obliterate the malevolent ape army and uphold justice in our universe. Qin, have we successfully developed the quantum spacecraft propulsion system? To what extent has the Meteor Cannon project progressed? Marshal Yun Fei ignited a cigarette, allowing the smoke to waft into the air. The gentle tendrils of smoke rose slowly, obscuring the unknown events that loomed ahead, still veiled from the Marshal's perception of the future world. Marshal, the original Donghai-class battleship and the newly constructed Huolong-class battleship have both been successfully equipped with quantum spacecraft propulsion systems at the Interstellar Peace Corps military base, enabling them to achieve sublight speed travel. The rapid mastery of this technology is attributable not only to the advanced aerospace knowledge provided by Chairman Goth, but also to the tireless efforts of Su Boisjong and Emily's research team, who have worked day and night to achieve these breakthroughs. Under the guidance of experts Chi and-sheng and Mary Elsie, the Jiangnan Research Institute has successfully overcome the technological challenges associated with the meteor cannon, which has now been installed on both battleships. The combat capabilities of these vessels have significantly enhanced, making them well-suited for distant interstellar warfare. Furthermore, I have exciting news to share. We have successfully developed nanoprotective armor. This armor can withstand attacks from lasers and nuclear projectiles and endure forces that would be intolerable to the human body. With this protective gear, our astronauts will no longer require cryogenic suspension or nanobot technology. They can directly traverse wormholes into outer space. Qin Yu, brimming with excitement, conveyed the promising developments to Marshal Yunfei, fulfilling the Marshal's expectations and completing the mission assigned to him by the headquarters. This is indeed monumental news. I believe we should expedite our plans to support the Shadow Corps and the Valen Legion. Generals Yang Gang and Yu Kai, I invite you to share your thoughts. After Marshal Yunfei's remarks, the conference room buzzed with animated discussions. General Yang Gang stood up, signaling for silence, and said, "Marshal Yunfei, we must not hastily deploy our forces to Proxima Centauri C. We must first acquire detailed military operational maps of the region. Once we commit to Proxima Centauri C, we must retain independent command of our forces, avoiding any amalgamation with the Shadow Corps and the Valen Legion. It is vital that we maintain autonomous military leadership. A force stripped of command is akin to lambs among wolves. Moreover, our logistical support must be provided by the Proxima Centauri C People's Committee, which should designate a temporary military base for our swift engagement in this conflict. General Yang Gang, I have formally presented these conditions to Chairman Goth, who has fully acquiesced. Commander Bailey has prepared a military base for us near the Ross Sea, with logistical support provided by the Valen Legion, the Marshal responded. Marshal, if that is the case, I am at ease. We can now focus on the deployment of the Donghai and Hualong battleships. I propose that each battleship be accompanied by at least 3 spacecraft. I will command the Donghai, while General Yu Kai will lead the Hualong, as we jointly engage in the campaign against the malevolent ape-men in Proxima Centauri C. General Yang Gang, I share your sentiments, the Marshal concurred. This time, we shall not only deploy warships, but also mobilize a battalion of ground-based bionic robots. Victory in this interstellar war is imperative. General Yu Kai, please share your thoughts as well. Marshal Yunfei places great importance on this interstellar conflict. He has already engaged in close discussions with Chairman Goat, Marshal Yunfei, and esteemed attendees. I propose that the Donghai warship continue to be commanded by General Yang Gang, equipped with the Dayu, Orca, and Eagle spacecraft. The warships will be overseen by Shueguoqiang, Ma Fian, Li Liang, Fei Li, Ma Chao, and Chao Lei, supported by the Bumblebee Bionic Battalion. I will personally command the Hualong warship, accompanied by the Xuanjia, Heilong, and Changshan spacecraft, with Wang Yuanhao, Natasha, Dubin, Li Su, Aolong, and Jinyu in charge, backed by the Wolf Warrior Bionic Battalion. Upon the departure of the Donghai and Hualong warships from Earth, Chief Officer Kotel will oversee the security operations for Earth with the Starbucks and Taishan spacecraft. Once our warships land on Proxima Centauri C, we shall swiftly establish a temporary military base near the Ross Sea, actively and effectively participating in joint operations with the Shadow Legion and the Walloon Legion. General Yu Kai's combat intentions are clear and well considered. After a moment of contemplation, Marshal Yunfei remarked, General Yu Kai, your combat intentions are explicit, and your operational plans are comprehensive. After you and General Yang Gang confer in detail, please submit the combat plan to the Command Office of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Chief Officer Kotel, since General Yu Kai has recommended you for the position of Earth's Defense Commander, please share your thoughts as well. Marshal Yunfei, I feel unprepared for the responsibilities of the Earth Defense Commander. The recent Starbucks incident has had severe repercussions for the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Although Godfather Trini returned the Starbucks spacecraft in the end, the issues arose from the inadequate management of the European Regional Security Alliance. I am grateful for General Yu Kai's trust, but I truly feel incapable of fulfilling this role. After speaking, Chief Officer Kotel bowed his head, burdened by the regret of the Starbucks incident. Marshal Yunfei regarded Chief Officer Kotel for a moment, and then remarked, Chief Officer Kotel, the fact that General Yu Kai has recommended you signifies your capability for this position. After the Donghai and Hualong warships depart Earth, our defense capabilities will be significantly weakened. Not only does Earth face threats from malevolent extraterrestrial forces, but it also contends with internal rebellions from within. Among all present, I believe you are the most suitable for this role. Marshal Yunfei, given the trust you and the Cosmic Explorers Alliance headquarters have placed in me, I shall accept this responsibility. Firstly, I will mobilize and command the aerial and ground forces of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance on Earth to ensure security. Furthermore, I wish to confer with Trini to collaboratively strengthen our security measures. I believe Trini will support the Cosmic Explorers Alliance under these circumstances. Next, I intend to discuss matters with Smith, as in the long-term interest of Earth. The Senes organization should abandon its malevolent ideologies and unite with us to strive for humanity's ascent into space. Chief Officer Kotel felt profoundly grateful for Marshal Yunfei's trust, vowing to exert every effort in securing this mission. Chief Officer Kotel, proceed as you see fit to ensure security. I propose that in the name of the Explorers Alliance, you invite Trini and Smith to the headquarters for a discussion. We need to deliberate on our internal security measures for Earth. Very well, Marshal Yunfei. I shall endeavor to fulfill this task. Following a unanimous vote from the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, it was ultimately decided to dispatch the Donghai and Huolong warships to support the Shadow Legion and Walloon Legion. The righteous forces of Earth will collaborate with the military of the Proxima Centauri Sea People's Committee to eradicate the malevolent Monkey King Army and all dark forces in the cosmos. Within the vast expanse of parallel universes, the forces of justice are continuously expanding new realms for existence, and an alliance capable of upholding justice and fairness in the cosmos is swiftly emerging. Chapter 32. Sincere love amidst the flames of war. After the significant meeting concerning the Cosmic Explorers Alliance's deployment to Proxima Centauri Sea, the astronauts aboard the Donghai and Huolong warships returned with General Yu Kai to the Interstellar Peace Corps. In the wintry expanse of the greater Xing'an Range, a blanket of snow lay pristine, with straight birch trees standing resolutely against the wind, akin to valiant warriors guarding their positions. It is difficult to articulate the allure of the northern snow. Standing within this silvery world can be utterly breathtaking. The purity, freshness, and ethereality of the scene can elevate one's spirit, much like the delicate snowflakes dancing upon the earth. The northern snow is often described as beautiful, pure, gentle, and resplendent. Only by traversing through the changing seasons, from vibrant blossoms to the white snowscape, can one truly grasp the profound beauty of the northern snow. In the operational office of the Interstellar Peace Corps, General Yu Kai, General Yang Gang, and Dr. Davis were enjoying fragrant cups of freshly brewed Longjing tea, the aroma wafting throughout the room. General Yu Kai rose to pour each of them a full cup, then spoke. The recent headquarters meeting indicated Marshal Yunfei's clear stance. The deployment to Proxima Centauri Sea is now a certainty, and we must prepare swiftly. My old comrades, this interstellar war differs vastly from our previous terrestrial battles. We are venturing beyond Earth into the cosmos. It is unprecedented for us to participate in such a conflict during our lifetimes. What are your thoughts on our engagement in this interstellar war? General Yang Gang chuckled and replied, "Ah, my old comrade, whether it be terrestrial warfare or interstellar combat, for us soldiers, it is imperative to obey orders and fulfill our assigned missions. We both understand that we have never engaged in an unprepared war, yet this time, we find ourselves lacking any preparations. The concept of space warfare feels so distant and ambiguous, making it challenging to accurately predict the outcomes of our collaborative efforts. Marshal Yunfei has communicated to Chairman Goat that we shall command our forces independently during this operation. This autonomy will significantly benefit us in unfamiliar environments, ensuring we do not recklessly become mere cannon fodder. My old comrade, while we have acquired technical data and operational maps of Proxima Centauri Sea from Chairman Goat, I believe it prudent for our main forces to establish a temporary military base on Proxima Centauri Sea before our arrival. I suggest that Dr. Gyut lead Longxiang, Longyu, and Lu Sun aboard the Qilong spacecraft to initiate this process. This strategy will not only mitigate our vulnerability in military operations, but also allow us to gauge the true intentions of Chairman Goat towards us. General Yu Kai has thoughtfully considered the mission to Proxima Centauri Sea. General Yu Kai, my old comrade, your foresight is commendable. From the prospects of warfare, Chairman Goat appears quite optimistic, which bodes well for our overall campaign. Chairman Goat has already instructed Commander Bailey to send us the geographical coordinates for our temporary military base, situated on the northern shore of the Ross Sea, adjacent to the People's Committee's Parliament Hall. This indicates that Chairman Goat has fully embraced us and has not taken any defensive measures against us. However, Marshal Yunfei graciously declined, opting to locate our temporary military base on Huayun Island, in close proximity to the Shadow Legion's command center. The strategic placement of our temporary military command on Huayun Island offers the dual advantage of offense and defense. In precarious situations, our fleet can swiftly retreat from Proxima Centauri C back to our military base on Proxima Centauri B. I trust Dr. Gyut, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Sen will effectively prepare for our landing on Proxima Centauri C. Their diligent efforts have culminated in the construction of the Huanghao warship on Proxima Centauri B. However, this prompts me to recall a certain individual. She has been persistently arguing with Marshal Yunfei about visiting Proxima Centauri C to meet Dr. Gyuter. After General Yang Gang finished speaking, he glanced at Dr. Davis and General Yu Kai before turning his gaze out the window. Dr. Davis smiled and remarked to General Yang Gang and General Yu Kai, "You must be referring to Mary Elsie." The love story between Mary Elsie and Dr. Gyuter is indeed legendary. They are deeply in love with one another. Now that Mary Elsie is aware of our imminent landing on Proxima Centauri C, it is entirely understandable that she wishes to see Dr. Gyuter. However, from Marshal Yunfei's words, I have discerned that a change of guard is imminent on Proxima Centauri B. Dr. Gyuter, along with Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu San, is set to return to Earth. Considering the inherent risks associated with human cryogenic technology, it is imperative to facilitate their return to Earth to reclaim their original bodies. The Jiangnan Research Institute has prepared nano-armor for them, and upon regaining their corporeal forms, they will have even more significant tasks ahead. Indeed, Dr. Davis confirms that Mary Elsie has been insisting on going to Proxima Centauri C to see Dr. Gyuter. Marshal Yunfei has clearly told her that Dr. Gyuter is about to return to Earth, which has dissuaded her from that notion. What are our astronauts doing at headquarters? Why haven't we seen them today? General Yang Gang inquired. General Yang Gang, the astronauts are currently inspecting the warships and spacecraft at the military base. They have been quite busy these days, so they seldom come here, Dr. Davis replied. Oh, I see. I think we should go and take a look ourselves. General Yang Gang, General Yu Kai, and Dr. Davis swiftly rose from the operations office and made their way toward the spacecraft parking area within the military base. The Donghai warship and the Fire Dragon warship loomed like two massive humpback whales, their lights flickering as they entered the final testing phase. The Dayu, Orca, and Eagle warships docked alongside the Donghai, while the Swift, Black Dragon, and Changshan rested alongside the Fire Dragon. Several astronauts were whispering near their respective spacecraft. Wang Yuanhao, do you think Dr. Gyuter will return to Earth with us? Mary Elsie is waiting for him, and if he can return, they could marry, which would be splendid. Natasha said, her large, fluffy eyes fixed on Wang Yuanhao. Natasha, now that the nano-armor has been successfully developed, I believe Marshal Yunfei will likely allow Dr. Gyuter, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Sen to return to Earth based on the circumstances. When that time comes, Dr. Gyuter and Mary Elsie will ask Marshal Yunfei to officiate their wedding, and we must celebrate together, Wang Yuanhao replied, gently stroking Natasha's hair. Wang Yuanhao, are you certain we will be on Earth when Dr. Gyuter and Mary Elsie get married? If Dr. Gyuter leads the research team back to Earth, will we not go to Proxima Centauri B? I fear we might miss their wedding, Natasha lamented. Natasha, I heard from General Yu Kai that Shueguiqiang and Ma Fian are set to pilot the Dayu to replace the garrison at Proxima Centauri B. Captain Shueguiqiang possesses extensive experience in space combat, and Ma Fian is a senior physicist whom Marshal Yunfei trusts greatly. That would be ideal. But what about our wedding? When do you plan to discuss it with General Yu Kai? You can't leave me waiting indefinitely. Natasha, I have already consulted General Yu Kai. He said we could marry after this interstellar war concludes, preferably hosting our wedding alongside Dr. Gyuter and Mary Elsie's. However, this is contingent upon our survival after the war. Wang Yuanhao, shouldn't we start preparing for the wedding supplies? Natasha teased. Haha, Natasha, I heard that in your culture, the bride's family prepares all the wedding items. How can a man get married without spending a dime? You are quite the miser. Natasha playfully reached for Wang Yuanhao's ear. He sidestepped with a laugh, taking refuge behind the spacecraft. Natasha turned to chase him just as General Yu Kai, General Yang Gang, and Dr. Davis arrived. Wang Yuanhao and Natasha's antics were seen by them. General Yu Kai chuckled and remarked to General Yang Gang and Dr. Davis, look at the young ones. We old fellows can no longer pretend we are youthful. The monumental task of future space exploration must be undertaken by their generation. General Doctor, what brings you here? Natasha asked, suppressing a smile. It must be that Wang Yuanhao has done something mischievous, prompting your pursuit of him, right? Do share. We old fellows could use a laugh. Dr. Davis approached Wang Yuanhao and Natasha. Natasha pointed at Wang Yuanhao with a grin, saying, it's him. He claimed that men should not spend a penny on wedding preparations. All the items for our wedding should be my responsibility. He's an absolute miser. Oh, I see. Wang Yuanhao is indeed quite the miser. Natasha, do not be upset. Allow me to instruct him that he should take care of most of the wedding items. However, it seems your wedding will have to wait until after the expedition returns. Once our corps safely returns from Proxima Centauri C, we will have Marshal Yunfei officiate the weddings of Dr. Guter and Mary Elsie, as well as yours and Wang Yuanhao's. It is likely that Qin Yu and Xiao Wan will also celebrate their wedding at that time. General Yang Gang remarked with a smile. Having previously discussed the marriages of these young couples with Marshal Yunfei before coming to the Peace Corps, General Yang Gang noted the urgency of the situation and the impossibility of Dr. Guter returning to Earth at present. Hence, Marshal Yunfei decided to hold the weddings for several couples after the successful completion of the joint operations at Proxima Centauri C. Wang Yuanhao, did you hear what the general said? Natasha giggled, covering her mouth. Yes, General, I will comply with the orders. Wang Yuanhao saluted, eliciting laughter from everyone. That moment, at the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorer Alliance, General Yunfei, accompanied by Kotel, was receiving two important guests, Smith, the leader of the Senes organization, and Xiao Wan, the envoy from the Sunflower Empire. Due to severe illness, Tarini had dispatched an envoy to participate in this meeting. Will the Senes organization genuinely ally with the Cosmic Explorer Alliance? Has the Sunflower Empire, under Xiao Wan's leadership, embarked on a righteous path? Can the Interstellar Peace Corps successfully reinforce Proxima Centauri West? In the vast cosmos, amidst the infinite expanse of space, justice shall ultimately triumph over evil, guiding humanity toward the light. Chapter 33. The dark messenger approaches the light. Darkness is the color of night, a notion to which most have grown accustomed. Some say darkness emanates from within, and those who succumb to it lose their way amid sin. How does one emerge from darkness to embrace the light? To navigate through confusion, one requires a guiding lighthouse. In the bewildering cosmos, the quest for illumination becomes the aspiration of countless souls. The resplendent light of the universe does not easily descend upon any individual, nor does it readily illuminate the paths of those long lost. Thus, the need for self-redemption through justice arises, to create a world of freedom and peace within the cosmos through both thought and action. Even with daylight upon us, the guidance of justice remains essential. The human spirit must have once reached a realm of utmost goodness. Otherwise, it would not pursue the light in such disorderly fashion. In the depths of the night, a glimmer of light and a call can guide a solitary wanderer back from the brink of despair. Only those who traverse the darkness truly comprehend the significance of seeking illumination. The Taihang Mountains, adorned with a fresh blanket of snow in early winter, transformed the landscape in an instant. The pristine white snow purified the air, while the radiant sunlight cast a golden hue upon the snowy expanse. The Alliance of Cosmic Explorers welcomed two prominent guests, whose arrival held profound implications for the development of the entire planet. At the invitation of the Chief Officer of the European Regional Alliance, Kotel, Father Smith and Envoy Xiao Wan arrived at the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers. The reunion between Marshal Yunfei and the Xiao Wan father-daughter duo was a foregone conclusion, and Smith's personal visit to the headquarters signified a crucial step toward maintaining peace on Earth. On a serene morning, within the conference room of the Cosmic Explorers headquarters, Marshal Yunfei received Mr. Smith and Envoy Xiao Wan, accompanied by Chief Officer Kotel, General Yang Gang, and General Yu Kai. Mr. Smith, Envoy Xiao Wan, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorer Alliance. I have long awaited this moment, and I am delighted to meet you in person, Marshal Yunfei expressed. He regarded the forthcoming dialogue with the Senes organization and the Sunflower Empire as of utmost importance, as the outcome would significantly influence Earth's future peace and stability, particularly with the imminent military expedition to Proxima Centauri C. It is a great honor to meet you, Marshal Yunfei. Chief Officer Kotel has briefed me extensively, and I felt compelled to visit the Cosmic Explorer headquarters personally. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. When our mutual interests align for a win-win outcome, we become partners in shared progress, Mr. Smith remarked with a thoughtful smile. I believe that the Senes organization and the Cosmic Explorer Alliance will forge a cooperative partnership on the path to enlightenment. I hope you will guide the Senes organization to abandon outdated ideologies and collaborate with the Cosmic Explorer Alliance for peaceful development and cosmic exploration. Envoy Xiao, why has Mr. Trini not accompanied you? I recall him mentioning that he would certainly visit again, Marshal Yunfei inquired. He was pleased with Mr. Smith's visit, fully aware that Trini had entrusted leadership of the Sunflower Empire to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan glanced at Marshal Yunfei, intentionally concealing her identity, and responded with a subtle smile. Marshal Yunfei, Mr. Trini's health is not optimal at the moment. I am currently managing the affairs of the Sunflower Empire. He has asked me to convey his apologies and assure you that he will visit once he has recuperated. Envoy Xiao, upon your return to Europe, please extend my gratitude to Mr. Trini for the peace he has brought to Earth, Marshal Yunfei requested. I will convey your words to Mr. Trini precisely, Xiao Wan assured him. Mr. Smith, Envoy Xiao Wan, the purpose of my invitation is to collaboratively address Earth defense issues. You are likely aware that the Cosmic Explorer Alliance intends to deploy forces to Proxima Centauri C to work alongside the Shadow Legion and the Wallen Legion to eradicate the Monkey Demon Army. Once the Peace Corps departs from Earth, our defense will face severe challenges. I hope the Senes organization and the Sunflower Empire will assist the Cosmic Explorer Alliance in strengthening Earth's defense capabilities, Marshal Yunfei deliberated. Marshal Yunfei, I believe the Senes organization is fully capable of supporting Chief Officer Kotel in safeguarding the European region. We are equally threatened by extraterrestrial colonizers, and we should unite to resist alien aggression, Mr. Smith asserted firmly. The Sunflower Empire will certainly assist the Cosmic Explorer Alliance in fortifying Africa's defense and can mobilize our forces to reinforce Earth's security at any time, Xiao Wan added, affirming her stance. I am immensely grateful for your support, Mr. Smith and Envoy Xiao Wan. The Cosmic Explorer Alliance will engage in close collaboration with your organizations in the pursuit of peaceful development and exploration of outer space. I believe we shall soon establish a unified alliance to collectively confront the malevolent forces in the cosmos, Marshal Yunfei declared. Mr. Smith, I look forward to visiting you at the Block Cathedral. I will also make time to visit Mr. Trini at the Mandu military base, he continued, aiming to unify all possible forces on Earth against the evil entities in the universe. Despite the past grievances from both the Senes organization and the Sunflower Empire towards the Cosmic Explorer Alliance, for Marshal Yunfei, those matters belong to a bygone era. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Smith posed some probing questions. Marshal Yunfei, esteemed colleagues, may I inquire about a few sensitive topics? Are the monkey demons truly as fearsome as reported? Will our expedition to Proxima Centauri C bring war to Earth? Does our collaboration with the Shadow Legion and the Wallen Legion hold significance for us? General Yang Gang observed that the animosity he once felt towards Mr. Smith had dissipated. He felt a sense of joy at Smith's presence at the headquarters. Their relationship, which had been defined by rivalry, now required rapid adaptation to a partnership. Time marched forward relentlessly, often more swiftly than anticipated. They no longer needed to wear false facades or deceive one another. Only sincerity could forge a robust alliance. There was no need to awaken memories of the past, for those events had become history. As long as the future promised brightness, all past grievances could be forgiven. For the collective good of humanity, they would stand united, abandoning the strife of yesteryears that had led to regret and sorrow. Mr. Smith, it is indeed imperative for us to deploy forces to Proxima Centauri C, General Yang Gang asserted. The ideology of the Monkey Demon Army's leadership has veered them from the path of justice, transforming them into embodiments of evil. If we successfully occupy Proxima Centauri C, the likelihood of the monkey demons launching an assault on Earth increases, and we may find ourselves unable to withstand their onslaught, risking the fall of our planet. Thus, our expedition alongside the Shadow Legion and the Wallen Legion to eradicate the monkey demon forces serves as the best defense for Earth. General Yang Gang noted that the journey from Kepler 452b to Earth spanned 400 light-years. The monkey demons would need to consider logistics for their expedition, making a swift attack on Earth improbable. However, their deployment to Proxima Centauri C could provide the monkey demons with a pretext to strike at Earth. Are there other malevolent forces lurking in parallel universes? Might they seize this opportunity to assault our planet? This is a matter we must contemplate, Mr. Smith remarked thoughtfully. Following his previous dialogue with Chairman Goth, Marshal Yunfei was aware of another formidable force of justice in the universe that even the monkey demons feared. Mr. Smith, I believe there are indeed various forces of justice in the cosmos. Chairman Goth once informed me that over a millennium ago, during the war at Proxima Centauri, the monkey demons were ultimately defeated not by the inhabitants led by the Klaus religion, but by another force of justice. It is likely that this force resides in Kepler 452b, he concluded. In the vast expanse of the universe, justice and evil coexist, and the formidable army of demonic apes indicates the presence of a powerful force of righteousness that keeps them in check, though we remain unaware of it at present. Centuries ago, Earth faced a catastrophic disaster when an asteroid, equivalent to thousands of nuclear bombs, was on the brink of collision. Just as the planet neared annihilation, a beam of light was swiftly dispatched from space, shattering the asteroid. This leads me to believe that the forces of justice in the cosmos are immensely powerful. They maintain a vigilant control over the forces of evil, ensuring that malignancy does not proliferate throughout the universe. The forces of justice tirelessly uphold the tranquility of the cosmos. General Yukai addressed those gathered, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, as we embark on this righteous campaign in space, we may inadvertently draw forth various malevolent forces. In such circumstances, it is highly probable that the forces of justice will emerge once more. To resolve the impending crisis before the apocalypse descends upon Earth, we must venture beyond our planet into the cosmos and expand our horizons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Our expedition to Proxima Centauri b will naturally lead us to establish a military base in the Centaurus constellation, laying a solid foundation for our future endeavors in space warfare." Mr. Smith, along with Envoy Xiao Wan, expressed their delight at being invited to the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. "I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to tour the military base of the Peace Legion, so you may witness the formidable strength of our armed forces." General Yukai continued, "I am confident in our success in this operation at Proxima Centauri b, participating in collaborative space combat." Mr. Smith smiled and replied, "Since General Yukai has extended such sincere hospitality, I believe it would be impolite to decline. I will accompany Envoy Xiao on a visit to your Peace Legion." Mr. Smith, Envoy Xiao Wan, "I hope your visit not only allows you to admire the breathtaking landscapes of the Taihang Mountains, but also provides an opportunity to explore the military base of the Interstellar Peace Legion. Since General Yukai has personally invited you, I suggest you take this opportunity to join him in visiting the military base." Marshal Yunfei remarked, "The forthcoming interstellar wars promise to be grand and brutal. However, in the end, righteousness shall triumph over evil." He had previously instructed General Yukai to invite Mr. Smith to tour the military base, as witnessing its formidable armed forces would offer Mr. Smith a renewed understanding of the military prowess of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, thereby dispelling any notions of betrayal against the forces of justice. As the tide of interstellar conflict approached, the two dark forces on Earth, the Senesai Organization and the Sunflower Empire, finally moved towards the light, alleviating the concerns of the Interstellar Peace Legion regarding their expedition to Proxima Centauri b. A confrontation unfolded between the dark forces and the forces of justice in parallel universes, igniting fierce battles across the cosmos. In Chapter 34, Marching Forward in Justice and Light, after several days spent in the Taihang Mountains, Mr. Smith and Xiao Wan proceeded to the military base of the Interstellar Peace Legion in the Changbai Mountains. Mr. Smith was profoundly astonished by the might of the military base, which left him in awe. A few days later, accompanied by Kotel, Mr. Smith returned to Europe. Xiao Wan did not return directly to Africa. Instead, she retraced her steps to the Jiangnan Research Institute, yearning for Qinyu. Although early winter had cast a slight chill over the Jiangnan Research Institute, it was far from the snowy winters of the north. Xiao Wan's arrival brought a warmth to Qinyu's heart, yet the intensity of their work soon overshadowed that warmth. The task of achieving superluminal travel with the time transmission machine posed a significant challenge for the experts at the Research Institute. Superluminal travel remains a subject of relentless pursuit by Earth's physicists, and Jiangnan Research Institute has been seeking breakthroughs in this area. Although advancements in aerospace technology, supported by alien technology, have improved propulsion systems, they have yet to be effectively applied to time transmission machines. While particle colliders have achieved superluminal speeds with minuscule strings, no thrust system has been found capable of propelling the massive time transmission machine to such velocities. The significance of producing and developing time transmission devices lies in their potential to allow humanity to traverse back to pivotal moments in the past or to hasten toward the future. One morning, radiant sunlight gradually streamed through the pristine glass windows, illuminating Qin Yu's office. Xiao Wan leaned against Qin Yu's shoulder, relishing this rare moment of happiness. "Brother Yu, how wonderful it would be if I could stay by your side like this forever." "That moment is not far off," he replied. "Can the time transmission machine truly be developed?" she inquired. "At this point, we cannot say for certain. We are still in the developmental phase," he answered. "If the time transmission machine is successful, we could board it together and return to our youth." "Why would we want to return to our younger selves?" she asked. "I often reminisce about the time we first met. It was so beautiful when you were by my side every day. I felt so happy, and I long to return to that era," he confessed. "I too cherish that time, but it is now a thing of the past," she replied. "When can we marry?" "I am truly eager," he expressed. "I believe your wish will soon come true." The Senesci organization and the Sunflower Empire have allied with the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance. Although we cannot yet reveal our identities, it seems there are no significant obstacles to our marriage, she reassured him. What does Uncle Yunfei think about our marriage? He asked. Father has said he wishes to preside over our wedding personally, allowing us to celebrate alongside Guter, Mary, Elsie, Wang Yuanhao, and Natasha. However, it appears this cannot happen until after we embark on the expedition to Proxima Centauri b, she explained. Guter, Wang Yuanhao, and Natasha will surely return to Earth successfully. Not only will they return, but our expeditionary forces will also triumph, he declared. Mary Elsie is truly devoted to Guter. Today, I saw her alone in the cryogenic laboratory, gazing intently at Guter's frozen stasis pod, silently shedding tears. If that day were to come for us, would you feel the same? He pondered. Do not dwell on such unhappy thoughts. If that day ever arrives, I will protect you for all my days, she promised. I noticed Chen Ku and Lu Xian have become a couple. Their age difference of several hundred years is truly astonishing, he remarked. Chen Ku's age is still around 30. There is nothing extraordinary about that. Currently, he has joined our research team and is continuing his work on human cryogenic technology with Lu Xian, she explained. Will Guter, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Sun regain their bodies upon returning to Earth? He asked. The human cryogenic technology is nearing success. If they can return smoothly, I believe they will regain their physical forms, she replied. I wish I could remain by your side like this forever. I truly do not want to return to Africa, he confessed. Your mission is not yet complete. The Cosmic Explorers Alliance needs you to fulfill important tasks, and the Sunflower Empire requires your leadership as well. You must return to Africa. Our personal matters pale in comparison to the peace of the entire Earth, she urged. I have discussed our situation with Mr. Trini. He has expressed his support and plans to personally discuss our marriage with Marshal Yunfei, he shared. After a few days at the Jiangnan Research Institute, Xiao Wan successfully returned to the Babylonia oasis in Meta Magia. He will collaborate with the purple-faced plague god Bel, the black demon Witten, the god of wealth Lakeman, and the cold-blooded General Zord to discuss how to assist the Cosmic Explorers Alliance in bolstering Earth's defenses. Mr. Trini is exceedingly pleased with her visit and has discreetly entrusted her with the leadership of the Sunflower Empire. Upon returning to the Block Cathedral in Rock City, Smith promptly gathered his subordinates, Elders Lehman, Robert, and Brown. He now must dedicate some time to strategizing how to aid the Cosmic Explorers Alliance in fortifying Earth's defenses. His recent meeting with Marshal Yunfei has set a new course for the Senes organization, with peaceful development in the cosmos and the joint exploration of space becoming a fresh topic of discussion. The once rampant ideology of resource plundering and dictatorial rule has been entirely eradicated. The paramount task now is to transform the malevolent forces within the Senes organization into agents of justice. As preparations are being hastily made to deploy troops to Proxima Centauri c, Elder Pasm awaits Elder Lakel in the St. Dom Cathedral. Elder Pasm is acutely aware that only with Elder Lakel standing alongside him can he persuade the Pontiff Peter to abandon his dictatorial mindset and ally with the People's Committee. In his anxious wait, he finally spots Elder Lakel, who approaches with the assistance of Captain Wheeler. Elder Pasm, seeing Elder Lakel's arrival, promptly welcomes him, saying, Elder Lakel, I have eagerly awaited your presence. Where are Generals Deva and Sagan? I had hoped they would accompany you, as we must discuss matters with Pontiff Peter. Haha, Elder Pasm. Generals Deva and Sagan are preoccupied with military preparations. With war imminent, they cannot afford to leave the Fada Castle. The fleet and the Bionic Army are in intensive training and preparation. Moreover, their presence here would be inappropriate and might provoke disdain from Pontiff Peter. Our wise and astute Pontiff, faced with the current grave security situation, I trust he will make a sagacious choice. After Elder Lakel spoke, he chuckled. A man who has long since transcended the turmoil of life and death. External factors no longer disturb his inner tranquility, which has reached a state of ethereal clarity. During the conversation between Elders Pasm and Lakel, the clergy's staff swiftly reported to Pontiff Peter. Upon learning of the arrival of both elders, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and hurried to greet them. Esteemed Elder Lakel, Elder Pasm, welcome to our midst. Elder Pasm, I presumed you were still with Chairman Goth, hence your absence here. Elder Lakel, I appreciate your assistance amidst the pressing military matters at the Klosh Church. If there were no pressing issues, you would not have come here so readily, the Pontiff surmised, sensing that their joint appearance indicated something of great importance. Indeed, of late, I have seldom visited Chairman Goth. However, I have been to Fadu Castle several times to discuss security concerns regarding Proxima Centauri C with Elder Lakel. You are aware of the army of the demon apes emerging from the Skeleton City military base, correct? Today, we have come to address this matter. Elder Pasm's expression grew grave. Oh, I am aware of this issue, Elder Pasm, but it would have been prudent for you to consult with me first rather than alarming Elder Lakel, the pontiff replied, his countenance darkening. Elder Lakel glanced between the pontiff and Elder Pasm and remarked with a smile. Pontiff, this concerns the safety of all Proxima Centauri C. Should I not be informed? Had Elder Pasm not come to me, I would not have discerned your true stance on the demon ape army. Do you mistakenly believe that the demon apes are solely allied with the Shadow Legion and the Varan Legion, and that they bear no relation to our Kloss Church's military strength? Do not blame Elder Pasm. His visit was entirely warranted, and it is time we convene to deliberate. Let us not forget the war a millennium ago that nearly obliterated all of Proxima Centauri C. Now that the demon apes are resurfacing, we must devise a strategy to confront them. Would you not agree, Pontiff? Esteemed Elder Lakel, Elder Pasm, I harbor no grievances against anyone. As the leader of the Kloss Church, I must prioritize the future of the clergy. Let us retreat to the private chamber upstairs for our discussion. The assembly proceeded through the hall of St. Dom Cathedral, ascending to the pontiff's private chamber on the second floor. Will the Kloss Church ultimately choose to engage in battle against the demon ape army, or will they conspire with the colonizers of the cosmos? Faced with the relentless influx of the demon apes from Kepler 452b, what choice lies before Pontiff Peter? What fate awaits the residents of Proxima Centauri C? A grand conflict is poised to unfold. Chapter 35. Peace Negotiations, United Against External Threats. The mysterious anti-gravity that emerged at the inception of the universe has propelled galaxies apart, and similarly, a colossal anti-gravity is drawing the cosmos towards its ultimate fate. The universe is expanding at an accelerating pace, with all galaxies fleeing at an ever-increasing velocity. In over 1 trillion years, the galaxies will reach the universe's periphery, and under the continued influence of anti-gravity, the universe will ultimately perish, culminating in a great freeze. At that juncture, stars will cease to shine, their fiery cores extinguished as their fuel is depleted, rendering the night desolate and dark. The solitary escape for humanity or any advanced life forms to avoid death is to depart this universe and land in another, younger, and warmer cosmos. Traversing wormholes and awaiting quantum leaps is the ultimate salvation for intelligent life. Until then, the struggle for Earth-like planets intensifies. At this juncture, the clash between forces of justice and malevolence intensifies, as the theme of combating dark forces and fostering peaceful cosmic development becomes paramount. Within the pontiff's office, a frown marred his features as Elders Pasm and Lakel observed his demeanor with concern. Elders Pasm and Lakel, I bear news. I once visited the Skeleton City military base to negotiate with Chief Buck, yet the talks bore no fruit. Pontiff, why would you undertake such a venture? This is not befitting of your role. The demon apes are colonizers of the cosmos. Negotiations with devils yield no favorable outcomes, Elder Pasm retorted, agitated. Everything I do is for the future of the Kloss Church. If we wish to reclaim our military and political dominion over Proxima Centauri C, we must forge a robust military alliance. Currently, the only potential allies on this planet are the invading demon apes. My thought is this. After we vanquish the forces of the People's Committee, we can then turn our sights on the demon apes, thereby solidifying our hold on Proxima Centauri C. The pontiff's words stunned both elders. Pontiff, you cannot be serious. Do you not realize that if we eliminate the forces of the People's Committee, the demon apes will immediately turn against us? Our existence here is their final obstacle to colonizing this planet. Do you believe we possess the capability to defeat the demon apes alone? This is a perilous gamble, and we cannot afford to take such risks, Elder Lakel responded calmly. He and Elder Pasm had come not to assign blame, but to persuade the pontiff to ally with the Shadow Legion and the Varan Legion in their fight. Elders, if I do not take this path, I will never be able to lead the Kloss Church to reclaim political and military authority over Proxima Centauri C. My lord, I implore you to abandon the notion of establishing sole dominion of the Kloss religion over Proxima Centauri C. Let us not forget the war we waged against the People's Committee. Despite our defeat, they did not expel us from Proxima Centauri C, but rather extended a lenient policy, allowing us to retain our Kloss military forces. The peace of Proxima Centauri C has been hard-won, and I do not wish for it to be shattered by our few hands. Elder Pahim still bears the scars of that past conflict. Elder Pahim, Elder Lakel, in the face of our current perilous situation, what course of action should we undertake? My lord, I believe we ought to ally with the military of the People's Committee, assisting the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion in their coordinated efforts to eradicate the demon apes. Only by completely expelling these fiends from Proxima Centauri C can we attain genuine peace. Elder Legal wishes to see no more of the fragmentation of Proxima Centauri C. He yearns for a tranquil life, yet reality does not permit such serenity. After our victory alongside the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion, Chairman Goth will undoubtedly seek ways to further diminish our military strength, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for the Klaus religion, even risking our expulsion from Proxima Centauri C. At this moment, Peter, the leader of our faith, wore a visage clouded with concern. Elder Pahim observed him, sensing the weight of difficult decisions upon Peter's brow. He smiled gently and remarked, "My lord, if Chairman Goth truly intended to weaken our power, he would have acted long ago. He would not wait until now. The People's Committee has united with the Earth's Cosmic Exploration Alliance, the Shadow Legion, the Valen Legion, and the Interstellar Peace Corps to prepare for a joint assault on the Demon Ape Army. The ultimate victor in this conflict shall undoubtedly be the righteous side. My lord, we must deploy our forces to participate in this collaborative battle, defending the peace and justice of Proxima Centauri C. Elder Pahim, Elder Legal. Yet my negotiations with the demon apes remain unresolved. Discussions are still ongoing. My lord, have you encountered difficulties in your negotiations? Why have they yielded no results thus far? Elder Legal inquired. The two elders listened as Peter explained. If we were to ally with the demon apes to vanquish the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion, the demon apes would demand dominion over vast territories from the Blosha Desert through the Bordeaux Gorge to the Fire Cloud Sea. I am only willing to concede the Blosha Desert and the Bordeaux Gorge to them, which is why Chief Buck refuses to cooperate with us. The Fire Cloud Sea serves as the passage from Proxima Centauri C to outer space. Ceding it to the demon apes would effectively isolate us on an island. My lord, do not place your faith in the words of the demon apes. If we concede these regions to them as per Buck's demands, they will ultimately turn against us. They will first seal off our access to outer space, then embark on a campaign of ethnic cleansing, potentially slaughtering the majority of Proxima Centauri C's inhabitants, leaving those who survive to become the demon ape slaves. I am well acquainted with the actions and tendencies of the demon apes. Elder Legal spoke with palpable disdain for them. Esteemed elders, might we not remain neutral, refraining from assisting the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion, nor allying with the demon apes? Would maintaining neutrality not be the wisest course? Peter suggested. My lord, that is not an option. The resurgence of the demon apes threatens all inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C. Should the Klaus religion refrain from attacking them now, we would diminish our political influence and betray the will of our guardian, Krulls. Moreover, the People's Committee, in order to prevent our betrayal and to ensure security during the collaborative efforts of the two legions, is likely to turn against our forces, disarming the Klaus religion. Elder Legal articulated his perspective. Then, esteemed elders, it appears we must indeed engage in the campaign to eradicate the demon apes. Elder Pahim, I urge you to make the journey to Chairman Goth to discuss this military collaboration thoroughly. Elder Legal, you are tasked with overseeing General Dawa and General Sagan to ensure all preparations for the impending battle are in order, ready to mobilize our forces at a moment's notice. Peter commanded, My lord, I believe it would be prudent for you to accompany me to the Great Hall of the People's Committee to engage in a direct dialogue with Chairman Goth regarding our collaborative efforts. Elder Pahim earnestly requested. It appears I have no choice but to accompany you, then. Very well. Let us proceed. Elder Legal, return to the castle of Fadu. I shall join Elder Pahim in visiting the Great Hall of the People's Committee. Elder Pahim and Peter boarded a small vessel, heading straight for the Great Hall of the People's Committee, while Elder Legal, with the support of Captain Wheeler, boarded another ship, returning directly to the castle of Fadu. Within the Great Hall of the People's Committee, located in the capital city of Cardaga on Proxima Centauri C, two esteemed guests were welcomed, Peter, the leader of the Klaus religion, and Elder Pahim, who was a familiar face within the hall. Their purpose was to confer with Chairman Goth about the annihilation of the Demon Ape Army and the power distribution on Proxima Centauri C thereafter. As they hurried into Chairman Goth's office, he rose to greet them. Welcome, Peter and Elder Pahim. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. I believe it is imperative we sit down for a discussion. I deeply appreciate your warm welcome, Chairman Goth. It is indeed necessary for us to converse, Peter replied. Elder Pahim and I have come to address matters of significant importance, which I trust you are already aware of. Oh, Peter, your visit undoubtedly pertains to the security of all inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C. I surmise the subject of our discourse is indeed related to the demon apes. Am I correct? Chairman Goth inquired. Indeed, Chairman Goth. My visit concerns the safety of all citizens of Proxima Centauri C and the threat posed by the demon apes. However, I am particularly concerned about the future status of the Klaus religion on Proxima Centauri C, and I seek to hear your thoughts on the matter. Klaus religion must, of course, maintain its current state, with independent governance and military authority. Any political upheaval on Proxima Centauri C would unleash catastrophic turmoil, leading to war. Thus, I believe it is of utmost importance to preserve the existing circumstances. We must not forget the calamity of the war between the People's Committee and the Klaus religion long ago. We cannot allow such a disaster to repeat itself on Proxima Centauri C. Chairman Goth reflected thoughtfully. Peter, raising his head with gravitas, responded, Chairman, do not forget the promise you made today. The Klaus religion has existed on Proxima Centauri C for a millennium, and there is a necessity for its continued existence. From the moment our guardian Krolls established the Klaus religion, it has steadfastly led the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri C in their struggle for freedom. Of course, there have been regrettable events, but those are now in the past. What we face now is the incursion of extraterrestrial colonizers. What are your thoughts on this, Chairman Goth? Peter, Elder Pahim, we must indeed unite and collaborate in our efforts to eradicate these invaders, driving them entirely from Proxima Centauri C. I not only commanded Legion Commander Bailey and Legion Commander Caffley to prepare for the impending grand battle, but I also extended an invitation to Marshal Yunfei of the Earth's Universal Explorers Alliance, requesting the entry of the Peace Legion into Proxima Centauri C for collaborative combat. Should you join our allied forces, we would possess a formidable assurance in vanquishing the Demon Ape Army. Will the Shadow Legion, Bailey Legion, the armed forces of the Klaus Church, and the Interstellar Peace Legion truly form an alliance? As the relentless tide of interstellar warfare approaches, in what direction will it unfold? Will the demon apes emerge as the genuine adversaries of our coalition? All remains in a state of flux. A fleet of azure dragons from a higher dimensional realm has quietly nestled near the Proxima system. From whence does this enigmatic fleet originate, and what are their intentions? It is challenging to discern friend from foe. The impending interstellar war is inevitable, and only justice shall reign supreme. Chapter 36. The cosmic turmoil unfolds. Signs of planetary warfare emerge. Elder Pasm glanced at Chairman Goth and then at Master Peter, pondering before speaking. Will the arrival of the Earthlings Peace Legion at Proxima Centauri C pose a threat to the security of our planet? After the battle, might they, like the demon apes, linger here indefinitely? I have heard that the armed forces of the Earth's Peace Legion are quite formidable. If friction arises during our joint operations, could it lead to conflict with us? Elder Pasm, your cautious considerations are always commendable. You have made immense contributions to both the Klaus Church and the People's Committee. I have reflected deeply on your concerns. Firstly, the Earthlings will not initiate aggression against us. They are a force for peace. Secondly, their ecological system far surpasses that of Proxima Centauri C and Kepler 452b, making it improbable for them to abandon their own planet for conquest here. Furthermore, Marshal Yunfei and I have reached an agreement to form a unified military alliance, making conflict between us entirely implausible. They have already established military bases on Proxima Centauri B and Titan, inviting us to collaborate in their development. The next objective of the Universal Explorers Alliance is to land on Kepler 452b, the stronghold of the Demon Ape Army. Both Marshal Yunfei and I suspect the existence of an unknown force of justice on Kepler 425b, one whose power likely exceeds our expectations. We are prepared to unite with this force of righteousness to eradicate the dark forces of the cosmos. Chairman Goth, if that is the case, the Klaus Church could indeed dispatch troops to participate in this joint operation. However, our forces must retain independent command. They will be directly led by Generals Dawa and Sagan. Our troops will only coordinate with the overarching strategy of this joint operation and cannot be commanded by any political entity other than the Klaus Church. Is that not a reasonable request? Master Peter constantly remained vigilant against the Shadow Legion led by Chairman Goth and the Walloon Legion, ensuring that the People's Committee could not undermine the military strength of the Klaus Church. I can fully accommodate your request, replied Master Peter. The armed forces of the Klaus Church will be under your command, free from any political constraints during operations. However, to ensure the smooth execution of this war, you must maintain overall coordination with this joint operation. Upon the war's conclusion, your forces will still remain under the leadership and jurisdiction of the Klaus Church, Chairman Goth promised. Chairman Goth, when do you plan for us to launch an attack against the Demon Ape Army? Elder Pasm inquired. Master Peter, Elder Pasm, We must await the successful arrival of the Earth's Universal Explorers Alliance's Peace Legion at Proxima Centauri C. Marshal Yunfei has indicated that the Qilong ship will swiftly land on the Fire Cloud Island of Proxima Centauri C to establish a temporary military base, followed closely by the arrival of the main contingent of the Peace Legion. After we complete military drills with the Shadow Legion, Walloon Legion, and the armed forces of the Klosh Church, we will commence a full-scale assault on the Skull City military base. Upon your return, prepare diligently. I shall notify you prior to the grand battle. Chairman Goth had already received word from Marshal Yunfei that the Huanghe battleship was soon to land at Proxima Centauri C. Chairman Goth, let it be so. Upon our return, Elder Pasm and I shall instruct Generals Dawa and Sagan to make the necessary preparations before the grand battle. Master Peter's shift in perspective played a crucial role in maintaining the stability and unity of Proxima Centauri C. After bidding farewell to Chairman Goth, Master Peter and Elder Pasm did not return to the St. Adam Cathedral, but proceeded directly to Fadu Castle. There, Generals Dawa and Sagan were organizing military drills, testing the combat capabilities of various spacecraft and the offensive power of the bionic teams before the impending battle. Elder Rake, not surprised by the arrival of Master Peter and Elder Pasm, invited them to observe the military exercises. Two vessels resembling Earth's aircraft carriers, the Fire Cloud and the Orca battleships, stood in the training ground, flanked by the Diak, Icon, Gulida, and Screw vessels. Behind them was a dense array of Krull's bionic robots. Master Peter, Elder Pasm, welcome to Fadu Castle. You must have met with Chairman Goth. How did it go? Elder Rake, supported by Captain Wheeler, slowly emerged, followed by Generals Dawa and Sagan. Elder Rake, everything proceeded smoothly. I had a fruitful discussion with Master Peter and Chairman Goth. Chairman Goth has assured us that after the war against the demon apes, he will continue to preserve our church's military forces, Elder Pasm replied. Elder Rake, Generals Dawa and Sagan, how have your military trainings progressed? I have consented to Chairman Goth's request for our church's army to collaborate with the Shadow Legion, Walloon Legion, and the Interstellar Peace Legion to jointly eliminate our foes. Chairman Goth is straightforward and quickly agreed to all our requests. Master Peter is keenly focused on whether our church's military might will achieve glorious victories in this war. Master Peter, all our military forces are now prepared, awaiting only your command to launch an offensive against the Demon Ape Army. Should we successfully seize the military base of the Demon Apes around Devil Ridge during this conflict, it would hold significant implications for our future military advancements. I believe that after the war, Chairman Goth will not contest our claim to the territory surrounding Devil Ridge. Although the terrain around Skull City is treacherous and unsuitable for agriculture or industry, it remains a vital military zone for Proxima Centauri C. General Sagan was particularly concerned about who would ultimately oversee the defenses of the Skull City region after the war, prompting him to actively seek support from Master Peter, Elder Pasm, and Elder Rake, as he planned to engage the Demon Ape Army alongside General Dawa. Generals Sagan and Dawa, you are the bravest and most astute warriors of our church. You shall lead the courageous children of our faith, utilizing our formidable artillery to secure boundless glory for us. With a smile, Master Peter concluded his remarks. Meanwhile, on Kepler 452b, dark clouds loomed over the Demon Ape Empire's Kalepu Palace, situated on Cook Island in the La Daga Sea, which remained shrouded in gloom for the majority of the year. Towering nuclear magnetic energy collectors stood on the various nearby islands, capable of harnessing the faint light of Kepler 452b and converting it into energy. The bountiful marine resources of the La Daga Sea have become the industrial backbone of the Monkey Empire. However, earthquakes and tsunamis pose persistent, formidable threats. Cook Island, characterized by its mountainous terrain and sparse vegetation, is a fortress of military strongholds. The palace of the Monkey King lies on the southern flank of Cook Island, adjacent to the shores of the La Daga Sea. This ancient fortress, with its towering spires piercing the clouds, stands as a symbol of supreme power in the region. The thick, slate-gray walls, along with the myriad scars of battle etched into the ramparts, testify to the fierce conflicts that once raged here. These battles were fought centuries ago between the Monkey people and the Katers. At that time, a sudden climatic shift plunged much of the Monkey people's territory into near-freezing temperatures. In a desperate bid for survival, the Monkey people resolved to attack the Katers and seize their lands. A fierce war erupted in the La Daga Sea, with both sides deploying advanced weaponry, including spaceships and aircraft carriers. Ultimately, the Monkey army faced defeat, leading to a peace treaty that delineated territorial boundaries starting at Morph Island in the sea's center. The southern side belonged to the Katers, while the northern side was designated for the Monkey people, with strict prohibitions against encroachment. The Katers reside on the Dickley continent, across the sea from the monkey people. This continent, rich in prairies, vast plains, mountains, and rivers, enjoys abundant sunlight and is exceptionally fertile. The highest authority there is the Kater Republic's National Committee, which has overseen the modernization of cities and military installations throughout its domain under the astute governance of Chairman Schultz. The capital, Trattle, nestled within the Dock Delta, is not only a modern city but also the largest military base of the Kater Republic. It boasts advanced aerospace facilities, a state-of-the-art naval base, and modern industrial and agricultural development zones. The resplendent dome of the Republic, constructed from monumental stone columns and adorned with a dazzling, gold-tinted dome covered in nanomaterials, stands as a striking feature of the capital. This architectural marvel is designed to withstand the impact of heavy nuclear strikes, with subterranean sections extending thousands of meters below ground, creating a vast underground military base. The Kater Republic is a democratic nation, with Chairman Schultz advocating for peaceful cosmic development. Since its inception, the National Committee has adhered to the principle of peaceful cosmic progress. Flanking the Kepler Palace are the expansive Valdo military base, the largest of its kind for the monkey people. Behind the palace lies a residential area for the monkey populace, where modest dwellings contrast sharply with the grandeur of the royal palace. Among these simpler homes, there are also some opulent residences belonging to high-ranking officials of the monkey court. As dawn breaks, sparse rays illuminate the Kepler Palace, while the sky darkens ominously with gathering storm clouds, suggesting an impending downpour. It is the time for royal ministers to convene. As they hurry across the stone bridge and eagerly enter the grand hall, they position themselves on either side within the hall, awaiting the arrival of King Druck. At last, he appears, rotund and swaying, settling into his throne. Long live the king! The ministers exclaim in unison, kneeling in reverence. Rise, my ministers, he commands. Berg, as the supreme commander of the general staff, how prepared are you for the military action against Proxima Centauri C? Your Majesty Druck, our leader Buck from Skull City is negotiating with Priest Peter, but there are no conclusive results yet. I believe it would be prudent to abandon further negotiations and launch a direct assault. We are fully confident in our victory against the Shadow Legion and the Wallen Legion. The military strength on Proxima Centauri C should not concern us. We will swiftly vanquish them. Berg is a man of immense ambition, a war profiteer who always seeks to benefit from conflict. What are you saying, Berg? This is not what I wish to hear. Do not forget the threat posed by the Kater Republic's army, lurking behind us, poised to strike at any moment. Were it not for their presence, I would have initiated a full-scale war against Proxima Centauri C long ago. They are likely coordinating with forces from other planets to jointly resist us. I sincerely hope the Kater Republic does not intervene in this conflict. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves besieged on all fronts. Your Majesty, upon returning to the General Staff, I will immediately order the monkey army to march towards Proxima Centauri C. I will also instruct Leader Buck to cease negotiations with Priest Peter and prepare for the impending battle. Very well, Berg. Do not betray my trust, and remain vigilant against the Kater Legion. I harbor a deep-seated disdain for Chairman Schultz. They frequently interfere with our operations from the shadows. If an issue can be resolved through negotiation, war should not be the recourse, for conflict brings immense losses to both parties involved. Are there any other matters to address before I take my leave? No, Your Majesty. I shall retire now, King Druck replies, turning to exit towards the royal chambers. The ministers bow in unison, exclaiming, Long live the king. Once King Druck has departed the hall, the ministers gather closely, particularly Finance Minister Kalik and Minister of Administration Hela, who are both deeply concerned about the war. Kalik oversees all financial matters of the Monkey Empire, while Hela manages agriculture, industry, and trade. Marshal Berg, why do you not persuade King Druck to halt this war? It will drain our resources significantly, and should we fail, it could plunge the Monkey Empire into despair. Kalik whispers. Kalik, only through the application of formidable military force can we conquer the cosmos and instill fear in other advanced intelligent beings. You have seen how indecisive King Druck has been. This is hardly the demeanor of a true monarch. However, as ministers, we lack the authority to critique the king. We can only seek his counsel. Marshal Berg, if we proceed with this war, it will severely impact our agriculture, industry, and maritime trade. I implore you to speak with King Druck in the royal chambers, Hela insists, firmly opposing the war. Hela, you have just heard the resolve expressed by King Druck. To persuade him now would jeopardize our entire plan to colonize Proxima Centauri C. After a brief exchange of murmurs among the royal ministers, they gradually depart the palace. Following their exit, Marshal Berg hastens back to the Monkey General Staff to summon his generals, preparing for the Monkey Army's advance towards Proxima Centauri C. A new interstellar war is on the horizon. As the representative of justice in the cosmos, will the Cater Republic's National Committee intervene? How will Chairman Schultz respond to this intricate scenario amidst the existential stakes of the universe? In the parallel universe, the winds of change swirl, heralding the approach of planetary warfare. Chapter 37. The mysterious Cater Republic, the oncoming planetary war. The capital city of the Cater Republic, Trattle, is situated within the fertile dock delta of the Dickley continent, an important hub for industrial and agricultural development, blessed with rich soil and abundant sunlight. The dome of the Republic stands in the heart of Trattle, and from its pinnacle, one can behold the estuaries of the Cheong, Biluo, and Timar rivers. Lush forests, verdant grasslands, and sprawling farmlands weave a vibrant tapestry across the landscape. The Carter beings, though not particularly tall, resemble Earth humans in stature, yet differ in one striking aspect: they possess 3 eyes. The third eye is situated between the 2 brows, reminiscent of the legendary Earth deity Erlang Shan. The Daimler Hall is a magnificent ancient edifice characterized by its grand, tiered eaves and 12 ridges, adorned with interlaced brackets and golden glazed tiles, bearing a striking resemblance to the ancient palaces of Earth. In front of the hall stand 12 stone pillars, each intricately carved with depictions of ancient lion-like sea creatures. These colossal beasts, coiling upwards, raise their heads triumphantly, their formidable claws reaching towards the Radaga Sea. Above each creature glimmers a radiant star, seemingly guiding their path. Before the hall lie 2 parallel arched stone bridges, each lined with 84 stone pillars, adorned with various sea beast sculptures. At either end of the bridges lie 4 massive turtles, subservient to the sea creatures. Beneath each bridge is a large circular opening, through which crystal-clear water flows from an ancient spring, eventually cascading into lotus ponds on either side. Elegant pavilions and towers flank the bridges, with curling vines gracefully climbing along the crimson railings, reaching the heights of the long corridors. Surrounding rockeries, enveloped by the clear waters, occasionally emit wisps of white mist, enhancing the ethereal atmosphere. Upon crossing the bridges, one enters a vast courtyard. At the far end, ascending 12 ancient steps leads to the awe-inspiring Daimler Hall. Bronze bells dangle from the hall's eaves, ringing melodically with the breeze. The hall features a 3-part arched door structure, with the central entrance comprised of 2 grand doors crafted from dense, fragrant wood, adorned with massive copper nails. The smaller arched doors on either side are made of separately painted nanomaterial glass, illustrating ancient marine leviathans. The radiant morning light of Kepler 452b bathes the Daimler Hall in layers of golden brilliance. An important meeting is about to commence, one that bears direct implications for the peace and stability of the cosmos. Representatives of the Carter Republic's National Committee enter the hall in 2 orderly lines, taking their seats at ancient wooden tables on either side. Chairman Schultz emerges from the rear office of the hall and takes his place on a specially carved fragrant wood chair adorned with sea creature motifs. Good day, esteemed representatives. He addresses the assembly, prompting them to rise and respond in unison. Please, take your seats. He gestures gracefully, and they comply. After surveying the room, he addresses Marshal Walker. You mentioned significant military movements by the Magic Ape Army. Please elaborate. Chairman and esteemed colleagues, begins Marshal Walker. Our satellites have detected a substantial buildup of the Magic Ape forces near Proxima Centauri C. It appears they intend to seize control of the planet. Having successfully deceived King Druck, the Magic Ape Army is poised to launch a large-scale, malevolent war, which could precipitate an unprecedented interstellar conflict, potentially drawing multiple factions from parallel universes into chaos. We must deliberate on whether to intervene militarily, as the National Committee must come to a consensus on how to respond to this impending war. As he finishes, Walker scans the room for reactions. Minister of Defense, Graysman, rises slowly, stating, "The Magic Ape's aggression towards Proxima Centauri C may seem remote from our concerns, yet it is anything but. Should they succeed, their power will swell, and once fortified, they will undoubtedly turn their sights upon us, seeking to claim our Dickley continent. The relative peace we have enjoyed stems from their comparative weakness." Berg, a devil among cosmic entities, is unyielding in his colonial ambitions, which compels him to mobilize forces against not only Proxima Centauri C but other terrestrial-like planets as well. I advocate for military intervention to thwart his schemes. Minister Chulik interjects, "Distinguished colleagues, we have a non-aggression treaty with the Magic Ape Empire. If Berg mobilizes forces towards Proxima Centauri C, we ought not to interfere. Any imposition on our part could ignite internal strife within our own realm, disrupting our agricultural and industrial progress. A large-scale conflict could set our economic development back by 2 decades. Currently, the magic apes are our trading partners. We should refrain from hastily engaging in war. I find myself in stark contrast to your position, Minister Chulik, counters General Ryan. I propose we intervene at Proxima Centauri C to prevent this war. We cannot isolate ourselves amid this interstellar conflict. If Berg's forces successfully seize the planet, they will inevitably advance against us. Control over the Radagasi has long been a contentious issue between our nations. Although a temporary agreement exists, they frequently breach our borders. Stopping Marshal Berg's expansion is the most effective means of ensuring our security. General Cake ponders briefly before speaking. Chairman Schultz, esteemed colleagues, I advocate for a sudden strike against the Magic Ape Empire while they are preoccupied with their assault on Proxima Centauri C. Following my strategic plan could catch them off guard, which is crucial for stabilizing the Radagasi region. After defeating the Magic Ape forces, we could compel them to sign a peace treaty, rapidly diminishing their military might. Minister de Gola interjects, the Magic Apes have long coveted our Diclay continent, particularly the Dock Delta. To preempt any threats, we should seize the opportunity presented by Berg's forces attacking Proxima Centauri C to decisively defeat them. Should they successfully occupy the planet, Earth may very well become their next target. Thus, we must unite with the forces of justice in the cosmos to eradicate their colonial ambitions. The Daimler Hall buzzes with fervent debate, divided between proponents and opponents of military action. Chairman Schultz observes the discord before asserting, it is evident that this matter is of utmost importance. After careful consideration, should the Magic Apes persist in their aggression towards Proxima Centauri C, we must intervene to thwart their incursion. After the meeting, Marshal Walker, Minister Graysman, General Ryan, and General Keck came to my office. As the assembly dispersed, people whispered among themselves, and the discussions did not cease. Most agreed that it would be prudent to launch an attack on the Monkey Empire, while the Berg army was engaged in an offensive against Proxima Centauri C. Walker, Graysman, Ryan, and Keck entered Chairman Schultz's office, where he awaited them. Please take a seat. I summoned you to continue discussing the potential military intervention in Proxima Centauri C. He began. According to our satellite surveillance, the Berg army has been steadily departing from their homeland towards Proxima Centauri C. The humans in the solar system are mobilizing their forces, their warships and spacecraft are prepared for departure. Is this related to the upcoming war at Proxima Centauri C? I cannot ascertain that yet. However, given their current military preparations, it is undoubtedly connected to interstellar conflict. Centuries ago, the monkey people employed nuclear magnetic forces to alter the trajectory of an asteroid, which we, the Carterians, managed to destroy using laser weaponry just before it threatened to collide with Earth. Now, humanity on Earth, under the leadership of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance, has embraced peace, with a mission of peaceful development and cosmic exploration. Thus, we must not only safeguard them but also closely monitor their actions. In the future, we will have ample opportunities for collaboration with Earth in agriculture, industry, and technological advancement. Marshal Walker, Minister Graysman, General Ryan, General Keck, I invite you to share your insights on the current interstellar situation. Chairman Schultz glanced at the attendees, who were deep in thought. Marshal Walker examined the interstellar defense map in Schultz's office before responding, Chairman, our satellite surveillance indicates that the Monkey Empire has deployed heavy forces across our border. Their super battleships, the Filato and Rosen, are currently patrolling over the Ladoga Sea, while the SAS aircraft carrier has departed from Cook Island, heading towards our border. We have dispatched the Conch and Giant Eagle battleships to reinforce the Ladoga Sea and have sent the Diclay aircraft carrier to patrol the area. We have activated Level 1 combat readiness at the Dock Delta military base, with interstellar cruise missiles targeting the Monkey Empire's military bases and critical strike targets on Cook Island. Marshal Walker expressed unwavering confidence in a victorious confrontation with the Monkey people. Marshal Walker, may I inquire, if we were to engage the Monkey people in direct warfare at this moment, what are our chances of success? Can we decisively crush the Monkey army? If we wish to intervene in the conflict at Proxima Centauri C, how shall we proceed? Minister Graysman asked. Minister Graysman, if we were to engage the Monkey army now, we cannot guarantee victory. We must await the commencement of hostilities at Proxima Centauri C before launching a comprehensive assault on the Monkey people. We can deploy the Cheongjiang and Taimar Rivers warships to participate in the coordinated operation at Proxima Centauri C. Once the Allied forces engage the Monkey army, reinforcements will inevitably flow from Kepler 452b, leaving their defenses vulnerable. At that point, we can launch an offensive against the Monkey Empire, which will be unable to withstand our assault. After the Kelapu Palace on Cook Island is besieged, the Monkey Army will surely divert forces to assist. We can then unite with the forces of justice in the cosmos to annihilate the Monkey Army, ultimately compelling them to sign a peace treaty, ushering in a new era of peace in the parallel universe, Walker articulated. General Ryan, General Keck, is the defense of the Ladoga Sea as Marshal Walker has described? Have the interstellar cruise missiles at the Dock Delta military base been activated? Chairman Schultz inquired with a smile. General Ryan picked up the command baton from the table and approached the electronic defense map. Chairman, here is the Ladoga Sea, and here lies the boundary with the Monkey Empire. The enemy's Falado and Rosen battleships are positioned here, while their SAS aircraft carrier is located here, forming a tactical triangle. Our Conch and Giant Eagle battleships are positioned here, ready to flank the Falado at any moment. Our Dickley aircraft carrier is in this position, prepared to provide support to our 2 warships. Our interstellar cruise missiles have targeted the Falado and Rosen battleships and have locked onto the SAS aircraft carrier. Once hostilities commence, we will first incapacitate the Falado, then encircle the Rosen, and finally concentrate our fire on the SAS aircraft carrier. With our current weaponry, victory is assured. If we can wait until the conflict at Proxima Centauri C fully erupts, it is highly likely that the Falado and Rosen will be dispatched to assist, making our assault on the SAS aircraft carrier far easier. After General Ryan set down the command baton, General Keck approached and took the baton, stepping up to the electronic defense map. Chairman, Minister Graysman, General Ryan, our Dickley Continent's air defense system is robust. We possess sufficient capability to intercept the Monkey Army's missiles and any other adversaries intruding into our airspace. Our interstellar cruise missiles can operate both in our homeland and target military installations on Proxima Centauri C. Once this war ignites, our missiles will swiftly dismantle the Monkey Army's strongholds and bases, dismantling their nuclear arsenal and power plants, thereby stripping them of the capacity to continue fighting, ultimately forcing them to sign a peace treaty according to our terms. Chairman Schultz pondered for a moment before stating, Minister Graysman, General Ryan, General Keck, in this war, we must ensure the safety of Proxima Centauri C and Earth. We cannot allow the forces of peace we know in the cosmos to be annihilated. As I understand, humanity on Earth is preparing to send reinforcements to Proxima Centauri C. General Keck, during the journey of the Peace Brigade to Proxima Centauri C, I hope you can mobilize the interstellar cruise missile units to ensure the safety of Earth's peacekeeping forces. An interstellar war looms, with the forces of justice and light pitted against those of evil. Will the Carter Republic participate in this conflict? Will they deploy warships to Proxima Centauri C? The tides of planetary warfare are rising, and the political landscape is ever shifting. Chapter 38. The gathering storm for a decisive expedition at this moment on Proxima Centauri B. Thanks to the efforts of Dr. Guter, Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu Xin, farmlands have been cultivated, and factories, power plants, and aerospace testing facilities have been established. Seeds brought from Earth have taken root here, with vibrant fields of wheat, corn, rice, and soybeans flourishing. Near the military base, a scene of thriving prosperity has emerged. Although it remains predominantly a robotic world for now, it will not be long before new Earth immigrants arrive. Dr. Guter sat in his newly constructed office, gazing through pristine nanoglass at the distant fields and floating factories, lost in reverie. He recalled Mary Elsie, the woman who occupied his thoughts, and the days spent with her at the Jiangnan Research Institute. He remembered the moment before leaving Earth when Mary Elsie rested her head on his shoulder, silently weeping at the sight of her frozen self in the stasis pod. He thought of Professor Qiansheng, Qinyu, Xiao Wan, Wang Deshan, Xingchong, Lu Xian, and Chen Ku. He reminisced about many others, including Marshal Yunfei, General Yang Gang, General Chen Kai, Dr. Su Boizhong, Emily, and Dr. Davis, recalling the arduous journey of researching the gravitational cannon, the tumultuous experience of traversing the Bermuda Triangle, and all that he had encountered on Earth. Dr. Guk could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. When he departed from Earth, he had to employ the advanced cryogenic technology of the cold shield. Yet, in a short span, the Jiangnan Research Institute had successfully developed nanoprotective armor, enabling astronauts to traverse wormholes and explore space. Headquarters had clearly informed them that following this interstellar conflict, they would return to Earth aboard the warships of the Peace Corps, reclaiming their corporeal forms. Upon returning to Earth, he would once again see his beloved Mary Elsie and walk alongside her into the sanctum of marriage under the moonlight. Nevertheless, Everything was unfolding too swiftly, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He found himself contemplating the prospect of ultimate victory in this unfamiliar interstellar war. A defeat could mean an eternal entrapment in the Centaurus constellation, with no chance of returning to Earth. Although he longed to return to Earth directly from Proxima Centauri b with his scientific findings, he had no grounds to reject headquarters orders. He had gradually developed an affection for Proxima Centauri b, a realm devoid of human and high-level cosmic life before their arrival, untouched by the shadows of social strife, political factions, or diverse armed forces. Here, there was no animosity between individuals, a rare sanctuary hard to come by. Upon their arrival, they diligently commenced the task of cultivation as per headquarters directives. They swiftly erected modernized agricultural fields to propagate the genetic seeds brought from Earth. Although the light, temperature, and precipitation here differed somewhat from Earth, they successfully established extensive agricultural experimental bases, leveraging advanced agricultural science and technology. Nanorobot factories operated tirelessly, producing nanorobots endowed with human-like cognition to independently accomplish various agricultural and industrial tasks. Employing magnetic levitation technology, they constructed some factories and fields in the air, deviating from Earth's primitive production modes. They were fervently building a myriad of factories reminiscent of those once present on Earth, preparing for human migration. They had even acquired advanced technologies for energy extraction on this planet, establishing a new space research base, and constructing the colossal warship Huanghe and the Taishan laser space communication transmitter. Now, the military base on Proxima Centauri b boasted enhanced aerospace and communication capabilities, with a modern communication system capable of transmitting information from the cosmos to the headquarters of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance on Earth. Dr. Gut, you summoned us? Entered Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu San in unison. What took you so long? Dr. Gut chuckled and replied, I visited the newly established nanorobot factory, where the robots are diligently working day and night to manufacture nanorobots, as our agricultural, industrial, and aerospace scientific endeavors require a substantial number of them. Long Xiang responded. Long Yu glanced at the others and said, I inspected the agricultural seed breeding base, where the robots are enhancing the genetic traits of the seeds brought from Earth based on data from the DNA transmission system. I just returned from the Huanghe warship. All the ship's data has been tested, and it is now ready for space travel. The robots on the Huanghe, Rook, Dalba, Odin, and Dels seem eager to accompany us on our departure from Proxima Centauri b. Even the two adorable robotic dogs, Mao Mao and Dong Dong, wish to follow the warship. Lu San added with a smile. According to headquarters directives, they indeed had to leave Proxima Centauri b. The industrial, agricultural, and aerospace scientific bases would temporarily be entrusted to the robots they had created. They would pilot the Huanghe warship to participate in a coordinated operation against the Demon Ape Army alongside the Shadow Legion and the Bailey Legion on Proxima Centauri c. Once this conflict concluded, they would return to Earth to reclaim their bodies, though the feasibility of returning to Proxima Centauri b in the future remained uncertain. Dr. Gut conveyed the orders from headquarters. We can finally return to Earth, exclaimed Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu San, nearly jumping in excitement. You are celebrating prematurely. I wonder if you understand. We must first land on Proxima Centauri c to engage in collaborative combat. Only after this war concludes successfully will we have the chance to return to Earth. If we fail, we may forever dissipate into ashes in the cosmic expanse, Dr. Gut cautioned. He too yearned to return to Earth to see Mary Elsie. Yet their primary mission now was to land on Proxima Centauri c for the coordinated operation with the Shadow Legion and the Bailey Legion. Once we depart Proxima Centauri b, who will oversee this place? Should we not brief the robots here? Long Xiang inquired. Dr. Gut contemplated before responding. Upon our departure, the responsibilities will be entrusted to our created robotic counterparts. The agricultural sector will be overseen by Dr. Sanjiang, the industrial sector by Dr. Haiyuan, the scientific experimental grounds by Dr. Guangtian, and the overall military base under General Zhanlong. I have already notified them, and they should be here shortly. At that moment, for robots clad in nano armor, Sanjiang, Haiyuan, Guangtian, and Zhanlong entered together. Dr. Gut, what do you require of us? They inquired in unison. I, along with Long Xiang, Long Yu, and Lu San, will be departing Proxima Centauri b for a while, and you four will be responsible for all matters here. It remains uncertain whether we will successfully return to Proxima Centauri b. Other scientists and astronauts dispatched by headquarters will likely take over. I hope you will cooperate with them when the time comes. During our absence, ensure the absolute security of the military base and promote the rapid development of industry and agriculture, especially in advancing aerospace technology and prioritizing the construction of the aerospace scientific experimental grounds, Dr. Gut instructed. Dr. Gut, when do you plan to leave Proxima Centauri B? General Zhanlong inquired. Tomorrow morning, we shall pilot the Huanghe warship from Proxima Centauri B to Proxima Centauri C to fulfill the task assigned by the Cosmic Explorers Alliance headquarters. The Huanghe will engage in collaborative combat against the Demon Ape Army alongside the Shadow Legion and the Bailey Legion, with robots Rook, Dalba, Odin, and Dels accompanying us, along with the two charming robotic dogs, Mao Mao and Dong Dong, Dr. Gut explained. Dr. Gut, if you are unable to return to Proxima Centauri B in the future, how can we confirm the legitimacy of any incoming scientists and astronauts from the Cosmic Explorers Alliance headquarters? Dr. Guangtian queried. At that time, the fleet arriving at the military base will possess the code to access it. If I am still alive, I will personally inform you, Dr. Gut replied with a smile. Of course, we sincerely hope that you, Dr. Gut, along with Long Xiong, Long Yu, and Lu Sun, can return here. This place needs you the most, Dr. Hai Yuan remarked. Very well, let it be so. I hope we shall meet again. Once we depart, you must shoulder your responsibilities, Dr. Gut expressed, harboring deep sentiments for every aspect of Proxima Centauri B, reluctant to leave. Dr. Gut, wishing you smooth sailing and success in completing the tasks assigned by headquarters. For robots spoke in unison. The dawn of Proxima B was shrouded in a veil of light mist, while the Huanghe warship flickered its lights, preparing for launch. With a series of thunderous roars, the Earth trembled slightly, and the colossal warship, carrying the Qilong spacecraft, ascended into the skies. Accompanied by the deafening wail of quantum thrusters piercing through the atmosphere, it soared beyond Proxima B, navigating towards Proxima C based on the interstellar coordinates provided by Chairman Goth of the Proxima C People's Committee. A new interstellar war was brewing, with the Demon Ape Army poised to flood into Proxima C. The reinforcements from the Earthling Peace Corps would undoubtedly bolster the military might of the Proxima C People's Committee. Chairman Goth was diligently preparing for the impending conflict, while Generals Bailey and Kafili were energetically mobilizing the Valen and Shadow Legions, devising various strategies for coordinated combat. Chairman Schult of the Cart Republic People's Committee was closely monitoring the war, dispatching the Conch and Giant Eagle warships, as well as the Diclay aircraft carrier, urgently reinforcing the Ladaga Sea. He commanded General Keck to mobilize the interstellar cruise missile forces, locking onto critical military targets of the Demon Ape Empire and the Demon Ape Army on Proxima C. As the interstellar war loomed, could the forces of peace from parallel universes triumph over the forces of evil? How many factions of justice and malevolence existed within these parallel dimensions? Would these intricate political and military powers become embroiled in this conflict? The grand interstellar war was unfolding with the fervor reminiscent of the primordial cosmic explosion. Chapter 27. The Battle of Wits amidst turbulent waves. Though Devil Ridge lay merely 200 kilometers from the Fire Cloud Sea, it appeared increasingly desolate. The low-lying vegetation and humid air exuded a bloody atmosphere. While the surface offered no signs of thriving life, it concealed a formidable evil legion from Kepler, 452b. The Skull City military base faced the Fire Cloud Sea, backed by the towering ridge of Devil Ridge, housing a modern military barracks. This was not a bastion for an indigenous uprising but a training ground for an extraterrestrial malevolent organization. Lacking expansive continents, it was instead filled with deep lakes and death-laden mists, along with continuous dark and damp valleys. Unknown beasts had chosen this place as their habitat, drawn by the sinister energy it harbored. Beautiful birds and gentle creatures had long since fled to seek more suitable abodes. Before the Skull City military base lay a body of water known as Lake Taz, a desolate sea rarely visited by humans. Due to its high salinity, aquatic flora and fauna were scarce, with only a few smaller planktonic organisms. There were no surging waves, merely a surface that seemed to have solidified. The water's hue was an inky black, with countless bubbles occasionally rising slowly from below, remnants of methane gas produced by the decay of ancient algae. Viewed from above, the serene lake surface resembled a frozen expanse, concealing a hellish force of destruction within its depths. This moment, under the command of King Druk of the Demon Ape Empire, Marshal Berg was leading the Hassan and Redman warships to reinforce the Skull City military base. This development brought both good fortune and immense pressure to Chief Buck of the Skull City military base. In light of the forthcoming war, the influx of reinforcements bolstered his confidence in combat, yet he could not ascertain whether these troops were there to supervise the battle. Should this conflict end in failure, all responsibility would fall upon him. It was highly probable that Marshal Berg would eliminate him afterward, shifting all blame onto his shoulders, seeking forgiveness from King Druck. Even if victory were attained, Marshal Berg might still execute him, claiming all accolades for himself upon returning to the Demon Ape Empire. He even suspected that Berg might seize him and rebel against the Demon Ape Empire. Chief Buck found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He no longer wished to engage in battle with the Shadow Legion or the Valen Legion. He yearned for another negotiation with Lord Peter, or even a direct dialogue through Lord Peter with Chairman Goth to maintain the current equilibrium. After much contemplation, he resolved to personally visit Chairman Goth before Marshal Berg's arrival. However, prior to that visit, he needed to rearrange the military defenses of Skull City. He summoned his 4 chief hunters, or rather, 4 great generals: Fire Dragon, Berserk Whale, Battle Eagle, and Wild Wolf, who subsequently entered his command room. The demon apes of Skull City habitually referred to Buck as General, for he governed all affairs concerning the demon apes on Proxima C. He accepted this title with pleasure, feeling akin to a king of a vassal state far from the homeland of the demon apes. Buck sat upon a grand stone chair, slowly rising as he acknowledged the arrival of his 4 great generals with a wave. "Greetings, Chief Buck," they chorused in unison, bowing respectfully. "Please, take your seats. I trust you are aware of the purpose of your summons today." Buck gestured for them to sit down. "Chief Buck, I believe it pertains to the impending war. Have you called us here to prepare for an assault on the Shadow Legion and Valen Legion?" Fire Dragon inquired. "Indeed, Fire Dragon, Battle Eagle, Berserk Whale, Wild Wolf, that was my initial intention. However, upon further reflection, I no longer think that way. I have come to realize that hastily engaging the Shadow Legion and Valen Legion would yield no benefit for us. On the contrary, regardless of victory or defeat, we stand to lose our current freedom. The dynamics of the war have shifted. It is not merely Skull City military base striking at the Shadow Legion and Valen Legion, but rather Marshal Berg leading a grand army to Proxima C. There is an Earth saying, when the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. Regardless of whether we achieve victory in this war, we will lose our value as tools. Therefore, the best course of action for us at present is to delay this conflict, allowing us to continue enjoying our joyful lives in this land of freedom. Chief Buck, if we do not launch a full-scale assault on the Shadow Legion and Valen Legion, will Marshal Berg spare us? King Druck certainly will not, Battle Eagle remarked. Chief Buck let out a sinister smile, replying, "I have already received orders from headquarters. The Hassan and Redman warships will reinforce the Skull City military base under the direct command of Marshal Berg. Once he arrives, I will no longer be the supreme commander here. Should we emerge victorious, all credit will belong to Marshal Berg. Should we face defeat, the consequences are unimaginable. I will bear the burden of failure. Thus, we must not only devise countermeasures against the Valen Legion and Shadow Legion, but also carefully consider how to respond to Marshal Berg's arrival. I believe Marshal Berg would not act in such a manner. After all, he is the commander of the Demon Ape Army. How could he do so? He should not claim the accolades for himself while shifting the blame onto others," Berserk Whale asserted. Chief Buck scoffed lightly, saying, "You truly do not understand Marshal Berg. He possesses extraordinary wisdom, yet is a cold and ruthless individual. Do you know what he has done to ascend to his current position? Anyone who threatens his interests or jeopardizes his future, he will surely eliminate. His predecessor, Marshal Horrell, fell victim to his treacherous schemes and was ultimately executed by King Druck. You must understand that his success is almost entirely reliant on Marshal Horrell, who was generous and upright, having shown Berg great favor. When Horrell became a stumbling block in Berg's ascent, Berg shifted all blame for the failure at the Ladaga Sea battle onto Horrell. In hushed tones, whispers of Marshal Horrell's impending rebellion against the Demon Ape Empire circulated among the Demon Ape people, inciting the wrath of King Druck, who ultimately condemned Marshal Horrell to death. Leader, if you maintain this stance, the arrival of Marshal Berg will not only yield us no benefit, but will also pose a direct threat to our safety. Upon his arrival in Skull City, he will undoubtedly assess the fortifications of our military base. Should he identify any flaws, he may very well turn against us. How shall we respond?" At this moment, the Wild Wolf was filled with trepidation, having lost his former audacity. "Listen closely, you 4. We are all in this together. If I meet with misfortune, none of you shall escape unscathed. First, we must urgently construct a fortress towards the Fire Cloud Sea and reposition the Bionic Army there, ready to launch an assault on the Shadow Legion at any moment. Next, we shall redeploy the battleships Clo and Bilia to Lake Tars, creating an appearance of preparing to strike both the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion. Lastly, We will activate all laser turrets and interstellar missiles, targeting the critical military bases, power plants, and nuclear arsenals of the proximal Star Sea People's Committee. Thus, even if Marshal Berg arrives at the Skull City military base, he will find no evidence against us for the time being. I have resolved to engage in earnest discussions with Chairman Goth, but to facilitate this matter, we must first navigate through the mediation of Master Peter. Once our negotiations succeed, I will personally return to Cook Island to report the situation to King Druck, allowing him to make the final decision. After sharing his thoughts, Chief Buck fell into a prolonged contemplation. "Leader, what should we do now?" inquired the Fire Dragon General. "You four shall actively fortify the military defenses around Demon Ridge as per my directives. Leave the rest to me. You may go." Once the four generals departed, Chief Buck rose and activated the electronic screen to communicate with Master Peter. Soon, the visage of Master Peter appeared on the screen. Buck smiled and greeted, "Master Peter, my old friend, how have you been? How have you considered our last negotiations? It has been quite some time without news from you. I have missed you dearly. Could you perhaps pay me a visit? I believe there exists potential for further deliberation. My dear friend Buck, I think our negotiations should be regarded as concluded. The conditions you proposed are excessively stringent. After discussions with Elders Pahim and Leekal, we find ourselves unable to acquiesce to your terms. Should you persist in your intent to invade proximal Starsea, we will have no choice but to declare war alongside the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion. Chairman Goth and I have already agreed that the military base near the Fire Cloud Sea cannot be conceded to you. Abandon this notion." Master Peter bluntly rejected Buck's demands. "My old friend Peter, the military situation has shifted. General Berg is set to personally lead the Hassan and Redman battleships to reinforce the Skull City military base. His presence will adversely affect me. Should war erupt, I shall become its victim. This conflict will yield no benefit to either of us and may very well obliterate proximal Starsea. Therefore, I wish to engage in a dialogue with you and Chairman Goth to seek a peaceful resolution," Buck earnestly implored. "Chief Buck, I believe you have heard certain news. Have you not learned of Earth's intent to bolster proximal Starsea? The Shadow Legion, the Valen Legion, and the Interstellar Peace Army are uniting with our Klaus sect to declare war upon you under Chairman Goth's unified leadership. You must sense that your military might is inadequate to confront such a formidable alliance, prompting your desire for peace negotiations," Peter remarked with a smile. "Master Peter, you are only considering half the equation. While I believe we would not face utter defeat against the alliance, the imminent arrival of Marshal Berg poses a significant threat. My generals, Fire Dragon, War Eagle, Mad Whale, and Wild Wolf, stand at risk of becoming casualties of this conflict. Additionally, I have heard that Chairman Schult of the Carter Republic, situated on Kepler 452b, has dispatched forces to intervene in this war. The Carter Republic has already sent warships and aircraft carriers to assemble at the borders of the Demon Ape Empire. Therefore, in light of the current dire circumstances, should interstellar war commence, it could spell doom for proximal Starsea, and we shall be its sacrifices. Hence, I wish to prevent this war from igniting and seek a sincere conversation with you and Chairman Goth." Buck expressed his thoughts with earnestness. "Chief Buck, both Chairman Goth and I find ourselves unable to accommodate the stringent conditions you previously proposed. I suggest you prepare for war and face the consequences of your invasion of proximal Starsea," Peter stated. Having lost interest in continuing negotiations with Buck since his discussion with Chairman Goth, Master Peter, the terms I previously suggested are now a matter of the past. I only wish to retain the military usage rights around Skull City. I hope my words convey my sincerity. I genuinely wish to sit down and discuss matters with you and Chairman Goth," Buck insisted, eager to solidify his dominion over Skull City through dialogue. "Chief Buck, if what you say holds true, then it seems we truly have the necessity to sit down for a discussion. I will immediately contact Chairman Goth to confer and will respond to you shortly." Peter was taken aback by Buck's shift in attitude. Before long, Buck's computer screen lit up once more, displaying Peter's image. "Chief Buck, I have been in contact with Chairman Goth. He wishes for you to come to the People's Committee Hall, where we can engage in earnest conversation." "Master Peter, if I come to the People's Committee Hall, can you guarantee my safety?" Buck inquired. "Of course, I shall ensure your safety. I give you my word, along with Chairman Goth's," Peter replied. "Very well. I shall personally make my way to the People's Committee Hall. Await my arrival there," Buck confirmed. "Then I shall now proceed to the People's Committee Hall, where I will await your arrival alongside Chairman Goth." Peter concluded the call. As Peter and Chief Buck hastily boarded a small spacecraft towards the proximal Starsea People's Committee Hall, they were greeted by Chairman Goth, who awaited their arrival. The impending interstellar war surged forth like a relentless tide, unstoppable in its advance. The political and military landscape continually transformed amidst this conflict. Would General Buck succeed in averting this war? What were King Druck's true intentions? Would Berg truly rebel? The forces of justice in the universe were rising swiftly, forging alliances. As the interplanetary war raged on. Chapter 40. Chairman Goth received news that the Interstellar Exploration Alliance's Yellow River battleship had successfully landed on proximal Star C, reaching the Fire Cloud C military base. The battleships Donghai and Fire Dragon had also departed from Earth, hastening their arrival. The war-level contingency plan of the Cassie Republic was promptly activated. The Valen battleship, Billis battleship, and Peterwood battleship had taken off from the Sorrow C military base and arrived at the Fire Cloud C military base. They would form a joint combat fleet with the Shadow battleship, Kirk battleship, and Trot battleship, preparing to launch an assault on the Skull City military base. The interstellar missile forces of the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion were now in a state of readiness, with their sights firmly set on the military base of Skull City and the Demon Ridge region. The Valen Legion's extensive bionic army was en route to the Fire Cloud C military base aboard transport vessels. The army of the Closian Church, under the leadership of General Sagan and Deva, is also gathering towards the Sea of Fire. In the command room of the Grand Hall of the Proxima Centauri People's Committee, Chairman Goth, Legion Commander Bailey, Legion Commander Kafili, Elder Pasm, Elder Leekle, and other esteemed experts and military representatives are diligently studying the operational plans. Chairman Goth addressed the assembly, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, our war with the Simian demons is imminent. Our Shadow Legion and Valen Legion stand ready. Upon the arrival of the Earth Interstellar Peace Legion, we shall launch an offensive alongside the forces of the Closian Church against the Simian demons. Legion Commanders Bailey and Kafili, please share your insights." Following this, Elder Pasm, Elder Leekle, and the attending representatives were invited to express their views. Currently, the battleship Huanghe has successfully arrived at the Fire Cloud Island military base, with the battleships Donghai and Huolong soon to follow. Our Shadow Legion's vessels and the Valen Legion ships will form a temporary combat fleet to launch a frontal assault on the military base of the Simian Empire. Once combat commences, the Closian forces, led by General Sagan and Deva, will execute a flank attack from both sides of the Simian army, ultimately encircling their main force. After our fleet has decimated the Simian army's effective combatants, our ground-based bionic troops will conduct a ground assault to obliterate the Simian Empire's military base in Skull City. As stated by Legion Commander Kafili. Commander Kafili, have you fully considered that while we attack the Simian army, they may retaliate with interstellar cruise missiles targeting our primary military bases, nuclear arsenals, and power plants? How shall we respond? This interstellar conflict occurs on our home turf of Proxima Centauri C. I wish to prevent our planet from suffering greater losses. In this battle, we must minimize the use of nuclear weapons, relying instead on laser and gravitational weaponry. We must not allow this war to devastate Proxima Centauri C, Chairman Goth emphasized. Legion Commander Bailey, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose to speak. Chairman, esteemed representatives, we possess a formidable missile defense system. Our interstellar cruise missiles are fully operational. The missile forces are on standby around the clock, ready to strike the Skull City military base, as well as if the battle ends in failure. Marshal Berg would undoubtedly assign the blame for the war's defeat to me, subsequently removing me from the equation. Thus, the entire war presents no advantages for me. I wish to halt this conflict, Buck stated. Chairman Goth observed Buck before responding. In that case, what do you propose, Buck? We cannot concede any territory or sovereignty. Chairman Goth, I suggest that until Marshal Berg arrives, we refrain from attacking one another. I intend to use this time to return personally to Kepler 452b to explain the situation to King Druck and persuade him not to launch an assault on Proxima Centauri C. We only temporarily require access to the military base at Skull City. Once we identify a suitable planet for our survival, we will expedite our immigration plans and depart from here. Buck, please convey to King Druck that the Proxima Centauri Citizens Committee is dedicated to the peaceful exploration and development of the cosmos, collaborating with the forces of justice in the universe to advance agriculture, industry, and aerospace technology. We hope that King Druck will engage with the Proxima Centauri Citizens Committee in a spirit of justice and equity to jointly develop the cosmic expanse. During your absence from Proxima Centauri C, the Shadow Legion, the Valen Legion, the Interstellar Peace Corps, and the armies of the Claw sect will not launch an unprovoked assault on the Skull City military base, though reasonable military self-defense actions may not be ruled out. We await your good news. Chairman Goth assured Buck. Esteemed members present, I am to meet with King Druck to foster peaceful development between the Monkey Empire and the forces of justice in the cosmos. Allow me to share a revelation. On our inhabited planet, there exists a Republic of Carter. Their chairman Schult, much like yourselves, upholds the principles of peaceful development and cosmic exploration, and in the future, opportunities for collaboration will surely arise. Await my favorable news. The intelligence brought by Buck left the assembly in astonishment, for they had not anticipated the existence of a similar governing body on Kepler 452b, and more importantly, that the Republic of Carter represented the forces of justice. After bidding farewell to Buck, Chairman Goth, Priest Peter, Legion Commander Kafili, Legion Commander Bailey, Elder Parsim, and Elder Reichel reconvened in the committee's grand hall to strategize and formulate responses to the newly emerged situation. At that moment, the starship Donghai of the Cosmic Explorers Alliance and the starship Huolong had successfully launched. They had locked onto the interstellar coordinates transmitted by the Huanghe starship, targeting the Fire Cloud C military base on Proxima Centauri C, and both vessels were accelerating toward Centaurus. Would Berg lead his forces to Proxima Centauri C? Would the persuaded King Druck collaborate with the forces of justice in the universe? How might Chairman Schult avert the impending planetary conflict? In the vast cosmos, the relentless struggle for interests and warfare continued. The awakening of King Druck, the sparse starlight of the night, cascaded upon the grand hall of the Kalep Palace, illuminating the palace's brilliance in stark contrast to the surrounding lowly dwellings. The carriages of the noble ministers were also aglow, resembling scattered lights amidst a desolate sea. The grand entrance, adorned with various gems, had long since closed, leaving only the solitary arched bridge, intricately carved with fantastical beasts, to stand guard. Occasionally, pairs of patrolling guards marched by, their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night, casting shadows that resembled phantoms of an apocalyptic era. In the royal chambers at the back of the hall, the usual revelry had been replaced by a somber atmosphere. As King Druck and Queen Philly sat upon their bed with furrowed brows, time can render one exquisite and serene, yet it also has the power to cast a veil of anxiety over all it touches. At this moment, time brought nothing but endless restlessness to King Druck and Queen Philly. They were acutely aware that the Monkey Empire was gradually marching toward war, and their once tranquil existence was likely to be obliterated by this impending conflict. Perhaps the entire populace of the Monkey Empire would soon bid farewell to their peaceful lives, shouldering the heavy burdens of war. The dawn had yet to break, and only the suffocating silence of night wept gently in the wind. Ever since the Monkey Empire decided to deploy forces to Proxima Centauri C, anti-war sentiments had surged through the streets and alleys. Some civilians even flooded toward the palace, voicing their opposition to the war. Clashes erupted between the civilians and the Imperial Guard as they were driven back, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension throughout the Monkey Empire. King Druck was not an arrogant man. He had come to realize that the Empire's rule was increasingly unstable. Queen Philly stood firmly against this war. She was a benevolent and noble individual. In the hearts of the Monkey Empire citizens, the Queen resembled a great mother. She was gentle and kind, deeply troubled by her husband's decisions. At that moment, she endeavored to persuade King Druck, who wore a troubled expression, as they awaited General Buck's arrival. General Buck was to bring the latest news from the front lines, crucial for the king's next decision. My king, I fail to comprehend why we must embark on this expedition. It will plunge the entire empire into the calamity of war, Queen Philly implored. My queen, the entire empire is currently besieged by natural disasters. We must seek new Earth-like planets for mass immigration. If the empire continues to suffer such calamities, it will inevitably face annihilation. While seeking new Earth-like planets is indeed prudent, we need not attack Proxima Centauri C, a sovereign nation. This constitutes an unjust war. My queen, I never intended to assault Proxima Centauri C. Rather, I aim to establish a military base there to facilitate our exploration of other planets in Centaurus. It was Marshal Berg who incessantly urged me to wage this war, and I am fully aware of its perils. However, if we were to capture Proxima Centauri C as he claims, we would alleviate many complications during our mass migration and relocate all our citizens there. My king, have you considered the suffering this war would inflict upon countless individuals? Our army would march far and wide to invade a sovereign nation. This is an unjust war. Should we fail, the nation would descend into chaos, and the Monkey Empire may fracture beyond repair. I am mindful of the severe consequences, my queen. However, I am still uncertain whether to thwart Berg's plans for this war. Long ago, we waged a conflict against Proxima Centauri C, and ultimately, we faced defeat. Perhaps it was divine retribution. Since that time, our home on Cook Island has become a shadow of its former self. That war significantly weakened our power, and following it, we sought assistance from the Republic of Carter, requesting them to allocate a continent to us, only to be met with refusal. Thus, we engaged in another war with them, which also ended in defeat. Ultimately, both sides signed a non-aggression pact in the waters of Ladoga. My king, have you considered discussing matters with Chairman Schultz of the Republic of Carter? A considerable amount of time has passed. Perhaps they would extend a helping hand regarding our current situation. My queen, regarding territorial matters, I doubt Chairman Schultz would be amenable. Issues that cannot be resolved through war are unlikely to find resolution through peaceful negotiations. Your Majesty, I believe you may be mistaken. The difficulties of achieving success through warfare do not imply that peaceful negotiations cannot yield favorable results. Perhaps diplomatic discussions could prove more beneficial than conflict. I suggest you consider visiting the Republic of Carter to engage in earnest dialogue with Chairman Schultz, aiming to delineate a territory on the continent of Dickley that is conducive to the survival of our empire, replete with ample sunlight and water resources. The eastern plains of Mica on Dickley seem particularly suitable, being in close proximity to us, although they belong to the Republic of Carter, which regards them as a peripheral area. My queen, do you think Chairman Schultz would acquiesce to our request for the Mica Plains? I suspect he would find it challenging to comply. Should the plains be allocated to us, our military would be positioned alarmingly close to the capital of the Cartons, Trelato, posing a direct threat to them. My king, we could assure Chairman Schultz that we would not station troops on the Mica Plains. Our intention is to relocate the impoverished citizens of the monkey ape community there, granting them a chance for a better life. We could even propose a long-term non-military agreement and a pact for peaceful development. Queen, even if your perspective holds weight, acquiring land from Chairman Schultz of the Republic of Carter is fraught with difficulty. I doubt my capabilities to negotiate peaceably with him. Might you consider visiting the Republic of Carter in my stead? I believe Chairman Schultz would hold you in higher regard than me, and perhaps you could indeed ameliorate the living conditions of our monkey ape citizens. Very well, my king. I shall represent you in visiting the Republic of Carter. I shall implore Chairman Schultz to permit our passage across the Radga Sea to the Mica Plains, where we shall establish a new city for the monkey ape populace. Concurrently, I will seek to forge a mutual agreement for the peaceful exploration of the cosmos, to search for Earth-like planets in preparation for our future migration. My benevolent queen, you shall undoubtedly receive the support of the guardian of the monkey apes, as we lead all the inhabitants of the monkey ape empire towards a brighter future. My king, should we rashly intervene to prevent Marshal Berg from waging war against our neighboring Star Sea, might he not incite a mutiny? I believe it prudent to take preemptive measures by appointing him as the chief minister for negotiations with the Cartons. During his discussions with the Republic, we could seize all military power from him. I have investigated the recent demonstrations among the citizens of the monkey ape empire, and it appears that Berg is the mastermind behind them. His motives are suspect. On one hand, he incites you to wage total war against Star Sea, while on the other, he stirs the populace to rebellion. This must be his ploy to overthrow the rule of the monkey ape empire and ultimately ascend to the throne himself. My queen, I have long been wary of him and am contemplating ways to diminish his military influence. I had initially planned to weaken his power while he was away at Star Sea, but that seems unfeasible now. Should he establish a dictatorial regime there, it could result in a perilous situation, allowing him to return and attack us directly. Thus, I ponder whether he should accompany you to the Republic of Carter to meet Chairman Schultz. During this time, we could gradually curtail his military authority, and upon his return, he could be appointed as Prime Minister, focusing solely on economic development and military affairs, distancing him from significant power. However, I am uncertain if he would be willing to travel to the Republic of Carter. If I were to command him to go, he might well incite rebellion. My king, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Do you understand the strategy of using feigned indifference to elicit a response? If we wish to unmask his true intentions swiftly, the best course is to grant him a semblance of freedom. Buck has now returned from Star Sea to the monkey ape empire and wishes to see you. I have instructed him to wait outside the Great Hall. Alongside Buck, Minister Kalik and Minister Hella have also come to meet with you. I have summoned 2 additional generals under Berg, Andon, and Kanda to join us. We must not only grasp the situation at the front lines, but also devise strategies to counter Berg's machinations. Peaceful development of the cosmos, in concert with just forces within it, is essential to guide us toward enlightenment. My queen, please call them in. My king, they have been waiting outside the Great Hall for an extended period. They must have urgent matters to discuss with you. Princess Philly summoned the herald, who promptly rushed out of the hall. Shortly thereafter, Buck, Kalik, Hella, Andon, and Kanda entered in succession. Esteemed King Druck and Princess Philly, greetings, they collectively expressed, bowing deeply. Please, take your seats. This is not the grand hall of the palace. We are in my chamber, and there is no need for excessive formality. Given the hour, your presence must pertain to matters of great importance. King Druck addressed them. Your Majesty, Princess, I have returned with news from the front lines, Buck stated urgently. His swift return to the Monkey Ape Empire was to report the perilous military situation at Star Sea to King Druck. General Buck, what is the current military status at Star Sea? Do you believe the forces under your command can secure victory against the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion in direct confrontation? King Druck inquired. Your Majesty, we are no longer confronted solely by the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion. We face the combined might of the Shadow Legion, the Valen Legion, the interstellar peace forces of Earth, and the allies of the Klosh Church. Engaging them in battle at this juncture could lead to our defeat. Moreover, I have received intelligence indicating that the Republic of Carter has deployed a considerable military presence along our borders. The battleships Hornet and Giant Eagle have arrived in the Radaga Sea, accompanied by the Dickley aircraft carrier. Should war erupt at Star Sea, these vessels may very likely attack us under Marshal Walker's command. Our satellite, the James, has indicated that the Republic's warships, the Cheongjiang and the Taimar River, are in urgent redeployment, seemingly preparing to mobilize towards Star Sea. General Buck replied, candidly addressing King Druck's inquiries. General Buck, if this is indeed the case, does it hold any merit to initiate war in the star system? The ultimate consequence would likely be extensive losses for our entire empire. Do you possess any strategies to avert this conflict? Princess Philly, from the depths of her heart, opposed the war, and upon witnessing the dire circumstances faced by the Monkey Ape Empire, her opposition intensified. Your Majesty, Princess, I have already engaged in negotiations with Chairman Goth of the Star Sea National Committee and the Klosh Church's Pope Peter. Chairman Goth has proposed that we join their alliance for peaceful exploration and development of the cosmos to prevent the outbreak of interstellar war. Due to the urgency of the situation, I hasten back to the palace to relay the true circumstances to you, General Buck explained. General Buck, during your absence from Star Sea, will the coalition forces of the National Committee refrain from attacking our Skull City military base? King Druck instinctively felt that the Skull City military base was now in grave danger. Esteemed King and Queen, I have reached an agreement with Chairman Goth that during my absence from Star Sea, their forces will not target our military installations. However, the Interstellar Peace Army of Earth continues to arrive at the Fire Cloud Island military base at Star Sea. Thus, I urgently require a swift decision from you both, General Buck implored, anxiety evident in his demeanor, as any conflict at the Skull City military base could lead to its utter annihilation. Let us hear the opinions of Ministers Kalik and Hella first. Kalik, what is your perspective on this impending war? King Drucker declared, esteemed subjects, we must resolutely avert the onset of this war. Such a conflict would inflict substantial damage upon our economy, particularly jeopardizing maritime trade, and plunge our national economy into an untenable predicament. Should we engage in war with the Republic of Carter, we would find ourselves besieged on all fronts. I have implored Marshal Berg on numerous occasions, yet he remains obstinate. His militaristic ideologies pose a grave threat to the future of our nation. Kalik is acutely aware that the outbreak of this war would severely undermine the economic foundation of our country. Will General Buck succeed in persuading King Drucker and Princess Philly to avert this impending conflict? Will King Drucker guide his simian subjects towards a path of enlightenment? The interstellar war continues to loom. Chapter 42. The Simian Empire in peril within the palace of the Simian Empire. A tense discussion unfolds, centering on the future of the empire and the looming possibility of Marshal Berg's treachery. In a certain sense, King Drucker and Princess Philly have already concluded that Berg's betrayal is a foregone conclusion. However, without indisputable evidence of his treachery, executing the ministers would constitute a significant blow to all involved, rendering it impossible to justify to the court. Thus, Princess Philly and King Drucker have resolved to grant Berg another chance. Should he find his way back from his misguided path, he may regain his freedom, though he shall no longer wield command over military operations. The war, once ignited, would drag the Simian Empire's economy into the abyss and likely invite military retaliation from the Republic of Carter. King Drucker pondered Berg's fervent advocacy for this war. Could it be that he seeks to leverage the conflict to augment his military power and thus destabilize the imperial monarchy? The mere thought sent a shiver down Drucker's spine. At this moment, the counsel of Princess Philly felt paramount. Without her direct intervention, he might not have discerned Berg's rebellious inclinations. Indeed, he had previously regarded Berg as his most loyal marshal. Princess Feli surveyed the assembly, her expression increasingly somber. Kalik, since you comprehend the grave dangers this war poses to us, why did you not raise it at our previous meeting? Her seriousness illuminated her concern for the matter at hand. Your Highness, I oversee the nation's finances, while Marshal Berg commands the military. I lack the authority to countermand him. Berg is a man driven by a thirst for glory. Had I opposed his war efforts at the last meeting, it would have likely provoked him to command General Buck to strike against the Shadow Legion and the Walloon Legion, thereby making war a certainty. I have endeavored to dissuade him, but each time I did, he ridiculed me as a coward. Princess Feli then turned to the gathered ministers and generals, offering a faint smile before addressing Hela. I wish to hear your perspective on this war. I have already conferred with the king regarding my imminent visit to the Republic of Carter. Would you accompany me? I shall engage in discussions with Chairman Schultz concerning the peaceful exploration of cosmic space and the maintenance of peace and stability on Kepler 452b. During this visit, I will request that Chairman Schultz temporarily designate the Mac plane as a base for the migration of our simian populace. Do you believe our negotiations with the Republic of Carter will bear fruit? Your Highness, Chairman Schultz is a man of integrity and kindness. Faced with the plight of our simian citizens in the wake of natural disasters, I believe he will consent to temporarily allocate the Mac plane to us. However, the conditions for such an allocation will likely be our renunciation of war, compelling us to withdraw our forces from Proxima Centauri C. They will undoubtedly demand the withdrawal of the warship Ferlato, the cruiser Rosen, and the carrier Sass from the Radaga Sea. I have had numerous discussions with Minister Hela, and he understands that Chairman Schultz, recognizing the suffering of our simian citizens, will not remain indifferent. He may well agree to grant the Mac plane to the Simian Empire. He is also acutely aware that Chairman Schultz vehemently opposes interstellar warfare, and any acquisition of the Mac plane will hinge on our voluntary exit from this conflict. Hela, since you are willing to accompany me to the Republic of Carter, I urge you to prepare swiftly. Our time to avert this impending interstellar war is dwindling. We must act decisively before the flames of conflict ignite. I wish to invite Marshal Berg to join us on this diplomatic mission to the Republic of Carter. What are your thoughts on this matter? Your Highness, I doubt that Marshal Berg will accompany us. Should he depart the Simian Empire, he would relinquish command of the military. Given his character, he is likely to ignite this war prematurely or incite a rebellion to swiftly establish his military dictatorship. Hela, as you say, what course of action shall we pursue? King Drucker inquired. Your Majesty, two of Marshal Berg's capable generals, Andon and Kanda, are present today. I propose that from this moment forth, the military command of the Simian Empire be directly under your authority. Generals Buck, Andon, and Kanda will answer solely to you, and the command will no longer hold the power to mobilize the troops. Furthermore, I recommend that you engage in direct dialogue with Chairman Goth, Marshal Yunfei, Bishop Peter, and Chairman Schultz to join their alliance for peaceful cosmic development. Should we successfully ally with the forces of cosmic justice, the specter of war among our political and military factions will dissipate. Hela candidly articulated his thoughts, fully aware that should Marshal Berg learn of his remarks, he could face dire consequences. Yet, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Generals Buck, Andon, and Kanda, from this moment on, you will take your orders directly from me, and the command will no longer have the authority to mobilize the troops. I shall promptly inform Marshal Berg, instructing him to accompany Princess Feli and Hela on their visit to the Republic of Carter. Your Majesty, we shall remain eternally loyal to you, echoed Generals Buck, Andon, and Kanda in unison. Andon, you are still in command of the defenses of the Radaga Sea. You must ensure that Berg's loyalists are replaced in a timely manner, safeguarding the peace and stability of the Radaga Sea, King Drucker stated. Andon bowed deeply to King Drucker and replied, I shall remain forever loyal to the king. I will ensure the peace and stability of the Radaga Sea. Kanda, you will continue to oversee the National Missile Forces and the Interstellar Expeditionary Corps. Remember, you take orders only from me. No one else has the authority to mobilize the troops. You must also replace Berg's loyalists promptly to ensure the security of the Simian Empire and the operational capabilities of the expeditionary forces. The reason I place my trust in Kanda is his unwavering loyalty. Your Majesty, I shall remain forever loyal to you. I will guarantee the security of the Empire and continuously enhance the capabilities of the expeditionary forces, Kanda vowed, bowing deeply to King Drucker. Buck, you are to return to Proxima Centauri C immediately and convey my decisions to Chairman Goth and Bishop Peter. Our Simian Empire shall join their Cosmic Peace Alliance, requesting them to retain our Skull City military base. Soon, I will visit the Proxima Centauri C People's Committee and the Claw Sect to negotiate significant matters regarding peaceful exploration of cosmic space. King Druk must contemplate the future of the Monkey Empire, and in light of the current dire state of war, he has finally resolved to abandon the colonialist ideology of the past and stride towards enlightenment alongside the forces of justice in the cosmos. Esteemed King Druk, I shall certainly relay your prudent decision to Chairman Goth and Pope Peter, informing them of your imminent visit to Proxima Centauri C to forge a cosmic alliance for peace and development with the representatives of the Justice Forces. General Buck is exhilarated at the prospect of leading the monkey army out of darkness and into the light. Following the orders of King Druk and Queen Phelan, General Buck, General Undun, General Kant, Minister Click, and Minister Hella have sprung into action after leaving the royal palace. Meanwhile, within the palace, King Druk and Queen Phelan continue their discussions regarding the specifics of their visit to the Carter Republic and Proxima Centauri C. At this moment, a nefarious transaction is unfolding within Marshal Berg's headquarters. Upon learning that his military power will be diminished, an uncontrollable fury engulfs him, prompting him to summon his followers to conspire for a coup. His intention is to overthrow the leadership of the Monkey Empire and establish his own dictatorial regime. Initially, he plans to incite rebellion and personally lead an army to attack Proxima Centauri C. Should he successfully seize the planet, he could establish his dictatorship there. After a brief regrouping, he intends to return to Kepler 452b to directly assault the Monkey Empire, followed by an advance on the Carter Republic, ultimately aiming to dominate both Kepler 452b and Proxima Centauri C. Once his conspiracy succeeds, he will launch continued offensives against Earth-like planets across the cosmos to plunder resources, aspiring to reign supreme in the parallel universe. Marshal Yunfei, responding to Chairman Goth's invitation from Proxima Centauri C's People's Committee, commands the East Sea and Fire Dragon warships to take off, soon to rendezvous with the Yellow River warship at the Fire Cloud Sea military base. Under the proactive coordination of Commander Kafili of the Shadow Legion, the Yellow River warship, piloted by Gut, Longxiang, Longyu, and Lu Xian, has established a temporary military base for the Interstellar Peace Corps in the Fire Cloud Sea. The combat capabilities of the Shadow Legion and the Valen Legion have rapidly improved with the arrival of the Interstellar Peace Corps, while the Krolls, a battalion of bionic robots from the Klosh Church, are continuously gathering at the Fire Cloud Sea. The Fire Cloud and Orca warships have already reached the military base. An alliance fighting for justice has finally formed, ready to confront the insidious evil forces lurking in the cosmos. Will King Druk and Queen Phelan's visit lead the Monkey Empire towards enlightenment? Is Berg's betrayal of the Monkey Empire merely simplistic, or does he harbor other malevolent forces behind him? An interstellar war is on the brink of eruption, and justice remains the eternal sovereign. Chapter 43. The outbreak of Star Wars speed is the essence of supremacy. The scientific community widely acknowledges that the origin of the universe was a colossal explosion. Humanity and advanced life forms in the cosmos have evidence that the existing universe is in a state of expansion. If the universe continues to expand indefinitely, approaching absolute zero, it will freeze all life within. At a certain juncture, gravitational forces will initiate a reverse collapse, heralding an apocalyptic calamity for humanity and advanced cosmic life. The faster an object moves, the more energy it accumulates, time slows down, and mass increases infinitely. Before the advent of the apocalypse, if one wishes to return to bygone days, one must possess a time machine to enter hyperspace. Both humanity and advanced cosmic beings are in search of methods to access hyperspace. The forces of gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force dictate the developmental trajectory of the universe. A means of traversing time and space to evade disaster involves entering a wormhole to cross into a parallel universe where Earth-like planets suitable for habitation exist. The peaceful exploration and development of cosmic space will become the ultimate pursuit for humanity and advanced life forms alike. Upon receiving King Druk's orders, Buck accelerated the flight speed of the UC spacecraft. He must return to the People's Committee Hall before Berg reaches Proxima Centauri C to confer with Chairman Goth and Pope Peter on strategies to counter Berg's machinations. Aboard the spacecraft are two astronauts, Phase and Jean, alongside two spirited robots, Tors and Golder. Meanwhile, Berg directs the Hassan and Redman warships in pursuit of their vessel. The radar on the UC spacecraft indicates that the Hassan and Redman warships are steadily closing in. General Buck, the Hassan and Redman warships are pursuing us. What should we do? Activate the cloaking system or accelerate? Phase inquired. Phase, Jean. Engage the auxiliary thrust system and propel us towards Proxima Centauri C at full speed. We cannot allow them to catch up, Buck commanded. arranging for Phase and Jean to increase their speed while also activating communication with the Skull City military base. He instructed the 4 great generals of Skull City, Fire Dragon, Crazy Whale, Battlehawk, and Wild Wolf, to immediately activate the base's defensive systems to prevent an invasion from the Hassan and Redman warships. Phase deftly maneuvered the spacecraft's flight computer, stating, Jean, immediately jettison any non-essential supplies to lighten the craft. Phase, are you suggesting we discard our life supplies? Jean chuckled. Jean, you always think of your own interests. If we are caught by the Hassan and Redman warships, you may never have the chance to enjoy your future pleasures. It's better to part with them now. Phase replied. But those are personal items. Personal property is not to be infringed upon. Jean protested, while humorously discarding supplies from the storage bay. Jean, if you survive to return to Proxima Centauri C, you can ask General Buck for replacements. He.S. right here on the ship. I lack the means to compensate you later, Phase said. Tors, Golder, expedite the activation of the spacecraft's auxiliary thrust system. As Phase accelerated the ship, he bantered with Jean. Tors, a short and stout robot, served as the ship's mechanical engineer, speaking in a comical tone. Golder, a tall and graceful robot beauty, was in charge of communication and weapon maintenance, her voice soft and soothing. Captain Phase, are you asking me to activate the auxiliary engines? Do you wish to play with the celestial meteors? Tors quipped. An overspeeding spacecraft generates significant friction in the cosmos, which will increase its temperature. If you desire roasted suckling pig, I have no objections to elevating the ship's speed to its maximum. Upon hearing the command, Tors activated the auxiliary engines while continuing to jest with Phase. Tors, you always ramble on. Can't you see Captain Phase is busy? If you wish to eat roasted suckling pig, I might as well throw you into the oven for everyone to taste, considering you resemble one so closely, Golder chimed in. Now the Hassan and Redman warships are closing in. Set the auxiliary engines to maximum thrust. I do not wish to be scorched by their laser cannons. Beauty is a woman's nature. Even if just a strand of my hair gets burned, I will not let this go, she added with a laugh. Golder, the auxiliary engines are already engaged. Even combined, the speeds of the Hassan and Redman warships cannot catch us. I am a man who cherishes beauty. I cannot allow our lovely lady's skin to suffer even the slightest harm. However, it is indeed getting warm in here. I feel a bit stifled. You should activate the cooling system post-haste. Even if we can endure it, General Buck and the 2 captains cannot, Tors remarked. Tolls, I have never perceived you as a gentleman who cherishes the delicate. Instead, you strike me as a peculiar iron sphere. Each time we undertake repairs on the spacecraft, you assign me an increasing workload, never truly displaying the charm that a man ought to possess. Conversely, at times, I find you to be almost more fussy than a woman. I wonder which scientist crafted you to have such a disposition. Goldo activated the cooling system of the ship, initiating a descent in temperature. Goldo, please promptly activate your communication system, allowing General Buck to contact Chairman Goth of Proxima Centauri C and Master Peter. They must not perceive us as unwelcome intruders in Proxima Centauri C, lest we be struck down by interstellar cruise missiles. By then, I fear your skin, even your hair, may cease to exist. Will it even be possible to repair you afterwards? That remains a question mark. Tolls urged Goldo to swiftly open the ship's communication system, sending a signal directly to the combat office of the Proxima Centauri C People's Committee. A response soon arrived, with Chairman Goth's visage appearing on the communication screen. General Buck glanced at Chairman Goth and anxiously stated, Chairman Goth, I bear unfortunate news. Marshal Berg has betrayed us, defying King Druck's ceasefire decree. He is personally commanding the Hassan and Redman warships, accelerating towards the Fire Cloud Sea in pursuit of me. Please, take timely measures. General Buck, how far are you from those 2 warships? Is there a possibility of being caught? Chairman Goth inquired. I will immediately activate the satellite monitoring system for the Allied forces in the Fire Cloud Sea and mobilize all missile units in Proxima Centauri C. We shall thoroughly strike against the malevolent forces commanded by Berg. Chairman Goth, Berg will not catch up with me. I must inform you that not only the Hassan and Redman warships are heading towards Proxima Centauri C, but also the Qinglong expeditionary fleet of the Bourse Empire. This nefarious fleet likely exists in higher dimensional space. You simply cannot see them. They may launch an attack towards the Fire Cloud Sea at any moment. So please treat this matter with utmost gravity. Buck felt a profound threat from the unknown Qinglong expeditionary fleet. General Buck, I will immediately notify the ground forces to allow your ship to pass. After that, they will launch an attack on the pursuing Hassan and Redman warships. You may rest assured. Very well, Chairman. I place my complete trust in you. You must ensure my safety and facilitate my smooth return to the Skull City military base." At that moment, Berg was commanding the Hassan and Redman warships to pursue the UC spacecraft at full speed. Suddenly, the communication system screen on the Hassan warship lit up, and Berlu's voice resonated through the system. "Berg, you must accelerate in pursuit of the UC spacecraft. You cannot allow Buck to escape back to the Skull City military base. If he returns to the base, you will lose control over it. Moreover, he will mobilize the forces at the Skull City military base to attack you in alliance with the Proxima Centauri Sea forces, leaving you besieged. My fleet is already hovering above the Fire Cloud Sea, ready for coordinated combat with you. If we can win this war, not only can you atone for your sins, but King Norman will also reward you." Berg's heart sank as he listened to his brother's words. "Brother, I never anticipated matters would deteriorate to this extent. Heading to Proxima Centauri Sea feels like walking into a trap. Please consult King Norman to see if the Hassan and Redman warships can return directly to the Bourse Empire. I feel like a lamb being led to slaughter, continuously moving toward the pot." "Haha, Berg, you have not yet fired a shot or accomplished anything. How can I explain this to King Norman? You have no retreat now. As a loyal warrior of the Bourse Empire, you must instigate this war at Proxima Centauri Sea. Even in defeat, you will provide me with a reason to explain to King Norman. When you return to the Bourse Empire, King Norman will undoubtedly still entrust you with significant responsibilities." Berlu's cold laughter sent shivers down Berg's spine. "Very well, brother. If that is what you say, I shall proceed to Proxima Centauri Sea. However, I harbor little hope for this war. Perhaps it will lead to the demise of both myself and the two warships." "Berg, have you still not comprehended? I command you to pursue Buck immediately. If you can occupy the Skull City military base before Buck returns, you will be able to command the Demon Ape army in this large-scale war. However, if Buck reaches his military base first, you will lose all advantageous conditions and may even find yourself surrounded. Rest assured, with my Qinglong expeditionary fleet, I can guarantee your safe withdrawal from Proxima Centauri Sea." After concluding the call with Berlu, Berg hastened the Hassan and Redman warships to accelerate in pursuit of the UC spacecraft. "Generals Mills and Zaret, why is the UC spacecraft on our radar increasingly distancing itself from us? You must accelerate and catch up with it," Berg bellowed. "Marshal Berg, the UC is a light spacecraft, and its speed is likely greater than that of our warships. Even at full throttle, we cannot catch up," General Mills responded. "Then use the warship's missiles to destroy it." "I cannot watch Buck escape back to the Skull City military base," Berg said, anxiously rubbing his hands together. "Marshal Berg, at such high speeds, our missiles cannot lock onto the UC. Moreover, launching missiles would create recoil, likely causing our ship to deviate from its intended course," General Zaret replied. "Generals Mills and Zaret, how have I treated you in the past? Now is the time for you to repay me, yet you respond in this manner. I command you to advance at full speed and pursue the UC." Berg was now nearly furious. The Hassan and Redman warships increased their engine power, racing toward Proxima Centauri Sea like meteors. Chapter 44. Ambush against the mysterious fleet. At this moment, within the command center of the Fire Cloud Island Allied Forces, Chairman Goth, General Bailey, General Kafili, Master Peter, Elder Pazim, Elder Reichel, General Yonggang, and General Yukai were intently studying the combat plan. The electronic radar monitoring system displayed that a spacecraft and two warships were rapidly approaching Proxima Centauri Sea's Fire Cloud Island. Chairman Goth observed those present and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, our radar monitoring indicates that a spacecraft and two warships are heading toward Proxima Centauri Sea's Fire Cloud Island. The first spacecraft must be General Buck, followed closely by the Hassan and Redman warships. These two warships are certainly pursuing General Buck under Berg's direct command. We can see that the distance between the spacecraft and the warships is gradually increasing, and the spacecraft has now entered full-speed flight. We must allow General Buck's spacecraft to pass while successfully intercepting the Hassan and Redman warships. Let us discuss your opinions." General Bailey rose and pondered before speaking. "Chairman and esteemed colleagues, based on our current interstellar radar monitoring, the Hassan and Redman warships are recklessly pursuing the UC spacecraft. They must be well prepared. From the information provided by General Buck, the Qinglong fleet of the Bourse Empire should be lurking near our Fire Cloud Island. The reason we have not detected them thus far is likely due to their concealment in higher dimensional space, or the entire fleet employing stealth capabilities. Therefore, our warships should not rashly ascend to intercept the Hassan and Redman warships. An impetuous assault could lead to a severe ambush by the Qinglong expeditionary fleet. Therefore, we should adopt a strategy of patience. Once the U.S. spacecraft successfully enters the Fire Cloud Island military base, We will activate the air defense missile unit stationed on Proxima Centauri C to launch a full-scale assault on the Hassan and Redman warships. I suspect that the Qinglong Expeditionary Fleet is likely to emerge at this juncture. Upon detecting their presence, we must swiftly ascertain their location, allowing our warships to take flight and initiate a comprehensive offensive against the enemy fleet. Commander Bailey, what position do you believe the Qinglong Expeditionary Fleet of the Bolshevik Empire currently occupies? What could be their intentions for arriving at Proxima Centauri C? Inquired Peter the Pontiff. Commander Bailey pondered for a moment before responding. Peter, I suspect that the fleet is situated in close proximity to Firecloud Island, as the wormhole above Firecloud Island is the sole passage to Proxima Centauri C. They are likely concealed near the wormhole, employing stealth technology to elude our interstellar radars. The Hassan and Redman warships could very well serve as bait for the Qinglong fleet. When we attempt to engage them, the Qinglong Expeditionary Fleet may swiftly launch a surprise attack on our vessels, inflicting significant damage. I concur with your assessment, Commander Bailey. Like you, I believe the Qinglong fleet is in the vicinity of the Firecloud Island military base. Thus, our allied fleet should refrain from any reckless maneuvers. We can effectively utilize the ground missile systems for defense. Given that General Buck's U.S. spacecraft has distanced itself from the Hassan and Redman warships, we should first secure General Buck's vessel within the base, and then intercept the Hassan and Redman warships. At this moment, the lurking Qinglong Expeditionary Fleet will inevitably reveal itself. Once we pinpoint their location, our warships will ascend to execute a flanking maneuver. Commander Kafili remarked. Peter the Pontiff surveyed those present and declared, since Berg has already betrayed us, we have nothing left to fear. After we allow General Buck's spacecraft to pass, we shall immediately launch an assault on the Hassan and Redman warships. Our forces from the Christchurch will deploy warships in concert with the Shadow Legion, the Wallen Legion, and the Interstellar Peace Legion to deliver a decisive blow to this malevolent force. I believe that once the Hassan and Redman warships are attacked, the Qinglong Expeditionary Fleet will surely make their appearance. I envision the Wallen, Belize, Patermu, Xieying, Kirk, and Tulu warships engaging the enemy head-on, while the Huayun, Orca, Yellow River, Donghai, and Huolong warships flank them from the sides. The Cross and Bilia warships will be tasked with pursuit and interception. This time, we must inflict severe damage on the Qinglong Expeditionary Fleet, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. If they manage to escape, they will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. I propose we employ the tactic of luring the enemy into a trap, waiting for the Hassan and Redman warships to breach the atmosphere before we launch our assault. As long as they refrain from attacking us, the closer they approach, the better. This will allow us to ensnare them effortlessly. As for the Qinglong Expeditionary Fleet, they are undoubtedly observing the unfolding conflict from beyond the atmosphere. Once we have cornered the Hassan and Redman warships, the Qinai have commanded the battleships Klaus and Bilia to enter a state of readiness, poised to take flight at any moment to intercept the Hassan and Redman vessels. General Buck, after exchanging a few jests with Faith, Jean, Tors, and Gordo, led them directly into the operations command room of the Firecloud Island military base. Chairman Goth and the assembled individuals swiftly approached to greet General Buck upon his entrance. General Buck, you have returned safely at last. Surely you bring us good news? Chairman Goth inquired. Chairman Goth, Bishop Peter, esteemed colleagues, I bear both good and bad news. As I mentioned aboard the ship, the good news is that King Druk has decided to lead the Monkey Empire into your righteous alliance, embarking on a journey of peaceful development and cosmic exploration together. The bad news, however, is that Berg has betrayed us. He is a spy embedded within our Monkey Empire. He hails from the Earth-like planet Gliese 581c, dispatched by King Norman of the Bulls Empire as an interstellar spy. He is also the brother of Admiral Beirut, commander of the Bulls Empire's Azure Dragon Expedition Fleet. Currently, Berg is directing the Hassan and Redman ships towards the Firecloud Sea military base, and the Azure Dragon Expedition Fleet is likely concealed somewhere above the Firecloud Sea. We must now formulate an appropriate response. How do you all intend to act? General Buck candidly outlined the situation as he understood it. General Buck, during your absence, the Allied command has already deliberated. The Valen Legion and Shadow Legion will engage the Hassan and Redman vessels head-on. The Interstellar Peace Legion and the Christchurch's forces will flank the Hassan, Redman ships, and the Azure Dragon Expedition Fleet. The Monkey warship stationed at Skull City Military Base will pursue and intercept the Hassan, Redman vessels, and the Azure Dragon Expedition Fleet. Chairman Goth spoke slowly. Oh, I see. When do we initiate the attack? General Buck inquired. When the Hassan and Redman vessels enter the atmosphere and reach the airspace above the Fire Cloud C military base, we will prepare to mobilize ground missile units for an interception. Once these two ships are struck, the Azure Dragon expedition fleet will undoubtedly reveal itself. At that moment, we will encircle the Azure Dragon expedition fleet along with the Hassan and Redman ships. However, in this operation, we do not intend to annihilate them entirely. Instead, we shall deliberately leave an avenue of escape above the Fire Cloud Sea, allowing us to trace their fleeing trajectory and uncover the true puppeteer behind them. General Yukai resolutely explained to General Buck. Very well, esteemed colleagues, I hereby command the 4 great generals, Fire Dragon, Mad Whale, Battle Eagle, and Wild Wolf, to prepare the Kloss and Bilia battleships stationed at Skull City military base for combat. Additionally, mobilize the missile units to prepare for an interception of the Hassan, Redman vessels, and the Azure Dragon expedition fleet. At the appropriate moment, I shall heed the orders of the Allied command room, intentionally allowing them an escape route, ensuring they remain oblivious to our deliberate leniency. I am eager to witness whether Berg will retain his former bravado. It would be utterly delightful to observe his expression firsthand. General Buck concluded with a chuckle. The battle for Proxima Centauri C was imminent. Under Berg's command, would the Hassan and Redman vessels truly ignite this war? Would the Azure Dragon expedition fleet, concealed above the Fire Cloud Sea, make its presence known? An interstellar conflict was on the brink of eruption, destined to be a tempest of flames and blood. Chapter 45. Assault on the Fire Cloud Sea military base. The crimson waters of the Fire Cloud Sea surged and roiled. Even the shallows painted a vivid red. Gazing into the distance, gray-white seabirds soared along the coastline, reminiscent of ancient legends of seabirds igniting an eternal blaze. Nestled between the Bordeaux Canyon and Devil's Ridge, the fiery surface of the Fire Cloud Sea appeared to be an inferno erupting from the depths of the earth. At the center of the Fire Cloud Sea lies the military base, the largest stronghold of the Shadow Legion, currently serving as the headquarters of the Allied command. Towering laser communication towers proudly stood around the Fire Cloud Sea, while the incessantly rotating interstellar radar emitted a low hum. Missile launchers poised with interstellar missiles pointed skyward, and laser turrets spun 360 degrees, scanning the skies for the imminent appearance of enemy ships. Following Admiral Beru's orders, Berg relentlessly pursued the UC ship. General Mills, General Zaret, are you both utterly incompetent? The radar screen indicates that the UC ship is pulling further away from us. They have now entered the Fire Cloud Sea military base. It seems we can no longer catch up with them. Activate the battleship's attack systems immediately. We must reach there before Buck arrives at Skull City military base. Berg bellowed. Mills detected Berg's dissatisfaction with him and coldly retorted, General, our battleship cannot match the speed of the UC ship. Buck's ship has already traversed the atmosphere of Proxima Centauri C and entered the Fire Cloud C military base. If we follow suit, we would fall within the effective range of the ground missile units, likely facing their retaliatory strike. We cannot reach Skull City military base and may even find ourselves ensnared by the Fire Cloud Sea military base's warships. Such a course of action would be exceedingly perilous. Where is the Azure Dragon expedition fleet? Can we establish contact for flanking support? General Mills, General Zaret, I have commanded you to activate the battleship's attack systems. Did you not comprehend? I am unaware of the Azure Dragon expedition fleet's location. How could you possibly know? Follow my orders. This is a command. Berg, uncertain of how far the Azure Dragon expedition fleet was, insisted on his directives. General Zaret, observing Berg's fury, patiently explained, Marshal, we cannot recklessly enter the Fire Cloud Sea airspace. If you insist on doing so, we would be courting death. Charging in alone would inevitably lead to encirclement. You should take the time to contact the Azure Dragon expedition fleet. Only when we confirm their capacity to provide cover from our rear flank should we enter the atmosphere of Proxima Centauri C and approach the Fire Cloud Sea military base. Very well. I shall contact the Azure Dragon expedition fleet to ascertain their position. You two must command the Hassan and Redman vessels to enter combat readiness. Berg impatiently instructed. Berg ordered his subordinates to activate the battleship's communication system, and soon Beru's visage appeared on the computer screen. Beru, where is your Azure Dragon expedition fleet now? My fleet is right behind you, came Beru's reply. Why hasn't my radar detected you? Berg queried. My Azure Dragon fleet is operating in a higher dimensional space. In your current dimension, you cannot perceive me, yet I can see you clearly, Beru elucidated. Berg, Buck has escaped back to Proxima Centauri C. You are asking me to attack Proxima Centauri C, which is tantamount to sending me to my doom. There are numerous allies present on Proxima Centauri C, and currently, the Hassan and Redman vessels stand no chance against them. Entering their attack range would be akin to walking into a trap. Berg, do not fear. I am right behind you. I will provide cover. King Norman favors valiant warriors. You must summon your courage to earn his trust. 2 warships hovered in the atmosphere above the fiery cloud sea, without receiving precise command orders from Berg. At that moment, the radar aboard the ships detected the approach of 2 additional warships, rapidly closing in on them. The astronauts aboard the ships relayed their findings, causing Berg, Mills, and Zaret to gasp in astonishment. Berg, 2 warships are swiftly approaching the Hassan and Redman, exclaimed Beru. Are they from your Qinglong expedition fleet? Berg inquired anxiously. Berg, how foolish you are. I have already informed you that our fleet resides in a higher dimensional space, invisible to your eyes. Those 2 warships belong to the Carter Republic, specifically the Cheongjiang and Taimar River. They are commanded by General Ryan and General Keck under Marshal Walker's orders, and they have come to pursue you. Currently, the Demon Ape Empire and the Carter Republic have reached a peace development agreement, and King Druk has consented to join the Interstellar Peace Alliance. An attack on Proxima Centauri C, inciting war, would contravene the principles of the Interstellar Peace Alliance. Hence the Carter Republic dispatches warships to thwart us. Beru, I wish to know, with heavy forces ahead and pursuers behind, do you intend to lead our warships into the fiery cloud sea? Is this not a path to our demise? Do you wish for me to use the Hassan and Redman as bait to lure the allied warships of Proxima Centauri C? If that is your intention, our fleet will be in grave danger. Berg, I would never harm you. You must execute my orders. This is also the command of King Norman, which you are obliged to follow. Through my connections, King Norman has arranged for you a general's position at the Kalko military base on Urus continent and appointed you as the vice commander of the Qinglong expedition fleet of the Bulls Empire. Very well, I shall take the risk and trust you this time. After concluding the call with Beru, Berg directly issued combat orders to the Hassan and Redman warships. The Hassan was commanded by General Mills, with Captain Salam and Albert, while astronauts Moore, Ellen, Doran, and Racy were accompanied by robotic technicians Tsinghua and Yauna. The Redman was led by General Khan, with Captain Bell and Wells, and its astronauts were Della, Ritchie, Doria, and Lace, supported by robotic technicians Kondo and Olis. Generals Mills and Zaret immediately commanded the Hassan and Redman warships to traverse the atmosphere of Proxima Centauri C and launch a surprise attack on the military base in the Fiery Cloud Sea. Berg ordered, commence the assault on the Fiery Cloud Sea military base. Understood, Marshal. We will immediately execute the attack. Mills and Zaret responded in unison. After Mills relayed Berg's orders to the Hassan, Captain Salam and Captain Albert promptly activated the ship's laser cannon systems, antimatter bomb systems, and long-range nuclear missile systems. Moore and Ellen prepared the Dalami ship for battle, while Doran and Racy prepared the Cook ship for battle. General Mills found himself in a predicament, fully aware that this war would likely end in failure, yet compelled to carry out Berg's commands. Yes, General. Activate the attack systems and prepare to deploy the Dalami and Cook ships for precise strikes on the Fiery Cloud Sea base, Captain Salam affirmed. Bell, Wells? Immediately activate the laser cannon systems of the Redman, engage the nuclear magnetic missile systems, and initiate the antimatter bomb systems. Della, Ritchie, prepare the Grizzly ship for action. While Doria and Lace ready the ancient ape ship, General Khan hastily instructed the astronauts aboard the Redman. Yes, General, understood. Activate the ship's attack systems immediately and prepare to launch the Grizzly and Ancient Ape ships for precision strikes on the Fiery Cloud Sea military base, Captain Bell responded. The Hassan and Redman warships, suspended above the Fiery Cloud Sea, slowly released 4 ships. The Dalami and Cook ships led the charge, flanked by the Grizzly and Ancient Ape ships, with the Hassan on the left and the Redman on the right, advancing towards the military base. The astronaut aboard the Dalami. Moore, chuckled, Ellen. Why is it so eerily quiet above the Fiery Cloud Sea? Could they all be asleep? Where are their warships and laser cannons? I can't see anything. In just a quarter of an hour, we'll be above the military base, and we can initiate our assault. Moore, as a man, you ought to possess extraordinary wisdom and courage, and your actions must be executed with precision. It is not the time to gaze into the void. The absence of laser turrets and interstellar missile launch systems, including those massive warships, is because they are concealed. We have yet to enter their effective range. Moreover, we have no idea where the Qinglong expedition fleet Berg mentioned is lurking. Once we enter their ambush zone, we will be instantly subjected to a barrage of fire. Ellen chastised him for his carelessness. Moore called out over the intercom to the Cook astronauts, Doran and Racy. Doran, Racy, do you observe anything unusual on the ground? It feels as if everything has fallen into slumber, as if the fiery Cloud Island military base is asleep. Why is this so? Why can't I see any normal turrets or radars? Quickly, he heard Doran's response. More, could you please shut your incessant chatter? Your noise is driving me mad. The reason you don't see the military base's radars and turrets is that the fiery Cloud Island military base has activated its protective shield, rendering it invisible. Once we enter their range, when you finally see the military base, our doom will be upon us. In an instant, countless missiles may rain down upon us, followed by blinding laser beams, and then ground warships will take off one after another, swiftly encircling us for an assault. I feel as though we are hurtling towards hell. This is not a conventional war. It is a suicide mission. Doran, what should we do then? Moore asked. Moore, just close your eyes and charge forward. Then press the missile launch button. Leave the rest to fate. At this moment, our destiny lies entirely in the hands of the heavens. Doran responded, chuckling. Ellen, why are you silent? Are you still asleep? After Doran's remark, he laughed. Doran, shut your mouth. If we charge forward with our eyes closed and just hit the launch button, I fear we won't have any chance of escape and will turn to ashes alongside the fiery Cloud Sea military base. As a man, you should maintain your gentlemanly composure rather than spouting nonsense. Racy, do you agree with me? Shouldn't these men be put in their place? Ellen teased Doran loudly. Racy chuckled, her expression easing as she softly remarked, Ellen, Moore and Doran are just two braggarts, suited only for the battlefield. And they will never learn to cherish the delicate. These two men lack wisdom and merely obey orders from above, sending us to our doom instead of engaging in a proper bat as the Dalamir and Cook spacecrafts swiftly dove towards the Fire Cloud Sea military base. Each vessel launched an interstellar missile before rapidly pulling up and ascending towards the atmosphere. At that moment, the air defense system of the Fire Cloud Island military base was activated, unleashing a barrage of missiles that intercepted and destroyed the two incoming projectiles midair. The blazing flames intensified the already crimson hue of Fire Cloud Island, making it even more resplendent. On the ground, laser turrets and missile launchers continuously rotated, scanning the skies for targets. The gates of the air defense base swung open, and all warships were activated, poised for takeoff. A monumental battle had commenced. But would the Hassan and Redman warships, under Berg's command, successfully complete their mission and retreat unscathed? What role was the Qinglong Expeditionary Fleet, concealed within higher dimensional space, playing? Would the Ally strategy of luring the enemy into a trap and striking at their vulnerabilities come to fruition? Thus, the curtain rose on a tempestuous storm of blood and chaos.